You have 36 beautiful wives at the age of just 18. Not only can you taste different flavors every night, but you can also wake up to a nutritious breakfast in the morning. All because 90% of the global population turned into zombies when doomsday arrived, and you survived due to your strong athletic physique. You have been blessed by the heavens, awakened the many children, many blessings system, and as long as you contribute to the continuation of the human race by having more children, you can receive generous rewards. Therefore, many beautiful young girls are willing to be your wives in order to seek your protection. At this time, you are with your 36th wife, Flight Attendant Lin Yuyu, returning to your base camp classroom dormitory. The newly arrived beautiful Flight Attendant Lin Yuyu looked at the peaceful interaction of the female students, each one more beautiful than the last. She suddenly felt a strange sense of crisis in her heart. Originally thinking she would be your only woman, but she didn't expect you to have dozens of wives in the base camp. At this moment, she finally understood why you didn't fall for her when you first saw her. So, a sweet smile appeared on her face as she said to everyone, "Hello, everyone, I'm Lin Yuyu. Nice to meet you all. I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me Sister Lin in the future. I'm new here and I hope we can all get along and help each other." Hearing Lin Yuyu's words, the other girls also said, "Of course, no problem. Since we are all in this school, we are all one family. We must get along peacefully. Since everyone has already met, we can have lunch now. Lu Yang's husband must be hungry too. Today we studied a new dish to cook for him." So all the women started to cook busily again. Flight Attendant Lin Yuyu was very eager to help in order to blend in with everyone. At this time, the little white tiger also walked over, pounced on you like a little cat, and licked you all over. Feeling the prickly tongue of the other party, you touched the head of the little white tiger and said, "Okay, little white tiger, stop licking. If you keep licking my face, it will be licked off by you." Soon, lunch was ready. The girls brought the food to the table. You smelled the fragrant lunch and started eating heartily. You also praised the girls. "It's really good. It seems that your cooking skills are improving. The food is getting better and better." When the women heard this, their eyes lit up and they shyly said, "As long as Lu Yang's husband likes it, that's good. Our husband works so hard collecting supplies outside. We must take good care of him and make more delicious food for him to eat." The meal was delicious, and you ate it with great satisfaction, especially enjoying all the food under the admiring gazes of everyone. After the meal, you lay on the bed and rested, not planning to go out. "Today, I have collected supplies from 2 supermarkets. In addition to yesterday's supermarket, you can now say that you are a post-apocalyptic tycoon." In the evening, after dinner, you lie in bed ready to rest. Just then, your door was knocked on. Hearing the sound of the door, a smile of anticipation appeared on your face. You don't know who is knocking on the door today. It's really exciting to think about it. So you say to the outside of the door, "Come in." With a creak, the door was pushed open. The beautiful flight attendant Lin Yuyu, who had already taken a shower, walked in. Looking at her with her big wavy hair draped over her shoulders, she exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. You feel a fire slowly igniting in your heart and urgently need to release it. At this time, the girls outside the door also started discussing. Lin Yuyu is indeed a flight attendant. That figure makes me, a woman, want to swallow. Li Mang smirked and said, "Don't envy everyone. In a few years, you can be as mature as her too. Under Lu Yang's magical ripening, you will mature more than Lin Yuyu." After hearing this, everyone's faces turned red. "Oh, Li Mang, you are so annoying, making me so shy with your words." Although Lin Yuyu is 7 years older than you, she has never experienced romance. Now she is very shy when staying in the same room with a strong boy like you. You curiously said to Lin Yuyu, "You are already 25. Why haven't you had a boyfriend yet? As a beautiful woman like you, there must be many people chasing after you, right?" Lin Yuyu nodded, her white teeth biting her tempting red lips as she softly said, "Indeed, there are quite a few, but I'm not interested in them. The people at the airport are too chaotic. Each one of them has dozens of admirers. I don't want to be one of their dozens, only to be played and then dumped. My appearance and figure are my biggest advantages. I understand that this is my bargaining chip. Of course, I have to use this bargaining chip to find a man worthy of entrusting my life to." Unfortunately, doomsday arrived later, and my luck was really bad, she said with a regretful expression on her face. You held her petite waist and pulled her into your arms, saying, "No, you are very lucky. Meeting me in the apocalypse means you have luck beyond ordinary people, and it just so happens that you haven't had a boyfriend yet, which meets the standard of being my woman. Last time, there was one who, although beautiful, had recharged more than 4 digits, and was directly driven away by me. So whether you keep yourself pure in peacetime or not will bring you benefits, and this benefit is to qualify to be my woman Lu Yang. Lin Yu blushed and nodded, saying, then let me take care of my husband well next. Let me give you a massage first to relieve today's fatigue. The next day, you woke up refreshed, while Lin Yu beside you was still asleep. You fought with her all night last night, and even this morning, your energy had not recovered yet. Pinching her delicate face, you stretched your dog waist and started to get up to wash up. Today, you are still planning to collect supplies, but this time you are not going to the supermarket. Instead, you are focusing on the hospital. Besides the scarcity of food in the apocalypse, medicines are also very scarce. Therefore, all the medicines in the hospital need to be collected into the space for future needs. After all, although your physical fitness is 19 times that of an ordinary person, your women are still just ordinary people. So you decide to go out to collect medicine. So you directly go to the hospital in the concerned eyes of everyone. And the little white tiger wants to go with you, but its legs are not healed yet, so you refuse. After leaving the school, you head straight to the largest hospital in Haicheng. There are at least tens of thousands of patients in this hospital, and most of them have probably turned into zombies. You think it would be perfect if you could find a few living beautiful female doctors or nurses. By then, if your women get sick, you can let the doctors treat them. And when the children are born, these doctors and nurses can also be a big help. At the thought of this, Lu Yang's mood was starting to get excited. Stunning doctors, sexy nurses and whatnot. It's a joy to think about. Soon, Lu Yang arrived at the entrance of the First People's Hospital. Without any hesitation, he walked straight in. Inside the hospital, as soon as they reached the lobby they saw dozens of walkers roaming around. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, some of them were patients and some were doctors and nurses inside the hospital. And among these dozens of zombies was a zombie in a white coat that looked different from the others. His glowing white eyes weren't confused, and at the same time he wasn't hunched over and doing nothing like the other walkers, but instead he was looking at the ceiling with one eye open, now thinking about something. Seeing the other party, Lu Yang felt some déjà vu. Isn't this very similar to the zombie that hit the little white tiger with its weapon? Could it be that this zombie is also a level 2 zombie? And at the same time, those zombies had also seen Lu Yang. Straight away, he let out a crazy roar, a twisted expression on his face, and all of them rushed towards Lu Yang at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yang unhurriedly condensed a flying needle from amongst the dark space and suspended it in front of him, followed by a graceful wave forward. Brush! The flying needle turned into a stream of light and shot towards the zombie. Bang bang bang! The sound of exploding heads kept coming, and those zombies instantly fell to the ground. When the level 2 zombies saw this scene, a great confusion appeared in those whitened eyes. There was even a hint of fear on his face that only humans could have. Immediately afterward he yelled into the air. Those zombies that were pouncing on Lu Yang unexpectedly stopped instantly and began to scatter in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was surprised. What's the situation? These zombies can actually hear orders. And that level 2 zombie is so smart that he started ordering other zombies to run away together, and also running from different directions? This IQ is too high, right? Lu Yang also did not expect that the zombies' IQ could evolve to such a high level in just less than 10 days. They have even been known to split up and run in the face of an enemy they can't beat. But unfortunately, the speed of Lu Yang's flying needles has already exceeded the speed of bullets. How can these zombies run faster than the flying needles? Bang bang bang! A few more headshots came, including that level 2 zombie. All the zombies were killed by Lu Yang. So Lu Yang began traveling to the hospital's pharmacy, collecting medicines. Arriving in the middle of the pharmacy, Lu Yang was scouring the pharmacy. Cold medicine, cough medicine, fever reducer? This is good stuff. Take it all. Cephalosporin, amoxicillin, metronidazole and other antibiotics? That's good stuff. Take it all. Alcohol tincture of iodine and other various antiseptic solutions? Useful for treating trauma. Take them all. Vitamins, calcium pills, lutein, all kinds of supplements? Take it away. All of it. Is this birth control? This don't. Is this Viagra? This will never work. Don't. Not long after a whole pharmacy inside all the drugs were received by Lu Yang. The dark space inside he does not care useful. Anyway, all collected. As long as there may be matched with the use of him on the collection. As for birth control pills, aphrodisiacs and the like, the kind that never get used, he just throws them away. After all, he had some confidence in his body. 19 times the physicality of the average person. And you're telling me I'm gonna need Viagra? Just kidding. The internet has ruined me. Yeah, lightning reference chart. Soon Lu Yang finished scraping the entire pharmacy, and right after that he walked right out of the pharmacy and started exploring the entire hospital to see if there was anything else that could be collected. It would really be perfect if we could actually find a stunning doctor and a sexy nurse. In the outpatient building, a number of patients have turned into zombies on each floor. As soon as Liu Yang entered, they instantly launched an attack on him. It's just a pity that Liu Yang's strength right now. To these zombies, he would already be an invincible existence. He only needs one look to explode all the zombies' heads. While passing through the third floor, Liu Yang finally found an abnormality in the middle of an infusion room. Although the door of that room was locked, Liu Yang, with his superior hearing, heard what seemed to be a sound inside. I don't know if it's a human or a zombie. So Liu Yang went over and knocked on the door. Dun 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 dun. Speaking to the inside of the door, he said, "Anyone? I'm here to save you. All the zombies inside this one floor have been taken out by me." However, after hearing Liu Yang's knock on the door, the person inside the room not only did not open the door, even the sound instantly came to an abrupt end. Liu Yang shook it, said, "Surprisingly, there is no reaction. Does that mean it's not a human, but a zombie?" He couldn't care less. He took a step straight back, then lifted his own foot and kicked it hard against the door. 19 times the strength of an ordinary man. A single kick could fly a car, let alone a broken door. Boom! There was a loud bang. The door to the room was instantly kicked open. At the same time, a woman's scream came from inside the room. Ah! And Liu Yang also heard out that there was more than one woman inside. When he fixed his eyes, he realized that hiding inside the infusion room were several nurses and a doctor. The nurses looked very young, estimated to be around 20, probably just interned. That doctor looked about the same as Lin Yuyu, about 25 or 26, and was also very tall and pretty. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's eyes all began to show an expression of surprise. Yeah, great. One can be very lucky. Originally, he thought he could save one doctor and one nurse would be enough, but he didn't realize that there was a doctor plus 3 nurses hiding here. The whole 4 big beauties. Hey, it's so cozy. After those people saw Liu Yang, they all showed a scared expression. Warily, they asked, "What are you? What are you doing here? We are all doctors and nurses inside this hospital. Don't mess around." Liu Yang froze. What the hell? Do I look that much like a bad guy? It's not just a kick in the door for you guys. You guys don't have to do that either. Liu Yang revealed an innocent expression and said, "I'm not a bad guy. I'm here to save you guys. Didn't I say that just now outside the door? Already killed all the zombies. Let you guys open the door, you don't open it. That's why I kicked the door. You guys can't blame me." That doctor calmed down a bit later after hearing Liu Yang's words and stood up and said, "There are hundreds of zombies on this floor. Who can imagine that you took them all out? We thought you were a liar, trying to trick us into opening the door." With that said, she patted her head over to the door to see that it was indeed full of zombie corpses. A look of surprise appeared at once. It said, "You really took them out. Are you guys from the rescue team, specially here to save us?" In this doctor's opinion, only official, professional, real-life rescue teams possess the power to empty the hospital of zombies. Otherwise, how could ordinary people do it? How could they be a match for hundreds of zombies? They were considered lucky to be trapped inside the infusion room. Not one of the few turns into a walker and shuts the door behind them. And the walkers outside don't have the intelligence to kick the door in. Also inside the infusion room are a variety of glucose solutions, saline, etc., to give them energy. That's why they've been able to stay alive until now. But drinking only glucose solution, although it could give them some energy, it still made them feel very hungry. Moreover, the glucose solution inside the infusion room was pretty much consumed by the few of them, and there weren't a few bottles left. If we keep this up, we probably won't be able to hold out much longer before we starve to death. Now that they saw Liu Yang's arrival, they thought it was the official rescue team that had already started to rescue the hospital. After all, the hospital was the most important public facility in the post-apocalyptic world, and only by restoring the normal order of the hospital would they be able to save other patients. If the officials really have the power to rescue, then the first place to be rescued must be the hospital. But Liu Yang shook his head and said, "No, I'm me. I don't belong to any rescue team, but I'm more powerful than all of them. I can save you to a safe place. I can provide you with food, and all you need to do is listen to me and be my woman." As soon as they heard this, all 4 of them stared in disbelief. Instantly shrinking again, he retreated to the corner of the infusion room. Looking at the other side of the scared look, Liu Yang said, "A few beautiful women. I see you do not want to continue to be trapped here, and then go on like this you will die. And the zombies' IQ is going to evolve. Sooner or later, will evolved wisdom zombies break into the door? You go to where it is useless, only to follow me to have a possibility of living. I'll give you guys 3 seconds to think about it, whether to wait here and die, or follow me with endless food and a safe haven. Think for yourselves." The 4 beauties had a thoughtful expression on their faces, and Liu Yang took this time to scan the other party with his system. First, he looked at the charming, glasses-wearing, imperious doctor. Name, Yechocho. Age, 25. Height, 1 meter 68. Weight, 50. Bust, D+. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 95. Charge count, 0. Looking at the other party's message, Lu Yang revealed a surprised expression. Not bad. Not bad. What a beautiful doctor. Both looks and body are top-notch, reaching over 90 points. And what makes it even more rare is that the 25-year-old beautiful doctor has 0 recharges and has never had a boyfriend before? This is too much to believe, isn't it? Great. This beautiful doctor I'm definitely going to get my hands on. I'll study up on my physiology at night. Lu Yang then scanned the 3 nurses. It was found that they were all 18 to 20 years old, and it was clear that they were all just interns. The key was that their appearance and body ratings were all above 80 points, reaching the level of 1 in 1,000. Although it wasn't as good as a beautiful doctor, it was already considered a great beauty. And to top it all off, these 3 also have 0 charge counts. Lu Yang liked this kind of budding young girl the most. That's good. These 3 nurses are also great candidates for open branching and spreading. After a few seconds of consideration, the beautiful doctor, Yi Qinglu, bit her seductive red lips and seemed to have made a difficult decision in her mind. Standing up, he said to Lu Yang, "If we agree to your demands, can you really guarantee our safety?" Lu Yang nodded confidently. Said, "Of course you can. You should have also seen it. The zombies on this floor were all taken out by me. With my strength, even a hospital full of zombies, I can casually go in and out. To collect supplies, it's not a problem at all. And the substances I have are enough for all of you to survive. Follow me and you'll all be able to eat well and get fatter than you did in the peace era." Listening to Lu Yang's words, Yi Shangyu revealed a thoughtful expression. She did just see that there were countless zombie corpses outside the infusion room. And the fact that this man was able to kick the door open so arrogantly and make such a loud noise, and no walkers had come over to surround him so far, was enough to show that the walkers on this floor had all been taken out. Is he really the god of war who took out hundreds of walkers by himself? If that's the case, following him is a very good choice indeed. Such a strong man, even in the post-apocalyptic world, could still make a good living with endless food. And being his woman didn't seem to be a disadvantage. It's better than being trapped inside this infusion room and starving to death, right? So Yi Qinglu nodded her head, saying, "All right, as long as you promise to be able to protect our safety, we will agree to your request." Yi Qinglu had already understood the situation at this moment. Staying inside this hospital, it's only a matter of time when they'll be eaten by the zombies. There's no chance of surviving at all. And this young man was strong and powerful, and if he had to use force, they wouldn't have been able to resist in any way. This time the fate can no longer be decided by himself. It's like meat on a slab, ready to be slaughtered. Luckily the man didn't look like the menacing type and would at least ask for his opinion. This has been very rare. That's good. Lu Yan was waiting for these words. He revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Don't worry, as long as you follow me, food won't be a problem. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to be my women?" Yi Lianhua and the other 4 people nodded and said, "Aha, we're willing." At the same time, Lu Yan also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The rescue of the young girl was successful, and the storage space skill level is increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. All attribute points increased by 20 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his success in saving the maiden. The steel control skill ability level is increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the young girl. Gain new skill, zombie control. After receiving these 4 tips, Lu Yan revealed a surprised expression. Good fellow. This time was really full of rewards. Not only had he raided the entire hospital and obtained so many very useful medicines, but he had also saved a doctor plus 3 nurses, so that in the future, he would have someone to see his own woman when she got sick. And what's more, this one doctor and 3 nurses offered themselves 4 system rewards. Not only did it raise the skill level and increase the base attributes, but it even gained a new skill. Too fierce. Lu Yang hadn't gained any new skills for many days. He could need new skills too much. Lu Yang, hurry up and check the usefulness of this new skill. Skill name, Zombie Control. Skill level, 1. Skill effect, you can control a level 1 zombie, manipulate the opponent's behavior, and gain the opponent's vision. After seeing this description, Lu Yang was instantly surprised. This skill is bullish. It can completely manipulate zombies and be my scout. It can be used to observe zombies since zombies and zombies don't fight each other. And at the same time, it can also observe the enemy. After all, even the most powerful human wouldn't be suspicious of a level 1 zombie, right? This can be said to be the strongest scout. After reading this skill, Lu Yang calmed down his excitement for a while and then looked at Yi Qinglu and the other 4 people. Speaking to them, he said, Very well, my name is Lu Yang. From now on, you are my Lu Yang's women. Next, follow me. It's time to take you back to my safe zone. Aha! The four people nodded obediently and followed behind Lu Yang. Walking to the entrance of the hospital, looking back at this hospital building, Lu Yang revealed a thoughtful expression. There were at least a few thousand more zombies inside this kind of hospital, which was a good resource that couldn't be wasted. So Lu Yang took out the car's gas tank from among the storage space, pouring gasoline in the flammable corners of the hospital, followed by a fire with a lighter to ignite the gasoline. By burning down this hospital, at least a few thousand zombies could be burned down. So wouldn't it be great to have a few hundred more attribute points by then? Only after doing all this did Lu Yang leave the place with 4 people. Yi Qing Lu. Soon, Lu Yang returned to the school with 4 people. The little white tiger had already heard Lu Yang's footsteps from a long distance away, and directly rushed to the door of the teacher's dormitory in excitement, and with a cheerful step, directly pounced on Lu Yang. The 2 front feet rested on the top of Lu Yang's shoulders. Sticking out her pink tongue, she licked at Lu Yang's face. Yi Shenrua and the other 4 people were instantly startled when they saw such a large white tiger. This tiger is obviously twice as big as an ordinary tiger. It must be a mutated tiger. However, after seeing this tiger being so close to Lu Yang, they realized that this tiger was Lu Yang's pet, which slowly calmed them down. Meanwhile, the 4 men looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Lu Yang to be so powerful that he could even tame such a huge mutant tiger. This is really too fierce. After Lu Yang brought these 4 people back to the teacher's dormitory, the women inside were instantly taken aback by the sight of the 4 men. There was a lot of discussion around them. Li Mengyao said, "Hubby, where have you been? I can't believe you brought back a doctor and 3 nurses. And they're so pretty." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Of course it is to go inside the hospital to collect medicines. After all, in the end of the world, slightly injured, or slightly sick without medicines, there is a possibility that it will kill people. So we need to collect medicines in case of emergency. Although I am not afraid of getting sick, but you guys are afraid of and then just happened to run into them. So I brought them back. This is good. Not only have medicine, there is also a doctor. In the future, no longer afraid of getting sick." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the women were again moved. Turns out it's to collect medicine for us again. And brought back doctors and nurses, by the way, to see us. Lu Yang's husband is just too good to us. Lu Yang then introduced everyone. Yi Qinglu and the other 4 people. Let them get to know each other a little better. Then Li Mengyao said to Lu Yang, all right, everyone hurry and come in to eat. Our lunch is all ready. Just waiting for Lu Yang's husband to come back. Dr. Yi, you guys come and eat together too. Yi Shangyu and the others revealed a flattered expression. They are new to this one school. It's always a little embarrassing to come here and eat and drink for free. Lu Yang saw the other party's expression and knew what the other party was thinking. So he said, it's fine. You guys go wash your hands and come eat too. Since you joined my safe zone, you'll be a family from now on. We don't need to be so formal and polite. Chen Lixia, Li Mengyao, Li Mange, and the others also said, yes. From now on, we're all good sisters. There's no need to be so courteous. Come and eat together. Hearing everyone say that, Yi Shenrua also understood that it would be a bit of an act to postpone it any longer. So it was only good to nod and say, okay then, thank you all. We'll do the dishes later after dinner. Lu Yang touched the top of Yi Qinglu's head and said, wait, you eat more? Take a bath at night and come to my room to chat with me. I have a lot of specialized knowledge about medicine that I need to ask you. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Yi Qinglu suddenly had a small blush on her face. Of course she understood what Lu Yang meant. The other teenage girls also looked at her with a bad smile on their faces, making her even more shy. Still, she kept her head down and said in an almost inaudible voice, no la. So the crowd started lunch in a jovial mood. Lunch today was great. These schoolgirls actually learned how to make braised pork, and it surprisingly tasted okay. Lu Yang couldn't even help but dry 2 large bowls of white rice, and the knew that beautiful doctor and 3 beautiful nurses is like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. To the table on the meal is a wild sweep, pickpocket hand, simply faster than a pile driver. They had been trapped for 10 days, and were only able to rely on drinking glucose solution every day to maintain their nutrition. And now that they were faced with a fresh meal, the temptation was just too great. And this meal was simply the most delicious meal they had ever eaten in their lives. It's 10,000 times more delicious than any mountain of food in times of peace. Soon this delicious lunch was finished. Yi Shenrua and the others hurriedly scrambled to wash the dishes. Lu Yang, on the other hand, went back inside the room to prepare for rest. Evening. After taking a shower, Yi Qinglu knocked on the door of Lu Yang's room. When the other walked into his room, looking at the mature imperial lady doctor with a pretty figure, delicate features and snow-white skin. Liu Yang instantly brightened up. He said with a smile on his face, "Worthy of being a beautiful doctor, sister. You really do have a unique temperament. Next, I'm going to have a good discussion with you about medical knowledge." With a red face, Yi Shangyu nodded. The whole person was so shy. There was no talk all night. The next day, when Liu Yang woke up, Yi Qingruo was still in the middle of her sleep. She was 25 years old, but she hadn't had a boyfriend before. This guy Liu Yang is strong and physically fit 20 times that of an ordinary person. Where could Yi Qingruo stand it? So by now the sun is about to go up my ass and I haven't even regained my strength yet. And after getting up, Liu Yang received a system prompt inside his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 500 zombies in the hospital yesterday. Gained attributes of only 450 points. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was again pleasantly surprised. It must have been the fire that was set in the hospital yesterday that had gotten results, burning down more than 4,000 zombies, adding the ones that he himself had personally killed inside the hospital. The total amounted to 500. That's a whole 450 attribute points. Without hesitation, Liu Yang added all the attribute points, equally divided, to his basic attributes. All of his basic attributes reached 1,150 points. That's 23 times the average person. Today his fastest speed is 9 times 23 equals 207 meters per second. It's already over half the speed of sound. Ordinary people and ordinary zombies were no different from turtle speed in Liu Yang's eyes. Seeing that his strength had increased so much, Liu Yang was very happy. Today, the search for supplies can continue again. Soon, most of the month passed. During this period, Liu Yang has scraped all the supermarkets within a 10-kilometer radius, and his space has been filled with supermarket supplies, so it can be said that he has what he wants. Meanwhile, all the female students inside the teacher's dormitory had already had substantial relations with Liu Yang, and at this moment, due to the addition of his super genes, everyone was already pregnant. By the time 10 months have passed, Liu Yang will have had dozens of children born, and he purposely didn't lay a hand on the 3 nurses so that he would have someone to deliver his own child when it was born later. Due to Liu Yang's increased spiritual power, he also began to renovate the entire school's fence, raising it to 20 meters. The very smooth steel fence was so smooth that even a level 2 walker couldn't climb it. This whole school, it's solid as a rock, so to speak. Meanwhile, at the place of the school's main gate, in the janitor's room, Liu Yang had also arranged a zombie to be the janitor. The walker was also made to wear a janitor's costume as well as sunglasses and a mask so that no one would notice anything unusual. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell if he was a zombie or a human. Utilizing the level 1 zombies controlled by the zombie control house, it was able to provide Liu Yang with a field of vision, so that once there was an enemy invasion, he would be able to see the other party at first glance. On this day, Liu Yang had just gone out to gather supplies. Instead, a group of big, strong, dusty men came to the front door of the school. Each one of them was heavily armed, holding weapons on their bodies, along with homemade armor on their arms and shoulders, which seemed to be used to prevent the zombies from tearing them apart. Looks like a very professional squad. A few of the team members were also fierce, revealing a ruthlessness, and it was obvious that they were ruthless people in times of peace. This survivor squad saw that the school's fence was so high, making it a very good safe base, and spoke to the walker inside the janitor's room. "Hey bro, open up. We're the survivor squad from this neighborhood. This school looks great. It's a natural shelter. Such a big school. It can house a lot of people. Let us in. We can develop this place even more." Liu Yang, who was several kilometers away, saw this scene through the zombie's field of vision and immediately frowned, an icy expression on his face, muttering to himself, "Surprisingly, a survivor has come to my door? Good lord. It's a good thing I have the skill of zombie control, otherwise I wouldn't even know if I got my home stolen." Immediately after that, he darted in the direction of the school as fast as he could. That one survivor squad, seeing that there was no response to the gatekeeper inside, after calling out a few times, suddenly revealed an impatient expression. A burly man at the head of the group said to another middle-aged man with an axe, "How dare you ignore us and toast us? Split the door directly. When the time comes, kill all the men inside as reserve food, and capture all the women as slaves." "Aye, boss." That middle-aged man directly lifted his own fire axe and gave it a hard axe. Split on the door. Thud. A loud clash of metals came. The fire axe in that big man's hand was instantly shaken out, and his hand was numbed, oozing blood. The school's front door, on the other hand, hadn't moved a muscle, not even a trace of it. Looking again at the fire axe that flew a few meters away, the blade was already missing several cuts. The middle-aged man said, "Boss, I can't. This door is too damn hard. It's breaking my hand." The survivor squad's boss, after seeing that one fire axe, also revealed a shocked expression. Couldn't help it. How can an ordinary school have such a hard steel gate? What kind of people live in here? At the same time his face showed a hint of caution and thought. To be able to raise the fence to a height of 20 meters in the end times, and to be able to have such strong steel, I'm afraid that the people living in here are not ordinary, and I don't know if it's a presence we can mess with. Should we retreat and observe the situation in secret? Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. Hey, what do you guys want? As soon as they heard this one voice, the survivor squad immediately turned their heads to look, only to see a young man, standing behind them, with indifference in his eyes, as if he was looking at a pile of dead people. The big man in the lead was startled by Liu Yang's eyes. He couldn't figure out how this young man, who appeared to be less than 20 years old, could possess such a fierce look in his eyes. In the past, he was a professional mercenary in the peace era, and he had killed many people on top of the battlefield, but even so, he was still startled by this young man's eyes. That kind of condescending indifference, as if the gods were observing mortals. It made the professional mercenary feel bad, but a little scared. A pleasing smile appeared on his face as he said to Liu Yang, "This little brother, we are the survivors in this neighborhood who formed a squad with survivors, and have been searching for food and a suitable shelter. This school has a high fence, and it looks like a good shelter, so we want to go in, but the people inside don't seem to intend to accept us. I see that you, little brother, are also a ruthless person. To be able to live alone in the end of the world shows that you are very strong. Join us, let's go in this school together and form a base, how about it?" Liu Yang's face revealed a smirking expression and said, "I also want to, but the people inside won't let us in." The big man thought that Liu Yang had agreed to his proposal. His face showed a touch of ruthlessness, gritted his teeth and said, "Then we'll force our way in and kill all the men inside, and if there are any women, they'll stay behind as slaves, and we'll split it equally at that time. What do you think of this proposal, little brother?" Liu Yang nodded, said, "I also think this proposal of yours makes sense. It's good to kill all the males and leave the females as slaves, and all of you here are male, so all of you deserve to die." Liu Yang thought. A flying needle had hovered in front of him. The man who was leading the group saw the change in Liu Yang's eyes and was immediately shocked. A deadly feeling appeared in his heart, causing a layer of cold sweat to instantly appear on his forehead. He didn't know why. He was obviously a professional mercenary who had already seen life and death on top of the battlefield, but the moment he saw the other party's eyes, his whole body actually trembled. He hurriedly raised his hands to make a gesture to stop the other party and said to Liu Yang, "Good brother, we can talk about things properly. Whether you want more resources or more women can be discussed. Otherwise, after we occupy the school, what's inside will be split 30/70ths you 7s3. Liu Yang revealed a cold smile. Taking my stuff and dividing it with me 3-7. You can really say that?" Upon hearing these words, the big man was instantly shocked. "Unbelievably," he said, "you mean this school is your home base?" Liu Yang nodded. "Not bad. How dare you guys invade my base camp and talk about killing me and robbing my women? Then now you guys can go to hell." As soon as he heard these words, a look of fear appeared on the big man's face. Originally, after he saw the 20-meter high fence and the impenetrable iron gate, he was wondering who the owner of this school was, and what kind of powerful and strong person would be able to possess such strength to create this school as solid as gold. Now after seeing Liu Yang, how could he not believe that it was such a young person who made this school like this? The instincts of a professional mercenary told him this young man was strong and dangerous. It's more dangerous than even the king of soldiers on the battlefield. However, he still put on a calm demeanor and said to Liu Yang, "In that case, there is no way to settle this matter peacefully today. Such a good shelter can only belong to one of the two of us." Immediately afterward, he barked out an order. "Go, finish him off together." "Yes, boss." Those team members beside him answered and instantly grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang had a subdued smile on his face, followed by a wave of his hand. Bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of exploding heads rang out one after another, and the heads of those survivors, one by one, exploded into a bloody mist, and eventually all of them collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, that mercenary was directly dumbfounded. Is this really something that people can do? It wasn't like he hadn't seen his teammates' headshots before on top of the battlefield, but he had never really seen a string of headshots like this one, and the young man was graceful, waving his hand, and all his own men died. Who else but God could do such a thing? The weapon in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud, and his legs went limp as he fell to his knees in front of Liu Yang. Turning to Liu Yang, he kept begging for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, we shouldn't have come to find your trouble. Please let me live. In the future I will definitely not show up in the neighborhood. As long as you let me live, I will leave Haicheng immediately now." Liu Yang said with a cold smile. We are all the same kind of people. You know I won't let you go, but I can give you a chance. I'll give you 3 seconds to run as far away as you can." Hearing these words, the big man immediately bounced up from the ground and quickly ran towards the far side of the front. Bang! There was no unexpected sound of a headshot, and the big man also instantly fell to the ground. Lu Yang then walked towards the school, waving his hand at the school's gate. That gate automatically opened, and after Lu Yang walked in, it automatically closed again, blending in with the fence as if it was welded. The gate of this school Lu Yang made was unlocked. It was welded to the fence and no one could open it except for his ability to control it with metal. Lu Yang just walked into the middle of the school. Behind a house, a burly man who looked 5 or 6 times similar to that mercenary, but a bit younger, with red eyes, covered his mouth, not daring to make a single sound, not even daring to take a breath. Originally, he and his brother were acting together. Who knew that halfway through his stomach ached, found a corner and squatted in the pit for a bit, only to find that his brother and a dozen other team members were already dead when he looked back. Seeing Lu Yang's dashing departure and entering the campus back, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. His own brother was killed by this guy, and he could only hide in the corner and watch it all, not even daring to go and collect the corpse. Abominable. That guy had to die to pay for my brother's death. Eventually he gritted his teeth, carried his weapon, and turned to leave. And after Lu Yang entered the campus, he found that his women were playing basketball on top of the school playground at this moment. All the women split into 2 teams and had a sweaty, fun time. Each of them was wearing a refreshing sports tank top suit, and since each of the teenage girls had a hot body, and the sports tank top suit was drenched in sweat, the proud erections were hidden from view, so people couldn't take their eyes off of them. Seeing Lu Yang back, each of them showed a surprised expression and ran over on the court, warbling around Lu Yang, with expressions of admiration on their faces. Looking at these dozens of gorgeous and beautiful maidens, each of them already pregnant with their own children, Lu Yang's heart was filled with a sense of fulfillment. They will be able to play ball now, and in a month or 2, when their bellies are showing, they will no longer be able to exercise strenuously. Lu Yang pulled out dozens of bottles of water from amongst the dark space and handed it to them. The women had long ago gotten used to the way Lu Yang changed things out of thin air as if by magic, not surprised at all. In short, as long as it's Lu Yang's husband doing anything, these teenage girls feel it's normal, because there is nothing in this world that Lu Yang's husband can't do. After drinking the water, the women turned to Lu Yang and asked, "Hubby, you went to collect supplies again?" Chen Lixia said, "Hubby, it's been a month since the outbreak of the end times. Are the supplies still being collected? The other survivors should be collecting them as well, right?" Li Mengyao said, "How can the other survivors collect as fast as Lu Yang's husband? I guess they all dare not go to those dangerous places. Only hubby dares to go." Li Mange nodded and said, "Definitely. Take the supermarket. Everyone is shopping in the supermarket." Suddenly the end of the world zombie virus outbreak. A large part of the people become zombies inside the supermarket. Other people are estimated to be unable to escape. They will also be bitten, turned into a zombie. The whole supermarket are zombies. Who dares to go in? In addition to Lu Yang's husband, Wang Yuling said. Then in that case, wouldn't it also be dangerous for hubby to face hundreds of zombies when gathering supplies? Lin Yuyu said. Of course, I've been to the supermarket with Lu Yang's husband before to collect food. The scene at that time was really dangerous, but it was no problem for Lu Yang's husband. He only needed one look and all those zombies had to die. When the ladies heard Lin Yuyu's words, each one of them revealed a shocked expression, while at the same time being very envious of Lin Yuyu. This one long-legged stewardess has not only slept with Lu Yang, but even collected supplies with Lu Yang and fought together to see Lu Yang fight with grace and strength, which others have not had it. I also wonder how handsome Lu Yang's husband was when he was fighting zombies. It's really exciting and aspirational to think about. Looking at the eyes of all the women as if they wanted to pull silk, Lu Yang revealed a helpless smile. Alas, this person is handsome and strong, but also very tired of one thing, all the time, have to accept these beautiful girls full of loving attention, as if they want to eat themselves alive. Each and every one of them had a posture of wanting to drain themselves. So horrible. Lu Yang said to them, "This school safety zone of ours seems to have been targeted. Just now at the school gate I took out a dozen survivors who wanted to invade this place. So for the next period of time, it would be best for everyone not to come out and move around. It would be better to hide inside the teacher's dormitory." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the faces of the women all showed a somewhat nervous expression, and then hurriedly nodded their heads in a well-behaved manner and said, "Okay hubby, we know. Next we won't come out for outside activities anymore. We will hide inside the teacher's dormitory from now on." Lu Yang revealed a satisfied smile and said, "And you are all pregnant. The outbreak of the end of the world is almost a month. The first among you to get pregnant is also almost a month pregnant. The next can't be any more strenuous exercise. Well in the teacher's dormitory to raise the baby inside. Listening to Lu Yang's words, the women suddenly blushed. Childish schoolgirl, Li Mengyao said. How can that be? Each one of us has had just one exchange with you. How can we all be pregnant? You can't hit 100 shots even if you're good. Li Mange, the high and cold school flower, also said. That's right. You can't swindle us. Even if you don't want to fight with us twice. You don't have to find such an excuse, right? We know that you collect young girls too fast and don't want to eat back grass. We all understand. Mysterious school flower Wang Muling also said. That's right. We are all college students. Do you think we haven't studied biology? The chances of a woman getting pregnant are not as great as you think. There is an ovulation period and a safe period. How can you hit it every time? Lu Yang revealed an expression full of helplessness. It really wasn't that he didn't want to eat the grass back. Each one of these schoolgirls was stunningly beautiful and had a hot body. So how could it be enough at one time? He's totally looking out for the safety of these people. Okay. What can I do about the fact that the multiple fortunes system reinforces one's genetics and makes one 100 times more likely to hit the target? Lu Yang had to helplessly shake his head and said, alright, if you guys don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, a month has almost passed. By then see if your good friends come or not, you guys will know. Li Mengyao revealed a defiant expression. Speaking, she said, my good friend comes on time, definitely won't be absent. Li Mango chimed in. I'm healthy. And my sisters say I have a beauty of regular menstruation. I won't lose either. Me too. The women all said they would not lose. Lu Yang was not in a position to say anything more. The system was his own bottom card. Lu Yang would not reveal it to anyone. So he nodded and said, okay, I hope that after a month you guys can still be so confident. So, he took the women back to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. Returning to the teacher's dormitory, Lu Yang ate the loving lunch made by all the women, and then went back to his room. Lying on the bed, thinking, the little white tiger, perhaps having not seen Lu Yang for too long, also followed Lu Yang back into the room and curled up like a cat on Lu Yang's bed. The huge tiger head leaned directly on top of Lu Yang's thigh. Lu Yang ran his hand over the tiger's head while thinking about the next plan in his mind. The fact that those survivors came to the door today made Lu Yang start to be wary as well. The women living in the safe area of this school are their own women, but they have no ability to protect themselves, and will be in danger if they are intruded by other men, while they themselves need to keep collecting supplies. But there's no way to protect others inside this school 24/7. Although he said that he had the skill of zombie control, which allowed him to use the zombies to watch the door and provide a view of the place, he might still not be able to make it back if he was too far away. It is true that a 20-meter high steel fence is too high for walkers to climb, but for humans they have the intelligence to do so, and they may be able to use ropes, utilize ladders, and other tools. So defense against zombies works well, but not so much against humans. So now the primary goal is to beef up your speed. Allow yourself to get back faster. Lu Yang remembered his steel control, which was very similar to Magneto's ability inside the movie. And Magneto inside the movie could fly, so why couldn't he? Say it and do it. Lu Yang directly climbed up from the bed. The white tiger that was originally sleeping beautifully was also awakened, raising her huge tiger head and opening a pair of sapphire-like eyes, looking at Lu Yang with great suspicion. Looking at the white tiger's puzzled expression that was very cute, Lu Yang rubbed her face, said, next master is going to try the ability to fly. Little white tiger, you watch. When I can fly, I will be able to take you to the sky too. Ow! The little white tiger's eyes were still filled with doubt. She couldn't understand what Lu Yang was saying, but immediately after that the doubt in her eyes started to turn into shock, because Lu Yang's body was quickly covered with a layer of silver shining metal armor on top. It looked very hard and handsome, just like the Hero King in the anime. Except that Lu Yang's armor was silver and the Hero King's armor was gold. Although this armor looks very heavy and huge, but in fact it is just styling. The real armor is just a thin layer. Wearing on the body does not have any weight at all. Immediately after that, Lu Yang began to use his spiritual power to manipulate the steel to float in the air. Immediately after that, he slowly hovered in the air amidst the shocked eyes of the little white tiger. Lu Yang also began to show a surprised expression. Sure can fly. I just don't know how fast the fastest flight speed can be. Controlling steel flying needles, I can make them reach speeds faster than bullets. So by controlling my own flight, can I reach such speeds as well? With this one doubt in mind, Lu Yang directly flew out of the window, suspended in the air, feeling the cool breeze and in the sky, and looking down at the smaller and smaller scenery on the ground. Lu Yang's heart was filled with excitement. Is this what flying feels like? What teenager doesn't harbor a dream of flying in his heart? It's so good. The feeling is just so good. Let's try this flight next. Just how fast it is. Just a thought from Lu Yang. He then shot off into the distance with great speed. Boom! A loud bang appeared in the sky. It was the sound of Lu Yang breaking through the sound barrier. At the same time, Lu Yang had felt his speed. His face was filled with a shocked expression. Sure enough, it's able to reach the same speed as flying needles. It just means that the amount of mental energy to be used up is much more enormous than flying needles. At this point my speed should have exceeded 2 times the speed of sound. That means reaching a flying speed of 680 meters per second. Such speed is faster than a fighter jet. 10 kilometers takes only 10,000 divided by 680 is equal to 14,705,882 seconds. If another base attack happens like the last one, I'll be back in just 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Even if those people set up ladders and climbed the fence, it was definitely more than just 15 seconds. With this flight speed, it will be easier for me to protect the base from now on. And the loud noise of Lu Yang's flight in the middle of the sky also attracted the attention of all the women, who came to the window and saw the silver glittering figure in the sky. All of them were taken aback. Chen Lixia said, "Sisters, what is that thing? It looks like a silver version of Iron Man." Li Mengyao said, "It's not a new secret weapon developed by the government, is it? Specially used to kill zombies? Or to search for survivors?" Li Meng squinted her eyes, listening carefully to the sky that, from time to time flying, from time to time hovering. The figure said, "Looks so handsome. This body shape, this temperament. How to feel a little familiar. Well, and Lu Yang husband is a bit like Wang Muling." The mysterious schoolgirl, who was also Principal Wang's daughter, said, "Do you guys think there's a possibility? I mean a possibility, that person, he's Lu Yang's husband?" Lin Yuyu said, "It does look similar, but it's too far away for us to see the face clearly." Dr. Yi gently said, "That should be it. Besides Lu Yang's husband, who else could be that handsome?" Li Meng said, "I also think it's Lu Yang's husband." Li Mengyao said, "When did hubby know how to fly? When did he get that suit of armor? It's so handsome. I want to fly to the sky too." Chen Zi gave Li Mengyao a blank look and said, "Haven't you been made to fly to the sky by Lu Yang's husband a long time ago? Why do I feel that there is something in your words? You don't want to have a second engagement with Lu Yang's husband again, right?" Li Mengyao instantly flushed her pretty face. With a slap on Chen Zi's butt, she said, "As if you, a little wavy hoof, don't want to have a second engagement with your husband." Just as the ladies were discussing here, Lu Yang had also completed the test of his flying ability, and then he directly flew back into the middle of his room. Seeing this scene, those women instantly revealed expressions of surprise. They have said, "I knew it must be Lu Yang's husband. Besides Lu Yang's husband, who else is that handsome? Wonderful, I can't believe my husband can fly. I'm going to let him take it away and I'm going to fly up into the sky. It would be exciting to have a battle in the sky, wouldn't it? I'm going to my husband right now to see what's going on. I'm coming. I'm coming." The women, in a swarm, started to flock towards Lu Yang's room. After Lu Yang flew back into the room, the little white tiger inside immediately revealed an excited expression and looked at Lu Yang with eyes that began to glow. That pair of light blue like amber round eyes stared straight at the set of armor on Lu Yang's body. He even directly pounced up and licked at Lu Yang's armor. Lu Yang hugged the little white tiger, said, "What's wrong? You want this suit of armor too?" The little white tiger stuck out its tongue and continued to lick Lu Yang's armor twice before nodding. Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. "Good fellow, now you can understand words? Did you pretend you couldn't understand before?" The little white tiger was still all excited. So Lu Yang said, "Okay, I'll make a set for you too. In the future you can be unafraid of their attacks when you encounter zombies. The armor I made is hard and sturdy. Those zombies bite up and directly teeth to him knocked off." "Ow!" The little white tiger nodded with great excitement. A look of, "Hurry up. I want it. I want it so bad. Look." Lu Yang was a bit speechless. "Good man, did you get that one again?" With a wave of his hand, armor made of metal began wrapping around the little white tiger's entire body. It looks majestic and indestructible, but the little white tiger was so excited that she kept bouncing on Lu Yang's bed. Her weight of half a ton almost didn't trample Lu Yang's bed. Lu Yang hurriedly said, don't jump, my bed will rot if you jump again." The little white tiger then stopped bouncing, and directly pounced on Lu Yang's body in one go, pressed him down on the bed, and licked at his face. Just then, the women flooded into Lu Yang's room. They saw the image of the little white tiger, pressing Lu Yang on the bed together and licking it messily, and each of them froze. Aren't we coming at a bit of a bad time? It won't disturb Lu Yang's husband, will it? So, is that how this little white tiger is used? Hubby can even be a tiger? That's too awesome? Lu Yang knew that they misunderstood, and hurriedly said, "You guys don't talk nonsense, We are not in that. Just fooling around, and not a real battle. Those women revealed an expression that was just like that, with a bad smile on their faces. They said, "Oh, so this is just practicing, waiting for the next actual battle. Ha! What a voodoo hero, worthy of being our husband. Ha ha ha." The women laughed out loud. Lu Yang, it seems like you can't explain yourself enough. He hurriedly stopped the little white tiger's tongue and said, "Stop it, little white tiger." Then he got up from the bed and asked, "Why are you all here? What do you want?" The lady said, "Just now we saw a loud bang in the middle of the sky, and when we looked from the window, it turned out to be your husband who was flying in the sky, and you were too powerful. Surprisingly, you even learned to fly. So we came to take a look. Who knows that as soon as we came in, we saw the little white tiger sporting in bed with you." At this time, Li Mengyao saw the set of silver shining armor on Lu Yang's body as well as on the little white tiger's body, and the whole thing lit up in front of her eyes, saying, "Hubby, where did you get this armor from? It's too handsome, right?" Li Mange also said, "It looks almost like a god of war in the sky. Hubby, you are so handsome, and how come little white tiger also has a set that fits so well? It was customized by you, right? Can you get us a set too?" Wang Miring also said, Yeah, I want a set too, but will it be heavy?" Chen Ziyi said, I want it too. The ladies all said that the armor on Lu Yang and little white tiger was too handsome, and each of them wanted a set. Lu Yang smiled and said, "This armor does look handsome, but it's also kinda in the way. Usually life doesn't use the ship at all, only when you go out to fight, but you guys don't need to go out to fight at all, so you guys do this armor is useless. If you really want to do it, it's okay to make you guys an iron underwear." Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the women immediately blushed. Very shyly, he said, "Ha, iron panties? Aren't those the legendary chastity pants? I'll go, hubby, you're too that way. You're the only man left in the whole school and you want to give us an iron panty? Your possessiveness is too strong. Ha 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 ha." The women laughed. Lu Yang said, "Just kidding with you guys. I am not being possessive. After being my woman, do you still look at other men? Just telling you guys, it's useless to make armor for you guys. It's better to make a panty. It's practical." Alright. The ladies nodded and left Lu Yang's room. The other side. The one sole surviving strong man had returned to their gathering place. As soon as he returned to the middle of the gathering place, the strong man with a face full of old tears immediately found the boss of the gathering place, crying to the boss. He said, big brother, second brother is dead. And so is fifth uncle. Wang is dead too. All dead. I'm the only one still alive. Woo, they're all dead." This one gathering place was spearheaded and organized by the three brothers, because the three of them were professional mercenaries in the peace era. They were very strong and everyone else trusted them, so the three of them were the leadership inside this gathering place. Also inside the team were some of their other relatives, making up a gathering of over 50 people. This gathering place is good, and when the group goes out to look for food, the average zombie is no match for them. At the beginning of the end times, they had no shortage of food. The only thing missing was trying to find a suitable place to make a survivor base and expand their power. It was because of this that they sought out the school where Lu Yang was, and the 20-meter-high iron fence really caught their eye. However, he didn't expect that a dozen or so people were all taken out, leaving only one oldest to come back alive. At this moment, as soon as the oldest three saw his big brother, he could not hold back the fear and aggression in his heart, and directly cried like a tearful person. Where was there any trace of a manly appearance? Boss Wang, who was sitting on the chair, instantly revealed a shocked expression after hearing Wang Laosan's words. Asked, "Laosan, what are you talking about? Lao Er and the others are all dead? Didn't you guys go to look for food, and in the meantime, look for a suitable place to make a base? Could it be that you guys encountered a lot of zombies?" Lao San cried and said, Whoa, it wasn't a zombie, it was a man. I only saw his back. I don't know what he looks like, but I know he's very strong. He killed everyone in a few minutes. And I came back shitting myself. Everyone was dead. That one too. Boss Wang, who was originally still sitting, instantly stood up and clenched his fists together. Angrily, he said, "Go, gather everyone inside the gathering place and take us to see what kind of god this guy is that he dares to kill Lao Er and the others. We'll make him pay for his blood and pay with his life." Wang Laosan said, "Big brother, that guy's strength is very strong, and we don't know how he did it, killing just second brother and the others. Will it be dangerous to go forward just like that? I strongly suspect that he has traps in that place. That's why he was able to kill all of second brother and the others in such a quick time. Maybe we should test it out first." Boss Wang revealed a hesitant expression, saying, "Then what do you think we should try? The people inside the gathering place are all brothers, so we can't let others test the dangers, right?" Wang Laosan said, when second brother and I were collecting food. We found out that there is a subway station near that school, and there are a lot of zombies inside the subway station. At least thousands of them. We can lure all the listing from the subway station to the entrance of that school of his, and then even if there is a trap, it will be triggered by these zombies first. Boss Wang brightened up and said, "That makes sense. Let's do it." So Boss Wang immediately began to gather everyone in the survivors' gathering place, ready to begin the operation. At this time, a beautiful, tall and hot-looking beauty also hurriedly walked over and asked Boss Wang and the others, "Big brother and third brother, where are you guys planning to go? I heard that second brother was killed. Is that true?" Her eyes were red when she finished speaking. Normally these three brothers loved her the most, and now that she had heard that her second brother had been killed, she was of course devastated. Boss Wang said, "Fourth sister, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Your second brother is fine. We'll go out to do some business. You stay in the gathering place and don't run around." Their fourth sister was a high achiever in the era of peace, and had just graduated from a prestigious university and returned home to be celebrating with her family, all before they had a chance to look for a job. Who knew that the end times had broken out? It's a good thing that their three older brothers used to be professional mercenaries. Protecting their four sisters in the post-apocalyptic world would not be a problem. And their family is only their fourth sister is the most talented will study, got into a famous university, and their three brothers are very rough-looking. Only his sister looks very delicate and beautiful, has always been their family as a pearl-like protection. Now that they were going to avenge Lao Er, they naturally didn't want the fourth sister to follow along, because they don't know if they will be in danger. Unexpectedly, their younger sister Wang Wenxiu said, "Big brother, don't lie to me. I've already seen third brother's eyes are red, obviously just cried. The rumors must be true. You guys are just afraid that I'm in danger, so you don't want me to go. Okay, I have to go. Second brother usually loves me the most. I must see who killed him and watch him die." Alas, Boss Wang sighed. He knew that his sister already knew about the death of the oldest two, then definitely could not persuade her. He only nodded and said, "It's fine if you want to go with us, but I have to tell you first that you should listen to me on the way and run away immediately when you encounter danger. Understand?" Wang Wenxiu nodded, saying, "Got it, big brother. I won't cause any trouble for you guys. I just want to watch that person who killed second brother die." Boss Wang nodded. So all of them from the entire gathering place set off together, led by Wang Laosan, to the outside of Lu Yang's school. From a distance, they saw the dozen or so bodies in front of the school. Boss Wang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, it's really Lao Er and the others." Wang Wenxiu, with a sobbing voice, he said, "Second brother, who killed you must be made to pay in blood." Wang Laosan said, "I'll take someone to the subway station to lure the zombies. When we stand on the opposite side of the street and throw stones from the upper floors to the top of his steel fence to make a noise, those zombies will be attracted to it." "Aha!" Boss Wang nodded. Soon Wang Laosan attracted several hundred zombies to the area. When Boss Wang saw this scene, he instantly became energized. Speaking, he said, "Let's all throw stones at the siege to attract the attention of the zombies so that Laosan can get away." "Aye, boss." Those dozens of survivors started to keep throwing rocks onto Lu Yang's fence. Dun 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 dun. The metal enclosure instantly made a deafening noise. The zombies were all attracted to it. Didn't see any living people, but saw the dozen or so corpses on the ground. In an instant, they rushed over and started hugging and gnawing on the bodies, watching the bodies of his former brothers being eaten by walkers. The hearts of Boss Wang and Elder Wang and the others were dripping blood. Wang Wenxiu even cried directly. Bean-sized teardrops that kept rolling down from above her long eyelashes. Boss Wan looked at the zombies strangely at this time. Turning to Lao San, he asked, "Didn't you say there was a trap there? How come those zombies didn't do anything at all? Instead, they ate Lao heirs and their corpses with gusto?" Wang Laosan's face stiffened and he stammered, "I didn't see the situation there clearly at that time. I just suspected that there were traps there. So it seems that the other party didn't use the traps to take out second brother and the others? Or maybe it's because brother and the others have already triggered all the traps, so these zombies won't trigger them again?" Boss Wang revealed an angry expression. Said, "Damn, had I known that the trap had been triggered finished, we would have just collected the corpses for Lao Er and the others. But it's a pity that it can only you really look at their corpses, being gnawed on by the zombies, and can't even die with a whole corpse." Wang Wenxiu cried, "Second brother, my second brother, woo woo." And at this time, Lu Yang, who was preparing for a nap in the middle of the teacher's dormitory, also gained vision and hearing through the zombies watching the door and sensed that the fence was being attacked. He couldn't help but frown. Speaking of, how dare someone launch an attack on my safe zone? Throwing rocks? Don't they know that the steel I make, the hardest steel in the world, can't even be pierced by armor-piercing bullets? Immediately after that, Lu Yang directly rose up in the air and flew in the direction of the school entrance. At the same time, use the stealth skill directly in the air to instantly conceal your figure. Then he followed the direction the men had thrown the stones and found their location. Floating in front of them, they were oblivious. Lu Yang simply flew directly inside the window and came to their side. And they still didn't feel anything. Looking at them, they looked a bit like the leaders that were killed by himself, and Lu Yang guessed that they should be a group. To avenge your own brother's death? Rather, it's a brotherly love. Oh, and a pretty girl? Lu Yang placed his eyes on Wang Wenxiu, discovering that amongst this group of brown men, there was a stunning beauty, and the other side of the corner of the eye still hanging teardrops looked pathetic. Very let a person have the desire to protect. Not only are they good looking but they have a great body. The greatness of the chest is very eye-catching, and it is estimated that it is even bigger than even Shan Lixia's. Lu Yang in his stealthy state directly touched at his opponent's body. It felt so good in my hand. Such a soft and fluffy girl all over. And at this time Wang Wenxiu let out a scream. Ah! But soon she covered her mouth with her hand, because she remembered what her big brother said. No matter what situation she encountered, she couldn't yell or else she would attract the attention of the zombies. Boss Wang was startled by Wang Wenxiu's voice and hurriedly asked with concern. Little sister, what's wrong? Wang Wenxiu covered her chest and said with great fear. Just now it seems like someone touched me, but I can't see who it is. After listening to his little sister's words, Boss Wang immediately revealed an angry expression and stared closely at the people next to him. Said, you guys, who the hell dares to make a move on my sister? Those people were startled by Boss Wang's angry expression and quickly shook their heads and said, it's not us, Boss Wang. Don't misunderstand, even if we were given 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to touch Ms. Wang. Yes, Boss Wang. Although all of us inside the gathering place are in love with Miss Wang, we can only watch from afar and dare not come close. Knowing that we are not worthy of Miss Wang, how could we possibly do that kind of nasty thing? Not bad. Miss Wang is born beautiful and gorgeous, like a heavenly fairy descending from the heavens. How can she be a match for mere mortals like us? Simply one more glance feels like blasphemy. And now that the Great War is approaching, even if we want to do such a thing, it can't be now, right? The people around us have said that they are innocent. The angry expression on Boss Wang's face became even more intense. He directly scolded, tramp, you bunch of dog days. Don't argue with me, dare to touch my little sister. Are you tired of living? The crowd wanted to explain further, but Wang Wenxiu had already spoken. Big brother, it wasn't them. That guy touched my body directly in front of me. It's not like he touched my back. If it was them I would have seen it. Boss Wang froze. So what the hell is going on here? Is it haunted? Everyone had a tense look on their faces. Boss Wang asked, little sister, are you telling the truth? How is it possible for an invisible person to touch you? Does it mean it's a transparent person? Another survivor said, is there a ghost in broad daylight? Wang Laosan said, little sister, are you sure it's someone touching you, or is it just an illusion? Wang Xiaomei nodded affirmatively and said, it's not an illusion, someone really touched me. Ah ha ha ha. Just as she finished her sentence, she let out another scream. The entire person jumped straight up, hiding behind Boss Wang, because she felt herself being touched again. Boss Wang said with concern, little sister, what's wrong? Again and again I've been touched. Is there really a ghost? I'm so scared. Woo woo. Wang Xiaomei was directly scared and cried this time. Everyone showed a shocked expression. This time it was in full view of everyone. Wang Xiaomei said she was touched, but no one saw who touched her. Obviously there was no one near her. Did a ghost really touch it? Or was she just hallucinating? Ms. Wang, are you sure that someone touched you? We can all be here watching. Obviously nothing. Yeah, it can't be a hallucination, can it? Wang Wenxiu shook her head and said firmly, it can't be absolutely true. That feeling is too real. It's like a person's hand touched me, but I couldn't see him. Boss Wang drew the machete at his waist. He knew that Wang Xiaomei would never lie, so there must be something odd inside the air. He took a swipe at the air in front of him. Brush it off. At the same time the mouth screamed angrily. Who is it here that dares to touch my little sister? If you have the guts, come out and fight us head on. When the others saw this scene, they only thought that both Boss Wang and little sister Wang had gone crazy. Where is anyone in the middle of the day? Boss, you're not mistaken, are you? There's no one here. Boss, what are you slashing at the air for? However, as soon as their words fell, a tall and sturdy young man wearing handsome silver armor appeared out of the middle of the air and appeared in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy, he just appeared out of nowhere? How long has he been here? He'll be invisible? Is this a person or a ghost? Lu Yang's face has revealed a touch of bad smile, stared straight at Wang Wenxiu and said, woman, your figure is not bad. suitable for childbirth. I have already tested it first. The skin feels good to touch. Very moist. Hearing this sentence, Boss Wang's face revealed an even angrier expression, pointing his knife at Lu Yang and said, "Kid, you dare to slight my sister? Looking for death? What exactly is your purpose of coming here? If I'm not mistaken, we shouldn't know each other and haven't crossed paths before?" Lu Yang sneered and said, It's true that there's no intersection, but I also don't understand why you guys want to come and invade my base camp when there's obviously no intersection. After taking out a batch, another batch comes. Don't stop until you die out, right?" Upon hearing this, Boss Wang and the others immediately stared in disbelief. They asked in unison, "You're the one who killed Lao Er and the others? This one school is your home base?" Lu Yan nodded. "Not bad, it's my base camp, and I did kill the last batch of you guys. It's alright, you guys are going to meet him soon." Boss Wang was enraged and pointed at Lu Yang. "Damn it, I'm going to avenge Lao Er and the others today. Brothers, together, on, avenge second brother." Those people lifted their weapons and directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face lightens up a bit. A thought, a flying needle, had hovered in front of him, followed by a wave of his hand. Shoo! The flying needles turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the enemy. But this time, instead of exploding all of them, Lu Yang struck through their legs. Bang bang bang! Everyone's legs were instantly shot off, and one by one they fell to their knees. Couldn't stand up anymore. Other than Wang Wenxiu, everyone else let out pig-killing screams. "Ah! It hurts! My leg! Help! Somebody help me!" Even Boss Wang, who was gritting his teeth and enduring the intense pain, didn't say a word, his face already drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Lu Yang began to be filled with shock and fear among them. Finally realized how the Dick and the others were taken out. This guy isn't even regular. How the hell did he do that? Broke everyone's legs in an instant, as if they were pierced by bullets. But how did he do it with bullets that could bend? At this moment, after realizing the gap in strength between the two sides, a look of despair appeared on everyone's faces. "Big brother, third brother, everyone, why are all your legs broken? Woo! In the end released what?" Wang Wenxiu directly cried out, suddenly at a loss for words, rushed over to hold his big brother's arm, and kept shedding tears. At this moment, Lu Yang said coldly to the people kneeling on the ground, "With this amount of strength you guys have, you still want to come and invade my base camp? Really? Lighting a lamp in the toilet? Looking for death? I'll give you guys a chance. This woman is your little sister, right? Persuade this female to stay and be my wife, and I'll let you guys off." As soon as I heard that, Boss Wang revealed a disdainful expression and said, "Impossible, it's already the end of the world. I have long thought about this day. Do you think I would be afraid of death? My sister is the most beloved person of our brothers. How could I betray her?" Lu Yang skimmed his mouth, nodded and said, "It makes sense. And you guys made the right choice. Because even if you guys agree, I will still kill you guys. No one can live if you dare to invade my base camp. Moreover, you guys don't worry. In the future, I will be the one to love your little sister fiercely." Upon hearing this sentence, Boss Wang and the others instantly widened their eyes, struggling to get up. Then the next second Lu Yang passed with a look. Bang bang bang! Ah! Dozens of people had their heads blown off in an instant, and the bloody scene caused Wang Wenxiu to let out a scream. She was kneeling on the ground, and her entire body had fallen into the midst of a state of confusion. Straight away, she was stunned. The mouth kept saying, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, big brother, second brother, third brother." At this time Lu Yang had slowly walked towards her, one finger pressed against the other's head. Yet Wang Wenxiu was still mumbling as if she didn't feel anything. 1 minute over. Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding congratulates the host on the successful execution of soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant. Please enjoy. This time she instantly ended the muttering in her mouth and slowly stood up. With a respectful face, he looked at Lu Yang and said, "Lord Lu Yang, Wang Wenxiu is at your disposal." Lu Yang had a satisfied expression on his face, worthy of being a skill given by the system. It is really bullish the soul control is actually able to control it to such an extent. Having killed both of his brothers in front of her, she was still able to follow him wholeheartedly, treating himself as a master. That's a great skill to have. To test how much control this skill has, Lu Yang said to Wang Wenxiu, "Just now I killed both of your own brothers. Don't you have any idea?" Wang Wenxiu's eyes remained respectful. She lightly glanced at the corpses on the ground and said indifferently, "These wastrels dared to invade Lord Lu Yang's base camp, and even presumed to tension Lord Lu Yang's base camp really deserve to die. Even if they die 10,000 times more they deserve it. From now on, I am no longer their sister. I am Lord Lu Yang's woman. A dog of Lord Lu Yang." Lord Liu Yang can do whatever he wants to me. At the same time, Liu Yang also began to receive prompts from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The rescue of the young girl has been successful. The other party has voluntarily become your woman. Obtaining the system award, Steel Control Skill +1. Seeing that he had already received the system's reward, Liu Yang was even happier. He nodded and said, "Very well, since you are so aware, then I'll reward you properly tonight. Now, go back with me. Oh yeah, from now on, you don't need to call me Lord, just call me husband." "Yes, husband Liu Yang," Wang Wenxiu said respectfully and shyly. "Follow Liu Yang downstairs." At this time, the zombies downstairs, due to the scream of Wang Wenxiu just now, have all been attracted over. Only they will not open the door. A shot at the door. Liu Yang opened the door and directly kicked a zombie to fly, followed by utilizing flying needles to finish off all the zombies by exploding their heads. Another prompt from the system was received in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking out 400 zombies and gaining 40 attribute points. Liu Yang smiled again. These sons of bitches, not only do they give themselves women, they also give themselves attribute points. It's really good. He added these 40 points to the 4 attribute base attributes evenly. Afterwards, he brought Wang Wenxiu and returned inside the teacher's dormitory. One enters among the teacher's quarters. When Li Mengyao and other goddesses saw that Liu Yang had brought back another big beauty, they instantly gathered around and observed Wang Wenxiu with great curiosity, realizing that Wang Wenxiu's age was a few years older than theirs, but a few years younger than Long's sister Lin Yuyu and Dr. Yi Qinglu. One could say it is. And again, one can see some youthful boyishness and some maturity. At 22 years old, it's simply the most mature and beautiful time for a woman. Just graduated from college, not yet deep into the world, but no longer a student out of the kind of childishness. Chen Lixia asked directly to Wang Wenxiu, "Sister, where are you from? Wow, you look so pretty." Li Mange also said, "The skin is so white, tender and smooth, even I'm envious." Chen Ziyi said, "Sister must have been a school beauty in school before, right? Which school did you graduate from?" Wang Wenxiu was a bit shy being seen by the crowd and whispered, "I graduated from the acting department of the Haicheng Art Academy." The crowd revealed an expression like that. No wonder she looks so pretty. So she's a big sister from the acting department. It doesn't even compare to those big stars. If the doomsday hadn't erupted, I'm afraid my sister would have become a big star, too, right? Too bad. What a pity. If it wasn't for the outbreak of Armageddon, could we have met such a powerful man as Liu Yang's husband? I'd say we're pretty lucky. Don't say things like it's a pity. Yes, 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 yes. To be able to meet husband Liu Yang is the greatest fortune of our lives. Seeing the crowd's discussion, Liu Yang also began to scan this future big star Wang Wenxiu, and the other party's information appeared inside his mind. Name, Wang Wenxiu. Height, 170. Weight, 55. Bust, a pair of C+. Appearance score, 95. Body score, 96. Charge count, 0. After seeing the other party's message, Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. Worthy of being a future big star? This body and this look are superb. Although it was said that the bust was only C+, but it was already very good. For the stars it was not the bigger the better. And although the size of C+ appeared to be a little small amongst the women in the teacher's dormitory, it had actually surpassed the average of the women in the Divine Dragon Empire. Most people actually just be around. It's just that Liu Yang was lucky that the women he met were larger women who were suitable for having children. Liu Yang licked his lips. He hadn't forgotten his promise to boss Wang and the others. Will definitely take care of their sister hard. Fulfill that promise tonight, she said to Wang Wenxiu. You first find a room to stay and rest for a while. Later eat dinner together. Eat dinner and take a shower. Come find me in my room. I'll have a good chat with you. As soon as she heard these words, Wang Wenxiu immediately blushed. A man and a woman, dry humping, chatting inside a room. Any fool knows what will happen. Although she had never experienced the affairs of men and women, how could she not understand Liu Yang's hints? She nodded shyly, saying, "Okay, Liu Yang husband." Wang Wenxiu reference chart. After dinner, Wang Wenxiu went to take a shower. Liu Yang then went back inside his room to rest. At the same time start thinking about it. He himself had raised the school's fence to 20 meters, forming a solid sanctuary, but because of this school was now too conspicuous. And when others looked at it, they could tell that it wasn't an ordinary school, and it was expected that there would be more and more people who wanted to invade in the future. Granted, he now has the ability to fly beyond twice the speed of sound, and even if he collects supplies within 10 kilometers, he can make it back within 15 seconds. But Liu Yang still felt something was wrong. What if the enemy was able to invade inside in 15 seconds? So this school needs to step up. Anyway, he had the steel control skill, so the big deal was to put a mesh cover over the entire school. That way the enemy just never gets in. Lu Yang had enough confidence in his steel, the hardest steel in the world. Even a missile bombardment wouldn't necessarily be able to blast through it. By then the entire school area will be truly solid gold, without a single breaking point. Any more powerful invaders can only look at me, Lu Yang, and look at the ocean. After making this decision, Lu Yang was ready to do it tomorrow. And just at that moment, there was a knock on the door of his room. Knock, knock, knock. Then Wang Wenxiu's voice came from outside the door. Hubby, people have finished bathing, washed white and cleaned everywhere. Come to chat with you yo. Lu Yang's mind was also pulled back. Not bad for a woman controlled by her soul. It's just more relaxed than other women. Very well, let yourself have a good chat with this future big star today about life, ideals, and the future of mankind, he said to the door. Come in. Squeaky. The door opened. Wang Wenxiu, who had already changed into a rising silk nightgown, walked in. The perfect body was shown in that private nightgown. Very seductive. The white, smooth skin, flickering, looked as if it could be pinched out of the water. The proud greatness of her chest was not very large, but it was very firm and perfect. Looking at Lu Yang, he gulped straight. Not bad for a future actress. Ecological physique. A knit smile are full of unspeakable temptation and charm. It is assumed that their walk and even the expression of their smiles are professionally trained. Tonight, let Lu Yang train the expression management that she hasn't learned yet, to make her can't help but show a happy expression. So Lu Yang patted his bed and said, come on, come up and sit down and we'll both have a nice chat. Wang Wenxiu nodded with a red face, saying, okay, husband. Outside the door, Li Mengyao and the others revealed envious expressions. Said the man, I wanted to go and chat too. Unfortunately, Lu Yang's husband had to say we were pregnant. Li Mange also said, that's right, who gets pregnant in one go? I'm not an easy to conceive body. Chen Lixia said, it's said that even if you get pregnant, it doesn't affect you, right? You can still have that right? On the second day, early in the morning, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. At this time, Wang Wenxiu was still lying by Lu Yang's side, falling into a deep sleep, with a satisfied face. Obviously, Lu Yang chatted with her last night, and the conversation made her happy. It also gave her the pleasure a woman should have. Lu Yang got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. It flew straight out of the window and into the high altitude of the school. A thought followed him immediately. The steel inside the storage space that had been collected by him began to pour out. It gathered into a huge netting, which then covered the entire school, connecting with the surrounding fence to form a shield without any breakthrough points. This time the entire school had been solidly protected by Lu Yang. Intruder? Even if there were more intruders, they wouldn't be able to get in. At this time, the women also looked through the window and saw what Lu Yang had done, and each of them revealed a shocked expression. What is Lu Yang's husband doing? Oh, it's too powerful, isn't it? The whole school is covered with a metal net. Now even flying zombies won't be able to invade our school. That's awesome. We can go out and be free again from now on? Not bad for a husband, so handsome. The women expressed great joy, because yesterday Lu Yang said that there was an invasion outside the school. Let them go out and move around as little as possible these days. I didn't expect the second day. Lu Yang's husband just put a shield on the school. Now, there's no breaking point for any invasion, so to speak. After doing all this, Lu Yang directly started flying towards the outside of the school. The moment he got close to that metal net in the middle of the sky, it automatically opened a gap, allowing him to fly out, and when he did it automatically closed again. The skill of metal control allowed Lu Yang to fence off the entire school without having to leave doors open, in which case there would be no place for others to invade. The switches were all controlled by his mind. After securing the school, Lu Yang could start collecting the area 10 kilometers away. After all, it had been almost a month since the outbreak of the end times, and the 10-kilometer area near the school had long since been harvested by Lu Yang. Those big supermarkets, shopping malls, and even food markets didn't escape Lu Yang's scraping. The only way to gather supplies is to go further afield. Lu Yang flew all the way through the air. Shortly after flying just 10 kilometers out of range, suddenly two figures were seen running underground. Lu Yang slowed down his flight speed to take a closer look, discovering that it was a female who was actually chasing a man. At the same time, both of them were extremely fast, surpassing ordinary people, even twice as fast as Lu Yang during his time as a physical education student. Meanwhile, that one man was very rugged looking, with a beard running down his face. Not a good person at first glance, but the woman chasing him behind him was petite, the greatness of her breasts surging as she ran. Definitely a good woman for birth. This caught Lu Yang's attention. He watched the two carefully from the air. He saw the man run into the middle of an alley, and the woman followed closely behind. Yet this alley is a dead end. There was no road left at the end of the run. Eventually the man stopped steps, turned his head, panting as he looked at the woman. The woman, on the other hand, pointed at the man and said, "There's no way for this kid to run. Is there? Behave yourself and come back to the authority with me. Maybe we can even get a reduced sentence." Unexpectedly the man was spitting. Said, yuck, it's already the end of the world. Who cares about that authority of yours, now that the order has collapsed? It's already the era of our altered beings. I advise you to stop meddling. The authority? Alien? After hearing the conversation between these two people, Liu Yang revealed a very interested expression. Then he directly turned on his stealth skill and slowly landed, coming to the side of the two people. The other party didn't even notice him. Liu Yang, on the other hand, watched these two people from a close distance and listened to their conversation. It was a shock to see that woman up close, but I was surprised to see that she was even more beautiful. Not only was her body in good shape, but her face didn't have a single blemish, and her skin was white and tender, like a baby's, so that people couldn't wait to want to pinch it. There's also a unique aura about her that's different from ordinary women. It looks more powerful, competent, and attractive than the average woman. At this moment, after the woman heard the man's words, she directly said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have no choice but to be impolite. You're just a D-level alien. You don't think you're my opponent, do you? Behave yourself and you may still suffer less. Otherwise, if you toast me, I'll have to use strong-arm tactics to catch you." Hearing that beautiful woman's threat, the big man didn't show a panicked expression, but instead revealed a light smile. Coldly said, "Of course I know is not your opponent, so how can I be alone to provoke you? The reason why I ran to this dead alley inside is to lure you over? You think it is I am desperate? Actually, it's you who's desperate. He. After saying that, the other party showed an evil smile on his face. At the same time, behind the woman, two more burly men stepped out and blocked her retreat. At the same time, the faces of the two burly men showed an unkind expression. Speaking, "High and mighty official authority beauty. The three of my brothers are going to have a good time with you next. Let's see just how much fun you official alter egos have playing with you. Don't worry, we won't let you die until we play with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Look how erect her proud greatness is. It's so refreshing to think about. I still prefer her long straight white legs for me to play with for a year. I love his cherry mouth. I wonder how much contrast it gives when she screams across her throat later. Female search officer, huh? Ha. The three burly men surrounded the woman with a bad smile on their faces and walked towards her step by step. A look of panic finally appeared on the woman's face. There was no one here who was his opponent in a single fight, but if the other three were together, then he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Missed the boat. I didn't expect to fall for the other side's ploy to lure the enemy in. Originally, he thought he could catch the other side, but he didn't expect to be led into the middle of the encirclement by the other side. This is bad. This is really bad. If these three criminals had caught them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Maybe they'll play them alive. A somewhat desperate expression appeared on the beauty's face at the thought of this. She gritted her teeth and looked around, wanting to look for an opportunity to retreat. However, she realized that this was a dead end. The buildings on both sides were as high as a dozen floors. There was no place to run. Damn it! What an abomination! For one's carelessness may not only lose one's innocence, but even one's life. Seeing the woman's behavior, the three burly men showed a bad smile on their faces as they walked towards the woman. "What's wrong, my female searching officer Sama? Why do you have a panicked look on your face? You know you're scared now, don't you? What did you do earlier? You didn't used to get cocky in front of us and whisk us around the world. Now kneel down and serve our brothers well. Then we won't kill you, take you away and make you our woman. What do you think of this offer? Otherwise, when we use force, you'll be missing arms and legs." The beauty showed an angry expression and said, "Damn it, the authority won't let you go." The man laughed and said, Hey, talk as if your authority will leave us alone if we don't fuck you? You still chased us for hundreds of kilometers and didn't let us go? We are psychics. What's wrong with killing a few hundred ordinary people? What's the difference between the lives of ordinary people and ants in the post-apocalyptic world? We can just trample them to death. If you don't like them, just kill them. Those ordinary people are only worthy of licking our feet and serving us as slaves. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, you perverts. He. That's really true. We are perverts. Next we're going to use all the perverted methods on your body. We're going to play with you from the inside out, so you can feel our perversions," the men said and rushed straight towards the woman, attacking her. The woman immediately countered. The 1-on-3 fight was surprisingly hot, and the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage for a short period of time, but she hadn't been beaten by her opponent to the point where she had no defense. Liu Yang was watching all this stealthily from the side and was tisking in his heart. The strength of these Xenos is pretty good. reaching twice the strength of ordinary people. That female alien is even more powerful, able to fight against 3 people at the same time. But unfortunately, under the siege of 3 people, she'll only last another 3 minutes at most before she loses. Fruity. A few minutes later, that beautiful woman was unable to defeat the 3 of them and was kicked by one of the strong men and fell to the ground. When she wanted to get up again, she was held by another strong man with a knife on her neck, finally subdued by the other side. The faces of the 3 burly men showed a smug expression, satisfied with a grim smile on their faces, and said, "Hey, hey, female searching officer Sama, it's showtime for the 3 brothers next, you just bear it well." The woman revealed an expression of despair and said viciously, "Damn it, kill me if you have the guts, or else our authority will finish you all off." At this point she just wanted to die with one mind, because she knew that being captured by these 3 men could be worse than dying alive. Hell knows what kind of perverted torture these 3 would suffer. One of the burly men said, "It's not that easy to die, we'll kill you after the 3 of us get tired of playing with you and rotting, he. Until then you'll be our slave." However, he had just finished his words. There was a sudden crack in the air. Immediately after, bang! With a muffled sound, his head instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The other 2 burly men were directly taken aback. "Holy shit, there's a sniper! Take cover!" The 2 rolled on the ground extremely comically and hid behind a pillar. At this time, Lu Yongren said in a cold voice, "Dare to open a yellow mouth to my woman. I think you are looking for death." As soon as they heard this voice, the one beautiful woman, and the other 2 living big men were startled, because they heard this voice ringing out right beside them, yet they couldn't see anyone. "It's payday. How can I spend such a huge amount of money, ha 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 ha." The 3 men were dumbfounded at the same time. It's like a paranormal event in broad daylight. Being able to hear each other but not see the figure? Is this a ghost? And it's a very vicious ghost that blows people's heads off as soon as it arrives. Terrible. It's just horrible. This fear of the unknown is the most frightening of all. The other person kills you and you don't even know where they are, what they look like, or what their powers are. It's like divine punishment coming down from heaven. A big man hid behind a pillar and poked out half an eye, his tone trembling as he screamed into the air. "Are you a human or a ghost? Come out if you have the guts. Don't pretend to be a ghost. We have no grudge against you. Why are you killing us?" Lu Yang sneered and directly showed his figure. The other party's eyes widened after seeing Lu Yang's handsome and tall figure. He exclaimed too, "It was you who killed our companion? You are also an alien? Your alien ability is stealth?" The other big man called out, "This brother, we have no grievances, and we have never met before. Why should we make things difficult for each other? Why don't you let us both go, and this woman will be yours. What do you think?" Before Lu Yang could say anything, the woman dressed as a search officer had already started to speak. "No way, these people are all unforgivable people. In the end times they don't even treat other ordinary people as human beings. Whether it's those who mess with them or those who don't mess with them, they will all be killed by them. If it's a woman, the consequences will be even worse. Being played alive by them. Can't let them go." Hearing the woman's words, the 2 big men revealed another cold smile and said, "How dare you scream? You woman, if it wasn't for his appearance, you would have already been played to death by us. Count yourself lucky. But after falling into his hands, I guess you can't escape the fate of being played to death. In the end times, which alien is not perverted, possessing strength much more powerful than ordinary people, and without the constraints of law and morality? It's now or never if you don't pervert." His companion also chimed in, "That's right, that's right. In the end times, only fools don't do whatever they want. Those ordinary people, aren't they just for us altered users to use for fun? Including you. You are also for us men to play with. Look at your breasts, your legs and your waist. It really makes people feel good just thinking about it. Unfortunately, we can't play it anymore. We can only look at it. Think about it. Pity. Brother, this woman is for you. We leave first. See you later." With that he gave Lu Yang a hug and turned around with his companion and left. Looking at the defenseless backs of the 2 men, Lu Yang, however, let out a cold laugh. "How dare you molest my woman in front of me? You guys think you can still walk like this?" Lu Yang elegantly waved his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds came. Those 2 people instantly turned into headless corpses, straightening up and falling to the ground. The beautiful woman next to him who saw the scene was simply stunned. With trembling lips, he said, "What in the world are you? You, how come you are so strong? Could it be that you're the legendary S-class alien? What level are you? Don't kill me. I'm a member of the official End Times Creature Management Bureau. You can join us. With your strength, you will definitely be reused by the organization." Facing her words, Lu Yang just revealed a light smile, then took a step towards the other party. That beautiful woman saw Lu Yang walking over. The whole person was scared silly and kept backing up and backing up. In the end, the plump ass dangled and hit the wall of the alley. She can't back out. The beauty's face had long since lost that expression of a strong female elite, and instead showed a look of incomparable fear. For Lu Yang, she was even more afraid than even those three big men. The three big men were the targets she had been chasing, so she at least knew enough about them to know that they were perverts and prepare herself. But this young man looked sunny and handsome, but the contemptuous smile on his face was chilling. Maybe he's the real clothes horse? Those three big men. But in front of his own face was exploded head. This young man, kill people, simply do not even blink. Arriving in front of the beautiful woman, Lu Yang opened his mouth, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was a shocking statement. He spoke, "Be my woman. Force you if you don't agree. You still have to be my woman. Lin Momo. Be good and submit." Ha! The beauty froze instantly. How could she not expect the other party to know her name? And the moment she opened her mouth, she wanted to be his woman. Which is also too shameless some right? How did you know my name? Lin Mo asked in disbelief. Lu Yang smiled and said, "I not only know your name, I also know that your height is 1 meter 68, weight 51, bust is a pair of D. At the same time, you are already 21 years old, you have not had a boyfriend, still a yellow flower girl, very suitable for having a child with me. Is it the initiative to have a child with me, or to let me force you to have a child with me? You choose yourself." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Momo's entire body was dumbfounded. How could he not expect the other party to know so much information about himself? And, moreover, every item was accurate. She turned to Lu Yang and asked, "You, what exactly are you? Why do you know my information? Have you investigated me? What do you want?" Lu Yang said expressionlessly, "What do I want? Didn't I tell you from the beginning? Whether you want me to use force or you volunteer. Your choice. My patience has a limit. I ask you, are you willing to be my woman?" Ah, this question directly dumbfounded Lin Mori. It's been less than 3 minutes since we met, and you're asking yourself if you're willing to be his woman? What a pushin' man. But if you don't agree, if the other party wants to use force, you don't have the ability to resist. Moreover, if he didn't show up, he might have been raped by the three fugitives, and the other party saved his life. As if there was nothing wrong with giving his life in return. And the other guy was young, tall, handsome and strong. With him that seems not very disadvantageous. Maybe even a little profit. Thinking of this, Lin Momo red face, ghostly nodded, said, "Willing. To be willing, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. The other party has voluntarily become your woman. Obtaining the system reward, the storage space alien ability level +1 level." After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was happy. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, it really worked. Originally, he thought he needed to use soul control to make the other party just annoyed, but he didn't expect that just by asking. The other party agreed? Is my charm so strong now? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. What an annoyance it is to be good looking. P.S. Very happy to be able to meet you all here on the first day of the dragon year. Lemon wish you all a prosperous dragon year. Wishing you all the best. During the new year is too busy to keep a steady update. The next may have to be a chapter a day. So send a selfie to offset the 10 shifts. Ha 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 ha. Thank you all for your gifts, which are several times more than even my manuscript fee. They are much appreciated and I wish you all a happy new year. Ha 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 ha. Lammergeier reference chart. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was very happy. The storage space has been upgraded another level, so you can fit more supplies again. And this woman is also very pretty, has a very good body, and is still the only alien among all of Lu Yang's women. Looking at her physical fitness, she was at least twice the size of an ordinary person. It should be able to withstand my output perfectly, right? Looks like we're going to have a nice chat with her tonight. But before talking to her there was the matter of asking her about the so-called shifters, and whatever information the authority had. So Lu Yang said to Lin Momo, "Come and call out to your husband to listen to it. Then, tell me a little bit about what's going on with you Xenos." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Momo reddened her face, showing a shy expression. She couldn't figure out for herself why the two had met for only a few minutes before the other became her husband. And it's still his own personal promise. Aha! So shy. I'm crazy. She felt her face burning. It must have reddened into a ripe apple by now. But shy as she was, she still whispered, "Old husband, that. Next I'll give you some information about our end times biological authority." In fact, our end times biological authority was already established before the outbreak of the end times. And at that time we were called the Alter Ego Authority. Once we found out about Alterans, We have to control them and not let them jeopardize society. And since our control targets are Alterans, all the members inside our authority are also Alterans. Listening to the other party's words, Lu Yang revealed a puzzled expression. What exactly is an alien? It already existed before the outbreak of the end times? Lin Mo said with some doubt. Husband, aren't you also a shifter? Don't you know? Or is it that you've only just been awakened not long ago, so you don't understand it yet? Lu Yang nodded and said, yes, I was only awakened after the outbreak of the end times, and I haven't encountered an alien before. Oh, Lin Mori nodded, then continued, Alterans existed before the outbreak of the end times, but the number of Alterans in the past was relatively small, and it seems that after the outbreak of the end times the number of awakened ones has increased, and it's more difficult to control them. After all, the end of the world broke out. The order is chaotic. The aliens are running around. Ordinary people are no match for the aliens, and there are some perverted aliens that play with ordinary people like toys, and kill them when they're done playing with them, such as these 3 perverts that you took out. That's why these people need to be controlled, and that's what we at the authority do. Once there are those shifters who kill innocents indiscriminately, we will arrest them and put them in jail, or even at the death penalty. Lu Yang asked, then what do you guys mean by that? After the outbreak of the end times, it changed from the Altered Beings Administration to the Doomsday Creatures Administration? Because of the outbreak of the end times, the Alterans are no longer the only ones who need to be controlled. This end times is not as simple as we think. Even I don't know too much. I only know that after the outbreak of the end times virus, in addition to the appearance of zombies, there are also some strange mutated creatures, and even some creatures from other worlds. Maybe this post-apocalyptic virus doesn't belong to our planet originally, but came from other planets, and along with this virus, there are also creatures from other planets as well. If you want to know more, you can come back inside the authority with me. With your strength you'll easily be reused, and you'll definitely be able to get more information than me. Lin Mo started pulling the wool over Lu Yang's eyes again. After seeing Lu Yang's strength again, she understood that this person Lu Yang was definitely not simple. Even within the authority, it was a very rare leader. If he was really able to bring him back to the authority, he would definitely be heavily rewarded by the organization. Lu Yang, after listening to the other party, said, I am also somewhat interested in your authority, and even more interested in those post-apocalyptic creatures, and if there are alien women, then it would be even better. And if you want me to go back to the authority with you, it's not impossible. It depends on how you sleep. Serve me. Listening to Lu Yang's words, Lin Mori instantly had a small blush on her face. Sleepwear and whatnot is not impossible, but this is always a little bad in broad daylight. Oops, it's so shy, she stammered. Even if we want to talk, we have to wait until nighttime, right? It's broad daylight here, and there's no room, and there may be zombies nearby. How can we talk? And what if the sound of chatter attracts walkers? I don't want it. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Yang was confidently smiling and said, too shy in the open air? It's okay, that's fine. He took a big swing. The steel inside the space was instantly released by him, making a huge iron room. Seeing the iron room that appeared out of thin air, Lin Maxian's mouth suddenly opened wide in disbelief. Isn't this guy stealthy? And how did this iron room come out? Is he a shifter or a wizard? Even if they were psychics, they couldn't disobey the conservation of mass. Could they? How could they change things out of thin air? Couldn't figure it out. Lin Maxian really couldn't figure it out. And after she took a closer look at what that room looked like, that beautiful pretty face reddened even more, for she saw that the room, surprisingly, looked like an interrogation room, and not just any interrogation room. It felt like the kind of interrogation room where torture was used. She looked at Lu Yang in puzzlement and said, what do you mean by changing an interrogation room? Lu Yang said, aren't you a search officer? Often catch criminals back for interrogation. For the interrogation room you should be very familiar with it. I want to be a familiar environment. It will make it easier for you to relax. This reason should be very good, right? That's a good reason, isn't it? I'm doing this for your sake. A female search officer is a perfect match for an interrogation room. Lu Yang licked his lips. It's time to talk to each other about methods and techniques of interrogating enemies. The steel door of the interrogation room instantly caved in on his one thought. So, he held Lin Mo's small waist with one hand and said, let's go. Let's go inside and have a good chat about how you interrogate your enemies and how you make them surrender faster. Ah, Lin Mo had a red face, startled by Lu Yang's waist-wrapping action. Her heart started to thump. So the two walked into the middle of the interrogation room. Lu Yang thought. The door of the interrogation room instantly closed. 2 hours later Lu Yang ended his exchange with Lin Mo. With a wave of his hand, the entire iron house was once again taken inside his space. At this moment, Lin Maxian's face was flushed. and she also showed an expression of intent. Talking to Lu Yang's husband and all that was such a delight. If I had known this, why did I squirm just now? She said to Lu Yan with a red face. Hubby, can you come back to the authority with me now? I did have fun talking to you, and you're moist, but I'll reconsider going to the authority with you or something. Lu Yan doesn't know too much about this authority yet, and with the outbreak of the end times, he's killed a lot of people. What if this authority pursues the matter and arrests himself as well? It always felt like going to the authority would give you some information about the end times, but it's also pretty risky. So Lu Yang was a little hesitant. At this time Lin Momo saw Lu Yang's hesitation. She hurriedly said, there are still many beautiful girls inside our management bureau, more moist than Neo. Ha! Lu Yang instantly brightened up and then said, alright then, let's go now. Girls or whatever, I don't care. I mainly want to go to your authority to chat. Lin Moxian nodded with a bad smile, said, good husband. Of course I know you. One look at you is that you are not close to women. Good husband. He. Lu Yang asked, where is your authority? How should we get there? Lin Mori replied, our authority's base camp is in the White City. It's just over 100 kilometers away from here. I received the news that these criminals are in this city, so I came to hunt them down. And for the sake of these criminals, I flew a helicopter. But before I go back, I have to take a picture of these criminals and eliminate their wanted list. So Lin Mo took out her cell phone and took a picture of the 3 criminals who had their heads blown off. Immediately afterward, he operated on top of his cell phone. With a happy expression on his face, he said, the wanted notice was successfully eliminated. Gained 3 military merits. Ha, got rich. These 3 military merits were gained by myself. I don't have to share them with the squad. Thanks to my husband, I was able to get the credit. After saying that, she directly pounced over and gave Lu Yang's face a wave of kisses. In the face of a beautiful woman's kiss, Lu Yang was very flattered. After a few seconds of reminiscing, he spoke. You're so young for a girl to be flying an airplane? Of course I will. I have become a psychic in the peace era, and have received key training from the authority. The use of firearms, and airplane and tank piloting, are all mandatory to learn, and the speed at which a psychic learns new things is also twice as fast as an ordinary person. So they can learn even faster. Lin Momo said with great pride. Lu Yang nodded and said, but the helicopter is too slow. It's better for me to take you there. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Momo revealed an unbelievable expression and said, helicopters are still slow? In the last days road traffic has been paralyzed. It's all jammed up. Abandoned cars can only rely on air traffic. Helicopters are already the best means of transportation. It's something that only the officials have. Lu Yang directly waved his hand. A thin layer of metal armor had wrapped around Lin Moxian's body. Looking at the layer of metal armor, Lin Mo was taken aback. Isn't hubby's power invisible? What about this armor? However, before her doubts could be resolved, the next second her entire body had begun to slowly rise up in the air. Aha! Lin Mori let out a scream. I, how am I flying? Help! It's going to fall to death. How come it's still flying higher and higher? Hubby save me. I'm so scared. She just asked her husband for help. However, she realized that Lu Yang had already flown next to her with a confident smile on his face. Speaking to her, he said, what are you afraid of? It's me who made you fly. There's something more exciting next. I'm going to let you experience the real feeling of flying up to the clouds. Flying into the clouds? Lin Mori's small face blushed. I thought to myself, this Lu Yang's husband wouldn't want to have a second fight in the air, would he? Yet before she had time to look back, the next second, boom, with a loud bang, her entire body had broken through the sound barrier and was flying forward at more than twice the supersonic speed. That is, there is the package of Lu Yang's metal armor. Otherwise such a fast speed, even as an adept she can definitely not stand it. Enough to make her ascend to heaven. But even if her own body wouldn't feel the discomfort, the change in the scene in front of her and the extremely fast speed of the flight made her heart beat faster to the extreme. Foamy as seductive cherry mouth, issued a trembling voice. Old husband, wait, slow down. Stop. Too fast. I can't stand it. Lu Yang however smiled and said, it's fine. The first time is a little bit uncomfortable. Later on, after more times, you'll get used to it, and you'll even feel great. Maybe you'll fall in love with this feeling of flying at extreme speed, flying at supersonic speed. Don't you feel like a superwoman? I just feel scared. Lu Yang said, it's okay. The first time which women will be afraid of. Later get used to it. More than 100 kilometers from Baekseong, Lu Yang flew at twice the supersonic speed. It takes only 100,000 divided by 680 is equal to 147.0588824 seconds. That's less than 2.5 minutes to get there, and it would take an hour to fly a helicopter. This was the difference between Lu Yang and an ordinary alien. At a distance of 2 kilometers from White City, Lu Yang directly landed with Lin Momo. At this moment, Lin Momo's face was pale, as if she was still in the middle of her flight and had not returned to her senses. Lu Yang smiled and patted the other party's back, saying, "Is everything alright?" "No, it's fine. It's just that it flew too fast, making me a little bit uncomfortable." "Husband, you can't take me to fly so violently next time," Lin Momo said with some panic. Lu Yang nodded, saying, "Next we walk to your base camp, because I don't want to expose my ability in advance. You also have to keep it a secret for your husband, okay?" Lin Momo nodded her head and said, "Don't worry hubby, I definitely won't expose your information. We've already had such an intimate relationship, and I'll be your woman from now on, so how could I possibly do something unfavorable to you?" Lin Momo had fully realized how powerful Lu Yan was since her exchange with him, and after seeing him fight, at the same time, he had been completely convinced by Lu Yang. Such a powerful man is definitely the best thing to rely on in the middle of the end times. Even within the official authority, she couldn't find a stronger object than Lu Yang. Who doesn't love a slugger? Especially one as handsome and fierce as Lu Yang. This Lu Yang husband would be the dream of 1 billion teenage girls if he were in the peace era. I wonder how many starstruck teenage girls are going to kill themselves over him. That's good. Lu Yang nodded. So he and Lu Momo started walking together towards the inside of the White City. Following behind Lin Momo, Lu Yang walked into the middle of the End Times Creature Management Bureau's base camp. Along the way ran into a lot of the authority. The people inside, they all threw friendly smiles at Lin Momo, and when they saw Lu Yang, they all revealed a curious gaze and asked Lin Momo, "Momo, finally back. Did that fugitive get caught? Foamy, where's your teammate? Why did you bring a handsome guy back? I don't think I've seen him before. Who is this handsome guy? Mamoru, introduce him." Lin Momo in the official end of the Biological Management Bureau is also one of the several goddesses, very popular with everyone. Now see Lin Momo back, those male members of the Management Bureau naturally surrounded over. As the stars surrounded her is a question. As the moon and stars. Some people looked at Lu Yang with eyes full of caution. Some are even provocative, thinking that this guy must have some other purpose in approaching Lin Mori. Can't let this guy from nowhere snatch goddess foam away. In the face of the crowd's questions, Lin Maxian's face turned red. Before he could reply, Lu Yang had already spoken. "I'm her boyfriend. If you guys used to have a crush on her, then I'm sorry. It can end now because she has become my woman and won't look at you." Lu Yang had long seen that several of the men in this group were interested in Lin Momo, and looked at himself with hostility. Then it's only fair to show some aggression yourself. At this time, Lin Momo was already her own woman, not something that any cat or dog could covet. And, later on, if there were any other beauties inside this authority, he would have to take all of them himself. Sooner or later he would become a public enemy. So why hide it? "I'm so strong, can't I do whatever I want?" As expected, the hostility on those people's faces intensified after hearing Lu Yang's words. One big man jumped out directly and pointed at Lu Yang and said, "Kid, what do you mean? Don't you know that Momo is one of the several goddesses of our authority? How many people have pursued her and she hasn't even agreed? Who do you think you are? You said you're her boyfriend right away? You're so thick-skinned. Besides, how can you be her boyfriend? Did you ask me? Kid, I want to have a duel with you." Lu Yang slanted a glance at the other party. Taking a look at this guy as Lin Momo's licking dog. Usually only dared to crush on Lin Momo and lick it secretly. But now that you see me getting Lin Momo, your heart is unbalanced and you can't stand it, right? A boiling goat, how dare you duel with me? I'm sick of you pushing my ass, and you're talking about fighting me? That burly man saw Lu Yang's contemptuous face and became even more angry. Directly rushed towards Lu Yang, ready to strike. But I didn't expect Lin Momo to directly stop in front of Lu Yang, and aggressively said to the other side, "Li Xiong, what do you want to get into? Here is the management bureau, you dare to hit people in here? Don't you know that this is against the discipline? Moreover, the person I brought back, you even want to make a move in front of me? Do you still have me in your eyes? Do you even deserve it?" Li Xiong how did not expect their own longing for the girl at this moment to help other men, scolding themselves. He felt as if blood was dripping inside him now. Could it be that what that man said was true? That he was the boyfriend of Goddess Foamy? Don't. Not that kind of thing. No way. Absolutely no way. I don't believe it. A goddess would never look at this kind of trash. Must have been blinded and deceived by the other side. Li Xiong said to Lin Momo, "Momo, don't be fooled by him. This kid must have used some method to deceive you. He's a loser. He doesn't even dare to duel with me. What exactly do you see in him? Where is he better than me?" Hearing this, Lin Momo revealed a look of contempt. It said, "Just like this bear, You dare to compare yourself to my husband? You don't even have the qualifications to be compared to my husband. In terms of looks, my husband dumps you 18 blocks. And in terms of strength, my husband dumps you 180 blocks. Get out of the way. After hearing this sentence from Lin Mo, Lee Hae-seong completely collapsed, as if there were certain things in his heart that had been broken and could no longer be closed. And he exclaimed, Foamy you. You actually said this to me. I will never be your licking dog again. A companion next to him patted his shoulder. It said, it's really so delightful that you've been able to figure it out. Black Bear, I've been trying to remind you for a long time that licking dogs doesn't end well. Yeah, don't be a lickspittle from now on. The fact that you've come to this realization means you're still saved. Another companion said, although Lin Mori is the goddess of our authority, she can't just insult people. This is all her fault. Don't be too sad. Hearing these words from his last companion, Lee Hae-seong instantly looked at the other party angrily. I forbid you to talk about my goddess like this. She's right, it's all my fault. The companions were speechless. Didn't you just say you weren't a fucking dog licker? We advise you and you bite us back? What a licking dog. They shook their heads. It seemed very hard to persuade a licking dog to turn back. At this time, Lee Hae-seong said to Lu Yang again, kid will only hide behind a woman. What kind of ability? I don't know what method you used to deceive Muo, but I'll tell you, after meeting me today, Lee Hae-seong, you don't want to continue deceiving her anymore. Duel. I have to duel with you today. Lin Mo wanted to say something more, but Lu Yang had already stopped her and said, forget it, licking dogs are all like that. They won't turn back until they hit the south wall. Since he wants to duel with me, then I'll play with him. Lin Mo nodded her head obediently, saying, hubby, then be careful. Lee Hae-seong heard Lin Mo's words. His face showed a smug expression. His own strength foam is still very recognized. Are beginning to advise that boy to be careful. But I did not expect Lin Mo continued to say. He this guy. And no brain and no strength. Husband you must grasp the force. Do not accidentally kill him. Killed cannot be good with the secretary to explain the. Lee Hae-seong's confident expression stiffened on his face. Lu Yang heard but laughed and said. Don't worry. Can't be beaten. At most half dead. Let him lie in bed quiet for a few months. Can't get out of bed. Hearing these words, Lee Hae-seong revealed an angry expression and shouted. The boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven still dares to be arrogant. Today, I'll show you the true strength of the members of the official authority. After saying that, he directly rushed over with an arrow step, ready to make a move on Lu Yang. P.S. Thanks to the Big Brother's gift. Surprisingly, there are Big Brother to send the end of 666 and the explosion of more sprinkles. Tonight overtime to vomit blood must also 2 more. A few of his companions saw this scene and didn't stop the expression of watching the show. This new kid was too arrogant. And they were willing to see how Lee Hae-seong taught him a lesson. Lee Hae-seong is not very good at brains though, and very rough looking, but the strength is still there. On melee combat, even among the entire authority, there were not many people who were his opponents. Let this new guy see that we in the authority are not to be messed with. Don't let him be so arrogant. You think you're so cool just because you've picked up a goddess, don't you? It's just a little white boy. In the post-apocalyptic world, it's always about strength. What's the use of being good looking? Even the most handsome face will be beaten to a pig's head later. And even the most articulate mouth will be beaten to a pulp. How dare he be so arrogant when he comes to our authority? If we don't show him some color, you really think we have no one, right? They thought this in their minds. And at this time Lee Hae-seong had also rushed to Lu Yang's front. He raised his fist as big as a casserole dish and directly punched Lu Yang. Lin Moxie wasn't worried at all when she saw this scene. Lu Yang's strength he has been clear for a long time. Lee Hae-seong this kind of fighting opponent. Husband at least able to fight 10 at the same time. And Lu Yang also saw the other party's movements at this time. A light smile appeared on his face. Both speed and strength were indeed a bit stronger than Lin Mo. It was just a pity that it was still no different from a newborn baby in front of himself. 2 times more is a full 10 times worse than an average person's strength compared to their own 20 times more. All his movements were slow motion in Lu Yang's eyes. And his strength was just scratching an itch in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang wouldn't get hurt even if he stood still and let his opponent fight for a day. The opponent would just get exhausted. Sure, Lu Yang wouldn't be so stupid as to stand still and obediently let his opponent fight. Just when Lee Hae-seong's fist was about to touch Lu Yang, he backhanded him with a slap, and with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, he instantly slapped Lee Hae-seong away. Pop! Only to see Lee Hae-seong's body spinning in the air like a gyroscope, then collapsed to the ground with a bang. That 200-plus-pound body was actually sent flying over 10 meters away by the seemingly easy slap from the bull goat. Lee Hae-seong, who had fallen to the ground, had one side of his face swollen high, and blood began to flow out of the corners of his mouth non-stop. The whole person was already unconscious and directly fainted. Seeing this scene, the few companions next to him were directly dumbfounded. Old Black, what's wrong with you? Black Bear? Holy shit. Straight up fainted. Black Bearly is known for his thick skin and strong defense. While on a mission, he's never been knocked unconscious. My god, is that slap so powerful? At this moment all of their eyes changed when they looked at Liu Yang. This guy is too strong. A seemingly light slap slapped the Black Bear half to death. Still so handsome, still so young, and so strong. Isn't this a natural corkscrew's life? No wonder Lin Mori was dead to him. If I were a woman, I'd be all over him. God is so unfair. Why are some people so ugly and some so handsome? Some so low in strength and some so strong? The key thing is that being handsome and being strong can be in the same person. What's the point of this? In times of peace there were at least legal restrictions on monogamy. This comes to the end of days. Wouldn't this kind of man be the object of all women's affection? Marry hundreds of wives? No problem changing one every day? Jealousy. It's really jealous. At this moment, Liu Yang also cast an icy look at them and asked at them, "Does anyone else want to challenge me?" The guys shook their heads repeatedly. "No more, no more. I don't want to. We're taking the Black Bear with us." Those few companions hurriedly carried the fainted Black Bear on their backs and left in a hurry. Can't mess with it. Can't mess with it. As soon as Liu Yang made a move, the other party had realized that Liu Yang's strength was not something they could fight against. No wonder he was able to rule the goddess Lin Maxian into submission. So it turned out to be a super strong person. However, there was no shortage of strong people within the authority, and if he really met the top-ranked authority members, hey, when the time came, there would naturally be someone to clean him up. We, members of the D and C ranks, should not get involved. Just wait and watch the show. We don't need to take the lead at this time. Just let the A-ranked S-ranked ones step up. So they decided not to mess with Liu Yang anymore. Seeing them leave, Liu Yang felt a little bored. Speaking to Lin Mo said, "Your official management bureau doesn't seem to have much strength. I've only made a slight move to scare them away. It's a bit boring." Lin Mo said, "That Black Bear is SC level 50 plus points alien. The remaining ones are also C level ranked after 50. There are even D level now. Even inside the authority, they are the lowest level members. Naturally they are not Liu Yang's husband's opponents. There's a hierarchy of members of the authority?" This made Liu Yang feel a bit curious as he turned to Lin Mo and asked, "So what rank are you?" Lin Maxian said, "I'm a C rank here. Ranked a bit further back than that Black Bearly. I'm in the 60s. So how do you guys rank this? How much can I rank if it were me?" Liu Yang asked with some interest. Lin Mo said, "In peacetime there are already the existence of the aberrants. And the aberrants are globally controlled. After all, the aberrants are literally a descending blow to the ordinary people. And if there are aberrant criminals escaping to other countries, they may cause great harm to the ordinary people of the other countries. So, they had a unique, independent ranking control system, and as long as they were tested, they were able to be on the alien ranking, and all the tested aliens in the world were on that list. With Liu Yang's husband's strength, that's definitely S-class. As for being the number 1 S-class, I can't say. At least it's within the 100th place? Can you guys test here? If some alien hasn't been tested, wouldn't there be no information about him or his strength ranking?" Liu Yang asked curiously. Lin Mo replied, "There is indeed this kind of untested situation. We call that kind of alien as wandering alien. They haven't been certified by the official strength, and they can't work for the official. Even some bodyguard jobs, mercenary jobs are needing strength certification now. The higher you ranked, the more you would be paid. So most exalted would voluntarily ask for a test to get on the rankings when they found out they were awakened. Unless it's because you don't want to reveal your identity as a shifter, but want to use your powers for something illegal and criminal instead of a legitimate job." Liu Yang nodded. "Very well, take me to the test next. I also want to see what my ranking really is." "Aha, okay hubby." Lin Mo nodded happily. When the husband finished his test, he would definitely get a very good ranking, and by then, those sisters of his would be envious of themselves. "I can't believe I found such a powerful husband. He. The two walked and talked. It was soon outside the office of the director of the authority. Lin Mo directly knocked on the door and led Liu Yang inside. With hair that was already gray, the director of the authority had a somewhat curious expression on his face the moment he saw Liu Yang and asked Lin Mo, "Who is this?" Lin Mo said, "Director, this is the alien I met when I was on a mission. His name is Liu Yang. Originally I was besieged by those 3 fugitives. It was him who saved me. He is very strong. So I want to introduce him to the director to get to know him." A warm smile appeared on the director's face as he said to Liu Yang, "Oh, strong in strength? Our authority is very short of talents right now. Little brother, you want to join our authority, right? I am the director of the End Times Biological Authority. My name is Chen Kuliang. You can call me Bureau Chen. Originally, their authority was fairly well staffed in times of peace. After all, the number of aliens was small. There are even fewer shifters who commit crimes. After most of the aliens are awakened, once they are discovered by the officials, the authority will immediately find them and let them enter their personal information to test their strength. And if their strength is okay, they will be absorbed into the authority. And if their strength is not okay, they will be controlled. So they will go back and not do anything that is treacherous or illegal. But now that the post-apocalyptic world has erupted, the number of aberrants has been greatly boosted. And the number of people awakening and the chances of awakening are getting bigger and bigger. And in addition to managing the aberrants who are committing crimes, they also have to deal with the zombies, and deal with the other post-apocalyptic creatures. The name of their authority also changed from the Alien Authority to the Endbringer Authority. It can be said to be busy and extremely understaffed. If Liu Yang was really a powerful alien, the director would of course be very eager to absorb him. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang, after listening to the other party's words, but shook his head and said, "I'm not here to join you. I came here because I want to ask you some information about the end of the world, and at the same time to test my strength to see what level I can reach. Everything will wait until I finish the test. Otherwise, even if I say I'm strong, you guys won't believe me. And I also don't understand your authority yet. Of course I can't decide whether I want to join or not." After listening to Liu Yang's words, Director Chen felt that it made sense. Nodding his head, he said, "Little brother has a point. Only after determining your true strength will I be able to decide what kind of position you can hold within our authority and how high a salary you can have. Don't worry, the treatment given by our authority is absolutely the best, both in the post-apocalyptic world and in the peaceful era. Joining our authority is the ultimate dream of all psychics. Come on, I'll take you to the test next. I hope you won't let old me down." So Director Chen began to lead Liu Yang to the place where the strength test would take place. And after Liu Yang walked out of his office with Director Chen and Lin Momo, the outside had already begun to be crowded with people. The whole inside of the authority was full of rumors about him. The matter of him knocking the black bear out with a slap had long spread throughout the whole authority, and everyone wanted to come over to witness his true face. Now after seeing Liu Yang was so young and handsome, everyone was taken aback. The discussion has begun. He's the one who slapped the black bear? The black bear is SC rank 50 plus ranking. Could it be that this guy is B rank? Even B rank wouldn't dare to say that it's so easy to kill a C rank 1 in seconds. Right? If the black bear encounters an ordinary B rank strength alien, he'll be able to at least get through a few moves. Right? Could it be that he's at the top of the B rankings? Or even a rank A? A beautiful member said, "Let's not worry about what level of strength he has for now. But he's really so handsome. Look at his walking posture. He's so dignified. And the expression on his face is so resolute. He's a super strong person at first glance." Another pretty girl also said, Yes, this is too handsome. It feels even more handsome than Lu Qingsong, the 9th ranked S rank within our authority. He's going to join our authority, and from now on, he'll be the #1 male god. Don't you see that Lin Momo following him like a little fangirl? Looking at his back, her eyes are going to be drawn. The relationship between these two people is not ordinary. You don't say she's Lassie. I see such a handsome guy. I'm Lassie too. When he joins the authority, hey, I'll definitely pursue him. Didn't you see that the other Lin Moxie had already booked it? Who cares? Everyone plays fair. What if the handsome guy wants a new girlfriend or one more girlfriend? One more girlfriend is good. Since he's already agreed to one more, he should agree to another one too. Just take me away too. I can be the little one. What are you little wannabe hooves talking about? How shameless. Yo acting noble. Like you don't want to go with them. Of course I don't want to. My dream boy god is Lu Qingsong, 9th in the S class. Not this kind of empty appearance of a flowery frame. What makes you say that people are Philistines? What if they are measured later and ranked higher than Lu Qingsong? Look at him that way. He's just under 20 years old. Even if he's an alien, how strong can he be? Lu Qingsong, however, has been through many battles, and has become a male god of the alien as early as 3 years ago, and has carried out hundreds of missions, and has never failed. This is the kind of male god that has passed the test of time. He's a white boy? It's estimated to be an A-class strength at most. We'll see then. Anyway, Director Chen is going to take him to the test, so we'll see. So almost everyone inside the authority began to follow behind Director Chen, ready to go and see just what strength this Liu Yang was. And Liu Yang also came to the front of the testing machine under the leadership of Director Chen. Director Chen took out a headset-like thing and handed it to Liu Yang and said, "This is the most advanced in the world, specially built for the alien testing machine. Bring this to your head. A virtual picture will appear inside your mind. There are virtual enemies inside. You can use the kills to show your own combat strength. the computer will calculate to figure out your strength, so as to give you a rating. And this one machine is globally networked. Once the test is done, your ranking is automatically displayed above all machines worldwide. Right now, the first place of the S-Class is Orwell of the White Eagle Empire. Second place is our Divine Dragon Empire's Li Guilong, but he's not in our authority. Instead, he has an important position in Dragon City. The third place is Gudo from the Little Sun Empire, and the fourth place is Paratif from the Barbarian Bear Empire. Now, you enter into this one airtight testing apparatus and put on this connector, and you can begin the test. Lu Yang nodded. From Commander Chen's hand, he took that connector and put it on his head, and he sat inside that airtight test chamber. P.S. Thanks to the Big Brother to send the end of 666 and the Big Sword. It seems that during the New Year's period 101 more lazy go out shopping and play cannot. Today continue to work overtime 2 more. The old book 1 more. 2 books add up to 3 more. Is already my limit. Can only go to play tomorrow. With the airtight test often closed, everyone could no longer see Lu Yang, and virtual images had begun to appear inside Lu Yang's mind. He entered a virtual world and came to an empty clearing. Immediately in front of the clearing, a few minotaur monsters appeared out of thin air. They were tall, with axes in their hands, and directly rushed on Lu Yang, and Lu Yang looked at his body and said, "Good high-end testing instrument," as if traveling to a new world. The feeling on top of the body is no different from that on top of the normal world. This is the legendary virtual reality game, right? I didn't realize that our technology has been able to make this kind of thing, only it's not used as a game, but as a testing tool for the alien. Very well, next, I'll go on a killing spree in this game. Lu Yang had a thought and a steel needle appeared in front of him. Very well, it seems that even inside a virtual game, my system and the abilities it brings can be used. Then the next step is my Lu Yang's one-sided performance. At this time those minotaur monsters had already started to rush towards Lu Yang with their axes. Several minotaurs ran together, making a loud boom on the ground, as if even the ground began to tremble. And Lu Yang also began to discover their speed, probably reached twice the speed of ordinary people, and their strength Lu Yang has not yet tried. But look at their bodies, so strong, huge power, at least a few times that of ordinary people. It shouldn't be that easy for ordinary adepts to deal with these minotaurs, unless they were adepts with combat type adepts. Otherwise, in terms of basic physical quality, they had little advantage over these minotaurs, and would only be able to crush them with their IQ. After understanding the strength of the other party, Lu Yang no longer wasted time. With a thought, a flying needle had swiftly flown out, instantly exploding those 5 minotaur monsters. A line of text prompts appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have passed the first level using only 0.75 seconds, breaking the record for passing level 1. Now proceed to level 1. On the second level, 10 minotaurs appear. Lu Yang was somewhat speechless. With crap like minotaurs, what's the difficulty even if it's 10,000 of them? With one thought, he killed those 10 minotaurs in seconds again. Congratulations on passing level 2 today using 0.85 seconds, breaking the record for clearing level 2. Now on to level 3. Level 3, 20 minotaur. Lu Yang was somewhat speechless. Is this test too boring? A good virtual reality game and you use it to paint minotaurs? You might as well get a few female chimeras out there for me to play with. Lu Yang still killed those minotaur monsters in seconds and broke the pass again. He spiked his way to level 10. This time a line of alerts glowing red appeared in the scene before them. Attention, the next boss of level 10 is about to appear. Please be safe. At this time Lu Yang felt the ground emanating from the Epsom a moment. The entire ground began to vibrate violently. Like a spider's web of cracks began to spread into the distance. Soon a black shadow slowly rose from the ground. Seeing this sight, Lu Yang finally came to his senses. Great! Finally a boss? Hopefully this boss will give me a little difficulty. And once that boss had burrowed out of the ground in its entirety, a line of red text appeared before his eyes once more. Level 10 boss giant minotaur has appeared. Please deal with it carefully. Lu Yang was really speechless now. You don't know anything else but minotaurs, do you? Normal monsters are minotaurs and the boss is a giant minotaur? At this time the giant minotaur had already rushed towards Lu Yang, and Lu Yang had seen the strength of his opponent. The speed should reach 3 times that of an ordinary person, and a shifter is only twice as strong as an ordinary person, so he's even stronger than a shifter. Seeing that the opponent's size was over 5 meters, his strength must also be much greater than that of an alien. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary alien to defeat him. At the very least, it would have to be a powerful type of combat ability. Then, with a thought, Lu Yang instantly killed the giant minotaur in seconds. Congratulations on breaking the clearance record by defeating the giant minotaur, the boss of level 10, in only 0.5 seconds. Moving on to level 11 next. Level 11 a giant minotaur plus a regular minotaur. Lu Yang. Level 20. Super giant minotaur, plus 10 giant minotaurs. Lu Yang. After he killed the super giant minotaur in seconds, he received another alert from the game. Congratulations on the 20th level that you passed in only 0.5 seconds, breaking the clearance record. And at the same time you've become the first place on the leaderboard. Will you continue the challenge? Lu Yang froze. First place so soon? The most powerful aliens and their limit is the 20th level? A super giant minotaur plus 10 giant minotaurs? After being surprised, Lu Yang thought it was quite reasonable. After all, the supergiant minotaur had already reached 4 times the speed of an ordinary person. At the same time, their height exceeded 8 meters. Their strength was at least 10 times more than that of an ordinary person before. Coupled with their astonishing defense, it was very difficult for an ordinary alien to blow them up. It was estimated that the ones who could defeat the supergiant minotaur were already S-class Ultrans, not to mention the 10 giant minotaurs helping out on the side. It was estimated that ordinary Ultrans would be left to fend for themselves against these enemies, with their hands full. It's just a pity that Lu Yang is different from the ordinary alien. Its metal control allows him to face too many enemies and kill them in seconds with a single thought, unless the enemy can resist its metal-controlled shots. Although he had already broken the record at the 20th level and reached first place, Lu Yang still wanted to continue the challenge to see where his limit was, so he chose to continue through the pass. Level 30. An extra giant minotaur with 10 supergiant type minotaurs. Level 40. A minotaur leader with 10 extra giant minotaurs. Level 50. A minotaur lord with 10 minotaur leaders. Level 60. A minotaur king with 10 minotaur lords. Lu Yang has been fighting until the 100th level. A minotaur holy lord appeared with a group of minotaur emperors. However, it was still seconded by Lu Yang. At this time Lu Yang received a prompt from the game. Congratulations, you have become the first person to pass all the levels. There is no more test content next. You have become ranked first and can exit the test. Lu Yang couldn't help but spit out. What a garbage test renamed Minotaur Paradise. I haven't even used half of my strength yet. A steel needle directly through the 100 levels. Imagine in big boss battle of wits. And then stealth from behind to kill the boss scene? At this time, Lu Yang directly left the test game, putting down the connector. He opened the door of the test chamber and walked out. The people outside were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Yang walk out one by one. That fast? Been in there less than 10 minutes. Who didn't take hours when they first tested it? It was said that the strongest S-rank 9th ranked person inside the authority, Lu Qingsong, had spent 3 hours on the last level when he was first tested. It's entirely about grinding blood to get through. And Lu Yang ending the test so quickly can only mean that he was killed in the early stages. This is because once you are killed by the monsters inside the test game you will be forced to quit the game. No further testing can be done for a month. This is also saving testing resources. Don't give anyone else the chance to swipe the level indefinitely. The male members of the authority, who were nearby, began to show expressions of contempt. There was a flurry of talk on the sidelines. Ha 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 ha, I'm a C-ranked alien. And I tested for at least half an hour or so in the first place. This guy finished it in 10 minutes. I'm afraid the battle was D-rank? What a laugh. There are still rumors inside the bureau that he slapped Li Haixiong, but now it seems to be just luck. Maybe he's not even ranked as high as Li Haixiong. Li Haixiong is nothing more than a C-rank 50 plus punk. Even if he does defeat him, what's there to be so arrogant about? That's right, just a bumpkin, but it's just a little bit taller, a little bit more handsome and a little bit whiter. But unfortunately in the end times it's strength that is honored. What's the use of even being handsome? I just looked at it. The top 1,000 people at C rank don't have his name at all. That means he's not even at C rank. Ha ha ha, it can't be that he didn't even pass the first level, right? There's no name for him in the top 1,000 people in the D rank, either. Ha ha ha, does it mean that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be on the list? Being an unranked alien? An unranked alien is not even qualified to join our authority. And the very first requirement of our authority is to be on the list at rank D. He can't be a rank A. 10 minutes of a rank A, how perverted must that be? Impossible. If you don't believe me, let's take a look at the A rank list together. Nope. No him on the A list either. Really not on the list. Ha ha ha. Garbage. Rubbish. Little white boy. Ha ha ha. Does that mean it's S rated? Can you believe 10 minutes of S rank? If he's able to rush up to S rank in 10 minutes, I'll eat shit upside down. And it specializes in eating thin ones. That's just it. When Lu Qingsong, the 9th place winner of the S-class, but he fought for 8 whole hours in there to get the 9th place. What can he do with just 10 minutes? It's just the time it takes me to fire 3 shots. Just as the crowd was scoffing and getting high off each other's mouths, the old director next to them, that was originally pale but began to show a spirited expression. Among a pair of eagle-like eyes, there flashed a fine light that did not fit his age. His entire body was slightly trembling with excitement, and his dry hands had clenched their fists. In a very excited tone, he asked to Lin Momo next to him. Momo, you just said that this young man is called Liu Yang, right? Lin Mori was also a bit depressed. She originally thought that Liu Yang could at least achieve an S grade, but seeing that the other party only came out in 10 minutes, she also thought that Liu Yang was defeated. However, she felt that Liu Yang was only defeated because of an accident or a light enemy, as long as the next test would still be able to achieve good results. So it wasn't that she felt disappointed, it was just a bit of pity and depression. Now that the director she heard asked her words, she came back to her senses and said, "Yes, director, he is called Liu Yang." After hearing this affirmative answer, the expression on the chief's face became even more agitated. He said to the crowd, "Look at this, who's first in the S-class?" The crowd subconsciously said, "Isn't it Orwell of the White Eagle Empire? It can still be. Liu Yang. Crap, what's the situation? How did first place become Liu Yang? That name sounds like someone from our Divine Dragon Empire at first glance. Could it be that there's a new powerhouse on the list from the Dragon City side? What a bully. Wait, didn't Fomi just say that this kid's name is Liu Yang? Holy shit, he's Liu Yang. He's number one?" Those male members had shocked expressions of disbelief on their faces. The female members, on the other hand, wore expressions of surprise. "Ah ha 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 ha, cowardly ah. So he is Liu Yang husband cowardly ah. Hubby, too handsome. I want to be your woman. I must be your woman in this life. This is too awesome. 10 minutes to hit the first place in the S rank? It's really fast and furious. Whoever becomes his woman like this mustn't die of happiness. I don't care. I want to be his woman too. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Husband Liu Yang, just take us all in." Wait, you little rotten hoof. Didn't you just say that Lu Qingsong is your male god? Who is Lu Qingsong? I don't know him well. Don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid that Liu Yang's husband will make a mistake. How can the 9th place in the S-class be compared to the 1st place in the S-class? This is the number 1 in the world. The strongest among all the countries. Ha ha ha, what a flip-flop. Another pretty girl said. Where's the one who just said he was going to eat shit upside down? Didn't he say he wanted to eat thin ones? I happen to have a bit of a bad stomach lately. Do you want me to give you some poop? Hey, why are you rewarding him? Just let him produce his own. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, all of us women will look down on you. That's it. Hurry up and eat. See how you just wanted to cheat on your food and drink in the first place? That's why you said Liu Yang's husband couldn't do it. If you don't eat now, we won't let you go. Even Director Chen, who already had gray hair, looked at Liu Yang like he was looking at his first love. He hurriedly said to the person next to him, "Quickly cut off the machine's networking. Don't let this message reach the Dragon City headquarters." The person next to him replied, "It's useless. Director, this test machine is networked in real time. It can't be cut off. Not to mention the Dragon City headquarters. Other countries have already received this message." Director Chen revealed a somewhat lost expression and directly burst out, "Damn. In that case, the Dragon City side might come to ask for people again. As soon as there is a powerful psychic, they will take them away." The second-ranked S-class Li Guilong was also on Earthbinding in the beginning. Now there's another first-place Liu Yang. I'm afraid it's still hard to keep And the most important thing Secretary Chen hasn't said yet. That was Liu Yang becoming the first place in the S-class in just 10 minutes. It took Li Guilong a full 10 hours in the beginning. The difference in strength is more than just the difference of one rank. It's the difference between heaven and earth. P.S. Thanks to the support of the Big Brother. Today there are Big Brother 5 continents of the Little Red to send the end of the 666 and Big Sword. Want to be lazy can't. Really painful and happy. If this continues, I can only write a new book after the old one is finished. At this moment, a heartbroken expression appeared on Director Chen Kuliang's face. The news of Liu Yang's first-place finish has long been spread around the world. Not only did the Dragon City headquarters know about it, but other countries around the world had also gotten the news. Orwell, of the White Eagle Empire, has fallen from the no. 1 spot to no. 2. Director Chen, right now, was in the midst of his brain spinning rapidly. He wanted to think of a way how he could keep Liu Yang in the Doomsday Biological Administration, instead of being transferred by the Dragon Kingdom headquarters. However, just as he was meditating, Liu Yang had shaken his head and said with a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, "So this is the so-called alien test? It's really not challenging at all, and can only be described in 2 words, boring. Director Chen, through this test, I have begun to understand the strength of your strength. This authority can be said to have no attraction to me. So be it. However, you female members seem to like me very much. I came all the way here. You can't let me go back empty-handed." Director Chen was originally still thinking about how to be able to face the pressure from Dragon City's side and leave Liu Yang behind. But now when he heard this Liu Yang's words, it was obvious that he didn't even want to stay. This is no longer a question of whether or not the headquarters is robbing people. Now it is people Liu Yang. Simply do not see you this official organization. You can't even keep them here. How can you talk about stealing people from headquarters? Director Chen's wrinkled and unsmiling face immediately revealed a smile. Turning to Liu Yang, he said, Liu Yan little brother. In fact, our official organization is not what you think. There are still many things that you can't touch, and I haven't shown them to you yet. As long as you are willing to join us in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, the next thing you will be is our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau's chief captain. All the members inside are under your control. What do you think? As soon as they heard this sentence, the others were taken aback. Chief captain? Isn't the current chief captain Lu Qingsong? Director Chen, is this to directly strip Lu Qingsong of his position as chief captain at the drop of a hat and install him on Lu Yang? Lu Qingsong was out on a mission at the moment. If he knew about this, he would probably have to cry in the toilet. I was out on a good mission execution. How come I even lost my position as chief captain once I came back? This is definitely an unimaginable temptation for the rest of the team. That's the chief captain. It's all the aliens in the Doomsday Bio Authority. Which one of them wouldn't be respectful when meeting the chief captain? The chief captain even had the power to mobilize any of the other team members and assign them tasks and jobs. It could be said to be a position under one person and above 10,000 people. And the only person who could control the chief captain was Director Chen. And the chief captain's pay is very generous. Various weapon rewards, material rewards. The list is endless. Lu Qingsong was also the richest of all the exalts in their authority. Which one of them shifters wasn't aiming to become the chief captain? Just as they were envious of such a great importance that Liu Yang received from the director. The person in question, Liu Yang, only had a cold smile on his face. Then he said to Director Chen, the strongest one of you is ranked 9th. With this kind of strength of the End Times Creature Management Bureau, what's the need for me to join? To be your chief captain? I'm too tired of dropping my rank. Let's do it this way. Call all your female members over. Let me pick them. Let me pick a few to go back to be my wife. In the future, as I owe you a favor to the authority, if there is anything you need help with, tell me, and I will try my best. And as for joining you or something, don't even think about it. I can't afford to be ashamed of this person. As soon as they heard Liu Yang's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. All the other exalts were known for joining official organizations, while Liu Yang surprisingly felt that joining an official organization was a disgrace. Is this the difference between an ordinary person and Liu Yang? No. One in S-class? However, people do have the nerve to say this. Taking first place in 10 minutes is definitely the first person in the world. And what's wrong with being a little cocky as the first person amongst the global aliens? Director Chen, after listening to Liu Yang's words, however, had an expression on his face that was worse than crying. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything in the entire Endbringer bio administration right now that would keep the other side in terms. They are so strong. Why should they join you? But from what he said, it seemed like he had a bit of a thing for the female members here. Director Chen's brain turned around and came up with a solution. Speaking to Liu Yang, he said, little friend Liu Yang, as long as you join us in the Doomsday Biological Administration, I can let you be the captain of the Dawn. All the team members in here you can pick at will, to form a general team. What kind of female team members you want to pick can be picked. What do you think? Don't you like beautiful women? Then the beautiful women in our authority are at your disposal, as long as they are picked for your team, whether you want them to be your team members or your wives. It's still not a matter of your word? This one will finally keep you, won't it? I'm the one who sent you a wife straight away. After those female team members beside them heard Director Chen's words, they all had surprised expressions on their faces, and hurriedly said, Director Chen, this decision is really brilliant. We're all joining Liu Yang's team. Husband Liu Yang chose me. I can be your wife. Pick me. I can warm your bed. Hubby picks me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Any inch of my body belongs to you. Honey, pick me. I'll agree to any position you want me to be in. Those girls, one by one, couldn't wait to join Liu Yang's team. The boys, on the other hand, had a very sorry look on their faces. They weren't lamenting the fact that Liu Yang had become the male god of these women. Rather, they lamented themselves. Why they were not women. I want to go with big brother Liu Yang too. He said no men? I could have washed my hands of him and warmed his bed, too. Both male and female players are very much hoping that Liu Yang will stay. As long as this S-Class first place became a member inside their Doomsday Biological Authority, the status of their Doomsday Biological Authority would skyrocket in the future, and the faces of those of them who were members of the team would shine, and wherever they went, they would be able to hold their chests up. So everyone wants Liu Yang to stay. Seeing that Liu Yang hadn't agreed yet, Director Chen again came to Lu Yang's ear and whispered, "Little friend, you join our management bureau. Let's talk about each other. In front of outsiders you call me a director. In private you can call me Old Chen. Don't worry, you are an honorary chief captain here. I won't assign you a mission. You can receive the salary of the chief captain, only hang a casual post here, and you can also pick any female team member you want. Moreover, looking at them, they are all very willing to go with you, and with the development of our authority, there will definitely be more female members joining us in the future. So won't you be able to pick more by then? It's not a loss at all. What do you think?" Hearing Director Chen's words, Lu Yang was also a bit moved. Hanging around, just an honorary chief captain? In other words, the name of chief captain is mine, but the job of chief captain is still done by the former chief captain, Lu Qingsong, right? You handle the dirty work for me, and I'll keep the money and women for you. If you think about it that way, it doesn't seem like it's out of the question. So Lu Yang said to Director Chen, "Honorary chief captain, I can consider it, but I can say clearly, usually I will not stay in your authority. I have to return to my own base camp, and my female team members I have to bring back together. Also, like you said, generally don't come to me for nothing. Unless there's a special mission that no one else can handle, you come to me. I can think about it. I can handle it for you if I have the time, but if I don't, forget it. I don't accept mandatory missions. I'll come and be the honorary chief captain of this one of you if you think you can do it." As soon as he heard Lu Yang's words, Director Chen immediately showed a surprised expression. Immediately said, Okay, no problem. Of course no problem. No problem at all. As long as you become our honorary chief captain, I'll agree to all these requests of yours. It's stable this time. With Lu Yang, who was ranked first in S, joining in, the status of the End Times Biological Administration would rise dramatically, and he could also apply for more funding and support from the Dragon City headquarters side. And most importantly, Lu Yang is only an honorary chief captain, not subject to the orders of the bureau. In that case, Longqing couldn't ask the bureau for anyone even if he wanted to. Director Chen could have found an excuse to say that Lu Yang was only a nominal chief captain and had his own personal freedom. Can't take orders to go back to Dragon City. Doesn't that make it possible to keep Lu Yang in the bureau all the time? Ha ha ha. At the thought of this, Director Chen's face had turned into a chrysanthemum smile. And when those female team members heard that Lu Yang agreed to stay in the Doomsday Biological Administration as an honorary chief captain, their faces even smiled into a flower. It's time for the chief captain to pick someone next, right? Hey! Some of the female players didn't move to pull their suspenders down, revealing those white shoulders to an old shoulder. Some of the female team members quietly pushed up their breasts, making that pair of E-level avenues even more prominent and eye-catching. Some of them threw winks at Lu Yangping, stuck out their tongues, licked their seductive red lips, and their faces were filled with, "Husband, come and get on me." Lu Yang said to Director Chen, "Are all the team members inside the Doomsday Biological Authority already here?" Director Chen replied, "Most of them are here. There are still a small portion that presumably didn't receive the news of your test or weren't interested in the news of your test, so they didn't come, but that's fine. I'll just give a direct order for them to gather at the playground, and you, as the new chief captain, can go on top of the rostrum and speak to everyone. Let everyone get to know you as well." "Good." Lu Yang nodded. "It's good that they're all gathered here. Then I can pick them one by one." Soon, a direct order went down from Director Chen. Less than half an hour, all the team members inside the Doomsday Bio Authority had already gathered on top of the playground. Lu Yang, on the other hand, stood with Director Chen on top of that one station directly in front of the playground. The new players at the bottom didn't understand what was going on. Only a handsome young man with an imposing and sturdy figure stood beside Director Chen. They started talking about it in droves. "Who's that guy? How can you stand next to Director Chen? Didn't that seat used to be Lu Qingsong's exclusive seat? This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to occupy Lu Qingsong's position. This is going to be known by Lu Qingsong later on, maybe how to be targeted." That's right. Just what qualifications does that kid have to stand in the position of Chief Captain Lu Qingsong? Listening to what these newcomers with unknown facts said, then some of the people who watched Lu Yang's test to get the first place in the S-class revealed a cold smile on their faces. Then he said to those new arrivals, "Still Chief Captain Lu Qingsong? Nowadays the position of Chief Captain has long been taken by someone else. Isn't that so? A mere 9th place in the S-class is no longer enough to be considered inside our authority nowadays." Those people had an incredulous expression on their faces when they heard this. It was asked, "What do you guys mean by that? The position of Chief Captain has changed? It's that young man standing next to Chief Chen? He wouldn't be the second-ranked Li Guilong of the S-class, would he?" "What? Li Guilong? He came to our authority? My God, he's so young looking too. I thought it was a middle-aged man. They all thought that the person standing next to Director Chen was Li Guilong, who was ranked second in the S-class rankings. But unexpectedly the person next to him added, "How can it be Li Guilong? Even the second place of the S-class can't reach such treatment." The moment he came, he took Lu Qingsong's place. Let me tell you, this is Lu Yang who became the first place of the S-class in the latest test. As soon as they heard those words, a shocked expression instantly appeared on those people's faces. What? First place in S-class? Back then, Li Guilong had tested so many times, trying to find ways and means to stomp down the first place of the White Eagle Empire. Yet after all this time, he wasn't able to reach the first place. What is this one Lu Yang, taking the first place in the first test? They couldn't believe their ears. To be able to take first place in the first test, and to directly take Lu Qingsong's position as chief captain? That's a little too awesome, isn't it? The men added. What's even more awesome is yet to come. Not only did he take first place, but he also took first place in only 10 minutes. Such strength has long been beyond our imagination. In order to allow him to stay as the chief captain of our Doomsday Biological Authority, Director Chen was close to begging him on his knees. The crowd's jaws were about to drop in shock after hearing this. What, 10 minutes to take first place? Is this still human? Back when I tested it, I beat that Minotaur on level 1 for half an hour. Level 2 took me an hour. Level 10. I've been beating it all day. How many levels has he played? Those male players cast adoring glances at Lu Yang. And those female players, looking at Lu Yang's eyes, full of adoration, simply to two eyes to love. What a powerful man to hit the first place in the S-class in 10 minutes. It simply makes your mouth water to think about it. Originally, they were still fighting over Lu Qingsong's position being taken, but now every one of them had a change of attitude. Lu Qingsong? Who is that guy? I'm not familiar. P.S. Thanks to the big brother from the 5 continents of the Little Red sent the big god certification. Lazy cannot. Simply lazy cannot. Woo woo. See that the people are almost there. At this moment, Director Chen began to take the microphone and address the people below. This time, I have summoned you all to come here to announce something. This one standing next to me is Lu Yang, the first place in the S-class. He was just tested to become the first place. And from today onwards, his family is the chief captain of our Doomsday Bio Authority. As for Lu Qingsong, he serves as the deputy chief captain. As soon as he heard this sentence, the crowd once again exploded in the middle of the crowd. Although the news that they had already gotten when discussing with each other said that Lu Yang was the first in the S-class and had become the chief captain, but when personally hearing this sentence from inside the mouth of Director Chen, the feeling was again completely different. This is a real official announcement. At this moment, Lu Yang was also observing the crowd standing on top of the playground. He realized that inside this one Doomsday Bio Authority, there were only about 100 people present in total, with about 50 women among them. Get rid of some of the older, uglier, fatter ones. There are probably only 20 or 30 that can meet the criteria of being their own woman. Originally, I thought that I could have a big harvest, but it seems that it is not very surprising. Even Lu Yang felt a little disappointed. 20 or 30. I've saved 30 beautiful women from inside the campus alone myself. However, the beautiful women inside this End Times Creature Management Bureau were all psychics, so if they could take a few dozen of them back to protect their campus, it would be a good choice. Of course, before choosing, Lu Yang had to come to a wool-gathering system. So he stood on top of the high platform and asked all the female shifters on top of the playground, "You guys, who, willing to be my woman?" As soon as they heard this sentence, a look of surprise instantly appeared on the faces of those female exalted above the playground. Good lord, so direct? Director Chen said at the beginning that he could let him pick any female team member. In fact, the implication was that he could let him pick any woman he wanted, just that picking a female team member was a little better. It didn't sound so direct, but people Lu Yang just don't follow the rules. Straight away, he asked who would like to be his woman. This kind of man who is straightforward and doesn't beat around the bush can be so charming. We just love men who are strong and straightforward. So they all had surprised and excited expressions on their faces, and shouted loudly to Lu Yang on the high platform. "I'm willing. I'm so willing." A female alien said, "Husband, hurry up and take me away. I'm the 58th female alien of the S-class. I'm strong and give birth to a baby. I don't even need to sit in the moonlight." As soon as they heard this sentence, everyone cast their eyes on that beautiful woman. The male xenophiles, one after another, discussed it, saying, "I'll go. Isn't that the 58th ranked goddess of the S-class, Gu Yunhan? Isn't that so? Isn't she rumored to be known as the Frozen Beauty? Said to be the most supreme and coldest goddess within our authority? How come she said such words now? Even directly calling Lu Yang her husband and wanting to give Lu Yang a child? Is this the high and mighty goddess in front of us? In front of Lu Yang, she can't wait to directly fall on her face. This contrast is also too big. Alas, It's too pathetic. Ordinary altered beings like us will never be able to feel the initiative of the goddess. If Gu Yunhan could call me his husband, I'd be willing to let me die. Just don't even think about it. You can't even rank A and you still want people to call you husband? That's right. A toad wants to eat swan meat. You don't even deserve to lick someone's shoes. Just then, another beautiful woman said, "Hubby, look at me. I'm the 105th ranked female alien in the S-class, and I can still use my powers in that area. I guarantee to make you feel good." Hearing this sentence, the male Xenos, again, came into the spirit, one after another. They said, "The 105th ranked Moon Drunken Blue of the S-class, even she wasn't able to resist Liu Yang's temptation?" It is said that Moon Drunken Blue is the most coveted goddess within our organization. Although her ranking is not as high as Gu Yunhan's, she is said to be the most coveted goddess in our organization. Her supernatural ability is said to be very suitable for use in that area, able to make men want to stop. I don't know if it's true or not. No one has ever tried it. It must be true. She just said it herself. Moon Drunken Blue is already so beautiful and has such a good figure. Plus she has supernatural powers. I can't imagine what it's like to fly to the sky. The men who are with her must be so happy. We're just thinking about it. Whoever gets to kiss her will probably have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. What's the smoke? Now she's not just sticking it to Liu Yang? That's probably the charm of being ranked first in S-class. If you can reach the rank of S-class first place, you can get all these girls to fall for you too. At this time, another female alien puffed out her chest and said, "Husband, take me away. None of those people are good enough for you. Only the ones with a pair of H-rated avenues like me are good enough for you." As soon as he heard this sentence, amongst the crowd, it instantly caused an uproar. The one beauty they all turned their heads to. What an H-level axiom. There had long been rumors within the organization that there was a most voluptuous beauty by the name of Bai Qingqing, but it was a pity that most people had only heard the name but not seen the person. Now you can see the real thing. It's a shock not to see. Surely the most reasonable woman inside the entire Doom Bio Authority. H-level. Scary as hell. This is too majestic? It's too spectacular, isn't it? Just the mere sight of it is mind-blowing. Alas, it's simply too superb. Not only is she good-looking and tall, with those long straight and white legs, but this proud greatness is surprisingly of the H-level. And above that less than a grip of wasp waist, she looks particularly dazzling. Really look at all, let people drool. Ah. Gulp gulp gulp. Not to mention drooling, I've already swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Such a superb woman actually confessed to Liu Yang as well. This is too enviable, isn't it? All these women are grabbing to be his wife. If Liu Yang took them all, he mustn't die of pleasure. He could change one every day for a month. And just as the crowd was discussing, another cool voice rang out. "Just you guys who are ranked several tens are also worthy of competing with me. Fang Qingjie, for a husband? In terms of strength, in terms of looks, which one of you is better than me?" The crowd turned their heads at the sound. A face that was overwhelmingly beautiful was instantly reflected in their eyes. Fang Tingjie reference chart. Everyone showed shocked expressions after seeing that one face. Fang Tingjie, 15 in the S-class land, also the most powerful female alien inside the Doom Bio Authority, and Lu Qingsong are flush with existence. At the same time, not only was he strong, but he was also very good-looking, and was said to possess the overwhelming looks of Pouring Morning and Pouring Nation. Previously, they had only heard of them, but not seen them, and now they had finally seen the real thing. Sure enough, she was as beautiful as a goddess in the sky, with an ethereal temperament and a hint of being unearthly. But on this unearthly face, those eyes were staring straight at Liu Yang on the high stage. Then her red lips lightly opened and said, "Whoever dares to steal from me, Fang Qingjie, I will directly challenge her. See if I don't beat her into a pig's head." As soon as they heard this sentence, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Nice guy, the head of the four great goddesses, Fang Qingjie, even had to fight with someone else in order to rob Liu Yang? That means that for Liu Yang, the first place in the S-class, the goddesses in the sky are about to come down to earth to tear each other apart? This Liu Yang is really fierce. Surprisingly, the four great goddesses want to fight over him. And after Fang Qingjie said this, "Bai Qingqing, you drunken blue," and Gu Yunhan had angry expressions on their faces all of a sudden. But yet, they dare not speak out. They all recognized the strength of the 15th ranked S-class. If this really came down to a fight, they were definitely not Fang Qingjie's opponents. Still, they consoled themselves internally. Who says men look at women and rank them by strength? What if someone else, Liu Yang, prefers to be weaker? After all, who doesn't like a birdie? Pampered girl? What's the point of being strong? Can you be stronger than the no one in the S-class? Just when these few girls were arguing with each other and secretly competing, there was even a male alien, who also called out to Liu Yang, "Big brother Liu Yang, Pick me to be inside your team as well. I'm the 75th in the S-class. I am very strong. In the future, all the dirty work inside your team can be left to me to see. I can be your loyal little brother. Big brother Liu Yang picked me. I'm 38th in the S-class. I'm stronger. In the future, if you say the word, I will go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire. I will never excuse myself. Big brother, look at me. Although I'm only 98th in the S-ranked Earth, my special ability is able to increase my defense. I can act as a bodyguard and shield for you. When there's danger, I'll be the first to rush up. As long as I live, I will never let big brother Liu Yang get hurt. Almost everyone inside the entire Doomsday Biological Authority had 10 points of admiration for Liu Yang and wanted to join his team. Seeing this scene, even Director Chen's face showed a somewhat surprised expression. Originally, he thought that these top-ranked S-class adepts, even in the face of the first place, can maintain some of their own high spirits, and even inspire some fighting spirit in their hearts, wanting to work hard to become stronger and catch up with Liu Yang's footsteps, and indeed did not expect them to directly transform into Liu Yang's little fanboys and girlfriends. But think about it. Facing Lu Qingsong at S-level 9th place, they might still have something to strive for, thinking that if they work hard, they might be able to catch up with Lu Qingsong's footsteps. But when they faced Liu Yang, they knew that the gap between people was just too big. 10 minutes to get the first place in the S-class is not something you can catch up with by putting in effort. They've all been tested and understand how hard it is to test. Naturally, he understood how much gold Liu Yang's 10-minute S-level first was. The crowd was scrambling to be their own team member. While Liu Yang didn't say anything, only a smile appeared on his face, as he had been receiving system revelations inside his head nonstop. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Strength attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Speed attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Physical strength attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Spiritual attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beauty queen is successful. Stealth skill increased by 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Steel control skill added 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. The storage space skill is increased by 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. The zombie control skill is increased by 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Gained new skill, battle focus. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beauty queen is successful. Acquired new skill, breaking chop. Receiving these tips, Liu Yang's entire body was happy. Good buggy card for this system. No matter pretty or ugly, fat or thin, as long as they agreed to be their woman they were able to get a reward. And they could still pat themselves on the back after taking the reward. They're willing to be my women. I didn't say I'd take them. After hearing the system's reward prompt, Liu Yang then said to Director Chen, Director Chen, then I'm going to start picking people next. Handing them over casually is fine with you, right? No opinion. Of course no opinion. You are already the chief captain of our authority. What kind of team members you want to pick is of course your freedom. Director Chen had a smile on his face. Such a powerful S-ranked first place is 10 points worth it even if it is traded for 100 other results. Not to mention, Liu Yang was merely picking a few players. So Liu Yang began to walk off the high platform and went to the top of the playground, picking and choosing the right person amongst a group of female alter egos. Those female altered beings saw Liu Yang personally walking down, and being able to observe Liu Yang from a close distance. One by one, their hearts blossomed, and the excitement on their faces began to press on. Some of them were even blushing and their bodies were slightly trembling, just by seeing Liu Yang from a close distance, and smelling that fascinating male scent on his body. They had already begun to be unable to resist. Liu Yang pointed at a female alien and said, You, come with me later. Ha, me, is it really me? Ha ha ha, awesome. When that female alien heard Liu Yang's words, an expression of excitement appeared on her face, and with a direct scream, she jumped more than 2 meters in place. The happy expression was more than enough. Immediately after that, Liu Yang continued to pick and pointed at another female alien and said, You, wait and follow me too. A few minutes later, Liu Yang was already followed by 23 beautiful girls. It was handpicked by Liu Yang and viewed up close. He could see the slightest blemish on his face. These 23 beautiful girls are the best of the best. All of them are above the class flower level. Moon Drunk Blue, Gu Yunhan, White Qingqing, Fangqingjie 4 goddesses. That is more than a ride. On the appearance, absolutely better than the big stars are good looking. On the temperament, as a S-class forward of the alien that a strong temperament is a great. As if the eyes of the world has a look down on the kind of men's sentiment. If he could crush such a superb goddess underneath him, that feeling would take off again just thinking about it. This sense of contrast, this joy of conquering a high and cold goddess. It was estimated that only the truly strong would experience it. Watching Lu Yang take away so many goddesses, the faces of the other male artists were written with envy, but also with conviction. It's not a good idea to be unconvinced. If you don't want to, you can also get an S-class first place out in 10 minutes and still have women falling all over you. Can you do it? The testing machine is right here. You can test it anytime you want. It's not that you're not given a chance, but you're given a chance and you're not good at it. Lu Yang led these beautiful girls to the front of Commander Chen amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He said, if there's nothing else, then I'll lead these female members to go back first. We'll contact each other again when we have time. Since the beautiful woman had already arrived, there seemed to be little use in staying in this so-called doomsday creature authority. Therefore, Lu Yang did not want to delay his time. He was ready to immediately bugger off back to his safe zone. Unexpectedly, Director Chen did not intend to let go of Lu Yang so quickly till you took away 24 big beautiful alien. You say go. The next time you come back do not know when it is. How to contact you do not know it yet. That's why Director Chen said to Lu Yang, little friend Lu Yang doesn't need to be in such a hurry. You've already become the chief captain of our Doomsday Biological Administration. It's honorary chief captain, Lu Yang corrected. There is a difference between a captain general and an honorary captain general. Honorary chief captain, just to hang on to the name. Lu Yang is a free-spirited person who does not enjoy the constraints of these rules and regulations. Although he wanted the beautiful shifter inside this organization, he couldn't lose his freedom because of the beautiful shifter. Of course I know that it is the honorary chief captain. But even if the honorary chief captain encounters some important things, he still needs to ask you to come back to make some decisions, show up or something. Moreover, our Doomsday Biological Authority only just started not long ago. Now the end is coming. More ordinary people awaken to become a psychic. Join our authority of beautiful psychics will be more and more. Then I also good to contact you. Come back to continue to select the team members. Ah, you say it. He. Director Chen said. A bad smile appeared on his face. Chen director is considered to know. This Lu Yang is not see the rabbit does not spread eagle group. Want to let him do things or ask him to come to the organization inside. Then you have to use a beautiful woman as bait. The more beautiful, the faster he comes. But Secretary Chen can understand. Heroes love beauty, no matter what time of year it is. As expected, after listening to Director Chen's words, Lu Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile. Said, listening to Director Chen say this, it seems to be a bit reasonable. Indeed. We should come from time to time to see what new female team members there are that we can coach. Bah, is to teach them. That's right, with our Doomsday Biological Authority around. Are you still afraid of not having a new female team member? This is a military satellite cell phone. Even where there is no signal you can make a call, you take it. In this way, you can contact me at any time and I can contact you. Director Chen said and directly handed a cell phone to Lu Yang. Lu Yang nodded, and then, slipped his cell phone into his pocket. At this time, Director Chen said with a smile, since little friend Lu Yang has joined our Doomsday Biological Authority, next I will show you the important secrets of our Doomsday Biological Authority. At the same time, I will also explain to you the information about the end times. Of course I can only talk about the ones that I know. There are still many mysterious things that I can't access even at my level, so I'll have to wait for junior friend Lu Yang to explore on his own. Information about the end times? Lu Yang instantly became interested. He is now very powerful though, and can be considered the first person amongst the global shifters. But, with regards to the understanding of the end of days, Lu Yang was definitely inferior to these official people. These officials had set up the shifter authority before the end times came. Previously, Lu Yang could never see the news. There is anyone who became an alien. Enough to show that it is after the official strict control and news blockade. Ordinary people simply couldn't even touch or even hear the slightest breeze. Therefore, it is definitely these official people who know more about this model. And as for the ordinary people, they will always be kept in the dark and have a half understanding. Although Lu Yang's strength was not that of an ordinary person, his knowledge of the end times was still at the stage of an ordinary person. So the information inside this authority is still important to him. So Lu Yang nodded. Good. Let's both walk and talk. Director Chen then started walking towards the outside of the playground. Along the way Director Chen began to explain to Lu Yang the information about this one end of the world. The end of the world is not as simple as you think. Thinking that it is only because of the virus outbreak that humans have turned into zombies. In fact, in addition to the virus, There are all kinds of mutated creatures and strange creatures that have never been seen before appearing all over the globe. The reason why our authority changed from the Alien Authority to the Doomsday Creature Authority is because of the discovery of the existence of such mutated creatures, or even extraterrestrials. Saying that, he had already brought Lu Yang to a huge closed door. Immediately following with his pupil scan, he opened this heavy iron door, leading Lu Yang into an elevator. In the elevator he chatted with Lu Yang again. Next I'll take you to the underground control area of our Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, where there are all kinds of research laboratories that do research on doomsday creatures and some new types of drugs every day. It also holds some strange, mutated creatures that we have captured. As Director Chen spoke, the elevator had come to the -15th floor. Then the door opened. Lu Yang followed him out of the elevator and saw this vast space underneath the Doomsday Biological Authority. Even Lu Yang felt 10 points of shock. Not bad for an official organization. It's almost like having a dungeon. Is this the power and resourcefulness of officialdom? I don't know how many times longer than my own one school district. It looks like he's going to have to utilize his steel control skill to make himself a more well-equipped steel city as well. P.S. Thanks to the River Ice God certification, both books are issued God certification. Too powerful. Tonight both books cannot be lazy. Woo woo. After arriving at the underground space, Lu Yang began to be shocked at how well furnished and vast this space was. Commander Chen led Lu Yang along while introducing the various facilities inside the underground space. Lu Yang realized that in the underground facility, there were various laboratories. With some curiosity, he came in front of the transparent glass to observe the busy staff inside. Director Chen said, "What's this Doomsday New Weapons Research Laboratory? Although guns in the peace era are powerful against zombies, the loud noise will attract more zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, guns are not good for use. So we are actively researching good new weapons that specialize in dealing with zombies." Lu Yang nodded. It then moved on and came to another lab in front of it. Director Chen again introduced to Lu Yang. "This is the Doomsday Drug Laboratory. We are actively developing antivirus drugs, striving to be able to allow people to block the virus from turning into zombies after a bite, and also actively developing healing drugs in the hope that we can turn our compatriots who have turned into zombies back into human beings." Lu Yang nodded. The official organization was indeed still much larger than ordinary people in terms of pattern, and even in the post-apocalyptic world, it was still looking out for the whole of mankind. While researching weapons, they are also researching medicines to cure zombies. They then moved on and came to another lab. A few zombies were tied up on the bed. There were male zombies, female zombies, and even children zombies. All of them were stripped naked, tied their hands and feet, unable to move, and some of them even had their stomachs cut open, revealing the blackened internal organs inside. Although Lu Yang had killed a lot of zombies, he had not dissected a zombie and did not know the inside of a zombie. Now that he saw such a scene, he also felt a little curious and hurriedly came to the front of the glass to observe it carefully. He saw one of the female zombies, although grimacing, but the body is very good. The place that should be big, the place that should be thin, the curves of one are not less. It is estimated that in life was a big beauty. Chasing her licking dog must be quite a lot. At this moment she was stripped naked, tied to the bed, constantly struggling, that white as paper, without a trace of blood color skin above, can vaguely see the black blood vessels. Lu Yang touched his chin. In his mind thought, this female zombie in addition to the expression on the face is more ferocious. The body to an ordinary people are not much different, just a little more miserable white. Looks like there is an alternative beauty. Director Chen seemed to see Lu Yang's interest in this female zombie, so he explained on the side, "This is a laboratory that specializes in the study of zombies. We dissect zombies to understand how their body structure differs from that of human beings, and at the same time, study their various physical characteristics, including their athletic ability, digestive ability, fertility, and so on. Eventually, we came to a preliminary conclusion that ordinary zombies have a low IQ. Their actions are entirely driven by the desire to hunt, and at the same time they have the ability to hibernate like snakes, able to enter a dormant state with very low energy loss. But as soon as it hears a sound it will immediately break this dormant state and return to normal, pursuing its prey. This is why zombies can go so long without food and still not starve to death. Also zombies are fertile and when they have enough food they will even have reproductive behavior. So the method by which zombies increase their numbers isn't just infecting humans, they also give birth to baby zombies of their own. Though at this early stage of the post-apocalyptic world, their desire for this reproductive behavior isn't high." Lu Yang revealed an interested expression and asked Director Chen, "A zombie possesses fertility? Have you guys tried a male zombie with an ordinary female human? Or a female zombie with an ordinary man? Can they give birth? If it is possible, then is the small child born a small zombie or a small human?" Director Chen froze. It seemed like he didn't expect Lu Yang to ask this question and froze for 2 seconds before answering. This is something we have not studied, but the research in this area seems to be of little value. Who would go to mess with a zombie? Even the most horny man wouldn't, right? Lu Yang touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, said, I just casually asked. Forget about it if you haven't tried it. Let's keep going. Director Chen nodded and led Lu Yang onward again. Soon came another lab. However, inside this section of the laboratory, the object being experimented on was no longer a zombie, but an ugly-looking, orc-like thing with long fangs protruding out of its mouth. The body is 10 points tall and strong, estimated height of more than 2 meters, covered with high bulging muscles. Skin is greenish-blue, covered with thick blood vessels. There were also sharp claws on his hands that looked sharper than any of the beasts. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang showed another surprised expression, saying, what is this thing? It looks so ugly? It's even uglier than a zombie. If this kind of creature had a female, I guess even Indian San wouldn't be able to lay their hands on it. Director Chen introduced, this is a creature that has never appeared on our planet before, and at the same time, it doesn't look like a doomsday mutation, because we compared their DNA and found that their DNA sequence is completely different from the creatures on top of our planet, which means that it could be alien creatures coming to our planet. There are many other kinds of extraterrestrial creatures like this one that we've found, and it's not the only one, but some of them we can't catch and have simply been seen by eyewitnesses. That's why we, the Doomsday Biological Authority, are so eager to research new weapons and study these alien creatures, mutant creatures, because if humanity doesn't speed up to catch up, it's very likely that it will be eliminated, and later on, these monsters will become the masters of our planet, and humanity will be completely history, wiped out from the top of this planet. Lu Yang nodded. The outbreak of the post-apocalyptic world, just the zombie virus, has reduced the survival space of ordinary people to a very small existence, not to mention the mutated creatures and those extraterrestrials. For example, this one orc inside the lab looks 10 out of 10 powerful. Even if there were 100 ordinary people, they wouldn't be a match for each other. It was estimated that it took a lot of effort for the Doomsday Biological Authority's alien powers to catch him. If this stuff is everywhere, ordinary people are going to get fucked out of existence. So mankind is now facing its greatest crisis. You don't speed up time to get stronger, then you're out of business, because backwardness leads to defeat, and the truth is within the range of the cannon. Therefore, if mankind wants to continue to maintain its dominant position on this planet, it has to fuck up all these mutated creatures, alien creatures, in order to do so. Then Director Chen took Lu Yang to observe other places. Immediately after that, Director Chen took Lu Yang to observe the other places underground. The lower level, -16, is residential. Director Chen introduced, this layer is used for ordinary people to live. Vast survivor residential area? If human beings are really eliminated in the competition, can't handle those mutated creatures, shape creatures, then this layer will be the last refuge for human beings. There are enough food stored inside, and well-made living facilities. It can be used for 5,000 people to live for 50 years. This is an underground shelter that was built back in the days of peace, and I don't know the purpose for which it was built in the first place. Maybe someone higher up knows more information than I do, and it's possible that they've already found out the end of the story. Lu Yang nodded. People at the top know much more information than at the bottom. Naturally, even a person of the rank of Director Chen has a lot of things that he does not know. Not to mention that Lu Yang was already just an ordinary college student. College students, by nature, are the most brainwashed beings in existence. They have not yet experienced the dangers of society. Not to mention this kind of confidential information. Even some social experience is still very lacking. Director Chen continued. The reason for showing you so many of our Doomsday Biological Authority's facilities and secrets is to tell you that our Doomsday Biological Authority isn't as useless as you think it is. While it is true that your strength is at the top of the list of exalted, possessing the first-ranked ability in S-Class, it is only your personal ability, and for the officials, the personal ability is not the whole story. The information that the official organization has, the resources that it has, the backing that it has, is given by the whole country. He can also be of great help to you. The organization will focus on cultivating strong people like you. Therefore, although you are only acting as an honorary chief captain, the old man still hopes that you can come inside our authority more often and show up from time to time so that everyone can familiarize themselves with it as well. And at the same time, you can carry out some missions and obtain military works that can be used to exchange for some resources inside the authority. The two began to walk into the elevator as they talked and made their way back to the ground. Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I know what you said. Next I should also take my wife. Bah, it's the female team members to go back. We'll see you later." The information that he had gotten from Director Chen's mouth today had indeed shaken Lu Yang a bit. At the same time, that underground shelter was also very much to Lu Yang's liking. The only beautiful thing was the underground space, which was indeed still a bit depressing. If Lu Yang were to build the shelter, he would still prefer to build it on the ground, or even in the air. But even though Lu Yang didn't like it, that underground shelter was still awesome, and he got a lot of inspiration from it. It was time to go back and strengthen his safe zone. Director Chen nodded after hearing Lu Yang's words. He said, "Alright, then you can take them back. But I have to make a deal with you. These are the elite female members within our organization that you are taking away. You have to treat them well and not be able to let them encounter danger. Some of these women have been with the organization for several years." Director Chen treated them as if they were his own daughters. Now watching them being taken away one by Lu Yang, his heart was also dripping blood. But there's no way. In order to keep Lu Yang as a talent, even if it is dripping blood, you have to cut meat. It's just going to have to be these female players. Look at them all aggravated and smiling with joy, full of excitement, itching to jump on Lu Yang's body right now and squeeze him hard. Director Chen knew that these female team members couldn't afford to give up on themselves either, and by behaving like this, they must have just been enjoying themselves in the midst of their bitterness. Don't worry, as long as a woman follows me, Lu Yang, she can just eat that without suffering, Lu Yang said confidently. A thought followed, encasing all the women in a layer of steel armor, followed by taking them straight up into the sky. Boom! A loud bang appeared in the sky as Lu Yang flew towards the school at supersonic speed with the women. The people from the Doomsday Biological Authority who saw this scene, on the other hand, showed shocked expressions. There was a lot of discussion. Holy shit, is this supersonic speed? Worthy of Lu Yang. He was able to fly at supersonic speed. He can even take people flying. I want to experience it too. He wrapped all the girls in a layer of metal armor. Is that his power? Direct manipulation of metal? That's why it's able to fly. And to dare to unashamedly show it in front of us. Not hiding it at all. Not only bullish but also confident. Isn't that right? Lu Qingsong, the 9th ranked in S-class. None of us know what his alien ability is. Look at the other Lu Yang. He just plainly told you guys. My alien ability is metal control. What can you do to me? This is the confidence of the strong. Even Director Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. He murmured, "That's a good ability. The ceiling is definitely high. It's worthy of being number 1 in the S-class. This is a big win for our authority." Soon Lu Yang went back to his school to go, landed safely with 24 beautiful girls. A somewhat shocked expression appeared on the faces of those beautiful girls. Just now, flying supersonically in the middle of the sky, even as alter egos, they felt very scared. At the same time, they felt very excited. Now after landing on their feet, they still feel their hearts pounding. Both looked at Lu Yang with great shock, said, "My god, is this the strength of the first rank of S-class? Not only can you supersonic fly by yourself, but you can also take others supersonic flying. This is too awesome. It's so scary and exciting to fly up into the sky now." Only Lin Momo did not change her color. She said somewhat proudly, "What is this feeling of flying up to the sky now? At night, hubby will let you guys fly up to the sky even more. You won't be able to stop even if you want to." Hearing Lin Momo's sentence, the other girls all had small blushes and slightly lowered their heads. The eyes were filled with shyness and anticipation. I wonder who hubby will pick tonight. I would love to experience how such a powerful hubby can make us fly. This is Lu Yang said to them. "Alright, follow me into the teacher's dormitory area. You guys can just find a place to stay. Tonight, Fang Xingjie come to my room to find me. I have something very important to talk to you about." A flash of surprise appeared on Fang Xingjie's face. "I told you, in terms of strength and looks, which one of you sluts can beat me? And you still want to steal my husband? You're too good to be true. I must be the first one of you to crawl into my husband's bed. He. Moon Drunken Blue reference chart. Lu Yang brought these 24 beautiful alter egos back to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. Haven't even walked in the door yet. The white tiger's superior hearing had already heard Lu Yang's footsteps, twisting that white tiger's butt, and ran out gleefully. After seeing Lu Yang directly pounced on Lu Yang's body and jumped on Lu Yang's face. Feeling the wet tongue of the little white tiger, licking his face of saliva, Lu Yang held the other's tiger head and said, Okay, don't lick it. Men and women do not understand. Although I know you're very happy, but in front of so many women, can you restrain yourself a little? Ow. The white tiger barked, which stopped licking Lu Yang's face. After Fang Xingjie and the others saw the little white tiger, they all revealed shocked expressions and said, "What a big and fierce tiger. This is a mutated tiger, right? I didn't expect that you, Lu Yang, would be able to tame even a mutated tiger straight away. That's too good, isn't it?" This tiger is so fierce and strong and big. It's as fierce as Lu Yang. It's a male tiger, isn't it? Let me have a look. Ah, a female. No wonder it's so pampered. So it's a female white tiger. Looking at the way this white tiger was so intimate with Lu Yang, they were even thinking about the relationship between this man and tiger. It wouldn't be unusual, right? I'll go. Lu Yang's tastes are so heavy. He's really not picky, but that says a lot about him. Even a female white tiger that huge could be conquered, let alone a human. Anyone who wants to talk to him is probably going to get all woozy. The ladies looked at Lu Yang and couldn't help but look forward to it. And at this time, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Chen Lixia, Li Mengyao, Li Mango and the others also walked out. Seeing that Lu Yang had brought back so many women at once, they were all a bit surprised, saying, "Where did you go this time, husband? Surprisingly, you brought back so many survivors?" Li Mengyao said, "Hubby, these sisters are so beautiful. Where did you bring them back from? Look at their dress is not at all like the survivors of the bitter struggle for survival, but rather like the city beautiful people, all dressed in bright and shiny it. More than our time to go to the scenery." Chen Zi said, "Isn't that so? At that time, I stayed in the tree was about to be eaten by the zombies, and I couldn't hold on any longer. Thanks to my husband saving me. I guess I look like a savage when my husband saved me, didn't I? I haven't bathed for a few days, so my body definitely smells, and I haven't washed my hair for a few days, so my hair looks like a chicken's nest. Unlike them, it's been almost a month since the apocalypse broke out. Why are they all still so beautiful?" Chen Ting said, "And to think, I was so close to eating shit from hunger when I was stuck in the toilet at that time." Li Mange said, "Hubby, you didn't find a city that wasn't invaded by zombies, did you? All these beautiful women were brought out from that safe city?" They did feel very puzzled. At the outbreak of the end of the world in just 3 days, they were already on the verge of starvation, all of them pudgy and thin, but now the end of the world broke out almost a month. Lu Yang brought back some of these women, but all of them are bright and beautiful. Scenery, not at all like the appearance of being plagued by indifference, as if eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, are beautiful and beautiful. It's a lot better than they were back then. Are there really no cities affected by walkers? If that happens, we'll have to ask our husbands to take us, and who doesn't want to live in a safe city? Listening to these women, Fang Qingjie said, "It's not what you think. This virus outbreak is global. It's not that it's only in your city. The only reason why we don't seem to be affected by the doomsday is because we're the official exalted." Moon Drunken Blue also said, "Not bad. The outbreak of the end of the world. If there is no awakening of supernormal abilities, ordinary people outside to survive is estimated to be very difficult. Not to mention what grooming, looking for food is almost impossible to find. How can it be possible, and still be able to maintain such an elegant physique?" Bai Qingqing said, "On the contrary, it's us. Seeing you guys, we still feel a bit surprised. Obviously each of you is an ordinary person, not a psychic, but like us, you seem to be able to live a carefree life without being affected by the end of the world. And that's the most surprising thing." Gu Yunhan said, "I'm afraid it's only Lu Yang who can do such a thing. With his own strength, he was able to protect so many women, dozens of them, even if it's an alien like us, without an official organization to back us up. We wouldn't dare to say that we can protect so many survivors and let them live such a good life." Hearing the words of these people, Li Mengyao's human face showed a proud expression, saying, "That's for sure. Our husband is the most powerful." Not only was he able to provide us with food, he also turned the entire campus into a safe zone where we can move around freely, and even built a dozens of meters high fence and a huge shield, so even the most powerful zombies won't be able to invade. Li Mange spoke, "What do you guys mean by alter ego? You people are all Xenos. Are you very powerful?" A proud expression appeared on Fang Qingjie's human face. He said, "That's for sure. Even without the addition of psychic abilities, just the foundation of the body, the quality is already twice as strong as an ordinary person, plus the psychic abilities. The combat power is at least dozens of times that of an ordinary person, not to mention ordinary zombies. Even second-grade zombies are no match for us. Fighting hundreds of zombies at the same time is no problem." Hearing these words, Li Mengyao and the others had shocked and envious expressions on their faces. They all said, "This is too powerful, isn't it? Then I also want to become a psychic, so that I can also fight against zombies, and I don't have to hold back my husband anymore." Chen Ting also said, Yeah, when we also become alters, we'll be able to help." She finished with a wicked grin on her face. At this time, Lu Yang said, All right, since everyone already knows each other, let's hurry up and enter the dormitory. You guys are new here, so you can just find any empty room to stay in. In addition, Fang Qingjie, you take a good bath tonight. Wash yourself white and tender, and then come inside my room to chat with me. We'll have a good, open chat all night. Hearing these words, Fan Qingjie instantly blushed with a pretty face. Nodding her head, she said, I know, definitely wash it fragrant and white. You just wait for it. What? After having dinner with the ladies, Liu Yang went back inside his room, lay on the bed and started to look at his attribute panel. Since today, in the End Times Creature Management Bureau, more than 50 beautiful girls were conquered. Liu Yang also obtained more than 50 system rewards. He hadn't had a chance to take a closer look at just how much his reward was. Now it's time to pull out your attribute panel and take a look. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80. Power, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Spirit, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Top speed 279 meters per second. Possessed skill, 1. System space, level 8. You have 80 meters x 80 meters x 80 meters of system space. 2. Metal control, level 7. You can control any metal, control their movement and change their shape. 3. Stealth, level 5. You can be invisible for 24 hours a day. 4. Zombie control, level 5. You can manipulate up to level 5 zombies up to a count of 5. 5. Breaking chop, level 2. When you attack with your weapon, you can fire a 20-meter longsword chi to attack your enemy. 6. Combat focus, level 2. When you use this skill, you will fully devote yourself to the battle, causing all of your basic attributes to increase by 20% for 10 minutes, and can be used twice in 24 hours. 7. Virus immunity. You are immune to the zombie virus. 8. DNA gene enhancement. You can branch out with any suitable species. 9. Attribute enhancement. You can gain 0.1 attribute points for every zombie you kill. 10. Soul control, level 5. You can cast soul control on all those under your control within 50 meters. After 1 minute, they will become your most loyal servants. Looking at his attribute panel, Liu Yang's entire body was happy. The enhancements gained from this visit inside the official organization can be really great. Not only do you gain 2 new skills, break slash and combat focus, his own basic attributes had also been strengthened by several hundred points, and had reached 31 times that of an ordinary person. His speed had reached 279 meters per second, on the verge of reaching the speed of sound. At the same time his various skills were leveled up. The storage space has even reached level 8. 80 times 80 times 80 is equal to 512,000 cubic meters. That's a lot of space for a lot of supplies. Liu Yang looked at the empty space and had a sense of urgency again. It's empty again. It seems that we have to continue to collect supplies and fill her up. The metal control skill has reached the 7th level. Liu Yang manipulate metal more comfortable faster. Farther range. Can manipulate the weight is also heavier. Now he only need a thought. And even able to directly manipulate aircraft carriers in the air. And the stealth skill had reached level 5 and was presumably full, because the daily stealth time had reached 24 hours. Liu Yang could even stay in stealth for the whole day without being noticed. The zombie control has also reached level 5 and can control level 5 zombies. But so far, the highest level zombie Liu Yang has encountered is only level 2. It seemed that the upgrade speed of the zombies was not as fast as the upgrade speed of his control skills. Through the discoveries made inside the Doomsday Biological Authority, Liu Yang had already known that a level 2 zombie had a higher IQ than a level 1 zombie, and was even more human-like. So is it more human-like after level 3, 4, 5? And zombies can breed. Another genetic enhancement skill for yourself. It wouldn't be impossible if the level 5 zombie female zombie was a little bit prettier. It might even have a different flavor. And the soul control skill, after rising to level 5, had actually become a ranged skill. All enemies within 50 meters can be cast at the same time. And this is definitely much more efficient. As for the breaking chop skill, Liu Yang didn't think it was of much use. After all, he himself could use a steel needle to explode someone's head with just a wave of his hand. 20 meters long sword chi placed in the end of the world when the outbreak of the end of the world has just begun. It is indeed a lawn mowing weapon. You can rush inside the pile of zombies, and directly open the unparalleled. But right now there are too many skills that Liu Yang possesses. Basically, it wouldn't be used in melee combat. So Liu Yang put his mind on the last skill, combat focus. You can boost your base attributes by 20% inside a 10-minute period. Today Liu Yang's speed is 279 meters per second. So if we propose 20%, that's 279 by 1. 2 is equal to 334. 8. It's already about the same as the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Just by using this skill, Liu Yang would be able to make his speed reach incomparably close to the speed of sound. Arguably this new skill is the best. And it's only 2 levels. Wouldn't it be possible to increase it by 30% at level 3, 40% at level 4, and at level 10, straight up 100%? That's a pretty high cap on that skill. 2. Probably one of the best rewards this trip to the Dune Creature Authority has ever gotten. Ever. All in all, Lu Yang felt that this trip to the Authority was really worthwhile, and thanks to Lin Momo who kept letting herself go with her. This little ninny. Not only was she moist and pretty, but she was also considered to be her own little blessing, bringing her a lot of benefits. It wasn't in vain that I made her want to die inside the torture chamber in the first place, just when Lu Yang's heart was happy. Instead, there was a knock on his room door. Knock knock. Although the knock was not loud, it was urgent, and it was clear that whoever knocked was somewhat overwhelmed with excitement. Can't wait to come inside the room and have a good chat with Lu Yang. Lu Yang heard the voice and also immediately withdrew his mind. Turning to the door, he said, "Come in." Soon the door was pushed open. A slender, white jade foot was the first to step in. Seeing this leg, Lu Yang was instantly shaken in spirit. What a beautiful leg. It's straight, long, and white, and I don't know whose it is. Immediately after, a beautiful figure also slowly walked in. After seeing the other side clearly, Lu Yang revealed an expression of so. Sure enough, it was Fang Qingjie. Just after dinner she went to take a shower, and as soon as she was done she came to herself. Now push the door in and there's a fragrant breeze. The body had also been changed into a flattering silk nightgown. That perfect body looked particularly tantalizing against the semi-transparent pajamas. The curves of that perfect body were on full display. Even Lu Yang couldn't help but feel a little hot when he saw it. The 15th highest female shifter in the S-class. The high and mighty goddess of the Doomsday Biological Administration. The existence that other men could not hope for. But now she took the initiative to wash herself clean like a lamb to be slaughtered and climbed into her room, waiting for her own picking. It's so hot to think about it. You can't help but press on. Facing Lu Yang's fiery eyes, a shy expression appeared on Fang Qingjie's absolutely beautiful face. An abnormal flush appeared in both cheeks. Even his breathing began to tremble a little. Lu Yang patted his bed and said to her, "Don't be nervous, I am very gentle. Come over here and sit down. The two of us will have a good chat about life, about ideals, about the contributions we have to make to human reproduction." Aha! Fang Qingjie nodded, then nervously sat next to Lu Yang. Looking at Fang Qingjie, who was sitting next to himself, exhaling like orchids, his whole body exuding a light aroma. With a stunningly beautiful body and a fiery figure, Lu Yang's mood was starting to get excited. Compared to the schoolgirls, this Fang Qingjie looked a bit more mature. And again, that aura of being 15th in her S-class is something that female students can't compete with. Lu Yang couldn't help but scan the other party with his system. Name, Fang Qingjie. Age, 24. Height, 166. Weight, 52. Bust, a pair of C+. Appearance score, 95. Body score, 93. Charge count, 0. After seeing this message, Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Not only are the body appearance scores in the 90s, but the charge count is surprisingly 0 as well. This one is a 24-year-old beauty and it's rumored that she's been in the Doomsday Bio Authority for a long time, having become an alien years before the end times broke out. Been a shifter for so long without being taken down by another shifter? Lu Yang directly asked. I didn't realize that you haven't had a boyfriend before? Fang Qingjie opened his mouth and revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Speaking, how did you know? Lu Yang touched his chin and said, look at you so nervous. Careful to sit next to me. The whole body began to tremble. It seems to have never experienced men and women. Don't be nervous. I'm the most gentle person, and all of my women are the first time, so I'm the most experienced for the first time for the woman. On the contrary, you are so pretty and have such a good body, and you are already 24 years old. Why haven't you had your boyfriend yet? You don't like females, do you? Hearing Lu Yang's words, Fang Qingjie's face had reddened into an apple. This guy could even tell that he had never had a boyfriend or experienced a man or woman before. Is it true that the rumor that used to circulate on the internet that you can tell if a woman is a first time or not by the way she walks, or certain behaviors, is true? And I don't know how he saw it. Fang Qingjie replied, I had already become a psychic when I was 20 years old. The psychic ability that I awakened at that time was still very powerful, and I was trained by the organization's key cultivation, so it can be said that the scenery is infinite. So naturally, I can't look at ordinary men. Even Lu Qingsong in 9th place. I don't think he's that strong, but it's the 2nd place, Li Guilong, that interests me a bit. It's just a pity that he's already in his 30s. He's too old. So, I haven't been able to find a suitable man to be my boyfriend. But now count me lucky to have met a man as strong as you. What a perfect fit to be my boyfriend. As a woman, which one of them doesn't only look up to the strong? There was a saying back in the days of peace that money was for women, not for women to spend. A rich man isn't so much about how much he spends on women as he is about having women to fall over themselves just by showing strength. For example, in times of peace, if you could drive $1 million car and casually drive around in front of a university, you could easily get a college student. After all, one of the major drawbacks of a luxury car is that the air conditioning on the passenger side is so hot that it makes those beautiful women want to undress as soon as they get in the car. In times of peace, money equals strength. The end times are upon us. Fighting power is real power. And Lu Yang happened to be the first of all the exalts at this time. And it was number 1 in 10 minutes. This kind of strength is gold and naturally all women love it. Even the 15th ranked Fang Qingjie was admiring Lu Yang. And couldn't wait to immediately eat Lu Yang alive and squeeze him dry to dregs right now. Hearing Fang Qingjie's words, Lu Yang nodded and said, "It's also true that a supreme beauty like you naturally requires the strongest of the strongest to have it. And I, Lu Yang, happen to be the strongest one. Let you feel my strength today." Fang Qingjie said with a red face. "Chief Captain Lu Yang." "You?" Lu Yang laughed and said, "Still calling the chief captain? It's time to call your husband." "Ah." Fang Qingjie's face turned even redder, but still obediently nodded and said, "Hubby, then you have to be a little more compassionate." "Oh, don't worry, I'm just chatting with you." Lu Yang nodded with a bad smile on his face. Lu Yang woke up early on the second day. At this moment, Fang Qingjie, due to being too tired from yesterday's chatting, was lying on the bed and huffing and puffing. But it had to be said that the goddess of the doomsday creature authority was a goddess, and even when she was asleep, she was still so beautiful. That calm face looked like a sleeping beauty. Lu Yang couldn't help but reach out and squeeze it. Fang Qingjie's mouth let out a slurred sound. With his hand, he patted the back of Lu Yang's hand and said, "Who? Don't move me la. Didn't you say last night that it was just a chat?" Chatting and then started to do it. But didn't almost make people tired. "Give me more sleep." Hearing the other party's words, a smug smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. "So what if you're 15th in the S-class? As usual, it can't stand up to my Force-8 Gale." Getting up, washing up, and eating breakfast, Lu Yang began to think about what he should do today. The supplies in the neighborhood had been pretty much scavenged. Previously, Lu Yang had built the entire school area with a huge metal mesh cover just to prevent the invasion of zombies, because his own women had no combat power. But not anymore. Having brought back more than 20 Xenos, all of them strong, these Xenos would have no problem fending off even a few thousand zombies. In that case, Lu Yang would also be able to start going further afield to collect supplies without having to worry about his backyard catching fire. So today Lu Yang planned to go to the next city to collect supplies. After all, Lu Yang's storage space has now been upgraded in level again. The space has become bigger and much more empty. Lu Yang can't wait to fill her up hard. So after breakfast, Lu Yang directly prepared to go out. Seeing this scene, Gu Yunhan and the others came over and said to Lu Yang, "Chief Captain, where are you going?" "We're coming with you too." Moon Drunken Blue also said, "Yes, all of us female altered beings can be your team members. Wherever you go, we'll follow." The other female shifters also said, Right. When a team member is on a mission, he or she should definitely be with the chief captain." Lu Yang thought about it and said, "Okay, then Gu Yunhan, you Drunken Blue, and Bai Qingqing, the three of you will be on a team with me. Fang Qingjie was too tired from chatting with me last night, so she won't be brought along if she's not awake yet. The rest of you will stay in the safe zone first. You will be assigned later when there is a mission. You can also form a group of 5 to form a squad." The surprised expressions on Gu Yunhan's 3 faces were very happy, but the other dozen or so female members of the team were a little unhappy. They want to move with Lu Yang too, but come to think of it, how could there be a squad of 24 people? Too many people, too big a target. Even inside the Doomsday Bio Authority, they performed missions in groups of 5. Therefore they couldn't say anything. After all, Gu Yunhan and the girls were all S-class female adepts, and most of my own people are BN level. It's no match for someone's S-class. One could only nod reluctantly. Afterwards, Lu Yang began to lead the 3 beautiful alienists and walked out of the teacher's dormitory building. Taking 3 stunningly beautiful shifters to search for supplies does make a difference, and from time to time, the 3 of them fought over Lu Yang's side. All want to get Lu Yang's attention, hoping to climb into Lu Yang's bed tonight. This makes Lu Yang feel a little uncomfortable. Does it mean that he looks really so handsome? Every woman like themselves to fight with their own bed? Alas, it seems that being good-looking can be an affliction. After walking out of the teacher's dormitory, Lu Yang directly intention micro-movement to the 3 beauties are wrapped in a layer of metal armor, ready to take off with them, flying to the next city to search for supplies. Yet this time he realized, a mound of dirt had unexpectedly appeared on the ground not far outside the teacher's dormitory. This caught Lu Yang's attention and he frowned as he walked over. Found out it was actually a hole. It's amazing that you can punch a hole in a concrete floor? Could it be that the school area has been invaded? This caused Liu Yang's alarm. In the Doomsday Biological Authority, Liu Yang has already the existence of the altered beings, and found out that there are more and more altered beings appearing in Doomsday, and more mutated creatures as well. If someone, or if there are mutated creatures, awakened the ability to make holes in the ground, it is not impossible. He took a closer look at the hole. The hole was dark, deep, damp, and so dark that you couldn't see the end of it. The hole is fresh dirt. The dirt is still a little wet, and it looks like it should have been hit not too long ago, probably last night. And by the looks of the hole, it was punched from the bottom up, not from the top down, which means it's possible that a creature could have invaded from the outside of the campus, through this one hole, to the inside. At this time, Gu Yunhan Yu drunk in blue-white Ching-Chang. 3 people also came over to look at this hole. Their faces also showed a somewhat surprised expression. Gu Yunhan bent down and touched the moist soil and said, "This soil is still fresh. This one hole should just appear not long ago. Probably appeared last night. The hole is not big enough to pass a normal adult. Maybe it's a mutated rat, groundhog, or something like that." Moon drunk in blue said, "Captain, you really did a solid job with the top half of this safe zone. It's just a pity that the ground protection wasn't done properly. Like our Doomsday Biological Authority, even the 15th floor of the ground is our territory. And there is also an extremely thick concrete reinforcement layer underneath the 15th floor, which is not only waterproof, but also prevents the invasion of creatures underground. I think, Chief Captain, you could apply for the help of the official organization and have them reinforce this school directly for you to go to." Bai Qingqing said, "It's the end of the world now, and the official organization doesn't have that much manpower and resources left to help, right? Will it work?" Moon drunk in blue do said, "We have to draw out help even if we don't have the manpower and material resources. Our chief captain is the talent of talents in the Doomsday Biological Authority. If we are in danger, then the loss will be even greater." The other 2 women nodded their heads when they heard this. Since they came back with Liu Yang, they have already put Liu Yang in the first place. For the safety of the chief captain, you Doomsday Biological Management Bureau or the official organization to contribute a little force, a little people, a little resources. What's wrong? I don't think it's right to do so. At this time Liu Yang said, "If you want to figure out what exactly invaded our campus, then you have to go inside this hole and look around to find out. Maybe that guy is still inside the hole right now." At this time, Gu Yunhan, who was next to him, said, "This hole is also too small. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Let Li Mengyao go. Maybe she can. She's only about 1 meter 5 tall, right?" Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Even if it's Li Mengyao, she may not be able to climb in. And Li Mengyao isn't an alien. She's just an ordinary person. What if the creatures in there are ferocious? Can't let her take the risk." After saying that, he cocked his head and thought for a while, and eventually his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He said to the women again, "You guys wait for me here for a while. I'll go and come right back." Then before the girls could reply, he had already leapt up and flew directly towards the outside of the school. A few minutes later, he flew back again. Flying back with him was a little kid in full steel armor. When the 2 of them landed on the ground, Gu Yunhan and the others realized that the little kid wasn't a human, but a little girl zombie. See this scene. Gu Yunhan and the others all revealed somewhat shocked expressions. Speaking, "Chief Captain, what is the purpose of bringing a little girl zombie back?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "Let her go in and spy for me. It just so happens that she's the size of a 5 or 6-year-old girl and can climb in." Moon drunk in blue said, "But the zombie won't listen to your orders. And even if he can listen to your orders, he won't be able to speak. In that case, even if he finds the enemy, he won't be able to tell you the enemy situation." Liu Yang smiled and said, "I have my own way." He himself possessed the skill of zombie control and had already reached level 5, allowing him to control a level 5 zombie. And this little kid zombie was only a level 1. By controlling him, he was able to gain her vision, control her actions, and make her do whatever he wanted her to do. Wouldn't it be easy to get him to drill a hole? Zombies don't have intelligence and can't talk. Don't even need her to talk. Just need her eyes to see things for me. So Liu Yang sent a command to the little girl zombie inside his mind. "Crawl in." The walker instantly began to crawl down the hole. Gu Yunhan and the others who saw the scene were very shocked. They couldn't figure out how Liu Yang was able to make the zombies so obedient. Climbing a hole just like that? They, the Doomsday Biological Authority, had been researching zombies for a long time, and they hadn't even researched an antidote to the zombie virus, let alone a way to control zombies. Wouldn't it be great to control all the zombies around the globe and make them a labor force if there was really a way to control them? In the future, when you go into the factory to hit the screws, you don't need the workers. Just let the walkers into the factory. If we can control all the zombies, It will take less than a year to rebuild the world after the apocalypse and bring it back to its peak. And then to a modernized society that is even higher than the peak. Lu Yang ignored the shock of the women and continued to maneuver the zombie to climb down. I have to say that this hole is really dark, deep and narrow. Even the little girl zombie, at this time crawling in the hole, are squeezed tightly. Climbing speed is very slow. In the end, Lu Yang simply began to use the steel control skill to propel the little girl zombie through the hole in a hurry. And after dozens of seconds of penetration, she finally came to another place. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Yang's entire body was shocked. Lu Yang also did not expect. Along this one hole keeps going deeper into the ground. There is a vast space. In the ground is a natural mine. There are a few figures in the middle of that mine, constantly busy. And without exception these figures were all very small, appearing to be roughly 1 meter 3 or so in height. But they swung their hammers with vigor and kept on mining underground. Lu Yan was shocked as he watched this through the eyes of the zombie. I didn't realize that there were other humanoid creatures underneath this school area of mine. Looking at their size, they look like the dwarfs from the previous cartoons. There wouldn't be a Snow White, would there? Lu Yan looked at these dwarves working there. Among them there are men and women. Are the end of the world? Also do not know what they open the mine is for. And just at this time, one of the dwarves found this one little girl zombie controlled by Lu Yang. He instantly pointed at the little walker and called out to his companions. Hey guys, when did that guy show up and what is he? Those companions also paid attention at his prompting and saw the little walker with a surprised look on their faces. Looks like a little human. Nope, it's a little walker. Hurry up and finish him off or he'll bite us for sure. A male dwarf charged straight at him with a hammer. A hammer blow to the little walker's head followed. Thud! A loud sound of metal clashing was emitted in the middle of the underground space. That hammer was instantly shaken out. Since the body and head of the little zombie were wrapped in steel made by Lu Yang, even the hammer swung by a strong male dwarf could not break the defense. The male dwarf wore a shocked expression. He exclaimed, "This zombie's is head of good iron." The other dwarves laughed. Ha ha ha, Olaf. I think it's because you've worked too much overtime with your wife at night that you're all weak. Ha ha ha, I look like. What's the point of mining if you're like this? You can't even crack a skull. What's the point of cracking a mine? The dwarf named Olaf said with an unhappy expression. If you guys don't believe me you can knock it yourselves. You guys see that this zombie seems to be a bit stupid and won't fight back when we hit it. You guys just try it yourselves and you'll see. Let's give it a try. It's just a child zombie. Can it still turn over the sky? I still don't believe it. Is he really an iron-head child? Another dwarf picked up a hammer and rushed over, hitting the zombie's head with a hammer. Thud! There was another loud thud, but the walker was unharmed. That dwarf also showed a puzzled expression. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Another dwarf rushed forward. Dang! Done 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 done. All of the dwarves gave the zombie a hammer. Yet none of them were able to break his defense. Olaf laughed. I say you guys keep up the good work. How come you're so weak? Working too much overtime with your wife at night? Ha ha ha. A dwarf looked at the zombie and said, this zombie is not right. The zombies that we encountered in the past would rush over and bite us as soon as they encountered us. But this zombie didn't even move after being hit by us for so many times. And I found out that his head and body are wrapped with steel like metal. It's definitely not an ordinary zombie. Look at him goofing off. Let's tie him back up and show him to the patriarch. Makes sense. We can't kill him anyway. So why don't we tie him back up and let the clan leader figure it out? So those dwarves directly took out a hemp rope and tied the zombie up, and also stuffed a big stone inside her mouth so that she couldn't bite. Lu Yang, who saw this scene, had a smile on his face. That's good. That's what I wanted. As soon as they bring the walkers back, I can follow the walkers' vision to know where their base camp is. These motherfucking dwarves almost dug up the ground floor of my school district. How could I not go to their base camp and make a scene? And it seems like their job is to mine. Maybe they have countless metals in their base camps that I can collect for my use. If the entire dwarf race were to be put in soul chains, specialize in mining for me, then won't I have an endless supply of metal in the future? It's a lot easier than collecting cars on the road. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's entire face was filled with excitement. Underground, dimly lit mine. The dwarves threw the pent-up zombie directly into the cart that was pulling the mine, and then pushed him directly and started to move forward. After more than an hour of traveling, we hadn't made it to the exit yet. Gu Yunhan, you drunken blue, and by Chingching 3 people, do not know what exactly happened underneath, are somewhat waiting impatiently, said to Lu Yang, Chief Captain Lord, that zombie will not escape on its own, right? How come there is still no movement after more than an hour? Moon Drunken Blue said, there wouldn't be a monster underground, would there, directly taking out all the zombies? Bai Chingching said, why don't we just block up this hole with metal and then pave the entire floor with metal? In which case there will be no more fear of invasion, right? Lu Yang smiled and shook his head, signaling them to be at ease and said, "Don't be anxious, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's only been more than an hour. Such a short period of time. If you guys go inside my room to chat, you all haven't even come down from the sky yet." Listening to Lu Yang's words, the three of them, Gu Yunhan, immediately had a small blush, speaking, "Nasty, then you can make a deal to talk for at least an hour or so." On the other side, the dwarves finally made it to an elevator after an hour or so of traveling, then pushed the one walker into the elevator and slowly rose to the ground. The moment he appeared on the ground, Lu Yang finally saw the dwarf tribe. It looked like a wilderness village, with a number of wooden huts built by the dwarves. There was a huge ore smelting furnace in the open air, and many dwarves were pushing carts and were dumping ore into it. Also there were dwarves who forged weapons and kept beating the iron. Looks like this tribe is pretty big. Lu Yan was a little less clear. How come none of these creatures were ever found before the end times broke out? Once the end of the world broke out, not only did humans turn into zombies, but even this kind of dwarves, which only appeared in the fantasy world inside the legend, also came to reality? However, through his own sense of the zombies, Lu Yang already knew where this location was. It was probably one of the suburbs of Haichang, just a dozen kilometers away from Lu Yang's school district. Now it was time to go to the dwarven tribes and have a good loot. So Lu Yang said to Gu Yunhan and the others beside him, "Very well, let's go find this culprit who dug through our ground next." Gu Yunhan and the girls said with some surprise, "Lord Chief Captain Lu Yang, you already know their location?" Lu Yang nodded. "That's right, now set off." With a slight movement of his mind, he took the three women and flew directly into the sky. Since his steel control had risen to level 7, the control of the steel was also faster, and he was now flying at over 4 times the speed of sound. The dwarf tribe over a dozen kilometers away was only a dozen seconds away. Meanwhile the dwarves, those mining dwarves among the tribes, had already brought that one metal-wrapped zombie to their tribal chief. After seeing this zombie, their chief showed a very puzzled expression and asked those dwarves, "What do you guys want by bringing a zombie back to the tribe? Even though we are not native to this world, we can be infected by the zombie virus. Do you want to turn into dwarven zombies?" Those dwarves said in a hurry, "Lord Chief, this one zombie was found by us inside an underground mine, and we don't know how he came to our mine. However, his body is wrapped in a very special layer of metal, even with a mining hammer and chisel, also cannot break the defense. And this zombie is a bit stupid, will not attack people at all. So bring it back, please decide." Hearing this, the patriarch revealed a somewhat surprised expression, saying, "Oh, there's such a thing? A zombie actually won't attack others according to myself?" After saying that, he came to the walker with his short legs, drawing the short sword at his own waist. He stabbed the walker in the head. Since the zombie's head was protected by armor, it couldn't do any damage to her, but her head shook from side to side as she was stabbed by the short sword. This zombie didn't show anything either, not even a reaction. The leader of the dwarves tapped the metal again with his short sword and was surprised to hear the crunching sound coming from it. The armor on this walker is made of a very powerful metal, tougher than any metal forged by our dwarves, who are known for their forging abilities. It seems to be artificially built, and with such a good fit, it should be specially made for this child zombie, who has been tamed by someone. That's why it won't attack others at will. The other dwarves asked, "Lord Chief, then what should we do next?" The leader of the dwarves replied, "Strip off this armor and see whoever fits take it and wear it, and as for this little walker, just cut her head off." Lord Patriarch. Those dwarves dragging the walker were about to strip her armor, and just at that moment, several black shadows in the sky flew at supersonic speed at extreme speed. Immediately after, boom! With a loud bang, Lu Yan landed on the ground with the three beauties. Seeing this scene, the dwarves were directly taken aback. Those dwarfs all jumped up, then hurriedly drew out the weapons pinned on their waists and looked at Lu Yang and the others very vigilantly. Lu Yang realized that this dwarf tribe was not very big. It's probably only about the size of a village. All the dwarves combined were only 200 or so. Lu Yang had a relaxed expression on his face, while Gu Yunhan and the girls were very shocked. Unable to resist, he asked to Lu Yang, "My God, how come there are a bunch of dwarves here? These guys, although they are short, but those male dwarves have high bulging muscles on their bodies, full of beard. Their beards are almost dragging the ground. They look very rough, not loving at all." Moon Drunken Blue said, "It's nothing like the dwarf in Snow White." Bai Qingqing said, "Those female dwarves over there are not bad looking, although they are very short in height, but they have good body proportions, not that kind of dwarf proportions, as if they are just a scaled down version of a normal person. They look instead like a delicate and beautiful feeling, like porcelain dolls." At this time, when those dwarves saw Lu Yang and Bai Qingqing and the girls, they also showed a wary expression and asked aggressively, "Humans, What are you doing here? This is our dwarf tribe. Are you guys trying to invade our place? The dwarves, despite their short stature, have no shortage of temper. In their world, the dwarves were with the humans, and there had been wars. They had won a lot and lost a lot back then, and they weren't even afraid to face the orcs. Inside their tiny bodies, they contain a huge amount of energy. In terms of strength, a 1-meter 2 dwarf has more strength than a strong 1-meter 8 man. Lu Yang listened to the other party's words. He said, "You little things have dug under my school and you're asking me what I want to do? If it continues like this, you guys are going to dig down our entire school. Where do you little things come from? I don't think you're native to our planet, are you?" That one bearded clan leader of the dwarves stepped forward and said, "It's true that we are not the original creatures of this planet, and we don't know how we were transported to this world, but most of the human races of your planet have already turned into zombies, so it's normal for us dwarves to form a tribe to protect ourselves, right? What do you want to do when you come here so aggressively? Do you want to be enemies of our dwarf race?" As soon as these words came out, the other dwarves around that one dwarf clan chief also had a grave expression on their faces and started to get serious, gripping their weapons and preparing to make a move on Lu Yang. Hearing the words of these people, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Are you dwarfs qualified to be my enemy? I see that you are some good miners. Give you a chance to be my men. After the mine, after the refining into metal alchemy, I will agree to let you become my little brother. After the safety of your tribe will be protected by me, Lu Yang. How is it? This condition is very good, right?" Go didn't expect. But these dwarves started to laugh after hearing Lu Yang's words. It was as if he had heard a big joke. A strong dwarf said, "Lord Chief, this guy is stupid. Right? To come and take us dwarves as his little brother? And he's only a few people and he wants to take in hundreds of us. It seems that the human intelligence on this planet is not working. Don't bullshit him. Just go for it. Lord Chief, I request to fight him one-on-one. Let him know how powerful our dwarf race is." The dwarf leader said, "Everyone together. This guy fell from the sky, so I guess he's not an ordinary human race. Get together and finish him off. Don't be careless." Lord Chief." Those dwarves led the order together and directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Raising his weapon, he prepared to launch an attack on Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang just looked at them. The weapons in their hands instantly began to change. Why is my axe melting? The weapons in those dwarves' hands instantly melted into strange shapes, followed by turning into a snake that spread all over their bodies. Next, all the dwarves, tied up in metal ropes, one by one, they fell to the ground, unable to move. Even that dwarf clan chief. It was at this time that a look of fear appeared on their faces. How could they not expect this human fellow to be so strong? Lu Yang laughed and said, "Using a metal weapon to launch an attack on me? Aren't you guys looking for death?" Lu Yang utilized his metal control ability to control that metal rope that was binding the dwarfs and brought them all flying to a pile and gathered them together. More than 200 dwarfs, all caught by Lu Yang. Because Lu Yang's soul control skill had been upgraded to level 5, capable of controlling all enemies within a range of 50 meters. Lu Yang was prepared to manipulate all of these 200 plus dwarfs at once. The dwarves were gathered together with looks of fear on their faces. The patriarch of the dwarf tribe screamed at Lu Yang, "Abominable fellow! What on earth do you want? You abominable human? Our dwarf tribe will never give in to anyone. Even if you kill us, we will not give in." His daughter also said, "In the midst of our original world, even in the face of orcs and elves, we have never succumbed, let alone your mere humans. Damn you guys, your world has come to an end. You will perish sooner or later." Listening to the words of these two people, Lu Yang sneered and said, "Whether we humans perish or not, don't you guys care about it first? You guys are just my mining tool people." After saying that, Lu Yang directly began to exert soul control. A minute later he received a system alert. Ding! Congratulations host. Soul control was successfully cast. They have become your most loyal servants and will never betray you. At the same time, the eyes of those dwarves looking at Lu Yang had completely changed. At first they were very angry and disdainful, but nowadays, in the eyes that looked at Lu Yang, there was only obedience and respect. Can't wait to immediately hold Lu Yang's feet as a lick. That dwarf clan chief's daughter also looked at Lu Yang with admiration in her eyes, and deep in the bottom of her eyes, there was even a hint of fawning, making secret glances at Lu Yang. At this time Lu Yang said to those dwarves, "From today onwards, this dwarf tribe of yours is my Lu Yang's property. Including you dwarves are all my assets. You guys continue to dig mines here. You don't need to smelt the mines after you dig them. I will regularly come over at intervals to smelt them myself. All you guys need to do is dig the ore out from deep underground." The leader of the dwarf tribe said, "Yes, Lord Lu Yang, we will definitely seize the time to mine. Bring more resources to Lord Lu Yang." The daughter of the leader of the coming human tribe said, "Lord Lu Yang, Sigrid, at your disposal." You can order me to do anything, including serving you in bed. He said. This beautiful dwarf face also showed a touch of seduction smile, stretched out the pink tongue, licked his lips, threw an extremely affectionate winks at Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the other party. I have to say, this dwarf is indeed a little different from the others. Maybe it is because as the daughter of the matriarch, she doesn't even have to go down the hole to dig. The clothes on her body are very clean, and she wears more gorgeous than others. And her skin is not the kind of bronze-colored skin but white and flawless, looking like a porcelain doll. Combined with her 5 feet 23 inches height, she really looked like a little beauty that came out of an anime. Lu Yang turned to her and asked, Dwarf Sigrid, how old are you? You're not 18 yet, are you? Sigrid covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha, we dwarves have a lifespan of 200 years, which is twice as long as a normal human. And even though I look like a teenager, I'm actually 28 years old, and my father is over 80 years old, and you don't look at me as short. In fact, I am the adult size. Because we dwarves grow up to 1 meter 2, 1 meter 3. Hearing the words of this dwarf beauty Sigrid, Lu Yang was a bit surprised. Even dwarves live longer than humans? Humans are so sad too. Lu Yang asked, why do you have such a long lifespan? Sigrid cocked her head and thought for a while, a cute expression on her face, speaking, I don't know, but 200 years old isn't that long for our worldly creatures. The elf guys, they're said to live for more than 2,000 years. Elves? Hearing this sentence, Lu Yang immediately brightened up. The elves are legendary creatures, and it is said that all the women of the elves are very beautiful. People often use the term beauty like a genie to describe a beautiful woman. A real female elf is presumably the most beautiful creature in the world, right? If this could get himself an elfin beauty, wouldn't it be heavenly? Turning to Sigrid, he asked, have the elves come to our world with you as well? If they have come here as well, do you know their location? Sigrid shook her head. We haven't found any creatures from our world since we accidentally crossed over here. Walkers have been found quite a bit, so I don't know if there are any elves. Lu Yang revealed a somewhat disappointed expression, still thinking that he would be able to get an elf maiden. Seems like I was overthinking it, but while elves can't get it, it's nice that dwarves can. He coughed and cleared his throat, then stood himself up straight, puffed out his chest, and asked the crowd, women of the dwarf race, I ask you, are you willing to be my Lu Yang's women? As soon as they heard this sentence, those dwarf women had a look of surprise on their faces. They had already been completely conquered by Lu Yang's soul control. Which one of them didn't want to follow Lu Yang? Not to mention being Lu Yang's woman. Even if they were to be Lu Yang's dog, they would be very willing. Even the dwarf women who were already married, their husbands didn't have any opinions. After all, their husbands were also manipulated by Lu Yang. So the women said in unison, we do. At the same time, Lu Yang also began to receive system prompts inside his mind. Non-stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. Receive a system reward. All attribute points plus 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the young girl and obtaining the system reward. The storage space skill plus 1 level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the maiden and obtaining a new skill, passive shield. Level 1. A shield will be passively generated around your body to resist any attack once, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Looking at the system prompts he kept receiving inside his mind, Lu Yang's entire body was happy. He ended up receiving a full 84 tips, but Lu Yang realized something was wrong, because there are more than 84 dwarf women here. He counted what must have been over 90, and all the dwarf women have promised to be their own. It would make sense that you would get 90 plus rewards, so why only 80 plus? This caused Lu Yang to express great confusion. According to reason, Lu Yang has genetic enhancement with what kind of species are able to branch out, including the dwarves. So to be able to get a reward from the dwarf woman was something Lu Yang expected. But then again, not all dwarf women let themselves be rewarded. So why the difference? It was as if the system had detected Lu Yang's thoughts. The mechanical voice rang out. Only the woman that the host can make the other pregnant can get the reward. Instead, just one woman will allow you to get the reward. So won't that be a card bug? Lu Yang froze. Good lord, you know about bugs in this system? He had a somewhat sheepish look on his face. Inside my head again, I asked. I've enhanced my genetics to be able to have children with any species. So why can't I handle this group of dwarves? How come there are still 10 or so left that can't have children? The system replied. Although it is said that the host's genetics have been strengthened and can break reproductive isolation with any species, there are some among this group of dwarves that are not fertile in the first place. And the host's genetics, even more strengthened, are useless. How can you grow if your seed is strong and there is no soil for you to develop? Lu Yang was stunned. He was a sports student and didn't know much about this physiological knowledge. Continuing to ask, Why are some dwarves infertile? The system replied, too old for menopause. Only then did Lu Yang reveal an expression of sudden realization. So it is. No wonder the hints given by this system always said that the rescue of the young girl was successful. It seems that if you're too old, you can't have children, even if you're strong. But being able to obtain more than 80 rewards, Lu Yang also felt that it was already enough. And knowing the fact that you can't get rewards for being too old, you don't have to waste your time when you come across older women in the future. And if you dare to pester yourself, just kill them directly. After communicating with the system, Lu Yang withdrew his mind and focused on the dwarf woman. It had to be said that the dwarves were indeed a very rough race. Even the women were full of muscles one by one. Even the women are going down inside the mines to work the mines. Not like pampered human women. This also led to the fact that most of these dwarves were all dark and rough-skinned, with bulging muscles on their bodies. The hands and feet are not long and slender like humans. Completely incompatible with Lu Yang's aesthetic. The only one who fit Lu Yang's aesthetic was their matriarch's daughter, Sigrid. So Lu Yang said to Sigrid, next you come back to my base camp with me. The others continue to stay here to mine. Although you are all willing to be my women, some of you are already married. So it's better not to think too much. I am not going to take you away. Work at ease. As soon as she heard those words, a look of surprise appeared on Sigrid's face, and her whole body was happy. Turning to her dad, she said, Dad, I'm going to leave here next, so take care of yourself in the future. He. Being able to follow Lord Lu Yang is really exciting to think about. Don't worry, every time Lord Lu Yang comes back in the future, I will come back with him to see you. The patriarch of the dwarf tribe had a pleased expression on his face. He said, good daughter, I am also very happy that you can follow Lord Lu Yang. In the future, you can follow Lord Lu Yang without worrying about me. I will be here to command the dwarf clan and mine well for his excellency. Thus, Sigrid obediently followed next to Lu Yang. At 1.25 meters, she stood in front of Lu Yang, who was 1.85 meters. Like a little kid. Look at this 28-year-old, daughter of the dwarf chief. Lu Yang's face revealed a somewhat complicated expression. Could this dwarf really be a match for himself? Can you have children? It's really a little intriguing to think about. Originally that a childish class flowerly Mangyao is already very rebellious. 1.5 meters height in front of Lu Yang 1.85 meters body. Already can be casually hugged up. That's better. Here comes another 5 feet 25 inches dwarven beauty. It's really anticlimactic to think about. However, the dwarves were different from humans. Their bodies were stronger. Their bodies were denser. Obviously only 1.2 meters, 1.3 meters, but they also weighed about the same as an adult's 1.8 meters. And their strength was also greater. If it was really a 1.25 meters human adult, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand Lu Yang's tossing and turning. But not the dwarves. Their sturdy bodies should be able to handle it. Taking his attention back from the dwarf Sigrid, Lu Yang looked at the tribe and realized that there were still unfinished fences around the area. And there was a huge pile of ore piled up in the ranking of the tribe. He asked the dwarf chief, what are you guys planning to do with all these fences and ores? The dwarf chief replied, the fence is to defend against the invasion of the zombies. We first use logs to put up side by side to form a high fence, and then we surround the top of the fence with iron that we have beaten up. In this way, no zombies will be able to invade in. Our dwarf race makes a living by forging on our original planet. Not only do we forge weapons for ourselves and make armors, but even not only do we forge weapons and armor for ourselves, but even other races buy weapons and armor from us, such as the human race and the elves. The elves, every arrow that they shoot out, the arrowheads on them are all made by us dwarves, said the dwarf clan chief with a proud expression on his face. Their forging skills are absolutely top-notch on their planet. By mining, smelting iron, and forging, they make weapons and armor, which they use to trade with other races for resources and food. That's how the dwarves survive. They are small in stature, but have great strength and sturdy bodies. It's perfect for underground mining. Listening to the other party's introduction, Lu Yang nodded. The other party had relied on forging weapons in exchange for food and resources on their planet, and now that they had come to this planet, they were doing the same old thing. It's just a shame that the people who traded with them for food and resources aren't available. I'm afraid they'll have to starve to death the way they were before. Luckily, they met themselves. Lu Yang said, very well, then from now on you guys will mine for me. As for your food, I will provide it, and you guys only need to mine. You don't need to make iron. I can practice on my own. So Lu Yang, with a thought, waved his hand at the pile of metal ores in the distance. The metal components inside those metal ores began to gather into a ball like running water, leaving only some useless stone slag on the ground. Seeing this scene, the patriarch of the dwarf race was stunned. With trembling lips, he said, Lord Lu Yang, how did you do this? It's well known. Iron ore, if it is to be made into iron, requires the technology of blast furnace iron making. This will utilize a lot of manpower and material resources, and a lot of fuel such as coal, so it's not cheap to turn ore into iron. But Liu Yang could just skip this step. Directly, he was able to complete the intentional iron smelting. Immediately after, Liu Yang directly cast these iron into a fence, surrounded this village, instantly surrounded this one tribe, solid as gold. Seeing this scene, an excited expression appeared on the dwarf clan's patriarch's face. This is too amazing, Lord Liu Yang. Your iron-making skills are 10,000 times more skillful than even our dwarf race. You are the true king of iron and steel. Does it mean that all the humans in this world are as powerful as you? Then in that case, our dwarf group has really become worthless even in terms of our eating skills. For the dwarves, their proudest and most complacent place was their forging technology and mining technology. But now the technology that Liu Yang has shown is many times more advanced than them. Blast furnace iron making? People don't even need it. With a wave of his hand, all that iron sought up like running water. With another wave of his hand, the flowing metal began to turn into impenetrable steel plates again, piece by piece forming the tribe's walls. To these dwarves, it was like a miracle. With their level and technology, how could they not think of how Liu Yang cities could do such a thing? Liu Yang said, "Not everyone has the same ability as me. There is only one Liu Yang in this world. You guys only need to dig mines in the future. You don't need to make iron. The rest of the time you can plant. I will leave you with enough potatoes, sweet potatoes, maize, and other crop seeds to give to you. At the same time, before you plant to be able to be self-sustainable, you will be provided with food. You don't need to worry about food." Hearing that one sentence, all the dwarves let out a cheer. Really? You can provide us with food and you can provide us with seeds? Lord Liu Yang, you are simply our savior. We used to only trade weapons and armor made of smelted iron for food on our planet. So after coming to this planet, these past few days have made us very hungry. We were at a loss as to how to get food when you, Lord Liu Yang, came and is simply our great benefactor. Yes. Lord Liu Yang, you are our great benefactor. The dwarves were all grateful to Liu Yang, because Liu Yang came here. Not only did he make their tribal wall good, he even provided them with food. This was simply a savior. Facing the gratitude of the crowd, Liu Yang smiled and said, "Being my Liu Yang's little brother, naturally, there is no shortage of benefits for you. In the future, you guys will be able to mine here without any worries. I will come over every once in a while to collect your ores, and I will also bring food until you are able to be self-sufficient. Before that, your food will be taken care of by me. Work well, I'll leave first." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang," those dwarves said respectfully. So Liu Yang began to continue to give the women, wrapped in steel armor, with Gu Yunhan, you drunken blue-white Qingqing, and the dwarf clan's patriarch's daughter, Sigrid, and together they flew up into the sky and left the place. Flying in the middle of the sky, Sigrid's face showed a surprised expression. Turning to Liu Yang, she asked, "Lord Liu Yang, how can you fly, and you can even fly with us?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "I know a lot of things. Tonight you come to my room. I'll show you something even more awesome." When Gu Yunhan and the others heard these words, a somewhat lost expression appeared on their faces. Tonight Liu Yang even admired letting Sigrid the dwarf into his room? Damn it. In that case, wouldn't we have to go to the back of the line? Damn it, the dwarf beat me to it. But the dwarf does have a knack for being unique. Although her height is very short, but the proportion of her limbs is very harmonized. Even the greatness of her chest is not small at all. And her face is very delicate and beautiful. The face of a super beauty. After all, she is already 28 years old, not a little kid. However, it was the height difference that was a bit big with Liu Yang. Can the two of them really be right? Gu Yunhan and the others expressed great skepticism. Can't really figure out how a guy who's about 5 feet 3 inches plays with a guy who's 5 feet 85 inches. That scene is just exciting to think about. But the dwarves were known for their sturdy bodies, so maybe they could really hold up. The dwarf Sigrid, after hearing Liu Yang's words, but her pretty face flushed and revealed a shy smile. There was also an unconcealable joy in the smile. Lord Liu Yang said for me to find him in his room. Doesn't that mean I can get intimate with Lord Liu Yang? I'll be damned. It's really exciting to think about. Hey, let's see if I don't find a way to get Liu Yang-sama tonight. Got it, Lord Liu Yang. I'll look for you tonight, Sigrid said happily, then revealed a puzzled expression, asking, Lord Liu Yang, then where are we going next? Liu Yang smiled and said, the purpose of me coming here today is not just to look for you dwarves. You dwarves are just an accident on the way. My real purpose is to search for supplies. Since I have already brought you back, then you should come with us. Hearing this sentence now, Sigrid's face revealed a happy expression, saying, great, It's simply Sigurd's honor to be able to act with Lord Liu Yang. Next I will unconditionally obey Lord Liu Yang. I will do whatever you tell me to do. No need for you to do anything. Just follow me and watch me perform. Your master, me, is very strong, Liu Yang said with a smile. A thought followed, and all of them accelerated their flight together, instantly sending a sonic boom through the air. In the meantime, in the city of Namsan, more than 20 kilometers from here, a dusty squad arrives outside a survivor base. This surviving base was spontaneously organized by the survivors after the outbreak of the end times, and was headed by a psychic. The top brass of the base are also capable men and women, who in times of peace would be professional mercenaries, professional assassins, etc. The fight is very strong. That's what makes it possible to manage thousands of people on the base. Just as the top brass of this base were drinking and chatting, the squad outside the base, the leader of which had a pleasing smile on his face, began to call out to the gatekeeper, "Brothers, we've come to defect to your base. Can you open the door?" That one survivor who was watching the door heard the accents of some of these people who had come to join him, and found it a bit strange. They didn't seem to be locals. He frowned, but didn't think much of it. After all, it had been a month since the outbreak of the end times, and even if there were people from the next city who had fled here, it was nothing strange. As for whether or not to receive these survivors, he would need to consult the higher-ups inside the base, so he turned his head and rushed to the higher-ups office of the base. At this moment the top management of the base was drinking tea and chatting inside. The boss of the base was a middle-aged man with dark skin, a muscular body and a tall figure. His name was Li Hainiu, and he looked almost 35 years old or so. He took a sip of tea and spoke to the others. Our base now has more than 1,000 survivors, and there are quite a few on offer every day. As the base grows, we will become stronger and stronger. It seems that this end of the world is not entirely bad for us. This Li Hainiu, in the era of peace, because of screwing other people's wives, was found by other people's husbands, and in the middle of the fight also killed other people's husbands back. Because of this matter was put inside the prison. The original was a death sentence, in a couple of months to be executed, but did not expect the outbreak of the end of the world. The people inside the prison also turned into zombies. By mistake, he also ran out. It even allowed him to awaken his psychic abilities, thus becoming the king of this post-apocalyptic world. Gathered a lot of ruthless people and formed this one survivor base, living a life of food and drink every day. Even his wife has already found a dozen or so. Each one was a beautiful woman, and some were even directly the wives of other survivors that he had snatched up. This guy, even with the outbreak of the end times, still hasn't changed the Chow thief's nature. Not so much for regular teenage girls, other people's wives, but he wants them as soon as he sees them. Moreover, he was an alien and the leader of this base, so he could just snatch anyone's wife he saw, and those men wouldn't dare to say anything. How dare you have a problem with that? Just break the legs and throw them out to the walkers outside. And, to join them as a base, there is a shelter from the wind and rain, no zombie invasion, and you have to upload supplies every day. When you don't have enough supplies to go up, you will also be thrown out. And once a survivor goes out there and falls in line, it's a lot harder to stay alive. Inside the surviving bases, you can also team up with other survivors, and you don't have to be scared at night. You can sleep well, and it's much safer than going it alone. As long as you can put up with the oppression of the base's top brass, it's actually a better way to survive than going it alone. At this time, another person inside the administrator's office also took a sip of tea and said, "It's thanks to Brother Black Bull that we're able to live such a good life. Which one of us didn't commit some crimes in the peaceful times? Who dares to say they are innocent? The end is near. Otherwise we'd probably spend the rest of our lives in prison, right?" Another senior survivor also said, "Isn't that so? Thanks to Brother Black Bull's leadership, we were able to set up the survivor base and live like kings of the earth. Compared to the previous peaceful era, it's like we're in paradise now. This end times has come at a good time." The third senior also said, "Brother Black Bull is simply the light amongst our end times, leading us to grow bigger and stronger and create another glory. Brother Black Bull, I toast to you. Let's all drink to Black Bull." Everyone raised their teacups and toasted to Li Hainiu. A happy smile appeared on Li Hainiu's face. Being patted on the back by these juniors' asses was very pleasurable, and it had to be said that even he felt a bit floored under the compliments of these juniors. It felt like I was the god of the neighborhood. You can do whatever you want and be lawless. Just as the group was happily pushing their glasses together, there was a knock on the door. "Dun dun dun dun. Come in," Li Hainiu said calmly. Soon the door was pushed open and a junior walked in. Reporting to Li Hainiu, "Brother Hainiu, a group of survivors have come outside the base, saying that they have come to join us. Should we let them in?" Hearing this sentence, Li Hainiu's face immediately lit up. It said, "Oh, there are survivors coming to join us. How many are there? Are there any females? The little brother said. There were about 10 or so people. There are men and women, all young people. Lehania revealed a happy expression and said, good, young is good. I like young women. Let's go. Brothers, let's go together to see how this new batch of survivors are doing. Okay. Looks like Brother Black Bull will be able to find a new concubine. Ha ha ha. It's only because Brother Black Bull is so strong that he can stand up to a dozen concubines, and all of them are young women around 30, mature and plump, full of experience, and at this wolf-like age, who else can stand up to them? Brother Black Bull is invincible. Under the touting of his minions, Lehaniu arrived at the entrance of the base. Across the gate of the base, he saw the group of new survivors who had come to join him. Those survivors said to Lehaniu, Big brother, I've come to defect to your base. Let us in. We'll abide by the rules of your base, as long as you collectively are willing to shelter us. Listening to the other party's words, Lehaniu always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. He couldn't help but frown. The little brother next to him, however, had already revealed a bad smile. Whispering in his ear, he said, Brother Black Bull, those women are good. They are very pretty and have a good body, and they look petite, so I guess they can be hugged and played with. Hearing this, Lehaniu also glanced at them. Finding that those women were really good looking and had a unique charm, he nodded to the little brother next to him, saying, Open the door and let them in. So the little brother nodded and opened the door, and the survivors walked right in. One of the survivors at the head of the group asked, Are all the top brass of our infrastructure here? Lehaniu was still wondering why the other party was asking that, but the little brother next to him had already jumped ahead and answered, That's right, these 4 are the 4 leaders of our base, of which Big Brother Lehaniu is our boss. Great, that survivor nodded. Then he gave a look to his companion next to him. Those few people instantly stormed out, drew the weapons on their belts, and quickly rushed towards these 4 executives inside the base at an extremely fast speed. And that little brother had already been taken control of as well. Before the crowd could react, the top of their necks were already held by the sharp dagger. Lehaniu was stunned in a cold sweat, and asked at these people, What do you want to do? Those survivors had an icy smile on their faces. The 4 base executives, and a junior were instantly subdued by the other side. A look of fear appeared on Lehaniu's face. As the only Alteran inside this base, the fact that he couldn't even react to himself showed that the other party's strength was also that of an Alteran. He saw that there were 10 whole people on the other side. 10 people are aliens? This team? It's too strong, isn't it? In this moment, Lehania felt like he was going to pee in his pants. It was because after he discovered the strength of the other party, he understood the fact that the entire base combined was not a match for the other party. 10 Xenos is enough to slaughter a base of 1,000 people. A pleasing smile appeared on his face, and he said to the men, Brothers have something to say. We can discuss everything. Whatever you want, just take it away. Just let me live. At this time, Lehaniu has already understood that this base has been invaded, and he himself has been unable to return to heaven, so he can only be soft. One of the invaders in the lead took out a porcelain bottle from his hand. Several pitch-black pills were poured out. Distributing one to each of them, he said, Eat this medicine. Lehaniu revealed an expression of dismay. He was able to realize that this medicine was definitely not something good. Maybe it was poison. He continued, Brother, can we discuss this again? Can we not take this medicine? A female intruder said, Cut the crap. Don't eat, I'll cut you down. Each of the 5 men then took a pill. As soon as they ate it in, they felt a huge pain inside their stomachs, as if there were countless bugs inside their stomachs, constantly tearing. Several people all covered their stomachs and collapsed on the ground. Help, help, my stomach hurts. What the hell did you feed us? Damn it, give me the antidote. Give me the antidote quickly. It hurts. Kill me, please, kill me. They rolled around on the ground in direct pain as the medicine kicked in, and some were even bent on death. At this time the leading intruder took out another porcelain vial and poured out a few pills, giving one to each of the 4 leaders. After Lehaniu and the others ate the pills, the pain inside their stomachs instantly disappeared. But that one little brother didn't get to take the antidote and was still rolling around on the ground. His face had long since gone pale, and his entire expression began to distort, and he kept covering his stomach, and was screaming on the ground. Help, Brother Black Bull, save me. My stomach hurts. Please help me. Give me an antidote too, give me one too. Just give me an antidote and I'll do whatever you want. However, those invaders just coldly watched the scene. Black Bull and the others were also trembling all over. Having experienced such pain themselves just now, they deeply understood how hard it was to feel that kind of pain that was like having your heart eaten and your lungs torn out. The fallen junior brother still screamed miserably. Black Bull brother. Kill me if you don't give me the antidote, please. Big brother, give me a pain in the ass. Looking at the other party with such a painful expression, Lihania's face also showed a look of fear. These people are too strong, and this poison is horrible. If he hadn't softened up and gotten the antidote, then he would have been the one begging for mercy on the ground. A life worse than death. Though that one little brother rolling around on the floor was his own most loyal follower. But Lihania didn't even dare to say a word to plead for mercy now. Even more so, he didn't dare to take the liberty of giving the other side a hard time, because those intruders haven't spoken yet. He was now terrified to even move a finger. The one junior brother who fell on the ground, kept rolling around in pain, and finally he revealed a fierce look, pulled out the dagger at his waist, and slit his stomach with a single cut. Wow! That little brother's stomach was instantly separated by a horrible bloody gash. The intestines inside flowed out instantly. I have to say, this little brother is also a tough guy who can disembowel himself. Immediately after that his foot hand went inside his bloody stomach, grabbed his stomach and yanked it hard, followed by cutting it right off, holding it in his hand with a maniacal expression. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore." Looking at this horrifying scene, even Lihaniu, who had been through hundreds of battles and killed countless people, couldn't help but squint his eyes. This poison is too horrible, isn't it? It's amazing how much it can hurt to the point where a person would rather peel back their stomach and cut it out. Terrible. That's terrible. What the hell are these scary guys? It's a real heartstopper. Eventually, the junior finally died from bleeding out after several minutes of agonizing pain. See this scene. All of Lihaniu's people felt a chill on their backs, in pain to the point of self-inflicted death. Who can imagine what was going through his mind at the end of his life? At this time those invaders finally set their eyes on Lihaniu and the others. The one invader at the head of the group revealed a smirking expression. Speaking, the poison on you all. You have to take an antidote every 7 days, otherwise you will be like him, in pain until you are worse than death. I believe you guys should already know how powerful this poison is, right? Next, everything listen to us, we will give you the antidote at regular intervals. Whoever dares to have dissenting thoughts, this live-shaved stomach is your downfall, understand? Understood. Don't worry, my lord, we will definitely not do anything to defy you. From now on we will go east when you tell us to go east and west when you tell us to go west. You're our boss. I'll do whatever I have to do to get to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire. The top management of the 4 bases hastily patted their chests, listening to the other party's words. It seemed like they wanted to use poison to control themselves and do things for them, in which case it meant that they were still somewhat useful, and their lives shouldn't be in danger in a short period of time. After getting this conclusion, Lihaniu's heart was also a bit relieved. In the post-apocalyptic world it was supposed to be possible to die at any time. If I can live one more day, what does it matter even if I work for others as a dog? Staying alive is what matters. But when he thought that he used to be the god inside this base, now all of a sudden he became someone else's dog. It was a contrasting feeling that was still a little too much for him to take in. He didn't move and clenched his fists, but there was still a curt smile on his face. That leader of the invaders added at this time, "Gather everyone inside the base and tell them that we are the boss of the base from today onwards, as well as showing us around the base and making introductions. From today, we take over this base." Lihaniu hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Yes, Your Excellency, I'll do it now." The top brass of the 4 bases immediately went to gather the people inside the bases. The 10 invaders, however, stood on top of a high platform in the square, waiting for the crowd. Seeing that those people didn't follow them at all, at this time a big man said to Lihaniu, "Boss, they didn't follow us. Should we escape now? These people are too scary. We will die sooner or later if we stay here." Lihaniu said, "It's not even if your kid is usually a tiger. But now you can even say such words? Didn't you hear what they said? We have to take the antidote once a week. Otherwise we'll die of pain. Didn't you see how that horseman died just now?" That big man said with an agitated face. "What then? Are we really going to be slaves and dogs for them? Grandma, obviously just now we were drinking tea, sighing about the coming of the end of the world. A huge opportunity for us. Sighing about living like gods. Who knew that before we could be complacent for long? We'd be set upon by these people. I'm so angry." For him, such a heavenly change in status was just too much to take in. This big man's name is Eru. It was supposed to be 2 and a tiger. His brain was one-dimensional, and he spoke without thinking. Nowadays, if the words he said were to be heard by those intruders, it was estimated that he would die without even a crumb left. Lihaniu said, "Eru, these words you say in front of me, even if it is said in front of those people just now, you will absolutely be dismantled. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Now we are just taking one step at a time. Let's do what they say first, and wait until we find the opportunity." I see something strange in these people's movements, demeanor, and tone of voice, so watch and observe again. There's always a way. Li Hainia was a shifter and the only one here. His observation skills were naturally much better than the other three ordinary people. Within the period of time he had been in contact with those intruders, he had already discovered something strange about them. In fact, originally, when he didn't open the door outside, he had already realized that these intruders were a bit strange, all because that little brother said that the woman next to him was good-looking, attracting his attention, and only then letting him relax his vigilance. Otherwise, he would never let these intruders come in so easily. Now after the face-to-face contact, Li Hainia was even more skeptical of these people. The accent is off. Body movements are off. These people, he suspected, were not from the Dragon Kingdom at all. Rather, they are foreign invaders. If it's a foreign invader then they are still saved. One can defect to the official organization. As long as one provides useful clues to the official organization, one will make up for one's mistakes. Then the things one has committed in the end times, including the things one has committed in the peaceful times, will all be written off. Thinking this way, Li Hainia's heart is full of energy. As long as it's an official organization, even the most poisonous poisons can be researched for an antidote, right? The other three big men also quietly calmed down after hearing Li Hainia's words. Since Big Brother Black Bull had already said that he would definitely be able to think of a way, then he definitely could. After all, Big Brother Black Bull was the strongest of all of them, and the only one who was in Exalt, the existence that all of them believed in the most. Soon Li Hainia brought his three brothers to gather everyone inside the base and came above the square. Those invaders stood in the square facing the crowd and said, "From today onwards, this base of yours is our property. These 10 of us are the top of the top inside the base, and Li Hainia is our subordinate. Whoever dares to disobey our management, then there is only one end, and that is death. Face these intruders." The ordinary survivors inside the base began to discuss it in droves. A survivor said, "Who are these guys? How dare they take all of Li Hainia's spots?" And that Li Hainia is still beside him with a lowly look, as if he doesn't have any opinions? It's a bit abnormal, isn't it? Another survivor said, "I guess these 10 new arrivals are very strong, stronger than Li Hainia and the others. That's why Li Hainia and the others didn't dare to say anything, but it doesn't have much to do with us. After all, we are originally the lowest level. It makes no difference to us who is the management of the base. That's just it. Maybe these new management guys are treating us better? That's right, isn't it? That guy, Li Hainia, stole my wife, and I want him dead. I can't wait for him to die. I've already lost my wife. What else can I lose? These new guys, no matter how bad they are, can they be as bad as Li Hainia?" For these ordinary survivors inside the base, it didn't matter to them who was sitting in the base management position. Anyway, the ordinary survivors are the lowest level of existence, the lowest level of oppression. But it's just a different person to oppress. Just that Li Hainia isn't much better. Not only do they collect their supplies, but they even steal their wives. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't beat Li Hainia, they would have finished him off long ago. Moreover, this Li Hainia is a psychic, even a bit of a handful. Those survivors who were robbed of their wives were not united before. Dozens of them were robbed of their wives. Once secretly discussed to take out Li Hainia. I don't know how Li Hainia heard this news. Before they even acted, they already knew about their plans. Straight away, all the survivors who were plotting to rebel were killed and thrown out to feed the zombies. Ever since that incident, no one dared to defy Li Hainia. There were even rumors inside the base that Li Hainia was omnipotent and omniscient. Even badmouthing him behind his back would be heard by him. And now that they saw this omnipotent, omniscient god also eat and hold back, these ordinary survivors even felt a little good in their hearts. "I told you to steal my wife. You have your day." After the announcement, the 10 intruders simply left. He directly checked into the same leadership building where Li Hainia and the others used to live. And Li Hainia and the others could only retreat to live in other buildings. Looking at his former assets, his own base being taken away like this, Li Hainia was so angry that he gritted his teeth secretly. Plans for retaliation had already begun to form in his mind. Foreign invaders? After I figure out what you're up to and who you really are, I'm going to get the Shifter Authority to deal with you. I just don't believe that you're still a match for the official Shifter Authority. In the evening 10 intruders started drinking and eating inside the leadership building. Each one of them had a cocky expression on their faces and started gabbing away. In the corner, a small mouse hides inside the clutter, nibbling on a peanut that these intruders dropped on the floor while drinking. Immediately after that the intruders started chatting. One of the invaders said, "It's still Lord Miyamoto who's smart. Just by using just a little bit of tactics, he's subdued all of those people from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, making them work for us, not even daring to have the slightest thought of resistance." Another intruder said, "In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkey, right? Taking out one of their companions to deter the rest. That's a great method, worthy of being Lord Miyamoto. The third intruder spoke up. A poison that requires an antidote once a week? Where do we get that kind of stuff? Ha ha ha. It's just that the one who died took the real poison and the others took the fake poison. These people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom are just too stupid. If everyone is of this kind of intelligence, sooner or later, our Little Sun Empire will take over the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom. When we have established a firm footing here, we will notify the large troops to come over and occupy this city first, and then we will advance step by step. By then, the entire Shenlong country will be the territory of our Little Sun Empire. Ha ha, we're the first batch to come here to open up the land with great merit. This apocalyptic outbreak is a great opportunity for our Little Sun Empire. We can't do anything about the Divine Dragon Kingdom in the peace era, and when the apocalypse breaks out, the gap between everyone's strengths won't be that big. We must try to seize this opportunity before we do so. That's right, let's drink a toast for the future of our Little Sun Empire. These people turned out to be from the Kotobukiya Empire. The purpose is to infiltrate the Shenlong Kingdom and occupy its territory step by step, starting from the south near the sea, and then advancing inland. In the end their aim was even to occupy the entire Shenlong country. What a bunch of wolfish little Japanese Imperial Japanese. Meanwhile, Li Hanyu, who lived inside another building, had clenched his fists, unable to resist. He cursed in a low voice. Dog, how dare you lie to your grandpa Black Bull? The three executives next to him heard Li Hanyu's words and revealed a puzzled expression as they asked, Brother Hanyu, what's wrong? Who are you scolding? Li Hanyu regained his composure. It's fine. It's fine. It's too stuffy inside the house and a bit irritating. I'll go outside to get some air, said Li Hanyu directly walked out of the house. The other three companions did not care too much. At this moment, after Li Hanyu walked out of the house, he walked straight out of the base, now that he had realized that he had not been poisoned. Then of course he ran as far away as he could, and it was already known that these guys were invaders from the Little Sun Empire. So as long as they were reported to the Divine Dragon Kingdom's alien authority, then they would definitely be able to get support. Although it was said that he wasn't a good person when the end times broke out, he was still a fellow countryman even if he was worse than these invaders who had invaded the Divine Dragon Kingdom. And you can get credit for reporting an intruder. It's called putting the credit where the credit is due. In the future, if I, Li Hanyu, can join the alien authority, then I will even be able to eat royal food. From now on, I will join the Divine Dragon Kingdom establishment, and I will no longer need to bump around in the post-apocalyptic world as I did in the past. Just thinking about this, Li Hanyu was filled with energy. After leaving the base, he directly ran wildly all the way, wanting to get away from this dangerous place. As for why he didn't tell those three companions, it was because although those three companions were also the top level inside the base, they were ordinary people, not adepts, and their speed definitely couldn't keep up with his own. So if he brought them along he would only be dragging his own leg. Although inside the base they called themselves brothers and sisters, but when it really came to danger, naturally the most important thing was to protect their own safety first. This is the end times. This is human nature. Li Hanyu thought to himself, if I can find the official organization and come back to save them, they will be truly saved. If I take them to run away with me and get caught by those little Japanese devils, they might even be killed directly. So come to think of it, it's not that I've abandoned them, but rather I'm trying to find a way to save them. They should be thanking me for that. Li Hanyu ran wild all the way. Although he didn't know the exact scope of the alien authority, he knew the outbreak of the end times alien authority would send people to patrol and even capture those wanted aliens. As soon as one left the base, there was a good chance that one would run into an official administrator. He had encountered it from afar when he was gathering supplies before, and at that time he had deliberately avoided official organization personnel for fear that his identity as a fugitive would be discovered. I didn't realize that nowadays I would have to take it upon myself to go to an official person. What a sigh of relief. Li Hanyu ran furiously all the way for more than 10 kilometers. The whole person was tired and panting, sweating like rain, but he didn't dare to slow down his speed. After all, those Shaojian Empire's alien power users were stronger than themselves, and they definitely ran faster than they did. So if they were discovered, they would most likely be caught up. Once the other side catches up, the consequence is only death. So now it's a matter of life and death. He was running at a 100-meter sprint the whole way. Just as he was running forward at breakneck speed, suddenly, several figures came to his face. They blocked his way. The men had a serious look on their faces and asked, "Who are you? Where do you want to go running so fast? Looking at your running speed, you should be an alien, right?" Li Hanyu stopped and saw the uniforms on those people, and his face immediately showed a look of excitement. Happily, he asked them, "Are you, by any chance, official members of the alien authority?" The guys nodded. Yes, but we've become the Doomsday Creature Authority now. All creatures inside Doomsday are under our control, not just the aliens. What are you? Lehania came up for air and said. I'm a psychic who was awakened after the outbreak of the apocalypse. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, I saved a lot of ordinary people and formed a surviving base, but some people invaded my base, and I found out that they were actually invaders from the Shoji Empire. That's why I escaped all the way, trying to find the official organization to report, and now I finally found you guys. It's so delightful. After hearing Lehania's words, those few people from the official organization immediately revealed a grave expression. What? Invaders from the Little Sun Empire? These motherfuckers dared to invade our Shenlong country? Where is it? Take us there. Lehania said. They are very strong and there are 10 of them. You are only 5 people. I'm afraid you are not their opponent. I suggest you report to the headquarters to send more people to support them before you do so. Their methods are very cruel and scary. In case you can't beat them, you'll all have to die if you're caught by them. Without full certainty, Lehania didn't want to return to that survivor base. There are only 5 of these official aliens. Lehania couldn't trust their strength. The captain of that one squad also felt reasonable after hearing Lehania's words, and after thinking for a while, he pulled out the satellite cell phone from his arms. He dialed the number of the headquarters. Status of the note to headquarters. The headquarters immediately reported to Chen Kuliang, the director of the Doomsday Biological Authority. Chen Kuliang frowned his pale brows after hearing about this matter. Speaking, he said, an invasion of the Shaojian Empire's alien power users? This is not a small matter. This one invading force might be a test, and if we don't handle it well, it will give them the illusion that the Divine Dragon Kingdom is weak. By the time all the geezers join together to invade the city Shenlong country, it'll be difficult. That's why it's necessary to take them all out with a thunderbolt. Chen Kuliang asked to his secretary, how many more S-rank teams do we have inside the authority? The secretary said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Currently they are all gone on missions. There isn't a single S-rank team. Because the last time Liu Yang came to our authority he took away too many female S-class Ultrans, causing us to have a shortage of S-class Ultrans. Alas. Director Chen sighed. But soon he brightened up as if he thought of something and said, the location of the incident doesn't seem to be far from the city where Liu Yang is, right? If we let Liu Yang take action directly, no matter how powerful the invaders are, they will be killed in seconds. Is there still a need to look for other S-class teams? Quick, dial Liu Yang's number for me. The secretary also had an excited expression on her face as she said, yes, Liu Yang is our honorary chief captain. First in the S-class. By him, it's a complete 10 take 10. So the secretary hurriedly picked up the satellite phone and prepared to dial Liu Yang's number. At the same time, Liu Yang was originally taking the dwarf beauty Sigrid, and Bai Qingqing and other 3 big beauties are collecting supplies inside the supermarket. At this time they have already collected the whole 3 supermarkets. Liu Yang's storage space in the middle of another filled with a lot. The 4 beauties looked at Liu Yang and directly waved their supplies and disappeared, and each of them began to marvel at Liu Yang's power. They were able to see Liu Yang change supplies and food on the go though. But he didn't have much to change out every time. But he didn't expect Liu Yang to be able to change the entire supermarket's food out of sight. That's too good. At the same time the eyes of the 4 people looking at Liu Yang were starting to glow with stars. So handsome. This man is so handsome. Just love him so much. Just when Liu Yang had finished collecting this supermarket and was ready to head to the next supermarket amidst the adoring gazes of all the women, the satellite phone on his body unexpectedly rang. Liu Yang revealed a somewhat puzzled expression, but still answered the phone. Liu Yang spoke into the phone. Hey, who is it? What's with the early morning calls? On the other end of the phone came Director Chen Kuliang's good old-fashioned laugh. Ha ha, Liu Yang little friend is an old man. I'm Chen Kuliang. It's like this. Today I received a news. Not far away from that city of yours, there is a surviving base that was taken over by the Shaori Empire's alien. It's rumored that there are a lot of beautiful women inside that base that are caught in the middle of the water. Now urgently need our authority to save. But our authority and no manpower. So only able to ask Liu Yang little friend is not available. Old man really cannot bear to see those by those little days to spoil. As soon as he heard these words, Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat surprised expression. How could there be such a thing? People from the Little Sun Empire dared to invade our Shenlong country? And they are also hijacking the survivor bases. After the outbreak of Armageddon, the number of people in the Shenlong country has decreased by at least 90%. Every population can be a resource for Liu Yang, especially the beautiful maidens, which could also provide rewards to Liu Yang. Can't let these little Japanese empires steal it. Moreover, a small Japanese empire is not far away. You also want to come to steal a woman with me, Liu Yang. Are you looking for death? Liu Yang felt that he really needed to go and talk to these people from the little Japanese empire for a while, but the mouth can't show it. he said to Director Chen on the phone. Director Chen, I'm very busy right now, and I'm only your honorary chief captain, but I didn't say that I'll carry out the mission for you, or you'd better find someone else, Director Chen said in a hurry. Little friend Lu Yang, if I could find the others, why would I need to call you? I also know that you are very busy, all busy with your own business. I'm not really out of options. Don't worry, as long as you help me to kill off or catch all of these people from the little Japanese empire, I'll give you the military merit of the extraordinary merit, which you can use to exchange for resources inside the authority. Hearing that Director Chen had already started to tempt himself with military honors, Lu Yang had a smile on his face. Still not moving, but I really don't have time. Director Chen was silent for a few seconds before he finally clenched his teeth again and said, I'll give you 2 special grade military honors. At the same time, all the things you got from the Little Sun Empire Ultrans belong to you, so there's no need to turn them in. I just want their people, or corpses. Seeing that the other party had been silent for so long before giving 2 special military honors, it seemed that they had already reached their limit. So Lu Yang said, alright, then I'll put aside the matter at hand for a while and take the time to go and deal with these Shaojian Empire's alien power users for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Kuliang immediately revealed a happy expression and hurriedly said into the phone, that would be great. Since all of our S-class teams have gone out on missions, we have not been able to find anyone that we can send out right now. If little friend Lu Yang is willing to go, that would be really reassuring for old me. Very well then, I'll hang up first and wait for your good news. Aha! Lu Yang nodded and then hung up. After seeing Lu Yang hang up the phone, Bai Qingqing asked, Lu Yang who called you? Lu Yang said, Chen Kuliang, that old guy. He said that he wants to ask me to help him do one thing. He can give me 2 special military honors. I haven't stayed inside your management bureau before. How much are the 2 special military honors worth? Or how much rice can be exchanged for material? Lu Yang didn't have much of a concept of something like military merit, so he didn't know what 2 exceptional military honors meant either. I don't know how much food I can get for it either. As for Bai Qingqing and the other 3 people, after listening to Lu Yang's words, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. They're all S-class aliens, also a squad leader inside the authority. Naturally, he understands very well what an exceptional military honor means. Bai Qingqing said, Director Chen even promised to give you 2 special grade military honors? My goodness, this is too generous. You drunken blue said, within our authority, only Lu Qingsong has ever gotten a special grade military labor, and it was because he was chasing after a top-ranked S-rank alien fugitive. He was undermined by the other party and was seriously injured. Only then did he get a special grade military labor. I didn't realize that you could get 2 at once. How dangerous of a mission did you have to go on? Gui Yunhan said, extraordinary military merit can't be measured by money or material things at all. It can be exchanged for things that you can't get anywhere else. If you are willing, a special class military merit, if you meet someone who needs it, others will be willing to offer at least a few 100 tons of food to buy it. Of course first you'd have to find someone that rich in the end times. Hearing the words of these 3 people, Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Speaking, very well, in that case, then I, Lu Yang, must go on this trip. Invaders of the Little Sun Empire, right? Bear my Lu Yang's hard and big iron fist well. So Lu Yang directly took the 3 big beauties and a dwarf beauty and flew directly up into the sky to the location that Director Chen had mentioned. In less than a minute, Lu Yang had arrived at the location given by Director Chen. Saw Li Hanyo and that one authority squad. When Lu Yang landed on the ground, a look of surprise appeared on that squad's face. They reported to the headquarters, which said that they would send reinforcements. But they didn't expect that the person sent to reinforce them would be the honorary chief captain, Lord Lu Yang. They have long been admiring Chief Captain Lu Yang for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that they were male, they would all want to go with Lu Yang. Now that they saw Lu Yang again, each of them had an excited expression on their faces. They all called out to Lu Yang, Lord Lu Yang, surprisingly, it's you who came to support us. This is too exciting, isn't it? With Lord Lu Yang making a move. It's a sure thing this time. Ha! Little Sun Empire invaders, they'll have a good time this time. Lu Yang nodded to them, said, tell me about the situation and the location of the intruder. I, Lord Chief Captain Lu Yang, that junior captain nodded, then looked at Li Hanyu and said, you, hurry over and report the situation to our Lord Chief Captain. Meanwhile, inside the survivor base, the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire had realized that Li Hanyu was missing, so they gathered everyone inside the base. In front of everyone, tortured those 3 remaining top brass. A woman from the Kojitsu Empire cracked her whip and flung it across the body of one of the base's top brass. Pow! A bloody wound instantly appeared on that person's back, said the leader of the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire. Speak, where the hell did your boss run off to? That base's senior. His entire body was already very weak and covered in blood, having been thrown a whip. He instantly trembled in pain. The mouth kept begging for mercy and said, "I really don't know and we are all poisoned. How can we lie?" He said he went out to get some air and then disappeared. "We really don't know anything He's the only one inside the whole base who's an alien. Where do we care about him?" The leader of the pull, an intruder, frowned. Then he drew his dagger directly and put it on the other's neck. Mouth said in a cold voice, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where to run to or not?" "Duh, Lord, I really don't know." That management was practically crying. Lihania ran away without a word, leaving behind their 3 brothers. How do they know where Lihania ran to? It's really not that I don't say it, but I really don't know it. However, these intruders don't care about him, only to see that leading intruder. A flash of ice coldness appeared in his eyes, and then he slashed that dagger with force. Put! A deep bloody gash was instantly cut above the other party's neck, and raging blood sprayed out directly. The man's eyes widened, and after only a few seconds he collapsed to the ground, both legs twitching nonstop for a few moments before he eventually stopped moving. The lead intruder wiped his dagger clean and then addressed everyone. "Your boss has escaped. Any of you who know a clue report it immediately. I'll reward you heavily, and I'll kill one person every hour for the next hour, until someone gives me a clue about him." When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. These invaders kill when they say they will, and they don't even blink. Everyone was trembling with fear, and the entire base was gripped by an atmosphere of fear. The other side, Lihania came to the front of Lu Yang. Looking at Lu Yang, stoic figure, his whole body felt a never-before-seen sense of oppression. This young man looked to be less than 20 years old, but the kind of strong man feeling given by his body was something he had never seen before, and even just being close within a range of more than a meter, he already felt that his sweaty hairs were standing on end, and he didn't dare to look at them directly. Facing Lu Yang's sharp eyes, he even felt a fear of being seen through to his heart. It was as if he had even been stripped of his bottom by the other party in front of Lu Yang. "This is the Chief Captain Sama of the official authority. I didn't realize it was so young. You see those team members strutting around in front of me, but in front of this chief captain, they can't wait to get down on the ground and lick his feet." This kind of strong aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Maybe even the director of the authority would have to be in awe of him. He himself is nothing more than a prisoner of the peace era who escaped after the outbreak of the apocalypse and also awakened his supernatural powers to be able to become the leader of a base. In front of such a strong person, one was truly inferior to a hair. A deep sense of inferiority and fear caused Lihania to start speaking poorly. His lips trembled and he stammered. "Duh, Lord, is like this? I was originally the leader of a base, but one day came 10 uninvited guests, directly threatened me to hand over the base to their management, and then by chance, I heard that they turned out to be people from the Little Sun Empire, so I disregarded the danger to my life and ran straight out to report to the Doomsday Biological Administration, and must not let these people from the Little Sun Empire have their way. They are prepared to start from this city, and encroach, step by step, on our Divine Dragon Kingdom's territory." Listening to the other party's words, Lu Yang nodded. It was not far off from the information he knew, just a little more detailed. This was not what he wanted to know. So Lu Yang asked, "Is that base of yours crowded? Are there many beautiful women? And are there any women in the invasion? Women of the Koji Empire? I've only seen it in movies before, but if I could get my hands on a few of them in reality, it would be really exciting to think about." Hearing this one question from Lu Yang, Lihania's entire body froze for a moment. He also didn't expect Lu Yang to ask this, but how can the brain circuits of a big brother be speculated upon at random? The reason the big guy asked is that there must be a use for it. It must be for the greater good. So Lihania answered truthfully, "There are more than 1,000 people in our base, and there are more than 500 females. As for the beautiful women, I don't know what the standard is, but I think there should be dozens of them if they are pretty, right? As for the intruders, 2 of them are female, 8 of them are male. Are those 2 women pretty?" Lu Yang continued to ask. "Pretty, very pretty, but I didn't dare look at it much," Lihania said. As soon as he heard this sentence, Lu Yang immediately brightened up. "Dozens of beautiful women plus 2 invading super beautiful shifters, right? Then I, Lu Yang, have a reason why I have to go." He couldn't wait. "Go, set off now. You take me with you." These people from the Lesser Sun Empire dared to invade our Divine Dragon Kingdom. It's simply unforgivable. I don't want to wait a second longer. As soon as Lihania heard these words, he quickly showed a happy expression and said to Lu Yang, "Okay, my lord. I'll take you there. You come with me." So Lihania turned around and was ready to go. Then the next second, he realized that his whole body seemed to be wrapped in something and he couldn't move. Immediately after that, the entire person's feet left the ground and directly floated in the air. It scared the piss out of him straight away. A big man of 1 meter 9, with dark skin and bulging muscles all over his body, was so frightened that he let out a woman-like scream. "Aha! Help me! Help me! Lord help me! What's going on here? Help!" At this time Lu Yang also floated next to him and said with a smile, "Don't panic, calm down. As an alien, is the ability to fly hard to understand? It's me who made you guys fly." It was only at this time that Li Hania realized that everyone had floated. That trembling heart finally calmed down a bit. At the same time, he was also even more shocked in his heart at how powerful Lu Yang was. Flight powers? But not only can he fly by himself, he can also take others with him, which is too fierce. No wonder it's possible to be the chief captain of the Doomsday Bio Authority. This is too strong. Amidst the other party's shocked gaze, then Lu Yang said, "Point the way." "Which direction?" Li Hania stretched out a finger towards the direction of the base. Yet the next second, boom! A loud bang came from the sky. Everyone exceeded the speed of sound and began flying at breakneck speeds. In less than 10 seconds, he had reached Li Hania's base. A boom followed, straight to the ground. Hearing this loud noise, everyone was startled. And when the smoke went up to see that one stout and handsome figure standing proudly, with his whole body shining with silver light, both the survivors inside the base and the invaders revealed shocked expressions. How could they not expect that there would be someone falling from the sky? And it was still a formation that couldn't be earned. Did it mean that it was also an invasion? But his way of invasion was much more direct. But when they took a good look at the black bull next to Lu Yang, they instantly reacted again. It's not an intruder. Instead, it was that one rescue that Li Hania had found. Seeing this scene, those 10 invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire all revealed a grave expression. The other party descended from the sky. This strength wasn't weak. At the sight of the silver glittering armor on the other side, it looked highly defensive and handsome. The other party could be a flight alien. It was also possible that they were the official elites of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, an ordinary person would never be able to get a set of such handsome armor in the end times. However, armor isn't very useful for a shifter. It's not much use other than to look cool. What's the point of wearing something that's already obsolete and can't even stop a bullet? Might as well get a set of body armor. The district's flight ability itself was not a strong combatant. Even if you can fly, so what? You can still fly over a bow and arrow? Flying in the sky, that's a living target. A direct arrow can shoot it down. All 10 Little Sun Empire invaders had a light smile on their faces. Those 2 of Li Hania's companions saw Li Hania folding back, while their faces showed expressions of gratitude. They all said to Li Hania, "Boss Hania, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. It turns out that you went to bring help and came back to save us. It really touched us. Boss Black Bull, I deserve to die. I'm guilty. I secretly cursed your ancestors in my heart at that time. Cursed you for giving birth to a child without an asshole. I thought you directly abandoned us and ran away by yourself. It turns out that you are enduring humiliation. I was wrong to blame you. It's a pity that old Four was killed and couldn't wait for you to come back. What a hateful death." Hearing the words of the 2 brothers, and the sight of that one brother's body, Li Hania's expression was also a bit sad. In the beginning he was indeed ready to run away. In fact, he didn't even think about being able to come back to save his brothers. But now to see the brothers looking so expectantly at themselves, Li Hania directly stood up his chest and said, "One day as a brother, a lifetime as a brother. Brothers, I won't abandon you. All the people inside this survivor base are my brothers. I, Li Hania, am a man of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. How could I possibly let these little Japs scare me away?" As soon as they heard these words, everyone inside the base revealed a shocked expression. These invasions turned out to be from the Kazoku Empire? They'd been controlled by these little days for so long that they hadn't even realized who each other were. They spoke the language of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, and although they had some accents, they couldn't be heard as Shaori at all. And the Imperial side thought they were from some small southern city. Now that they heard Li Hania say that the other side were all people from the Little Sun Empire, the survivors inside the base all revealed angry expressions. Damn little life. The end times have broken out and you still dare to invade our Shenlong kingdom? This time they must be made to come back. Those survivors who had been kneeling on the ground all stood up. They kneel to heaven and earth and their parents, but they will never kneel to a small life. Even if you die standing up. Seeing those survivors inside the base, one by one, stood up, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire. How dare these people stand up without their own permission? Who qualifies them to stand up? A Little Sun Empire invader at the head of the group shouted, "Kneel down for me, you bunch of losers. Who told you to stand up? Are you guys tired of living? I'll count to 3 seconds. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand up again and not kneel down." Yet in response to his threat, he was met with an unwavering and hateful look. all the people inside the base. They were all in rags though some of them. Some of them were unkempt. Some of them were yellow and some of them had black dirty faces. It looks weak and thin. However, that resilient demeanor, that indestructible will revealed in their eyes, surprised the 10 invaders of the Little Sun Empire. What makes these guys dare to disobey themselves? Aren't they all afraid of death? Why do they dare look at me like that? Who gave them the bottom line? Li Hanyu also had an excited expression on his face at this time. The thousands of survivors kneeling on the ground all stood up in a flash. The scene was just too spectacular. Although they were all ordinary people and none of them were psychics, the kind of aura that emanated from them was like a mountain torrent, heaving and surging higher and higher, as if they were going to swallow up all of those 10 invaders from the Little Sun Empire. Burning, it's really burning. In this instant, even a wallflower like Li Hanyu, a wallflower who fell with the wind and an individualist who would only look out for himself, felt his blood boiling. It's as if the phrase "the world rises and falls, and the man is responsible for it" popped up inside. Even he wanted to take the lead and bring down these invaders. Seeing this scene, seeing those obviously poor survivors emerge with a mountainous aura, that invader leader frowned and spoke to Li Hanyu. "I said, where did you run off to? So you went to get help? Have you forgotten that you've been poisoned by us? Without an antidote, you'll die through your intestines in a few days. You've already seen that pain yourself. Do you want to try it again?" Li Hanyu said, "Even if I die, I will die standing up. You little days will surely die in front of me as well. You want me to give in to you little people? You're too good to be true." The other survivors also shouted in a chorus of voices when they heard this. "Never give in. Little Day must die. Never give in. Little Day must die." More than 1,000 people yelled in unison. The sound was deafening. When the invader leader heard this voice, he hurriedly turned around and cursed at the survivors. "Are you looking for death? Who gave you guys the nerve to look at me with such eyes? How dare you say such words, you pigs? Are you not afraid of death?" No one answered him, responding only with cold, hateful eyes. The man drew the dagger at his waist. He was ready to kill a survivor to establish his authority. Yet at this time an icy cold voice had sounded in his ears. "It was me who gave them the bottom line. You little days dare to invade the Divine Dragon Empire, and you just happened to meet me. So next, the rest of you, the few moments you have left, will be spent amidst regret and pain." After saying that, Lu Yang directly leaped up and rushed towards that one invader leader with a very fast speed. Seeing Lu Yang rushing over at breakneck speed, that intruder leader quickly stared in disbelief at the image he was seeing. This guy was wearing a heavy silver armor and surprisingly ran as fast as a gust of wind. Who is this windy man, anyway? The leader of that one invader was an S-ranked alien, although the ranking was just over 500 and not at the top, but S-class adepts. Among the adepts in this world, that was also a very small portion. The higher the level, the fewer the number of aliens. Most of the aliens are low-level C and B, and the flight ability, as an ability that does not provide combat power, is usually not even rated at a rank. The thoughts in that guy's mind were still spinning rapidly, yet Lu Yang had already arrived in front of him in the next second. Dozens of times the speed of an ordinary person was no joke. Even if he didn't use flight, he was able to run out of stumps just by running with his feet. In an instant Lu Yang had blasted his fist at that one invasion. The other side couldn't react at all. Boom! With a loud bang, that guy directly flew out dozens of meters away, and his chest was deeply dented. Going in at the same time, a large mouthful of blood directly sprayed out from his mouth. He collapsed on the ground, his entire body a dead weight, and a pair of godless eyes looking at the sky. There was just no more thoughts inside his mind, only the oppressive feeling that Lu Yang's last punch brought and the kind of fear that made him start trembling from the bottom of his heart. As the leader of the invaders, a powerful alien with more than 500 S levels, he felt the threat of death for the first time. He used to walk around looking like there was no one there. Even when he had faced those S-class leaning psychics of the Lesser Sun Empire, he had never felt such a sense of oppression. Because the difference in strength between the first place in the S-class and the S-class, the 10th place and the 100th place in the S-class and the 500th place in the S-class is actually not too far. At best, it's the difference between 1 foot 8 inches and 1 foot 7 inches and 1 foot 6 inches. Who's to say that a 6 feet 6 inches guy just can't beat a 6 feet 8 inches guy? There's still a chance of a comeback. But in the face of this one young man now, what he felt was not just 1 meter 8, but 18 meters, 180 meters of that kind of oppression. It was as if one was lying at the feet of the other. The other party only needed to move their toes to trample themselves to death. It was as if the other person was an elephant and he or she was an ant in front of the other person. As the captain of this intruder squad, for the first time, Goto began to regret this decision to enter the Divine Dragon Kingdom. He was still confident at the time of the invasion, starting with a city, then a province, then a region, and finally the entire Shenlong country. Step by step, attempt by attempt, invasion by invasion, control by control. Eventually, it will be able to control the entire territory of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. But nowadays it seems to have just started step 1 and has already been snuffed out hard. At this time, Lu Yang stood in front of the other party condescendingly looking at the ancient vine. There was disdain in his eyes and a light smile on his face. This light smile was as terrifying as an underground demon god in the eyes of Guto. Lu Yang then directly stepped on Guten's chest. The kick drove his already sunken chest in even deeper. Put! Gutang once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hate to spit out my lungs. His ribs had long been broken by Lu Yang and were now stabbed deep into his lungs. There were blood blisters in his mouth and nose. Even speaking started to become difficult. But he still had a fierce expression on his face and threatened Lu Yang. You! What the hell are you? We are the Xenos of the Shaori Empire. If you dare to make a move against me, our Shaori Empire will not let you go. Hearing the other party's threat, Lu Yang instantly laughed. He rotated his paws a little harder. Stomping on top of the opponent's chest was like stomping out a cigarette butt. Ah-ha-ha. Once again, the ancient vine let out a miserable scream of pain. Lu Yang sneered and said, prisoners still dare to threaten? Don't you guys know that you're already dead in the water? Do it! Finish this guy off. Were you guys watching from the sidelines? Guto yelled at his teammates. Hearing this sentence, those of his teammates then reacted. Their captain had already been knocked to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, his chest dented, and they were still watching the show? However, they were really shocked by Lu Yang's strength, so they didn't react for a while. At that moment, being given a yell by the captain, they finally started to move. 9 enemies rushed directly towards Lu Yang from different directions. To fight with many against few is to have an encirclement, not to be broken by each opponent, but to be on at the same time. At this time, the strength shown by Lu Yang has been in their eyes. Until the single fight, absolutely impossible to be Lu Yang's opponent. Captain Guto was an S-Class 500 plus expert. The 9 players they had left could all be just A ranks. Even the S ranks were killed in seconds. If their A ranks went up one by one, wouldn't they be giving them away? In an instant, they had rushed to Lu Yang's side. Having broken through to this point, they all had somewhat surprised expressions on their faces. So at the same time, 9 people instantly drew their own weapons and directly slashed at Lu Yang. At this point Lu Yang still didn't move. Without even looking at them, those intruders thought that Lu Yang hadn't reacted. However, just when their knives were about to cut into Lu Yang, but in an instant, it hovered in the air. Ha! Those 9 intruders instantly widened their eyes. The hands continued to exert force, trying to keep the knife down. Yet the weapon in that hand didn't move. Just as they were shocked, Lu Yang slowly turned his head to look at them. A light smile appeared on his face and said, from now on, feel every second of despair. Immediately after that, the weapons in the hands of those 9 people actually slowly turned their direction and began to slowly want to point at themselves. They were instantly more shocked. With all the strength of his body he wanted to put the knife to cut on Lu Yang, but the knife turned without listening to the command. And finally, the sharp blade was aimed at himself. At this time those 9 intruders instantly trembled. Even their spines began to chill. The clothes on his back had already been drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that the weapon that originally belonged to them was now pointed at their necks, they even felt that such a sight was a bit bizarre. Isn't it a legend that only demons and devils have control system abilities? The brain has long been filled with fear. And at this time, Lu Yang's icy voice came back to his ears. A bunch of little days in the district. How dare you invade our divine dragon kingdom? Kneel down for me. Pa! The 9 intruders fell to their knees in unison. They didn't react at all to what was going on. How did their own knees just bend without listening to them? The samurai spirit of the Koji Empire does not allow them to kneel to their enemies. But trying to get up, their feet were so sore and weak that they couldn't straighten them. Those survivors inside the base saw this scene, and each of them revealed a shocked expression. Immediately after, this shock turned into extremely happy excitement. One by one, they started yelling. These little days are on their knees. You were high and mighty in front of us just now, but now you still have to kneel? Who the hell is that young man? How come he's so strong? Really handsome. Killing 10 invading Shaori Empire alien directly in seconds with a single strike. Subduing them and making them kneel and beg for forgiveness. This strength is too strong and fierce. Guto saw that his 9 teammates, surprisingly, didn't last more than 3 seconds before kneeling in front of each other. He immediately showed a hateful expression on his face, and broke into a curse at those 9 teams there. Wastes ah! You bunch of wastes ah! We're the Xenos of the Shirji Empire, following the spirit of Bushido. How can we kneel down to the enemy? Where is your dignity? Where are your ideals? Abominable! Sister, stand up! You are my own sister. I forbid you to kneel. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yang frowned, glared at him and directly stepped on his mouth. In a cold voice, he said, how dare you scream? Pow! The heel of his back foot stomped out all of his incisors. stomping on Gudo's mouth so full of blood that his speech began to leak. Liu Yang then looked down at the two female intruders. It was just as Li Hainyo had said. Both intruders are very good looking. Although she was a woman from the Little Sun Empire, she had a unique flavor. Liu Yang had quite a few women from the Divine Dragon Kingdom. A dwarven maiden he had one. But he hadn't played with the women of the Kazoku Empire. This must not ruthlessly let them see the dragon power of the Divine Dragon Kingdom? Liu Yang took his foot off Bone's mouth. Slowly, he walked towards his sister. Seeing this scene, Gudo instantly became anxious. Yelling at Liu Yang, he said, "What do you want to do? If you have the guts to come at me, don't move my sister." Making a move on a woman. What kind of man are you? Isn't the status of women in your Divine Dragon country very high? I heard that all the men in your Divine Dragon country will give way to women. Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang didn't even return his head. Coming directly in front of his sister, he cupped one hand on her smooth chin and lifted her head slowly. Immediately after that, Liu Yang saw a stunning face that entered his eyes. This Japanese pussy is really good. White and tender skin, delicate features, and a unique charm. And in her eyes, she could always make people feel a sense of lowered eyebrows, as if she could absolutely obey any request or order she gave her. One could manipulate and pinch her at will. This kind of tender woman is the easiest to arouse a man's desire. Including Liu Yang is no exception. Who doesn't want a small-time empire of absolutely obedient beauties? It used to be studied in times of peace that the most suitable women in the world for wives were the women of the Kazoku Empire. Some of the advantages include the following. Once married, a woman in the Kojo Empire will very quickly move into the midst of her wife's state. Japanese women become loyal to their families and children once they have them. This does not mean that they give up their careers. They just try to find a balance between different areas of their lives without compromising. Eventually, they manage to allocate time to clean the house, cook a nice dinner, take care of their children and fulfill their work duties. Every man will be glad to have such a loyal partner by his side. They are very supportive. Even in the most desperate situations, Japanese marriage girls will do their best to comfort you. In the local culture, a woman is supposed to protect her man by giving him absolute love and proper care. She considers her boyfriend or husband's happiness as one of the most important things. This is the kind of woman that is definitely missing in today's world. They are wise. Japanese brides have a great deal of life wisdom to share with the world. At a young age, they receive their first lessons in the philosophy of life from their parents and grandparents. This is the source of their patience and decency. You can safely consult your Japanese girlfriend or wife as she will always have some advice for you. They work hard. Japanese women are not afraid of work, either in their daily routines or in their career prospects. They don't make finances a priority for a successful relationship. Therefore, they don't start dating Western men for financial gain. It doesn't make any sense to them. This is really quite a bit better than women in the feminist-ridden Shenlong country. Of course, this is also the result of the efforts of the men of the Little Japan country to fight for. In the past, women's rights in the Little Japan Empire is also very rampant, and even at one time, the men were pressed to the brink of extinction. Eventually, the man has a complete showdown with the woman. Let them be equal to men, compete with men, and take jobs with men. But in the end, the women of the Little Days Empire are not as good at their work. Their tolerance for hard work, or their tolerance for stress, none of them are a match for men. Eventually lost the battle and couldn't even get a job, only to be able to return to the family and be a housewife. From then on there was no more arrogance, and she became the most low-browed woman in the world. So Liu Yang is also going to decide to give it a good try today. What exactly is the feeling of the most obedient woman in the world? With a wicked grin on his face, he cupped the other man's chin and made him stand up. Gudo, who saw this scene, was directly going crazy. He desperately struggled to get up, but he couldn't get up, and could only lie on the ground helplessly and furiously screaming, "You let my sister go. What do you want to do? Darn guy, if you have the guts, come at me." What kind of skill is it to take action against a woman? Liu Yang ignored him, but used the system to scam the Japanese woman. Soon the information of the other party appeared inside his mind. Name, Aoki. Age, 18. Height, 158. Weight, 43. Bust, a pair of Ds. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 90. Charge count, 0. After seeing this message, Liu Yang's face revealed an excited expression. That's good. That's very good. The young girl who just turned 18 is tender to the touch. Liu Yang's favorite. And the number of times of charging is 0. The foreign trade score and the leftover score have reached more than 90 points, which can be said to be very perfect in terms of face value and body shape. It is no worse than Li Mangyao and Li Mang in theirs. And the other party is also a shifter. There was no telling how great a reward he would get for conquering this shifter beauty. So Liu Yang cupped the other party's chin and asked at the other party, "Aoki, let me ask you, are you willing to be my woman?" As soon as he heard this sentence, This woman from the Little Sun Empire was directly confused. How could he not expect this enemy to ask this question after defeating himself? He hadn't answered his brother yet, but Guto was already in a hurry. Aoki, don't pay any attention to him. We, the people of the Kojiri Empire, can't submit to them. Don't ever agree to be his woman. You'll be tortured to death by him when the time comes. Even if we die, we will die standing. Your bullshit is so much, Liu Yang said coldly. Then with a thought, a steel ball instantly molded and flew directly into Guto's mouth. Stuffing his mouth full, he could no longer speak. Woo woo, he stared with a pair of eyes, only able to of making whimpering noises like Liu Yang. Liu Yang said in a cold voice, originally this was prepared for your sister, but I didn't realize it was for you to use. Wasteful. Liu Yang then directly carried Aoki up and walked towards the room next to him. Today he was going to let this little Japanese woman taste the power of his own great raging wind. Woo woo, Guto kept letting out desperate whimpers, yet no one paid any attention to him. Those 8 invaders of the Little Sun Empire who were kneeling on the ground didn't even dare to move, because each of them had a steel pin hovering over their foreheads. They knew that as long as Liu Yang had a thought, this steel needle would instantly blow their heads off. Inside the room, Aoki's entire body had been tense to the point of being nervous, although she could not accept Liu Yang. Although she thought that Liu Yang was forcing himself, but according to the strength, he was not Liu Yang's opponent at all. If she wants to resist, then she will definitely die. She doesn't have any courage to resist at all. And even once she saw Liu Yang's powerful physique, that icy cold eyes, her whole body has gone soft, couldn't muster any strength at all. The inside of his mind had been filled with the fear that Liu Yang had deeply injected into it. A blank. At this point inside the room she appeared to be cowering, unsure of what to do next. Liu Yang was cold and wasn't talking. Instead he directly started to exert soul control. The people's network of these small Japanese empires does not work, and even if she agrees on her lips to be her woman and be her captive, Liu Yang may not be able to trust them completely. A minute later, Liu Yang had received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, soul control income casting success. The other party has become your most loyal servant. You can use it as you wish next. At the same time, the other party's eyes looking at Liu Yang had become submissive. There is an almost devout obedience that would never exist in an ordinary relationship. Even in the ancient feudal society, subordinates would never possess such respectful eyes towards their masters. How many eunuchs above in history are still thinking about the yellow robe? Is the Emperor's Majesty great enough? It's still someone who wants to rebel? But Liu Yang's soul control is different. Direct control from the soul aspect. Anyone will not have the mind to resist, will only think for Liu Yang. Everything for the benefit of Liu Yang prevail. She kinda licked her own lips and said to Liu Yang, Honorable Lord Liu Yang, Aoki is at your disposal. Please use it to your heart's content. Do whatever you want to do to me. I will agree to any request you have. Nowadays, deep down in her heart, she had already taken Liu Yang as her most admired person. Not to mention letting her start a family with himself. Even if he asked him to kill her brother Guto with his own hands, she would not hesitate. Liu Yang was satisfied with her performance and asked at her, Kiss, I'm asking you again now. Are you willing to be my woman? Aoki's little face flushed when she heard that, burying her head in her ample chest. In the end, it was biting her red lips, turning to Liu Yang and shaking her head. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang froze. Aha! Is it possible that there are still times when soul control fails? It was obvious that she had control over the other person, but why did she still shake her head when asked if she wanted to be her woman? Liu Yang couldn't figure it out because he had never failed. Just when he was still puzzled, Aoki spoke again. She looked at Liu Yang's face with a pair of big watery eyes and finally said, Lord Liu Yang, we are invaders. We came from the Little Sun Empire to invade the Divine Dragon Kingdom. We used to be your enemies. We did the biggest wrong in our lives. I'm not qualified to be your woman. It's better for you to treat me as a captive, a lowly servant, or even an obedient dog. Only after Liu Yang heard this sentence did he reveal a dawning realization. Good guy. The original said that he was not willing to be his own woman, was wanting to be an obedient dog of his not bad for a woman with a small life. I'm sure she's aware of it. Liu Yang nodded. Well, since you don't want to be a human being in this little life and have to be a dog, then I won't stop you. From now on you will be my Liu Yang's dog. As you wish, Lord Liu Yang. In the future, Aoki will definitely fulfill all your requests and all your orders. I will go through fire and water for you, Aoki said seriously with a pair of big eyes. At the same time, Liu Yang was also prompted by the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the maiden. Receive the system reward. All attribute enhancements plus 50 points. Nice guy. Add 50 points to all tips, which equals a 200-point total. Rewards like that don't come along very often. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang then looked at Aoki with satisfaction and said to this little daytime beauty, "Very good. What a woman who knows what she's doing, and the rewards that she brought to me are okay, so let me do my best next, and let you fly up to the sky." Saying that, Lu Yang directly walked towards the other party step by step, then one hand floated directly on the other's less than perfect waist. Feeling the other party's smooth and tender skin, Lu Yang all began to lament in his heart. Legend has it that the women of the Little Sun Empire have the smoothest skin, and it's true. I don't know if it's because you guys take good care of it, or if it's a feng shui problem on your side. It's almost like you can touch the water. Aoki nodded with a red face. Thank you, Lord Lu Yang, for the compliment. Aoki will definitely try to make Lord Lu Yang comfortable. So the sound of two people chatting came from inside the room. After a few hours, the two finally finished their in-depth conversation and got to know each other better. Aoki's face showed an abnormal flush. The whole person was shy to the extreme, while there was nothingness in his eyes. Mouth are still murmuring, "Worthy of being Lord Lu Yang. The feeling of staying with you is just too delightful. It really calls for a desire to stop. Really want to stay with you forever." Lu Yang smiled and said to Idol, "Don't reminisce there. Now it is time to go to see your brother died without." As soon as Aoki heard his brother, a look of contempt immediately appeared on his face. Said, "A waste is just a waste. What's there to care about a waste like him dares to make a move on Lord Lu Yang? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. A mere mole in the district dares to blaspheme the gods. Not only can't you complete that bullshit Little Sun Empire's mission, but it also shows side by side that the Little Sun Empire's people are all trash. To dare to make an enemy of Lord Lu Yang at this level is really out of their depth." Listening to Aoki's words, Lu Yang was satisfied. It seems that this woman has been completely conquered by her own great wild winds and doesn't even want his brother's affection. Now he can't wait to slap his brother to death. Lu Yang said, "Let's go. Even if your brother is a loser, we should see if this loser is dead now." "Aha. Okay, Lord Lu Yang." Aoki nodded his head and followed Lu Yang. Together, they walked out of the room. By now everyone outside had looked on in disbelief. Lu Yang took Aoki inside the room and came out after a full 4 or 5 hours. "My god, this guy is so capable, too." Even the dwarf princess, Sigrid, looked dumbfounded, thinking to myself, "This guy is also too fierce. I don't know if my little body can hold up." At this time, Gutting saw Lu Yang come out. The whole person's eyes were wide open. His face was filled with an expression of anger, wishing to eat Lu Yang alive. That was his own sister and his own sister was also an A-class alien. It could be said that it was a double master of one family, the two of them growing together. The future of the future was unlimited. Growing up, his sister was treated like the apple of her family's eye. Guto was no exception. His favorite was his sister. From a young age, what is good to eat and fun are left to his sister, to protect his sister well. But whoever thought that today his own sister was actually insulted by someone else in front of his face? This was simply a great thrill for Tang Yun. He felt like his heart was dripping blood. However, the metal orb couldn't say a complete sentence in his mouth in order to contain anything, and was only able to keep making whimpering noises. Looking at the other party's miserable appearance, Lu Yang directly waved his hand and controlled the iron ball in the other party's mouth to fly out. Guto felt the contents of his mouth go away and was finally able to speak. Toward Lu Yang directly broke the curse, "Damned guy. You even dare to do that kind of thing to my sister. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Even if you turn into a ghost, I won't let you go. You die for sure." However, he hadn't even finished speaking. A pair of white tender hands holding a sharp dagger had already ruthlessly plunged into his chest. Guto looked incredulously at his chest, at the owner of those hands, and his entire body revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because the person who killed himself was no one else but his own sister, Aoki. How could Guto not expect that her sister, who grew up together as far as being the best to her and also the one who admired her the most, would stab a dagger directly into her chest at this time? After several seconds he opened his mouth and said, "Ah, sister. You. What the hell are you doing? What is this for? You tell me what this is for. I am your brother. Do you know that kid fucked you, silly? The inside of your head is filled with him. Damn it." Hearing the other's words, Aoki pulled the dagger out, then stabbed it from another place. Once again, the ancient vine let out a miserable scream of pain. At this time, Aoki spoke indifferently. "A trash like you is worthy of scolding Lord Lu Yang? It's really damned. If you dare to curse Lord Lu Yang, even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be too much." "What are you talking about? Do you realize what you're doing? I'm your own brother. I was the one who changed your diapers when you were little." Guto shouted angrily. "Shut up, you punk! You're not even a mole in front of Lord Lu Yang, and you dare to scold Lord Lu Yang?" Aoki said and directly turned his dagger. That one dagger churned up the internal organs inside Guto's body. It made the ancient vine let out a wail of pain. The remaining 8 intruders next to them looked directly dumbfounded. How could they not expect Aoki to strike at their own brother? And strike so hard? Refusing to give even a single pain in the ass, even as he was torturing his own brother viciously with a dagger. Tough. Just too tough. A few hours of deep conversation with Lu Yang inside that room had caused Aoki's mind to change so much. Is that guy really that good at that? To be able to subdue a young girl to the point of killing her own brother. Their little Japanese empire was supposed to be the best at brainwashing, and generally those who were militaristic were badly brainwashed. Including them, the shifters who had come on the mission, had been brainwashed hard before they came out, would never do anything to betray his empire. But this one Aoki was called into the room by the other side. A few hours later did not suffer severe torture, just by the other side to that. Completely submit to the other side? Is the other side's great rage more powerful than the brainwashing machine of the Kojou Empire? At this time, Goto had been stabbed twice by his own sister, and had long since turned ashen, revealing a look of despair. When they came, they were still full of vigor, saying that they would occupy the Divine Dragon Country, starting with a city, then a region, and then an entire country, and that they would take the entire territory for themselves, turning all the people of the Divine Dragon Country into slaves, and forever submitting themselves to the feet of the Little Sun Empire. But now it has just begun, and it has already suffered such a terrible blow. Not only was he instantly killed by the enemy, but even his own sister became the enemy's forbidden domain, letting the enemy play, letting the enemy vent, and even letting the enemy brainwash to kill his own brother. Despair, utter despair had filled Goto's heart. Now his whole face was ashen and he just wanted to be killed earlier. He spoke to his sister Aoki, "Kill me, this is a failed mission, and as the captain I really should die for my sins, and if it's by your hands I think it's the greatest punishment for me. Sister, do it." But even after hearing his own brother beg him to kill him, Aoki didn't do it right away. Instead, he looked at Lu Yang and said, "Lord Lu Yang, should we kill him?" But, upon hearing these words, Gutang was so furious that he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. As her own brother, she asked her to kill herself. Such a simple request, and she didn't even agree, and ask the enemy for permission? Damn it. Guto's entire body directly collapsed and shouted, "Aha, I don't want to live anymore. Kill me if you have the guts. Damn it, kill me, kill me." Seeing the other party's crumbling performance, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not time for you to die yet. I want you to personally watch your teammates, one by one, submit and worship me as their master in front of me. Watch them insult the Little Sun Empire that gave birth to them and raised them, and let each and every one of your teammates stab you, so that you will completely lose in despair, so that you will regret this decision of invading the Divine Dragon Nation even on the way to the Yellow Springs." Goto broke down even more and yelled, "Ah, damnable guy, they say that the people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom speak of martial virtues, but you are simply evil." Lu Yang laughed and said, "For you little days, even the most vicious means is not too much." After saying that, Lu Yang directly started to unleash his soul control on the kneeling intruders. A minute later he received a prompt. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully casting soul control. These 8 people have become your most loyal servants." At the same time, the 8 people who were still trembling with fear, at this time, their bodies were no longer trembling, and the fear on their faces had disappeared without a trace. But instead, they looked at Lu Yang with a face of adoration. Up to this point, all 9 invaders of the Little Sun Empire, including Guto's sister, had been conquered by Lu Yang. The only one who had not yet been conquered by Lu Yang was the ancient vine that was lying on the ground and had already moved and could not climb up. At this point he was covered in blood and his chest was sunken. Watching his own sister, and 8 of his men become Lu Yang's servants, the whole man was remorseful. A look of despair also appeared on his face, and now he felt that there was no point in living. He wants to die. Every extra second of life felt like a great insult, and he, as the Little Sun Empire, the most loyal person, would never allow such an insult to appear on his body. He screamed at Lu Yang, "Kill me! You kill me! You insulted my sister and forced all my men to submit to you. These people have simply disgraced the face of our Little Sun Empire people. But I, Guto, will never submit, not even in death. Kill me if you have the guts." Lu Yang stomped on his opponent's face. Once again, the ancient vine let out a miserable scream of pain. At this time, Lu Yang said to him, "Do you think you are still qualified to decide whether to live or die? Don't worry, I won't let you die that quickly." Lu Yang then said to the 8 invaders he had conquered, "Each of you stab him once, but again, you can't stab the vital parts, and he can't die after stabbing 8 times. Hearing those words, a cold sweat broke out on the faces of those 8 intruders. That's pretty technical. Stabbing him once each won't kill him? Even if Gutang was originally an S-class alien, his strength was very strong. but he had already been beaten half to death by Lord Lu Yong, and now he could only have half a life left. Each of these 8 cuts could have been the last straw that broke the camel's back and stabbed him to death. That female alien said, I'll go first, ladies first. I've long been looking at this motherfucker Guto in a bad light. I've wanted to stab him for a long time. You guys just don't compete with me. Hearing the other side's words, those men knew that the other side was just making excuses, but it was not good to argue with them. After all, the woman was the first to open her mouth, and having put it this way, you're always too embarrassed to steal someone else's first place, aren't you? Although everyone knows that the first stab is the least risky and the last stab is the most risky. In case he stabbed him Guto to death, he might be chastised by Lord Lu Yong, but they were too embarrassed to grab it from the girls. He could only say to the girl, Maple Leaf, you have to stab better. Don't take half his life away with one stab, just leave us a breath. Maple Leaf nodded, said, everyone, you can rest assured, before the outbreak of the end times, I was a doctor. Although I was not the main surgeon, I still know the distribution of human internal organs very well. I can avoid his vitals. Even if I stabbed him through the intestines, he will still be in pain for a few hours before he dies. Hearing this sentence, Guto was beside himself, and his hairs were about to stand up in sweat. Good lord, you people were still my teammates, and now all of a sudden you've gone rogue and are thinking of ways to torture me without torturing me to death? Despair. Guto was utterly desperate. He understood that Lu Yong deliberately didn't give himself a hard time just to play with himself properly. Guto cursed loudly. Damn you guys, if you have the guts you can kill me. You traitors dared to betray the Little Sun Empire. You shall not die. After stabbing, Maple Leaf directly left the dagger in Guto's body without pulling it out, because if it's pulled out, the loss of blood will kill him faster. She then stood up and walked over to the other 7 and said, see, he's still alive and well. The other 7 people were relieved to see this. One of them said, then whoever is the second person next will be unfair to the others. So I've decided to use dice to decide. It just so happens that I have 3 dice here. So we'll each throw them once. And whoever has the largest number of points will be first. Then by analogy, ranked by points, the second largest is second. The third largest is third. What do you guys think? Do you guys have any opinions? The others also felt it was very fair after hearing that. So they shook their heads and said, no comment. We all have no comment. So next then let's start throwing the dice. So 7 people started throwing up dice. Soon the results came out. The one who threw in the most points and became the first stabber out of the 7, had a look of excitement on his face and happily exclaimed, ha ha ha, first place. I'm first place, finally. I can be with this dog Guto. How dare he launch an attack on our Lord Lu Yong and invade the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Watch my heart stab him. Put. A knife stabbed into the opponent's stomach. Guto once again let out a miserable cry. These were his former teammates, his brothers and sisters, so to speak. Now it's stabbing him in both sides of his stomach on one side. So much for being a blood brother with 2 ribs. You traitors, all of you deserve to die. Have you forgotten that you swore an oath of allegiance to the Lesser Sun Empire in the first place? Have you forgotten your original promise? You guys are all my former teammates. I know you guys. You're not afraid of death. What did this guy offer you? Letting you all become his servants? Guto had 8 knives sticking out of the top of his stomach. Screaming in desperation at those teammates. One of his teammates looked back at him. Drink to a mouthful of spit was spat in his face. That teammate said, Little Japan Empire? A dirty and weak empire only. You are also a weak and dirty person. What qualifications do you have to be an enemy of Lord Lu Yong? Hearing his teammate's words, Guto was now really raw. The teammate who used to be as close as a brother was at this moment bad-mouthing himself. It was as if he had turned into his father's enemy. What happened? What the hell happened? What exactly is the charm of that one Shenlong Kingdom guy? To be able to make all my teammates betray the Little Sun Empire in such a short period of time? Those survivors inside the base had also looked dumbfounded. Nice guy. The official organization of the people. As soon as these people of the Little Sun Empire were originally so arrogant, but now they have turned against each other. Teammates began to kill the captain? Those 8 knives in the stomach must have caused the little Japanese Empire captain a lot of pain, right? But this pain is probably not as bad as the pain endured psychologically. Betrayed by all his teammates, betrayed by his own sister. I guess he already wanted to die a long time ago, right? Cool. Looking at this arrogant guy, now tortured beyond recognition, the survivors felt good. Didn't you guys just say you'd kill one of us in an hour? Aren't you killing the people inside our base like dogs? Now you yourself are a lost dog. How does that feel? It's called self-inflicted. Lu Yan looked at it and had almost played enough. He walked directly in front of Guto and said to him, very good. Your teammate has done what I asked perfectly. After stabbing 8 times you are still alive. Your life is also quite hard. It's my turn for that stab next. After saying that, Lu Yang directly pasted a foot on Guto's body. Boom! The powerful force directly kicked him like a soccer ball and sent him flying dozens of meters into the air. At this time, a huge metal blade appeared in front of Lu Yang, hovering in mid-air, followed by a look from Lu Yang. Shoo! The metal blade flew at several times the speed of sound towards Guto, who was kicked in the air. The next instant it directly hit the ancient vine with a violent thud. Boom! Bone's body was as if it had been hit by a tank's artillery shell, emitting a violent thud and instantly exploding into countless blood sprays, dying without a trace of a corpse. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Tough. It's just too hard. Is this the thunderbolt of the powerful? Do what you would do to the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire. Even the most vicious, torturous methods would not be enough to vent their anger. Everyone inside the base looked at Lu Yang with adoration. After finishing off Guto, the captain who led the team, Lu Yang said to the others, "You two female Xiuji Empire alien, stay and give birth to my children, and the remaining 7 males, go back to your troops and wait for an opportunity to move. And when the time is ripe I'll give you your mission orders." "Yes, Lord Lu Yang." The 9 people nodded their heads at the same time and said. The 7 male invaders then began to quickly leave the area, preparing to head back to their small Japanese Empire home base, and the 2 remaining women, Aoki and Maple, stayed behind. Both stayed behind with grateful expressions on their faces, to be able to stay by Lord Lu Yang's side. This is simply a blessing that was cultivated in a previous life. After all, they were invaders, and by being defeated by Lu Yang they became like captives. There's no such thing as preferential treatment for prisoners in the end times. Even if it was Lu Yang, it would be right to break them into pieces. But Lord Lu Yang didn't do that. Instead he asked himself to stay and be his woman, to follow him around, and even to help him have children. It's just a huge honor. To be able to help a supremely powerful man like Lord Lu Yang give birth to a child is something that how many women would want to do if they were to squeeze their heads out? They all said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, thank you for leaving us behind regardless of your former enmity. From today onwards, we are all your most loyal servants. We won't refuse anything you ask us to do. We will absolutely obey." Hearing the words of the 2, Lu Yang nodded. Without them saying it, Lu Yang knew it was so. After all, soul control is the absolute highest priority. One can change the other person's mind on a soul level and never betray oneself. Lu Yang never worried about the betrayal of the people controlled by the soul lock. After all, the system must be a good product. There shouldn't be anything in this world that can surpass the system yet. At this time, the other survivors inside the base saw the way the 2 women lowered their eyebrows to Lu Yang, going against the grain and being absolutely obedient. Each and every one of them revealed a look of adoration. It's still Lord Lu Yang. Each and every one of these women of the Little Sun Empire were made to feel submissive by Lord Lu Yang. Let them do whatever they want. This is going to be in bed. TSK. It's really exciting to think about. At this time Lu Yang stood up and said to everyone, "I saved this base of yours from the hands of the little Japanese Empire invaders. If it wasn't for my appearance, you all might have been killed. So, from today onwards, I, Lu Yang, am the boss of this base. Which one of you is in favor of it? And which one of you is against it?" The crowd instantly revealed shocked expressions after hearing these words. Didn't Boss Black Bull go to ask for help from the official authority? I just heard that it looks like he's some kind of chief captain. How does it look a bit different when you look at it like this? How could someone from the official authority ask to be the boss of this base? Can someone from the authority look at a small base like this? Their leaders wouldn't let them do that, would they? But he's going to be the boss of this base. What about Boss Black Bull? Boss Black Bull wouldn't agree, would he? Everyone inside the base had their eyes on Li Hanyu, especially the 2 survivor executives. Originally, they had 3 survivors at the top level, and with the addition of Li Hanyu it was 4. One of them, Li Hanyu, ran off to find help, leaving the 3 of them to bear the wrath of the Little Sun Empire. One was made an example of by the Lesser Japanese Empire. One was taken out, and 2 remain. The 2 of them felt that Li Hanyu was absolutely righteous for being able to come back to save them. So the heart has always been toward Li Hanyu, hoping that Li Hanyu will become the boss of the base, rather than hoping for Lu Yang. Therefore they both set their eyes on Li Hanyu, and as long as Li Hanyu said a word against it, the 2 of them were bound to follow and oppose it together. But unexpectedly, after hearing Lu Yang's words, the Black Bull did not express any opposition. Instead, the first one expressed his approval and hurriedly said respectfully, "Lord Lu Yang is right. From today onwards, this base is Lord Lu Yang's base. From now on, I will be Lord Lu Yang's most loyal junior. Whoever dares to object, I, Li Hanyu, will be the first to disagree. Boss Black Bull, Boss you." Those 2 senior members of the original base, after hearing Li Hanyu's words, Both had unbelievable expressions on their faces. In the past, Boss Black Bull was the god inside the base. Who dares to disobey Boss Black Bull? Those people, they don't even dare to squeal when their wives are robbed by the Black Bull boss. But now the Black Bull boss has become lowly? What the hell is going on here? Shut up you two, Li Haniu said viciously. What do these ordinary people know? Only Li Haniu, who was also an alien, knew just how strong Liu Yang was. That kind of power is never shaken. Li Haniu in front of Liu Yang is not even as good as a mole cricket. Are those 10 invading Kazoku Empire shifters arrogant enough? Still, they were not taken out straight away. A small minion like himself was not even enough to be considered in the eyes of the invaders of that little Sun Empire. Not to mention in the eyes of Lord Liu Yang. That's nothing less than a gross. Li Haniu is a smart person. The reason why he dared to do whatever he wanted inside the base in the past lawlessness is because he knows that he is the strongest person inside the base. And the strongest person should do whatever he wants. And now that the strongest person had become Liu Yang, it was naturally Liu Yang's turn to do whatever he wanted. Strength is the law of doom. And Li Haniu is a smart man. So he knows this. Those two executives had no choice but to shut their mouths after hearing Li Haniu's words. Even their big brother had already submitted. So what could one say? At this moment, Liu Yang directly said, "Very well, since everyone has no opinion, then from today, I am the boss of this base. This base has a population of over 1,000, and in the end times, population is a resource." Looking at the fact that he had gained so many more population resources, Liu Yang was very happy in his heart. He turned to Li Haniu and asked, "How did this base of yours operate before?" Li Haniu said, "The top management of the base is responsible for protecting their safety. Inside the base they don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies, and at the same time they can trade items with other people, while ordinary civilians are responsible for teaming up to go out and search for resources, and every day they have to turn in a portion of them as their protection fee, and if they don't have any resources to turn in they will have to leave this base." After hearing this, Liu Yang shook his head. Sooner or later the resources in the middle of the end times will be depleted, and this kind of operation is only temporary, and it can't run for a long time. And it can't reach sustainable development. If you want to live a better life, you guys have to learn to plant. Only then can you be self-sufficient. Aoba reference chart. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Li Haniu's face showed a somewhat hesitant expression, and finally gritted his teeth, or gathered the courage to say, "Liu Yang, although our base also wants to develop sustainably, but now it's the beginning of the end of the world. The outside is full of dangerous light. It's hard enough to collect the practical necessities, and good food to satiate the stomach. Not to mention the desire to go looking for seeds and tools to plant the land," he said. "It's hard enough to gather the necessary items and food to fill our stomachs, let alone finding seeds and tools for planting. Without seeds and without tools, even if there were more of us, we wouldn't be able to feed ourselves by growing." Other survivors also said, "Every time we go out to look for food, there are many people who die in the middle of the action, either being eaten by zombies or being bitten and turned into a zombie. Every time we are fighting with our lives, we don't have the time to collect tools and collect seeds, and even if we have the seeds, they are just used to eat them directly. After all, everyone doesn't know if they're going to die on their next move, so who's going to take precious food and use it as seed to plant it in the ground? Yes, Lord Liu Yang, someone as powerful as you cannot empathize with us. Every time we fight with zombies, we are risking our lives, risking everything, and with the outbreak of the end of the world, we are also living one day at a time. Who can know what will happen tomorrow? Maybe this base will be destroyed tomorrow. I escaped from another base, and that base was bigger than this one at first. There were more than 2,000 people. However, it was invaded by an army of high-ranking zombies, and it died out overnight. Very few were able to escape, and I was one of the lucky ones in that wave of zombies. This base is even smaller than the last one I was in. Who knows how long it can last? Not bad. There are too many possibilities. There are too many accidents in the post-apocalyptic world. We ordinary people can't see the future at all. Maybe we will die tomorrow. How can this make us develop? Although this base has more than 1,000 people, it's not very strong. 10 invaders almost wiped out this base. It's hard for us to have confidence in this base. What if we plant a good crop, and then when it ripens a group of people from the Lesser Sun Empire invade? Wouldn't that be a direct theft of the fruits of our labor? Listening to the words of this survivor, Li Haniu's face revealed a somewhat sweaty expression. Indeed, he's not doing a good job as a leader. The strength was so bad that they couldn't even put up a little resistance when 10 people from the Little Sun Empire invaded. Li Haniu's special ability is to control rats. It can control up to 10 of them. One can put one's vision and senses on the rats. Let the rats see for themselves, hear for themselves, and feel for themselves. It was still somewhat useful when searching for supplies, The rats could be allowed to spearhead the search and see if there was any danger, which was why Lihania was able to mix well in Doomsday. So far no danger had been encountered. It was also because he possessed the supernatural ability to control rats that he was able to hear the conspiracy that those little Japanese empires were discussing, and knew that he wasn't poisoned at all, and that the other party was just scaring himself. That's why he dared to run away to look for help. Used to eavesdrop on the enemy's words, and for scouting, this ability was still useful. But for fighting, this skill is too weak. What can 10 rats do? Even if it's a 1-pound rat with 10 enhancements, you can't beat an alien. It's not like you can control 10,000 of them. So the reason why the survivors of this base had no hope for the future was actually because Lihania was too weak as the boss of the base in the past, unable to provide confidence to other survivors. As for Liu Yang, after listening to the words of these survivors, of course he understood their worries, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He directly rose up in the air and stood in mid-air. A wave of the hand followed. Inside the storage space, the iron blocks inside the storage space started to keep turning into tools. Then they were released from inside the space by Liu Yang and fell down from the air. Lance, hoe, shovel, sickle. Those tools kept appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the sky, then crackling and falling to the ground. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight. Liu Yang, who was wearing silver armor, shone with a dazzling light that was hard to see under the sun's illumination, while tools and weapons kept falling behind him. The crowd looked at Liu Yang as if they were looking at a god. Is this the legendary god of weapons and tools? Another important reason why they were no match for the zombies in the end times was the lack of weapons. Who can beat a walker with their bare hands? Even with weapons, picking up the occasional fruit knife, scissors, a kitchen knife, and a wooden stick would only make a simple lance. With this simple lance, it was difficult to stab a zombie through the head with a single shot. After all, the skull wasn't covered last time. You can't get deep into the brain unless you stab it in the eyes. Otherwise, if you stabbed the brain, you'd be stuck directly in the skull. The backwardness of the weapons causes them to have no advantage when fighting the zombies. But at this time, the lance that Liu Yang had created for them was 2 meters long, made of steel, and looked indestructible. A zombie's head can still be stabbed through even if it's made of iron. Soon a mountain of weapons was piled up under Liu Yang's feet. He said to the crowd, "Everyone gets to pick a lance for a weapon, a hoe, a shovel, and a sickle. This is considered my gift to you." These weapons Liu Yang had not forged with intent and could not reach the point of invulnerability, but they were good enough for ordinary people. Those survivors listened to Liu Yang's words, and one by one, a look of gratitude appeared on their faces. Having a weapon is the same as having hope. It is the same as having a defense. The 2-meter-long gun was enough to stab the zombies to death without being able to get close. This weapon was just too useful in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion. In the end times, this kind of weapon could be said to be extremely valuable. A 2-meter-long lance could definitely be exchanged for a lot of supplies. But Lord Liu Yang gave it to us when he said he would. This kind of boss is many times better than Lihania's boss who only steals other people's wives. That's the real boss style. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. Lord Liu Yang, you are our savior. Lord Liu Yang, we will always follow you. Lord Liu Yang, you are our boss. Forever. The crowd was moved to tears and directly fell to their knees, kowtowing to Liu Yang in the sky and thanking him non-stop. Looking at their performance, Liu Yang was very satisfied and then continued. Not only that, I will also lend you seeds, sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, 20 pounds of each. You can use them for planting. But after a year you need to pay me back 10 times, which is 200 pounds of each. After saying that, the sky began to sprinkle sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes non-stop, and soon piled up into 3 piles at Liu Yang's feet. Looking at this countless amount of food, at least a dozen tons, everyone was dumbfounded. Just how much supplies does this Lord Liu Yang possess? After all the supplies have been distributed, Liu Yang said to everyone in the air, "These seeds will be divided equally to each of you for 20 pounds. And after a year you need to pay me back 200 pounds, which is 10 times more. Of course you can give up on receiving these 20 pounds if any one of you doesn't want them." Give up? It takes a brain to give up. Corn, sweet potatoes and potatoes are all crops that aren't picky about the land. Just find a kara and dig a hole and you'll be able to plant them. 20 pounds of corn seed produces a 10x increase in corn. That's just too easy. You have to realize that you only need 5 pounds of corn seeds for an acre of land. 20 pounds of corn seed is enough to plant 4 acres. 4 acres of corn can yield 500 pounds. That means giving back 200 pounds to Liu Yang and leaving 300 pounds for himself. It's just perfect. As for sweet potatoes, it's even easier with potatoes. Potatoes can be planted in cuttings. And any seedlings from sweet potatoes can be planted in cuttings. Take a sweet potato seedling and stick it directly into the soil and it will survive. In a post-apocalyptic world, this can be all good stuff. And Lord Liu Yang also provides hoes, scythes, shovels, such planting tools. Simply perfect. At this moment, Liu Yang was like a savior who descended in the midst of the apocalypse, giving everyone hope to live and hope for long-term development. At this moment, Liu Yang saw the grateful eyes of the crowd. He nodded with satisfaction and then asked the women inside the base, "Are you willing to be my Liu Yang's women?" As soon as they heard this, everyone froze. Originally thought that Liu Yang would say something to motivate them or encourage them. Who knew that he would directly ask if he was willing to be his woman? This Lord Liu Yang is too direct, isn't he? But he's so handsome again. Perhaps only the strong have such outright confidence. The women nodded their heads in a hurry, saying, "I'm willing. I'm too willing." Some women's husbands are still around, looking at Liu Yang in the sky with a longing face, and embarrassed to say that they want to do Liu Yang womankind. Instead, their husbands encouraged to the side. Hurry up and say it. As long as you follow Lord Liu Yang, you will definitely be absolutely safe in the future. And you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Even if you go with Lord Liu Yang, I won't blame you, as long as you can live well. That woman immediately showed a touched expression. Then she said, "Husband, thank you for fulfilling me." Then he said to Liu Yang in the sky, "I'm willing. I'm willing." At the same time, Liu Yang began to receive system prompts in his mind non-stop. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. All attribute points plus 10 points. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward. Metal control skill plus 1 level. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward. The storage space skill plus 1 level. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward for a new skill, time reboot. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a system reward. The reboot time level is increased by 1 level. Liu Yang kept hearing system prompts inside his head, and his entire being was happy. It was only after the sound of the system prompt stopped that Liu Yang began to say to the people below, "Those who are willing to be my woman, stand on this side. But I only need those who are 18-25 years old and who are not married and haven't talked about their boyfriends. The rest stay where they are." As soon as they heard that one sentence, most of the women had a look of disappointment on their faces. It's okay not to have been married, and at least half of those women are not married. But not having had a boyfriend screens out at least 90% of women. Thinking about it, a man like Lord Liu Yang surely only want clean women. How can a broken flower be worthy of Lord Liu Yang? The women who were eligible showed extremely happy expressions, and started to stand in the places designated by Liu Yang, with eager eyes on their faces, each one thinking of being picked by Liu Yang. And Liu Yang also realized that there were only about 50 women who could come forward. Take away some of the out-of-shape, bad-looking ones from those 50 women, and you're down to 20 or 30. Liu Yang walked in the middle of them and started picking in the middle of everyone's eager eyes. He pointed to one of the girls who looked to be only 18 years old, white and beautiful, with a pair of long white legs and a tall and voluptuous figure, and said, "You, come with me later." "Ha, me, that's just great. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll always follow you from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." That girl was so happy that her entire body jumped straight up. Liu Yang then walked towards another girl. You come with me too." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang, thank you for picking me. There's no way to return the great favor, so I can only give my body to you." That girl was also very happy. When passing by a somewhat ugly-looking and very fat woman, Liu Yang directly skipped over her. When that woman saw Liu Yang skipped over her face, she immediately showed a surprised expression and said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, why did you skip over me? I fully meet your conditions. People have just turned 18 this year, and they haven't had a boyfriend. Why did you just skip me?" Liu Yang took a look at her. 1 meter 6 height, at least 180 weight. It's heavier than the 1 meter 85 Liu Yang. "At this weight, why did I skip you? Don't you have any idea?" Liu Yang said directly. "You're too fat." One day with this sentence, that woman instantly exploded. "What? How dare you say I'm too fat? Do you know if you can respect women without objectifying them? And if women can give women the most basic respect? What's wrong with fat people? Why do you discriminate against fat people? Can't fat people lose weight? Fat people are all potentials. Don't you know that? Really have eyes but no pearls." Liu Yang frowned and walked up to her once more. That woman thought that Liu Yang had changed his mind and was ready to take himself away, and a smug expression appeared on her face. Said, "People are little fairies. Now that you've made the little fairy angry, you hurry up and apologize to this princess before I'll go with you." "Ha!" Liu Yang hummed out from inside his nostrils. Frowning, he revealed a somewhat incredulous expression. In the post-apocalyptic world, how can there be such a stupid person, dare to go crazy in front of me? Lu Yang? If it wasn't for her appearance, Lu Yang would have almost forgotten that his nickname was Wrist Ho. Looks like today, it's time to perform the deliberate boom fist again. Take that, call me. After hearing that one fat woman's words, Lu Yang came in front of her. Standing in front of this 1 m 6 tall little tank, 1 m 85 Lu Yang looked down on her. I have to say, the other guy really looks like a pillar. At 1 m 6 and 200 pounds. It had been so long since the outbreak of the end times. It was not easy for her to maintain this weight. Maybe this is the legendary gift of being able to get fat by drinking water. Her kind of talent would be disastrous if an unsuspecting survivor found out about it. Give her water every day and cut meat from her every day. Wouldn't that be a human perpetual motion machine? Can't get enough of it? Seeing Lu Yang standing in front of her, that fat woman thought that Lu Yang knew that he was wrong after being scolded by herself, and came over to apologize to herself specially, with that condescending expression on her face again. But he didn't expect Lu Yang to not say anything. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped the other party's face with a hard slap. Pa! There was a loud bang. That fat woman was instantly slapped several meters away, and her face, which was already like a pig's head, was now swollen even more like a pig's head. He fell straight to the ground without saying a word and fainted. Everyone held their breath when they saw this scene. All those men were screaming in their minds. Cool. It's just too handsome. This woman's brother was the only one of that base's top brass who was killed. Under her brother's protection, the woman could be said to be well fed, which was why she hadn't gotten any thinner until the end times came. Seeing that her brother was killed, she was sad for a few minutes. She also thought that she would be able to hug Lu Yang's thighs and still be able to eat and drink in the future and live a human life. Who knows that Lu Yang did not take her away, so she immediately could not stand it, directly at Lu Yang accusing and shouting, but did not expect Lu Yang cannot eat this set. A straight slap in the face sent her flying. Not only was the woman fat, she was also cranky and calculating, and used to be all high and mighty and didn't give a damn about anyone else, except for a few base executives such as Li Haniu. All the other survivors were referred to by her as wasteful piglets, seeing women who are prettier than her and even deliberately targeting them. Let others call her big sister. Have all the good food and fun go up to her, treating people as if they were maids. Both men and women dared to be angry with her. After all, her brother was one of the 4 top officers of the base. Under this fat man's lustful authority, the other survivors of these bases had long been building up their anger for a long time. Now seeing Lu Yang slap this woman, everyone's heart felt very comfortable. That's the way it should be with such sightless women. Tell her to bully ordinary people before. Now you know you're wrong, don't you? A loud cheer suddenly erupted among the crowd. Screaming at Lu Yang, he said, Lord Lu Yang is just too handsome. This fellow used to go around inside the base with no one in sight. Now someone can finally punish her. A man said viciously, I'll be damned. My wife's gold bracelet was snatched by her. That was bought when we got married. Damn it. A beautiful girl said. She even asked me to wash her feet last time. That foot of hers is really like a pig's hoof. Fat and smelly. A little girl said. She even snatched my lollipop. It's so shameless to even grab a kid's lollipop. Thank you Lord Lu Yang for punishing this abomination for us. Lord Lu Yang, you are truly our savior. Listening to the words of the crowd, Lu Yang frowned. It seemed that the ordinary people inside this base had been oppressed a little bit in the past. He said to Li Haniu, although now is the time when indifference is very cruel, and it's true that anything can happen out there. I hope that in my base, there will be no more bullying, and inside this base, as long as they abide by my rules, they'll be able to get a fair shake. Got it? Hearing Lu Yang's words, Li Haniu's face had already broken out into a layer of cold sweat, hurriedly nodded his head and said, Yes, Lord Lu Yang, I will definitely manage this base properly in the future. It was all my negligence in the past that allowed such things to happen. In the future, the people inside this base will definitely not show the phenomenon of bullying again. Lu Yang nodded and said, well, it's good that you understand. What happened in the past is because in the past this base belonged to you, so I can't control what happened in the past, but from today onwards, this base already belongs to me, Lu Yang, then it should be to abide by my Lu Yang's rules, and whoever dares to disobey that, then there is only one consequence. It's death. Li Haniu said, okay, Lord Lu Yang, we'll follow your orders. Those survivors of the base heard that Lu Yang was standing up for them and reprimanded the Black Bull for them, and one by one they were moved to tears. This is like a savior. His presence has made this base all fair and square. All of them felt hopeful for the future. There were tools to plow the land, seeds to plant, and a superpower to set rules to keep bullying from happening. Everyone inside the base had their own equal rights. They could protect their families and protect their property. No longer like before, when something was seen by a strong person, it would be taken away. This life has slowly started to get on track for the years of peace. Let them begin to have something to look forward to, something to hope for. Wow! Those survivors fell to their knees in unison and kowtowed to Liu Yang for a while. Bang bang bang! Lord Liu Yang, from today onwards, you are the savior inside our base. Your appearance gives us hope to live. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. More than 1,000 people spoke in unison with a deafening voice, saying, "Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. Get up." Liu Yang said to them. Liu Yang thought to himself that he was not a good person. The reason why this rule was customized was that the ordinary nature could not be bullied, and that they should have enough confidence and hope to live without being oppressed. Because people are like springs, the more they are pressed, the more energy they gather. And honest people have the potential to do a lot of damage when they explode. This is not good for the base as a whole. All Liu Yang wanted was stability. Only if this base could grow steadily, with more and more people inside, would the supplies he collected grow. Because within Liu Yang's rules, all items obtained by these survivors had to be handed over 20%. The more people there are, the more they turn in. After dealing with the things inside this base, Liu Yang said to those people inside the authority, "Take this corpse back to hand in your duties." In addition, Director Chen said that my mission has been completed. That special class military merit for me to remember. When I come to your authority next time, I'll have to start exchanging military honors for items. Yes, Lord Chief Captain. Those members of the authority immediately said respectfully, and then brought up that one corpse to rush to the authority. Those members of the team happily with the body of the Little Japan Empire invaders are ready to return to the authority. This time they came out to action. Neither pay any price nor contribute to the effort. Basically is the Liu Yang chief captain in the work. They only manage to wrap up, but also be able to drink a little soup. Set up a small merit. Think about it all, let a person feel happy. It's basically a credit for nothing. Following Lord Liu Yang on a mission is too easy, isn't it? In front of such a powerful chief captain, all the enemies had nothing to hide and could only be captured with their hands. And they, the ordinary team members, didn't have to do anything but shout 666 from the side. Who doesn't love a captain that powerful? Other captains don't do that. They are usually on the end of the line and let the players do the dirty work. When they encountered a powerful enemy, they would also let their team members test their strength first, and would definitely not go on by themselves without saying anything. It's a far cry from Lord Liu Yang. You see others, Lord Liu Yang does not need to test at all, because Lord Liu Yang has absolute confidence. All enemies are not a problem in front of him. Even the strongest person, when he meets Lord Liu Yang, it will be shattered at the touch of a button. Seeing those people leaving with the corpses, Liu Yang was also ready to take the women with him. And inside this base, he had picked another 25 beautiful girls. Although he said that he had already exceeded the system's rewards, the system had said that he could obtain even more powerful rewards after the child was born. These beautiful girls with beautiful looks and good and young bodies. Of course Liu Yang would not let go. Beginning hard with them, when they have children, their own rewards will be even greater. With a wave of Liu Yang's hand, all the women's bodies were wrapped in a layer of silver, glowing metal armor. Then with a thought from Liu Yang, everyone flew into the air. Bai Qingqing and the girls had already experienced this several times, and flying was naturally unafraid. But the young girls inside this base all had scared expressions on their faces. They were ordinary teenage girls, not psychics. When had they ever experienced the feeling of flying up to the sky? Each and every one of them was so frightened that their whole bodies trembled and their faces turned pale. At this time a magnetic voice rang in their ears and said, "Don't panic. With the metal armor wrapped around you, you won't be in any danger. Next you'll have a good experience of what it feels like to fly up to the sky by me. Liu Yang, adapt in advance first. Otherwise, when you arrive at my safe zone, I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to stand it." The words just fell. Everyone had already begun to exceed the speed of sound, flying directly towards Liu Yang's safe zone. 10 seconds later, they had landed in the safe zone without incident. This one school, now the entire school had been transformed into an absolutely safe place by Liu Yang. Even the underground had started to be covered with a metal floor. Definitely no more dwarves digging through the floor. After landing, those young girls who came out from inside the base still showed a palpitating expression. A pale young girl, even the body shook, rolled his eyes, directly fainted. See the other side to fall heavily on the ground. Liu Yang hurriedly rushed over a hand to hold her. Feel the warmth of Liu Yang's embrace of that young girl, which recovered a little bit of consciousness. Opened his eyes and looked at Liu Yang. Originally pale face, instantly brushed, turned into a big red apple. Lord Liu Yang? The young girl was shocked and delighted, not realizing that she was being held in the arms of Lord Liu Yang. As an ordinary young girl, She was originally very weak and was often bullied inside that one base. Physical fitness would not have been possible. After experiencing such a supersonic flight, she was directly dizzy. Her eyes were black and she didn't know anything. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in Liu Yang's arms, which made her shy and happy. Not only is Lord Liu Yang handsome and strong, but he's also too considerate, right? Originally, he had fainted and was going to fall in, and his head on the ground was sure to get a big bag if he fell on the ground. I didn't expect Lord Liu Yang to be so fast, instantly rushing over and wrapping himself in his arms, protecting him perfectly. That's so thoughtful. It's simply more mesmerizing than any domineering president in a novel. Liu Yang helped her sit on the ground, said, "Are you alright? It seems that taking you guys on your first flight was indeed a bit of a stretch. It was me who flew too fast. I should slow down a bit next time." That beautiful maiden heard Liu Yang's words and hurriedly said with a red face, "No, it's fine, Lord Liu Yang. As long as it's Lord Liu Yang's words, even faster I can withstand it." Liu Yang nodded. "Well, it's good that you guys can handle it. Let's go. We should go to the teacher's dormitory." So Liu Yang led them into the middle of the teacher's dormitory. After entering inside the teacher's dormitory, Li Mengyao, Li Mange, Chen Ting, Shen Zi and the others looked at Liu Yang bringing back so many more beauties, and even a dwarf, and each of them showed somewhat curious expressions as they gathered around, especially that one dwarf, attractive to all. Li Mengyao was especially happy, bouncing around the dwarf a few times and said with a big laugh, well, this is great. I, Li Mengyao, am finally no longer the shortest woman inside this safe zone. Ha ha ha. Liu Yang, where are you going to find her? This dwarf is really too beautiful. Right. Her body proportion is so perfect. Not like that kind of pocket person at all. Instead, it looks like a character that came out from inside a comic. She shouldn't belong to the human race, right? Li Mange said. Definitely doesn't belong to humans. Ah, look at her ears are surprisingly so pointed. Too much difference than humans. It looks a little bit like elf's ears. Her sense of hearing should be very sensitive, right? Chen Ting said. Look at her skin. It's so white and soft, it's like a baby's. I guess she rarely sees the sunlight. It really looks blown out. Chen Zi said. Her face is so white and tender and cute. Can I pinch it? It's so cute. Ooh, I want to pinch it so bad. Sigrid spoke up. No way. My mom says pinching people's faces will make them bigger. And I don't want to turn into a big pie face. What a pity. Chen Zi's face showed a lost expression. Liu Yang introduced everyone. This is Princess Sigrid of the dwarf race. These are the survivors that I brought back from inside a survivor base. In the future, they will also be my women. Next, everyone should get along with each other peacefully. Oh, don't worry, we can't be happier to have another sister join us. That's right, there are zombies everywhere in the end times. It's not easy to meet other humans. Don't worry, we'll take care of our little sister. Come on, let's go cook. Treat these new sisters well. So, Chen Zi and the girls jumped up and down, ready to go for it. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, remained next to the Sigrid, as if she liked this dwarf princess very much. After all, this dwarf princess had taken her title as the #1 dwarf in the safe zone. It was too late for Li Mengyao to be happy. Soon the meal was ready. These days with all the research in the crowd, the cooking is getting better and better. After all, the end of the idle nothing, every day to stay in this school. In addition to playing cards, fight the landlord to go to the playground above the running, playing ball. There is nothing else to do. The study of recipes for them is also a kind of fun. Moreover, after the outbreak of the end times, it was surprising that the water, electricity and internet had not stopped until now. Dishes that can't be made are able to be received by simply searching the internet. It made them all feel very happy. Every time they made a new dish, they had a new sense of accomplishment. And when Liu Yang ate it, if he complimented them, they would simply be happy. And inside this school, the only thing they can do for Liu Yang is to make good meals and wait for Liu Yang to come back to eat. So to be able to reflect their value, they are also very happy. But that's not the case with some of the 20 or so women who were brought back from the survivor base. These women used to be exploited existences inside the base. And even if their parents collected supplies, they had to hand over a large portion of them. It's usually a life of underfeeding and underclothing. A loaf of bread had to be broken in half and spread over 2 days. Now see Liu Yang's safe zone inside actually able to eat fresh food, which is hot rice, plus 4 dishes and a soup. This is a better life than some of them used to have in times of peace. Being able to eat such a hot meal in the post-apocalyptic world, one by one they were moved to tears. Li Mango's people watched as they each cried as they ate, and all of them revealed puzzled expressions as they asked, "What's wrong? Isn't the food good?" One of those new teenage girls was in tears, but kept shaking her head, choking back a sob. He said, "It's not that it's not good, it's too good." After the outbreak of the end times, We couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone be able to eat this fresh, hot meal, a loaf of bread to fight over. There's a 30-year-old woman who was born directly after a 50-plus-year-old man for a loaf of bread, and she gets that from him every night. Inside that surviving base, we were living a life where we didn't have enough to eat or wear, and now that we've come here, we're living such a good life all of a sudden, which makes us feel that it's really a bit dreamy and unreal, and we're all feeling very touched, so we unconsciously cried. Oh, it's so delicious. This feeling is so happy. I'm not dreaming, right? I'm really afraid that I'll wake up and everything will be back to square one again, and we'll still stay in that once fearful survivor base, fighting to the death every day for the sake of that one melon or two jujubes. I'm so scared to go back to living like that again. Hearing their words, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and Li Mang, they all somewhat empathized with them. When the apocalypse first broke out, some of them were trapped in trees, some in toilets, and which one of them wasn't starving and dizzy? In the face of those fierce zombies, they all thought they were dead, either starved to death or eaten by the zombies, and may even starve to death first, and then be eaten by the zombies to eat the body, and directly die without a body. At that time, Lu Yang's appearance was like the descent of the god of heaven, so that each of them saw the hope of living in the midst of despair, when they were rescued by Lu Yang. And then the whole school was emptied and became a safe zone. They were also able to move freely inside the school. These days over they have begun to forget the cruelty and horror of the end of the world. And now some of these new teenage girls showed that kind of emotion also infected them, so that they also recalled the horror of the time when they were dominated by the zombies. Even Chen Ting and the girl's eyes were a bit moist. Yeah, had it not been for the appearance of Lu Yang's husband, they would have been no different from those young and beautiful women, and even lived more miserably than they did. Thanks to meeting Lu Yang, if he had met someone else, he might have first insulted them and then killed them for meat. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world there is no legal or moral constraints, and everyone has to acquire others with the utmost malice in order to live well. Not being able to trust anyone or else chances are you'll be sold out the next second. But Lu Yang was different. He can be quite mean at times, but as long as you don't do anything against his interests and listen to him well, then he will do everything he can to make your life better. Definitely a reliable thumper in the end times yet. They comforted those new beauty girls. Don't worry, as long as you come to our safe zone, we are all family from now on. You won't be in danger anymore, and you won't live that kind of starving life. With Lu Yang's husband's protection, we will be safe too. More zombies are not Lu Yang's old Dong's opponent. Lu Yang's husband is very strong. By the time you guys will know when you go to experience it at night, Chen Zi said. But isn't it? Lu Yao's husband is definitely the most powerful man in this world. Whether it's when he's facing zombies he fights or when he's facing women he fights, that's all the world's number one in the world without any predecessors or successors. Lin Momo said. I can testify to this point. Oh, Lu Yang's husband has already passed the test of our alien, and at this time has become the number one alien in the world. The number one in the S-class. There isn't any other alien in the world stronger than him. The ladies all revealed shocked expressions after hearing these words, although they also thought in their hearts that Lu Yang was the strongest. This kind of official certification was indeed more convincing. They turned to Lin Mori and asked, really? Hubby really became number one in the world, and it's the officially certified kind? Lin Momo nodded affirmatively and said, of course it's true. I saw my husband become number one with my own eyes. Even our director Chen appreciated hubby and was dead set on making him the chief captain. In the end, hubby was just an honorary chief captain. He didn't have to obey the organization's discipline at all, but then he was able to enjoy the organization's various treatments, which can be said to be extremely preferential. Wow! After the ladies heard Lin Momo's words, they all looked at Lu Yang with 2 stars in their eyes and a face of worship. In unison, they said, hubby, you are also too handsome, that's for sure. Who am I? Lu Yang said with a confident smile, after finishing the meal with the ladies. Lu Yang's face also showed a relaxed expression. He then said to the crowd, alright, I'm going back to rest. Next, Sigrid, after you've eaten, take a shower and meet me in my room. I have something to talk to you about. The dwarf princess, Sigrid, had not experienced Lu Yang before. At the same time, she also came to Lu Yang's safe zone for the first time, and did not know what Lu Yang meant by this sentence, and thought that she really wanted to chat with herself, and did not know why chatting to take a bath, although there are questions in her mind, but she did not ask out. Maybe it is the Lord Lu Yang who likes to smell good, and so she was very naive and nodded her head and said, okay Lord Lu Yang, Sigrid will come to you later. So Lu Yang went straight back inside his room, and it was only after Lu Yang had gone that the other women's faces began to show expressions of envy. Turning to Sigrid, she said, wow, what a congratulations! Sigrid, on your first day here, you were able to go inside Lu Yang's husband's room and chat with him. Some people might have been waiting in line for months. You are so lucky. That's true. We weren't as lucky as you in the beginning. I waited for days. I'd been waiting for 10 days. Or Chen Lixia is lucky. She was able to have sex with Liu Yang's husband on the first day. That's right. I'm told she was a bit reluctant at the time. Listening to the crowd discussing themselves, Chen Lixia's face revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "You guys just don't laugh at me. The end times had just broken out at that time. How could I have known that it would turn out to be like this? And in the past, during the peaceful times, Liu Yang had chased after me. How could I have known that he had become so strong and powerful after the end times broke out? If I had known this, I would have opened my legs to welcome him. Where else would it be the turn of you little rotten hooves to laugh at me here?" Humph. Listening to the crowd's discussion, a puzzled expression appeared on Sigrid's face. Asked, "What do you guys mean by all this? Isn't it just to go inside his room and chat? What's the point of lining up or not? If you guys want to go and chat, can't you go in any time?" A bad smile appeared on the faces of the women and said, "When a man talks about chatting, do you really believe that he's just chatting? Don't say it's the end of the world. Even in times of peace, you can't trust a man's mouth. At the beginning of the time are like this. My house has a cat will backflip. You go to my house to see it, go to my house to chat. Don't worry, only chatting. And then chatting it. It began to move hands and feet. Man be able to be honest sows will get on the tree. That's right. How many innocent girls in the past, just because they believed in the words of men, thinking that it was really just chatting, and then slowly fell into. The phrase just talking is about as untrustworthy as just rubbing it in. If you really believe he's just chatting, you're screwed. Sigrid, the dwarf princess, asked with a puzzled look on her face. Well, if it's not chatting, then what else is there to do? Li Mengyao said. Think about it. What else can a man and a woman do in a room? There will definitely be intense behavior. The dwarf princess didn't quite understand. She hadn't been through this before either, nor had she spent time alone with a man. And as a 28-year-old, she was still very young for a dwarf, not to the point where she couldn't wait to get married off. So his parents hadn't taught her about men and women either. Still shaking her head she said, I don't really understand What would you humans do with a man and a woman inside a room? Chen Zi directly said. Of course it's giving birth. Can it really be chatting? Dwarf Princess Sigrid as soon as she heard this sentence face, immediately showed a shocked expression. At the same time shocked and some joy and some worry. Red-faced, she covered her mouth and said, having a child with, and Liu Yang-sama, or something, is also too much of a shyness. Besides, Lord Liu Yang is so stout and tall, and I'm a girl of the dwarf race. Really okay? You have to know that Liu Yang's height is 1.85 meters, which is a proper big strong man among all humans. You can basically walk outside for seconds on the street. In the past in school he was also a sports student. His body was very muscular and looked strong, although he was poor and was secretly despised. But basically no one dared to mess with him openly. If a 1.85 meters gym student really goes crazy, who can stand it? Those rich kids like to bully, but they're not stupid. Now compared to the dwarf princess, who was 1.2 meters, 3 in size, Liu Yang's stature was even taller. Dwarves are usually around 1.2 meters, 1.3 meters in height. Anything over 6 feet 3 inches would be considered a big strong man, but they are very dense. At 5 feet 3 inches, you're able to reach 150 pounds, and yet still look well proportioned. Their body density is at least several times that of humans, although the dwarf princess feels that her body is very strong. But compared to Liu Yang, in the end, it is like a small chicken. How's this gonna hold up? Li Mengyao said. I am 1.5 meters in height. Wasn't I fine in the beginning? Don't worry too much. Maybe you won't be able to finish chatting by then. Chen Zi said, that's right. Although you dwarves are a bit different from us humans, you're still the same in general. Your appearance is considered very beautiful even among humans. No wonder Liu Yang named you for a chat tonight. Li Mange said, this is your good luck. Some people don't know how long they have to wait before they can wait for Liu Yang. If you don't want to go, others can't wait to go. Bai Qingqing said, that's right. If you're really scared, I can replace you. Oh. Moon Drunken Blue spoke. I can do it instead. Dwarf Princess Sigrid shook her head. I'm not going to let you guys take over. I just want to chat with Lord Liu Yang. You guys just wait here and line up properly. Alright, I'm full. Thanks for the food treats. I'm going to take a bath next. Bye. After saying that, the dwarf princess left the place directly. Seeing the dwarf princess leave, the others showed envious expressions. Looks like it's going to be a cheap night for the dwarf. Liu Yang waited inside his room with peace of mind. Tonight he could have a good chat with the dwarf princess Sigrid. It can be a good way to learn about the customs of the dwarves. It must be a deeper understanding and a deeper conversation to get it right. After all, this kind of dwarf race had never appeared in this world before. Lu Yan was presumably the first human to encounter them. Must have a good thorough exchange with this dwarf princess. On the other hand, dwarf princess Sigrid took a good bath inside her room. Lu Yang did leave a lot of clothes collected from inside the supermarket for all of them women. But Sigrid, as the princess of the dwarf race, was just not quite tall enough. She would have liked to wear some sexy clothes, but realized that she couldn't wear them at all. They were all several sizes bigger than herself. I ended up picking and had to pick a dress that still fit. As soon as she went out, all the women gathered around. They looked at dwarf princess Sigrid with a smile on her face and said, "Ha ha ha, Sigrid, why have you changed into this outfit? Isn't this a child's outfit?" Li Mengyao said, "Ha ha ha, with my 1 meter 5 height, I'm at least able to find suitable clothes. With your 1 meter 3 height, it's just too hard to want the right clothes. Sigrid, where did you find this children's outfit? You don't say. It really fits, and it also complements your temperament." Ha 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 ha. Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Sigrid skimmed her mouth a bit unhappily and said, "What do you know? This is not children's clothing. I saw the sign on it, and it says Lolita. Is this your human erotic clothing?" The women laughed. Ha ha ha, and Lolita, that's Lolita for kids to wear too. You're the ones who are kids. All of you are 18 years old and still laughing at me. This 28-year-old is really shameless. Hurry up and call me sister or I'll throw you all out myself. Humph. Sigrid, raising her hand, showed off her biceps. Dwarven muscle is no match for the average human. Sigrid's 5 feet 3 inches frame was already over 150 pounds, and when she exerted herself, the muscles in her hands bulged even higher. Could definitely throw a woman out of the house with one hand. After the ladies heard Sigrid's words, they laughed and said, all right, Sigrid, we were just kidding. Knowing that you're wearing a Lolita, you don't want to throw us out, even though you're a dwarf. You're several times more powerful than us. We've all heard Lu Yang say that. And Lu Yang also said that you dwarves are short-tempered. It seems to be true, as well. Ha ha ha, let's see how Lu Yang teaches you a good lesson tonight, so that you'll restrain yourself in the future. But don't think that you dwarves such as your sturdy bodies can withstand and stand Lu Yang's 8-level Galo. At that time we will wait to beg for mercy for you, Sigrid said with a defiant expression. The dwarves will never beg for mercy. Tonight you will watch how I will make your mythical Lu Yang beg for mercy. Don't look at me being short and think that I don't have the strength. Oh, have you guys ever heard of the saying that concentration is the essence? After saying that, the dwarf princess directly walked towards the door of Lu Yang's room and then knocked on Lu Yang's door. Dun 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 dun. At this time, Lu Yang had already been waiting inside the room. Since we said we'd talk to the dwarf princess, of course we had to be prepared today. Can't have these dwarves looking down on us humans. This is the first exchange between the two communities of Lu Yang representing the humans and Princess Sigrid the dwarf representing the dwarves. This is the battle of the century that bets on the honor of mankind. I can't admit defeat. Soon the door was pushed open. Dwarf Princess Sigrid walked in, and Lu Yang instantly lit up when he saw what the other party was wearing. I didn't expect her to find a suitable Lolita outfit. The fluffy Lolita dress with a bow and bear pattern on top looked very cute, and it fits perfectly with Sigrid. The size of the dwarves is only about 1 meter 2. 1 meter 3, but their production proportions are perfect. Unlike human midgets, a dwarf will always have a larger head and shorter, thicker arms and legs. It looks very uncoordinated and has an ugly posture when walking. But the dwarf Princess Sigrid has perfect proportions, has a very small head, possessing slender limbs. Lu Yang made a rough estimation and realized that she possessed a 7-headed body even if she was only 1 meter 2 or so tall. And the boobs are huge, definitely extremely voluptuous for a woman of her proportions. Moreover, the body density of the dwarves was much greater than that of humans, and their bodies were very strong and their skin was very elastic, able to adapt to working inside the mines and not having their skin scratched by the jagged rocks. I also wonder if, apart from the fact that the skin on the surface is firmer and more elastic than that of humans, the rest of it, too. Lu Yang said to Sigrid, "Come over here, dwarf, let's both have a nice chat." Sigrid sat next to Lu Yang with a red face, a stubborn expression all over her beautiful little face. At this time, Lu Yang took off the bathrobe he was wearing, showed off his strong and powerful muscles, and said, "How about it? 1 meter 85 black-skinned gym student with big chicken meat all over his body. Scared yet?" Sigrid said. It's true that it's quite big and strong. However, compared to our dwarf race, it's still a bit worse. Our dwarf race never uses muscles to judge strength. Don't look at my short stature, but my strength is not necessarily smaller than you humans. Although compared to Lord Lu Yang, I definitely can't beat him. But if it's an ordinary human, he might not be able to beat me. Lu Yang said curiously. Oh, is that so? Then come and perform your power. Okay, Lord Lu Yang, said Sigrid, who directly came to Lu Yang's side and carried Lu Yan with one hand. A woman of a little over 5 feet 2 inches carried a 1 foot 85 inches gym student and was even able to bounce around. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang himself was a bit surprised, saying, "Very fierce indeed. Since you're so fierce, then I'm going to use my full strength next." Sigrid nodded and said, "Aha, feel free to come and spar with me, Lord Lu Yang. We dwarves are known for our thick skin and flesh. In your human words, that's endurance." Bull. Lu Yang gave a thumbs up to the dwarf princess, so he began to get into the thick of things and chat. Outside the door, the women cupped their ears to hear the two of them. One had a look of contempt on his face. This dwarf princess was quite arrogant with her mouth. Say what you will about never falling to the wayside. The dwarves are the most determined, never yielding, physically strong race. But now into Lu Yang's room. Inside just started chatting for a few minutes to start not working. They're all starting to beg for mercy. Li Mengyao said, "I thought this dwarf princess was so powerful. There's no difference compared to me back then. It even feels like it's even better than I was at first." Li Mange said, "This dwarf princess, her whole body is just that one mouth is the hardest." And she also said that the dwarf race will never yield. "I didn't expect that this is just a few minutes before she started to yield." Chen Ting said, "But I don't blame her. When you get inside Lu Yang's room, can anyone still be tough? That 8th grade Gale is no joke." Chen Ziyi said, "That's not true. Besides, even if the dwarves are strong, his body is strong and powerful. What's the use? Body hardware conditions here. Just so high. Like a little kid. Can top what?" Chen Lixia said, "That's right." Lu Yang directly made her beg for mercy in one step. Mysterious schoolgirl Wang Muling said, "So the dwarves are also so wavy, oh. Beautiful stewardess." Lin Yuyu said, "Isn't that nonsense? Who can hold back when they see Lu Yang? Who wouldn't like such an excellent husband?" Sexy Dr. Yi Lianrua said, "After all, the secretion of dopamine and hormone is not controlled by humans' own will. Which means that a woman with even stronger willpower will have to fall when she meets Lu Yang's husband. Obediently kneel in front of Lu Yang's husband to sing conquest." You Drunken Blue said, "Even a shifter can't stand up to it. So what makes just a dwarf stand up to it? Could she still be stronger than an alien?" Ow! The little white tiger also gave a hilarious cry, sticking out its long tongue and licking its lips. She tilted her big head in a tigerish manner and listened carefully to the sounds inside Lu Yang's room. Confusion was written inside the large eyes. Strange. Why do humans get so worked up when they talk to each other? It feels like that dwarf is crying. A few hours later, the storm inside Lu Yang's room slowly subsided. The women also went back to their rooms to sleep. Day 2 Lu Yang woke up refreshed. He stretched his male doggy back, having slept very comfortably last night without a word. At this time, the dwarf princess Sigrid, however, was lying on her bed exhausted, her whole body limp under the covers. The dwarf race was originally composed of physical strength and power, but did not expect Lu Yang. This guy is too strong compared to ordinary humans. The dwarf princess can be tossed. For the first time she experienced the feeling of the dwarves running out of power. Compared to Lu Yang, his physical strength and power were at a disadvantage. Looking at the dwarf princess who was curled up inside the comforter like a kitten, Lu Yang pinched the other's face. It had to be said that the skin of the dwarves was indeed much more elastic and tougher than that of humans. It feels better in your hand when you squeeze it. Feeling Lu Yang pinching his dwarf princess's mouth inside issued a doubtful words, "Oh, don't move me, don't move me." Lu Yang adults, people feel like the whole body is going to fall apart at you 1 meter 85 body type. People are only 1 meter 2 a few body type. Really not at all mercy. Give me a little more sleep. Okay, then you sleep. Lu Yang said and directly began to get up and wash. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he walked out of his dormitory. At this time, Chen Lixia and the girls were already eating breakfast in the dormitory, and as soon as they saw Lu Yang, they called out to Lu Yang, "Hubby, come, have breakfast. The breakfast made by Sister Foamy. It's really too delicious." "Well, then I have to taste it," Lu Yang said and walked over. Lin Momo was a bit older than Li Mengyao and the others, and having long ago joined the Doomsday Bio Authority, there was much more to know than these schoolgirls. A very powerful female agent, to say the least. Not only does she know combat skills, but she also knows life skills. Making breakfast and whatnot is a snap for her. Lu Yang took a bite of the sandwich made by Lin Momo, and it tasted very good indeed. He complimented Lin Momo. "It's so delicious. I didn't realize that Foamy's cooking skills were still this good. It's worthy of being the woman I tortured for hours inside the torture room in the first place." Hearing this sentence, Lin Momo's face instantly turned red. She remembered again the scene when she was chatting with Lu Yang inside the torture room. Think of how powerful Lu Yang's husband was in the beginning. It's a shame to think about it, and it's a shame to blush, and it's a shame to not be able to stand it, she said shyly with a red face. "As long as hubby likes to eat, I'll make it for hubby every day in the future. Hubby will make whatever froth he wants to eat. Lu Yang touched her head and said, then I'll be blessed. After breakfast, Lu Yang was ready to go out and continue collecting supplies. Nowadays, in the early days of the outbreak of the end times, the supplies inside the major supermarkets have not yet deteriorated. In another month or two, I'm afraid that most of the substance will have spoiled and gone bad and can no longer be eaten. So it's important to take the time to collect more while it's still early. At a later stage it becomes only self-sufficient, relying on those bases to grow and provide food now. Just as Lu Yang was about to go out, the little white tiger bounced over. Following Lu Yang's side, he lifted his big head and pillowed a pair of watery blue eyes to look at Lu Yang. Ow ow ow. As if to say, take me away, take me away. Lu Yang looked at the little white tiger and said, is your leg better? The little white tiger nodded. Ow 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 ow. Alright, since your leg is healed, I'll take you to gather supplies today. With such a racy mount like you, when you encounter ordinary survivors, you should be able to deter them without much nonsense from me. Let's go, said Lu Yang as he took the lead to go out, while the little white tiger followed behind Lu Yang with his ass. As soon as he went out, Lu Yang directly rode on the body of the little white tiger. Metal armor encased them. Immediately after that, one person and one tiger flew directly into the sky. The metal mesh cover of the entire school area instantly moved into a wide opening for Lu Yang and the little white tiger to go out as they approached. When they flew away, that flare closed back up. The security zone has once again become entrenched. All the supermarkets in the 10 kilometers around the safe zone had been scraped clean by Lu Yang. Next, Lu Yang had to go to a greater distance, and he expanded the range to a 20-kilometer radius. It has covered their entire center city. Anything over 20 kilometers is already in the suburbs. In that case, there will be fewer and fewer large supermarkets and large shopping malls. However, the suburbs are estimated to have a number of wholesale markets, grain mills, feed mills and the like. However, Lu Yang is not familiar with the suburbs. Wait until the good collection of supermarkets and shopping malls have been collected, and then those wholesale markets, grain factories, and then scavenge. After flying about a dozen kilometers in the air, Lu Yang really found a large supermarket, so he slowly descended with the little white tiger. And when they descended to a certain height, Lu Yang realized that there were actually a few survivors at the entrance of the supermarket who were sneaking around, carefully preparing to go in. Lu Yang took a look and realized that the other party was a total of 6 people, 5 of which were men and 1 woman. This discovery caught Lu Yang's attention. When the gym student inside the school found out about the female classmate, but he directly played the female classmate alive. These 5 men and 1 woman together. It's been so long, and the woman is still okay? Bull. It is indeed awesome to see that the female is not very tall or physically strong enough to take on 5 men. Lu Yang couldn't help but scan the woman with his system. The other person's information appeared inside his head. Name, Winnie Chung. Age, 18. Height, 1 meter 68. Weight, 51 kilograms. Bust, a pair of C+. Foreign trade score, 94. Body score, 93. Charge count, 0. After seeing this information, Lu Yang's entire body revealed a shocked expression. What's the situation? Appearance and figure were both over 90 points, so it could be said that they were 1 in a million. Similar to Li Mengyao and the others, it has reached the level of a top actress. So beautiful and in great shape. The number of charges is surprisingly 0. It's been so long since the outbreak of this post-apocalyptic world, and those 5 guys haven't even pushed this woman yet? What's going on here? Even Lu Yang was beginning to have his attention drawn to this woman. Could it be that this woman had awakened her psychic powers and was stronger than all these men? So these men couldn't push her? This one is quite possible. After all, there were a large number of zombies in the supermarket during the end of the world outbreak. If you dared to take food inside the supermarket, you had to be at least an alien to dare to go in. Ordinary survivors going in is like giving rations to the zombies. Lu Yang was feeling puzzled in his heart. Suddenly he came back to his senses, murmuring, wait, Wen Zhong, why does that name sound so familiar? Right, isn't he the 4th school beauty alongside Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling? Yes, that's her. I didn't expect that when I came out to collect supplies today. I had the unexpected pleasure of encountering the 4th school flower. In which case the 4 school flowers inside the school would have been collected by myself. I have to say that my luck is really good. I didn't expect that these 4 schoolgirls didn't turn into zombies or get eaten by zombies. All of them are reserved for me. Lu Yang. Just good. Today not only the things inside this supermarket are mine. This Zhong Wenwen, this is mine. Lu Yang rode on the body of the little white tiger and hovered in the air, lowering his altitude a bit so that he could better observe their movements. Directly that 4th school girl, Zhong Wenwen, said to the guys, Wang Chang, but you promised me that you would go inside the supermarket to collect supplies today. I haven't had enough to eat for a day. You said in the beginning that you would protect me well, and wouldn't let me starve nor would you let me be in danger. And now it's the time for you to fulfill your promise. Hurry up and go in. A man next to him said, Brother Chang, after the outbreak of the end of the world, it is estimated that most of the people inside the supermarket have turned into zombies, and the rest, even if they have not turned into zombies, it is still difficult to escape, and there are at least a few hundred zombies inside, and there are only 5 of us, so I am afraid that we do not have enough strength, and going in is just a way to send them to their deaths. Another man also said, Yes, Brother Chang, although we also know that you're in a hurry to find food for your sister-in-law, we should be able to think of other ways. This supermarket is better not to go in until it's absolutely necessary. The third man said, Yeah, Kung, let's think long and hard. Zhong Wenwen showed an unhappy expression beside her. Gloomily, she said, A bunch of cowards. What a shame. Those 4 men listened to Zhong Wenwen's words and had a daredevil expression on their faces. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Chang was here, the 4 of them would have hated to immediately slap this woman to the ground and then directly force her. Damn, you want to eat good food, you go find it yourself. Why should we risk going inside the supermarket to find food for you? Wang Chang is also a deadlick. You can agree to such conditions. But it turned out that Wang Chang had awakened his psychic ability after the doomsday outbreak and became the only one among them with a powerful psychic ability. The 4 of them together were no match for Wang Chang. So even though they had a strong opinion of Zhong Wenwen, they didn't dare to say it. As expected, Wang Chang had an angry expression on his face after hearing Wenwen Zhong's remark about being trash. Speaking to a few of his men, he said, Wenwen is right. You guys are a bunch of trash. It's been so long since the outbreak of the end of the world. The food in this neighborhood has already been collected by us. If we don't start with the supermarket next, we'll all starve to death. Do you think I'm only doing this for Wen's sake? I'm also doing it for you guys and myself. But Django, those men wanted to say more. Wang Chang, however, had already waved his hand, stopping them and said, You guys stop talking. I've already made a decision. I must collect enough supplies from the supermarket today. Aren't there just zombies? Have we killed fewer zombies these days? A man muttered. That's because there aren't a lot of walkers and it's not in a confined space. We took them out with kite flying tactics. You can't fly a kite inside a supermarket. Shut up, say another word and I'll throw you in and feed you to the zombies, Wang Chang said viciously. In front of their goddess, these people dared to talk back. It's almost as if they don't give a damn. That henchman was too scared by Wang Chang's words to speak. At this time Wang Chang said to Zhong Wenwen, but this time when I have collected enough food from inside the supermarket, you can be my girlfriend, right? Wang Chang, as Zhong Wenwen's licking dog, had licked her for a long time. In the past, when he was inside the school, he had confessed his love to Zhong Wenwen. I don't know how many times. In the old days, in the middle of summer, in order to buy Zhong Wenwen a cup of her favorite milk tea, he was willing to ride a shared electric bike for an hour in the middle of the day in the blistering sun and 40-degree heat to run to a milk tea store 30 kilometers away. In order to buy Zhong Wenwen her favorite Apple phone, Wang Chang once ate steamed buns for 3 months, just to save 6,000 yuan of food expenses to Zhong Wenwen to change her phone. It could be said that Wang Chang was the #1 dog licker inside the school. People call licking dogs strong. I didn't realize that after the outbreak of Armageddon, this lick-spittle strong had awakened his psychic abilities. And his strength still looked pretty good. Only the awakening of his strength didn't make his heart awaken as well. Still has a dog-licking heart. Lick dog strong even in the end times. Still a lick-spittle too. For the sake of Zhong Wenwen to be his girlfriend. Surprisingly, he took a direct risk and was ready to take his brothers and go inside the supermarket to look for food. And those brothers were outraged. After all, this is the end times, and strength is honored. If they dared to go against Wang Chang, they might be killed by him in the next second. After all, this licking dog Chang, although he was very good to Zhong Wenwen and held her in his heart, almost to the heavens, but with others, it's hard-hearted. Last time, they met a survivor while searching for food. It was because that survivor had some food on his body, and Wang Chang wanted to get his hands on that food, but the other party didn't give it. He killed the other without saying a word, and using each other's bodies as bait to lure away the walkers, to find more food. Not only was the other party killed, they didn't even leave a whole body behind. That kind of scene was still fresh in their minds. If he dared to go against Lick Dog Strong now, he might turn into a corpse himself in the next second. However, after listening to Wang Chang's words, Zhong Wenwen didn't promise him. Instead, he said in a serious tone, Wang Chang, don't be so hasty in doing things. Do you understand? Didn't I say that in the beginning? As long as you chase me for 3 years, I will consider being your girlfriend, but now you've only been chasing me for a year. Even if the end of the world is coming, this agreement can't be changed. Besides, You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't you know that saying? If you chase me casually and I say yes, isn't that disrespectful to me? I'm serious about finding a boyfriend. It's a major life event. You can't just find someone to be your boyfriend, right? If that's true, as one of the school's flower girls, the boys chasing after me in the school would be 800 if not 1,000. And a lot of them are rich kids. So wouldn't I have promised someone else long ago? So you don't be anxious. You just take the pursuit of me as if you were playing a game to become an achievement. Every time you give I see in my eyes, will be in my heart, leave you a better impression, give you more points. When your achievement score reaches 100%, it is the time for me to give you as a girlfriend. Hearing this, Wang Chang surprisingly nodded, said, okay Wen, what you said makes sense, and I've already figured out that being a person can't be so hasty. I like you, and I'm already obligated to provide you with food. So how can I make you my girlfriend just because I went to look for some food inside the supermarket? Isn't that treating you as having the same value as that food? I am so damned. Don't be angry. Wen, I'll go into the supermarket and get you some food. Zhang Wenwen said. Well, that's right. I'm so happy that you can figure it out. It's worthy of being the man I look up to. Don't worry. In the past, there were a lot of other rich second-generation rivals for you. But now, with the outbreak of the end of the world, those rich second-generation people have all died out, and you're the only one who's survived. So sooner or later, I'll be yours. Don't be in a hurry. I've seen every effort you've made. Maybe one day I'll be moved. Wang Chang said. Aha, when I know. I'll treat you wholeheartedly from now on, and I'll never be in a hurry again. Hearing this, Zhang Wenwen nodded in satisfaction, a light smile appearing on her face. The other few men next to Wang Chang, on the other hand, showed a disgusted expression. And don't dare show it too much not to. Wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Getting a very twisted and ugly face. This bitch can really CPU people. The point is that Wang Chang, the dog licker Chang, really eats this up. The people involved didn't think anything of it, but we all felt sick listening to it from the sidelines. The writing Little White Tiger and Lu Yang in the Sky City, seeing this scene, also revealed a look of contempt. Said to the Little White Tiger underneath him. Little White Tiger, this woman is also a little too hateful. Right. To play that Wang Chang, completely poo him into a clown. You cannot learn from this kind of woman in the future. No? Ow. The Little White Tiger tilted its head under Lu Yang's body and barked twice, although she didn't understand what Lu Yang meant, but for Master Lu Yang's words, she only needed to nod her head. Lu Yang continued, seeing this Wang Chang's behavior now, it reminds me of when I was chasing after Chen Lixia. It's exactly the same, but after being rejected and insulted by Chen Lixia, I came to my senses and changed my behavior as a licking dog, which is considered to be a lost cause. Unlike this licking dog strong, until the end of the outbreak of a month. Still so licking, he is really a born licking dog. When Boiling Goat came, he had to pass him a cigarette. Such a beautiful once-class flower for so long. He even hasn't taken it yet. Then let me, Lu Yang, come and help him experience it properly later. Lu Yang continued to observe their behavior. Seeing that Wang Chang had already led the people into the middle of the supermarket, he was in no hurry and continued to wait for them to come out. When the time comes, you can grab the food that the other team has collected and grab the other team's goddess along with it. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Then Lu Yang told properly in front of the complete face, how his goddess really works. Let him know that in the end times, women are for playing, not licking. A few minutes later, a man's screams came from inside the supermarket. Aha! Don't bite me! Help! Kung help me! Aha! The screams kept coming from the supermarket. 3 figures ran out immediately afterward. It was Wang Chang and 2 other survivors. In went 5 people. After only a few minutes, coming out, there were only 3 left. Meanwhile the backpacks on these 3 people's backs were already stuffed to the brim, while each of them was also carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles in their hands. It's safe to say that this trip to the supermarket has been very rewarding for them. Lu Yang said to the Little White Tiger. Very well, it's time to go down. Wang Chang they just ran out of the supermarket. Not much far. Inside a dozen zombies rushed out after them. They rushed to meet with Zhong Wenwen subsequently together to escape. Ran into an alley. The zombies cannot see them, so they lost their target directly on the street to do nothing. Wang Chang and the 2 strong men gasped for air. The faces of those 2 burly men still showed a palpitating expression. Turning to Wang Chang, he said, Brother Chang, it's horrible, all this food. It was traded with the lives of 2 companions. Wang Chang said, those 2 guys, they were too timid, running and falling down themselves. Who can blame them? Didn't they deserve it? The 2 survivors were a bit displeased to hear this. We're all brothers, and you didn't even show us anything when you saw your brother get eaten by a zombie. And you said he deserved it? A male survivor said directly. Brother Chang, you can't say that. Everything has accidents. And if it wasn't for those two brothers who fell and were eaten by the zombies and delayed some time, maybe we wouldn't have been able to run out. Originally, this time into the supermarket was a big risk. Another survivor also said. Right, Brother Chang, we can't let our brothers take risks like this in the future. Isn't it obvious that the time hasn't come yet? Going into the supermarket with our strength is supposed to be in 9 deaths. A displeased expression appeared on Tenacious' face at once and he said, Ha, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that, and to talk back to me in front of Shizuku? The two survivors said, Boss, although we are following you, you can't treat our lives as if they are not your own, right? You don't have any brothers in your eyes. Only this woman, right? This woman asked you to go to the supermarket to get something, so you ordered us to go and get it. Next time, if you ask us to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, will we also go, just for a woman? And how dare the dog bark, shouldn't you? How dare you talk back? Eat my kick! A furious expression appeared on Tenacious' face as he directly kicked the survivor in front of him. As a psychic, his base attributes were twice that of an ordinary person, and with one kick, he sent the man flying several meters away. The survivor had a look of fear on his face as he was kicked to the ground. The other survivor spread both hands on his chest and said in a hurry, Boss, don't kick me. I won't talk nonsense. You two losers would have starved to death if you hadn't followed me. It's your honor to be asked to follow me to get food. Hurry up and bring the food here for me to distribute. Those two dared to be angry, so they had to hand Wang Chang all the food inside their backpacks. Just then, a huge tiger fell from the sky with a handsome figure sitting on his back. The sudden appearance of a huge white tiger startled Wang Chang and the others. However, soon Wang Chang calmed down. As an alien himself, even the mutated white tiger was no match for him. He looked at Liu Yang on the tiger's back and thought that this person looked a bit familiar. After several seconds, it finally responded. Ha laughed and pointed at Liu Yang and said, I remember you. This kid is not the school inside that very famous sports student. It is said to be known as the school's first licking dog. I did not expect that you actually also did not die. Liu Yang froze, his face full of questions. You're a fucking boiling goat and you call me the #1 lickspittle in the whole school? Are you kidding me? I only failed to confess once, was posted to the school forum. Was ridiculed by the whole school. You even the end of the descent are still licking. On the licking dog who can compare to you? Liu Yang said with a face full of sarcasm. I am indeed Liu Yang, but I am not a licking dog. Unlike some people who say that others are licking dogs with their mouths, but in fact they themselves are the most licking. Just because of a woman's sentence, you directly let your brothers go inside the supermarket to risk their lives with you to find food, and then give all of the food to this woman. You don't have any problems with your brain, do you? Don't you know that in the end times a chicken leg can be exchanged for a beautiful woman? Listening to Liu Yang's words, Wang Chang felt that he was insulting his girls. What do you mean? A chicken leg for a pretty girl? That replacement is all scraps and mediocrity. A fairy-like goddess one could only rely on a fierce man like himself to be able to rate her bit by bit. He said viciously to Liu Yang, Kid, leave that white tiger on you. This tiger weighs at least 1,000 pounds, but it's a rare food. Also leave the food on you, and you can get lost. Brother Chang, I'll spare your life. Liu Yang laughed. That's really the funniest joke I've ever heard. Next I'll show you your goddess. How she knelt in front of me and begged for mercy. Liu Yang's eyes suddenly blazed, followed by the next second. 2 steel needles flew towards each other at great speed. Bang, bang. 2 loud bangs came. Wang Chang's legs were instantly broken by Liu Yang's steel needles. Ah, my leg. My leg. Ah-ha, my leg is broken. He fell to his knees with a loud cry from his mouth. A face of fear looked at Liu Yang. What did you do to me? How did you do it? Why did my leg break with one look from you? Wang Chang is an alien. After the outbreak of the end times, he hadn't encountered any other psychics, and had always thought that he was the chosen one. Probably the only one in the world who had awakened. That's why he's a little out of sight during this time, and doesn't even consider the lives of ordinary people as lives. The few minions around him, he only saw as pawns. Feel free to give up and throw it to the walkers if necessary. Only the goddess Winnie Chung matters. But now that he met Liu Yang, he didn't expect the other party to defeat him with just a look. Blood kept gushing out from the tops of his legs. The intense pain made him almost faint. At the same time a violent sense of fear swept through his entire heart, and his entire being had begun to tremble unceasingly. Liu Yang smiled and said, Is it necessary for a mole to know so many things? Just watch how I conquer your goddess. Watch how the goddess is used. Liu Yang took one step at a time and walked to Zhong Wenwen's front, looked at her condescendingly and said, Kneel down, I've been a bit angry lately. Zhong Wenwen's face showed an expression of fear, but she still forced herself to calm down and said, Liu Yang, I've heard about you confessing to Chen Lixia before. I don't think you're a lickspittle. I think you're a real man, daring to confess in front of the whole class. It's really great. I'm very good at chasing me. If you chase me now like you chased Chen Lixia, I will definitely agree. Liu Yang didn't have any nonsense. Directly backhanded a slap. Pa! I fucking told you to get on your knees and chase you? I'd rather chase this little white tiger than you. The end times have come and gone. And you still want to treat me like a licking dog? Do you think I'm as stupid as Wang Chang? Being slapped to the ground by Liu Yang, Zhong Wenwen's face showed a shocked and scared expression. How could he not expect this man to dare to hit himself without saying anything? This shock and fear slowly turned back into anger at being humiliated. The contrast between this and the usual being held in the palm of her hand and held up in the sky was so great that it made her break down a little bit at once, and even turn the corner a little bit. Whether it was before or after the outbreak of the end times, she had been licked by countless licking dogs. There used to be not only Wang Chang, the licking dog, inside the school, but also various other rich kids, at least dozens of licking dogs at the same time. Everywhere you go, you're surrounded by stars. With her perfect body and looks, she has gained the adoration and pursuit of an unknown number of people. In the past, people used to give themselves gifts and designer bags that they couldn't pile up inside their homes, and that's how she developed a green tea look. It can be said to make her maneuver among men, getting the men's psyche down to a T. That's why she was able to be in the post-apocalyptic world and still raise Wang Chang to be a superb lickspittle. Let him saddle up and say yes to anything, even being able to give their lives at the cost of finding food. But now I've met Liu Yang. His own tried and true tricks on other men had done absolutely nothing, and he'd even gotten slapped in the face. It's not just a slap in the face, it's a slap in the heart. Took his unbeatable green tea insides and beat them to the point of irritation. Never before had a man been able to ignore his own beauty and temptation. Is this man a eunuch? Wang Chang's heart was also like a knife when he saw this scene, and he cursed at Liu Yang. Damn it! What the hell are you guys doing? How dare you hit my goddess? Don't you know that Wen is as noble as a fairy in the sky? Her blown out face. I usually don't even dare to touch it, and you even slapped it straight on. You damn you, I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Liu Yang laughed and said, this is your goddess. What's it got to do with me? You want to be a licking dog yourself. Do I still have to be like you? Didn't you hear him just now? As long as I chase her, she will be my woman. Don't you know her nature? But I'm a person who hates chasing people. So later on I'm going to make her beg to be my woman. Wang Chang said with a tear-stained face. It won't. My goddess won't. Even if you use violence, she will never give in. My goddess is sacrosanct. You damn you. You will never get your way. A loser like you wants to win the school beauty's favor? Don't you know that Zhong Wenwen is one of the 4 school beauties? He said it with great lack of courage, as if to comfort his own heart. He had held Zhong Wenwen in the palm of his hand, chasing after her for a year before the end of the world outbreak and then taking care of her for a whole month after the end of the world outbreak in the midst of the many zombies. That's all it took to get the beauty into his arms. This Liu Yang came here on the first day. What makes him get the goddess? He thought it was beautiful. Wang Chang didn't believe that Liu Yang could conquer Zhong Wenwen in front of him, and at the same time by Liu Yang knocked to the ground Zhong Wenwen also climbed up. Her mind inside the moment was occupied by humiliation and anger. Has completely no wisdom, directly stood up and rushed to Liu Yang mouth shouting, you dare to hit me. I grew up so big no one dared to hit me. See if I don't beat you to death. I will fight with you. Arriving in front of Liu Yang, she stretched out her own 9 white bone claws and was ready to strike at Liu Yang, wanting to scratch Liu Yang's face. However, Liu Yang just sneered and backhanded another slap before the other's hand could touch him. Pow! This slap was even harder than the one earlier, and Zhong Wenwen was immediately slapped several meters away. The other half of his face was swollen up. Now both sides of his face were swollen, and his whole body turned into a pig's head. Where's the beauty that was there? Zhong Wenwen was knocked to the ground. Her whole mind was blank. Her head was dizzy, and she couldn't get up after crawling for half a day. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's entire body was enraged to the extreme, shouting out loud, you still dare to hit my goddess Liu Yang. You guy is too hateful. I remember you. You shall not die. You have the guts to come at me. What kind of skill is it to hit a woman? Liu Yang, you coward. You shall not die. Seeing that Liu Yang simply didn't even pay attention to himself, he said to the other 2 brothers, brothers, help me kill him. As long as you guys help me kill him, you will be my best brothers. And in the future you will get an extra 10% of the food. As long as there is a day that I, Wang Chang, am alive, I will never let you guys be threatened or starve. But despite his words, the 2 brothers didn't move a muscle. They're not stupid. Wang Chang a photo on the other side was broken legs. A look at the strength of the other side than Wang Chang higher. Do not know how many grades. The 2 of them were just ordinary people. Even if they took a shot at Liu Yang, they would be killed in seconds. and having his legs broken at the end of the world. This Wang Chang was already wasted. Even if you are a psychic, you don't have the ability to heal yourself. So those two Wang Chang's minions said, "You idiot, it's fine for you to be a lickspill yourself, but you want to drag us to be a lickspill with you? See how this handsome guy treats Wen Zhong? You should have done that a long time ago. Understand? Stupid bastard. You still want us to help you? You're just waiting to die here." Hearing the words of those two people, Wang Chang's entire body revealed an extremely angry expression, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Pointing a trembling finger at those two people, he said, "How dare you? You guys talk to me like that? That's how you guys treat your big brother?" Those two little brothers said with sneers all over their faces. "Big brother? Two brothers died inside the supermarket and you didn't even look at them, and you said they deserved it. Are you such a big brother? We have long wanted to kill you. If not enough strength can wait until now? A dead-licking dog never has any talent." Wang Chang's entire body was so angry at being scolded that he was about to vomit blood, and at the same time, the zombies coming out from inside the supermarket in the distance were also attracted by the sounds from here. As soon as he smelled the bloody odor of the blood coming out of Wang Chang's legs inside the air, the dozen or so zombies, like they were mad, rushed straight over. Those two minions were instantly taken aback, rushed back a few steps, but they didn't dare to run without Lu Yang giving the word. Wang Chang was also stunned, and the angry expression on his face was replaced by fear. Zhong Wenwen was knocked to the ground by Lu Yang and was dizzy, clearly seeing the zombies rushing over in the distance, but she couldn't get up to escape when she wanted to. Not long after those zombies rushed to the front of Lu Yang and others. Seeing those zombies coming, whether it was Totally or his two minions or Zhong Wenwen, all of them were scared to death, and their whole faces were like ashes. A couple of supervisors gnawing together at this point would be enough to gnaw them into a skeleton. As for Wang Chang this time, although he said that he was a psychic and was very strong compared to ordinary people, both of his legs had been broken by Lu Yang, so he could not run at all. Once approached by a walker, he was a living target to be slaughtered. Completely unable to resist, he called out to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, the zombies are coming over. This is a dead-end alley. They are surrounding over. You can't run even if you are strong. Hurry up and find a way to finish them off. Otherwise, once we let them flood into the alley, it will be hard for us to get out." Lu Yang smiled without saying anything. He also took a few steps deeper into the alley, which in turn allowed Wang Chang and Zhong Wenwen and the others to stand between him and the walkers. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wenwen's and the girls' faces changed instantly. Wang Chang said to Lu Yang again, "What's the use of hiding in the alley? You can't run away, unless you can fly." Lu Yang ignored him. The zombies rushed over at breakneck speed and arrived in front of Wang Chang's people in a few seconds. It directly pounced on them. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wenwen directly screamed in terror. "Ah, help, help. I don't want to be eaten. Just someone save me. As long as anyone can save me, I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. Woo woo, I don't want to be eaten by zombies." The two male survivors were also so frightened that they directly fell to their knees with their legs weak. Now they were really even scared out of their urine, and their crotch was wet. The two of them were originally just ordinary people, and they didn't have any supernatural ability to follow Tenacious around was also the kind of oppressed, just like the poor people being bullied inside the schoolyard. It would have been very timid, very cowardly. Otherwise, under Wang Chang's oppression, people with a little bit of ambition would directly leave to find their own way to live, instead of following Wang Chang's life as a dog. Now they saw their supervisor coming directly in front of them, grimacing at them with a fishy taste coming out of his mouth. It was as if it made them smell death. It's a feeling that's just horrible. Wang Chang was quite calm for being an alien, but his own legs had been broken, and a look of fear enveloped his entire being. He kept crawling on the ground with his own hands, trying to crawl deeper into the alley. Unfortunately, how could he crawl as fast as a walker? Eyes on the walkers. Just then Lu Yang waved his hand. Brush! An iron fence suddenly appeared between the people and the walkers. Those zombies didn't see this fence and couldn't stop running at breakneck speeds, crashing into the fence with a loud bang. One by one, they were hit head-on, but still kept reaching out from inside the gap of the fence, trying to grab Wang Chang and the others. Zombies are not afraid of pain. As long as they're not dead, they'll keep attacking. The black blood left from the top of the forehead of those zombies all over the face looks extremely disgusting and horrible. When Zhong Wenwen and the others saw this scene, each of them revealed a surprised expression. What's with this iron fence? Why did it suddenly appear? Does it mean that it's a miracle that God has heard our prayers and come down? Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Lu Yang smiled and said, "No, God, but me. I'll give you one last chance. Zhong Wenwen, kneel down and submit to me and I'll save your life. Otherwise I'll move the fence and let you all be eaten by zombies." He finished with a wave of his hand. That fence just went back 10 centimeters. The zombies were closer to Zhong Wenwen and the girls, and it looked like their hands were about to grab Zhong Wenwen and the girls. Zhong Wenwen was shocked at the sight and hurriedly took a few more steps back, her entire body trembling. Now they finally believed that this fence was made by Liu Yang. With a single thought, Liu Yang could put away this fence and let the zombies tear them all apart. And he himself is perfectly capable of hiding behind the fence without being attacked by walkers. And he could just make a metal fence. His powers might be controlling metal. With such powerful psychic abilities, it was entirely possible to take out all of these zombies in an instant. At this moment, Wang Chang's entire body had completely despaired. Zhong Wenwen came to Liu Yang's side, directly knelt on the ground and said to Liu Yang, I'm willing to submit to you. Don't let me be eaten by zombies. As long as you can save me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll serve you well in bed. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Didn't you just say you're on fire? I'll calm your fire now. Saying that, Zhong Wenwen, who was kneeling on the ground, reached out and tried to undo Liu Yang's belt. Liu Yang is a slap to slap her down to the ground. Sneered and said, just now you are not still very high and cold? Still want to take me as your licking dog? How now instead become you to lick me? I was wrong. Liu Yang, from now on, I'll be one of your licking dogs. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to wag my tail, I will never move my ears. You can do whatever you want to me, as long as you can save me. I don't want to turn into a zombie. Those zombies are too ugly. I don't want to be eaten by them. One bite at a time. My boss bites the flesh off my body. It's even more painful than lynching. Please, Liu Yang, save me. I'm one of your licking dogs, said she as she kept kowtowing on the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's entire body had been dumbfounded. The girl that he had licked for so long was on her knees begging for mercy in front of Liu Yang at this moment. What about what I did when I used to lick him? Is that a joke? Joker, I'm such a fucking clown. At this moment, Wang Chang regretted a lot. He cursed at Zhong Wenwen. Zhong Wenwen, you bitch. What did you tell me in the beginning? You said that a woman's qianbai is the most important. More important than life. And also said that if you let me continue to lick you, as long as I pay too much, sooner or later you will agree. Otherwise, even death won't be cheap for men. Didn't you say you value chastity more than life? Didn't you say that you are the first time, so it is very precious and won't be given to others easily? Didn't you say you'd rather be eaten by a zombie than let a smelly man take advantage of you? Why are you on your knees now begging Liu Yang? You bitch, how dare you lie to me? Instead of showing an expression of shame on her face, Zhong Wenwen sneered. You punks still have the nerve to talk about me? I also have a vision. That's why I didn't get screwed by you. Look at you now lying on the ground like a dog. You can't even stand up with both legs. Just like the dog in the village whose legs were broken by others. What future is there in following a man like you? The fact that I didn't get it from you shows that I have foresight. Compared to Liu Yang, you're nothing. Zhong Wenwen's words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. It hurts. It really hurts. It didn't matter how other people scolded themselves, but the one who was now scolding himself for being a waste, for being a short-legged dog, was his own goddess. The goddess that he had licked for over a year was now on her knees begging someone else and cursing herself in front of them. How is this not a kind of minotaur? Wang Chang's entire body was in the midst of a mania. Aha! Kill me! Kill me! I won't live! At this time, Wang Chang is bent on death. He also finally realized that now he is indeed a waste compared to Liu Yang. A dog with a broken leg. There is no longer any meaning to live. Even the goddess has begun to despise herself. In the past, he thought that he was the chosen one, the only one in the world with supernatural powers, and that he would surely be able to get his hands on Zhong Wenwen. There have even been secret celebrations. Doomsday Outbreak let himself become a psychic. His spring has finally come, must be able to walk on the peak of life, marry a rich woman. Before in the school, he is still Zhong Wenwen, one of the many suitors, and there is no advantage. Compared with those rich second generation, their own family conditions are not worth mentioning, although better than the average student so a little bit, but was compared to the top of the second generation of rich people poor. The first time I saw her was when she was a student at the University of California. At that time, he knew that his chances of pursuing Zhong Wenwen were not high, and he could only touch her with his heart, which is why he agreed to Zhong Wenwen's requests no matter how windy or rainy they were, no matter when, where or what the situation was, and no matter how excessive they were. He thought that if he gave enough, the other person would surely be touched, even after the outbreak of the end times, without the constraints of law and morality, and with the very good fortune of him meeting up with Zhong Wenwen. He didn't use force. There is no forcing the other person to be their woman. It's because deep down he still thinks about moving the other person by his actions, but now everything he did was just a joke to the other side. He himself was reduced to a complete buffoon. What's the point of living then? Wang Chang called out to Liu Yang. Kill me. You hurry up and kill me, but Lu Yan, you wait for me. You stole my goddess. Even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you go. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Lu Yan just smiled. Then he said, what's wrong? What do you mean by robbing your goddess? Can't you see? She was voluntarily kneeling on the ground and begging me. Also said that she would be a dog for me. Is this the goddess that you hold her in high regard? Dead licking dog. Watch this. This is how a goddess is used. After Wang Chang heard Lu Yang's words, he completely collapsed and let out a miserable scream from his mouth. Aha! That kind of thing. Don't! His words should I pulled a dagger out of nowhere. It was a direct fling at Zhong Wenwen. A ruthless expression also appeared on his face. Yelling, what I can't get. No one else can want. I'm going to die. Zhong Wenwen, you have to die with me even if you die. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will continue to lick you. Only to see the dagger flying towards Zhong Wenwen at great speed. At this moment, Zhong Wenwen also saw the dagger that flew towards her. But with her ordinary human's reaction ability, she was unable to do anything in just such a short period of time. Obviously very fearful inside her head. But it was too late to dodge. It was too late to even scream. In this moment she only felt that her life was about to end. And all the things she had experienced in the past 10 years or so began to flash inside her mind. She also regretted very much. Maybe she shouldn't have raised the fish before. Maybe not, she shouldn't have hung on to Wang Chang before. She should have rejected this licking dog earlier. That wouldn't have made this lickspittle such a maniac that he would even have to pull himself up as a cushion when he was about to die. He has licked his heart out and turned into a sickly licking dog. Just when Zhong Wenwen felt like she was going to die in the next second, buzz, a soft sound came. That one dagger was in the last centimeter from Zhong Wenwen's neck. When it was still there, it completely hovered in the air, unable to inch forward half a step again. Seeing this scene, only then was Zhong Wenwen finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Phew! She exhaled deeply, a feeling of coming back from the dead. For the first time the entire person felt that the world was so beautiful and the air was so fresh. It's good to be alive. Lu Yang kicked Wang Chang in the face. It instantly broke a few of his teeth with the kick. Wang Chang let out a scream. Ah! There was also an incredulous look on his face. How can it be? Why? Why did my flying daggers stop? Ah! Lu Yang coldly said. She's already one of my licking dogs. And you even want to make a move on her? What's going on in your head? Dog thing. You have to look at the master even when you hit a dog, do you understand? Wang Chang shouted frantically. She is my goddess. Even if I die, I will take her away. Zhong Wenwen exclaimed. You might as well die here yourself. How dare you? You dead bastard. Kill me. Watching the two of them, Zhong Wenwen and Wang Chang, quarrel, Lu Yang directly rode on the body of the little white tiger. Turning to Zhong Wenwen, he said, sit up yourself. A look of surprise appeared on Zhong Wenwen's face. I didn't expect Lord Lu Yang to let himself sit on it, which means that he wants to let himself go with him. Ah, that's a pleasant surprise. As long as one can follow Lu Yang, there will never be any safety issues in the future. So she hurriedly nodded. With great effort, she climbed onto the back of the little white tiger, sat behind Lu Yang, and hugged Lu Yang's waist. With a thought, Lu Yang directly made the little white tiger rise up in the air. Seeing this scene, a puzzled expression appeared on Wang Chang's face. Originally despairing, he gained confidence again. Murmuring, he said, what's going on? He's not killing me? His two little brothers also revealed a look of surprise. There's help! There's help! We can escape! Yet the next second, in front of them, the iron fence that held back the walkers suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Those zombies were originally surrounded outside, and when they saw that the fence had disappeared, they all rushed over like crazy. Seeing this scene, completely with his two minions, let out a scream. Aha! Oh no! He's letting the walkers in. It's over, it's over. We're going to die here, and being chewed alive by walkers. Help! In an instant, a dozen zombies surrounded Wang Chang and the two minions, gnawing at them. Although Wang Chang was a psychic, he had no ability to resist at all with a broken leg. His two little brothers were originally goons. It was even more impossible to be a match for a dozen zombies. Soon there were appalling screams from the alley. Zhong Wenwen, who was flying in the air, saw the scene and a thankful expression appeared on her face. Luckily, he was smart enough to take the initiative to kneel on the ground and give in. Otherwise, he would be the one to be chewed on. Lu Yang brought Zhong Wenwen on the back of the little white tiger and stopped in midair. They didn't fly away immediately. Instead, he continued to watch those on the ground being chewed on by the walkers. Wang Chang was originally a psychic, but his legs were broken by Lu Yang, and at this point he had no resistance against the zombies. Only a few zombies surrounded him. At first, totally still able to use his hands to fight back against those zombies. I have to say he's a tough guy too, taking out 5 or 6 walkers with broken legs. but soon the walkers continued to swarm him. One of the walkers found the right moment to take a bite on his neck, then tore off a chunk of flesh. Blood began to gush out nonstop from the top of his neck, but fortunately it didn't bite through the arteries, allowing Wang Chang to not die immediately. But the other bosses weren't idle, either, and took a swipe and a scratch at his stomach. Soon it was chewing through his belly. Blood gushed out wildly, while those zombies were digging out the internal organs inside his stomach. It even started to be contested. Even his intestines were pulled out by the zombies for several meters, and those zombies shivered all of his intestines into their mouths like shivering powder. Totally. On the other hand, watched as these walkers hollowed themselves out and ate their insides, and he's not even dead yet. There were still screams coming out of his mouth. Ah, my tummy, who's going to save me, who's going to save me aha, help, poof poof. Blood began to spurt out of his mouth over and over again. Eventually, a walker rips out his heart. One bite, barf, straight to the pop, and this walker finally ended Wang Chan's life. Not bad for Wang Chang. It was pretty tenacious, being chewed on by the walkers for several whole minutes before they died. Miserable. It was really too miserable. Simply miserable. In the sky, Zhang Wenwen, who saw this scene, had been stunned silly. Vomit. Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but sit on the back of the little white tiger and vomit. This bloody scene was too much for a female college student like her, who hadn't graduated yet, to accept. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lu Yang, then the one who was being chewed on would be her. Another feeling of celebration ran through her mind, and at the same time very remorseful. He himself had actually wanted to treat Lu Yang as his licking dog in the beginning and let him lick him. I'm afraid that I have already left a very bad impression on Lu Yang by acting like this. One has to find a way to make up for it properly. But, making up for things like men is something that Wendy Chung, as a master fish breeder, has also studied for a long time. Men and women are meant to quarrel at the beginning of the bed and make up at the end of the bed. There's a saying that one shot is enough to avoid enmity. As long as he serves Lu Yang well in bed, then a small episode like today, Lu Yang will definitely forget. At that time she would still be Lu Yang's real woman. I'm sure he won't continue to be prejudiced against himself. In the end, under Lu Yang's gaze, Wang Chang and his two little brothers were gnawed into a skeleton. Lu Yang then gave a look. One steel needle shot out, instantly exploding the heads of all those zombies like skewers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenwen was taken aback again. At the same time there was a somewhat pleased expression on his face. Strong. It's just too strong. I didn't expect Lu Yang to have such a powerful skill that he could directly control a steel needle to explode his head. With such a powerful psychic ability in his body, 100 zombies can't meet war god Lu Yang. Following such a supreme powerhouse himself would definitely be safe. She said to Lu Yang, Lu Yang, shouldn't we leave here now? Lu Yang shook his head. In a cold voice, he said, what's the hurry? Wherever I take you, you just follow. What's the point of wasting words? Have you forgotten what you are? Zhang Wenwen was startled and hurriedly said, sorry. I was too reckless. Lu Yang, you can go anywhere you want, as long as you don't leave me behind and don't let me be eaten by zombies. I'm willing to follow you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lu Yang grunted without saying another word. This last encounter with one of the four major schoolgirls, Zhang Wenwen, can be said to be the one who was the most good at raising fish among the four major schoolgirls, as well as the one who was the most green tea whore. Lu Yang wouldn't give her the chance to stomp on her nose. It has to be pressed hard. All the zombies that were finished off. Then Lu Yang controlled the little white tiger, came to the ground, turning to the little white tiger. He said, next we'll go inside the supermarket to gather supplies. Ow! The little white tiger raised her huge tiger head and nodded happily. After a few days in the villa area, she had long ago been on the verge of idleness. Being playful by nature, the little white tiger has been mutated but still retains its feline nature. Now that he heard that he could finally go inside the supermarket, the little white tiger was of course happy. Lu Yang then brought Zhang Wenwen, walking down from the back of the little white tiger, getting ready to walk into the grocery store with the little white tiger. Zhang Wenwen's face, however, showed a look of fear and said, Lu Yang, do we really have to go in? That time when Wang Chang and the others went in, but 2 people died in there. It's too dangerous to have hundreds of zombies in there, isn't it? Why don't we think about it and come up with a way to lure the zombies out or something before we go in? Lu Yang sneered. Now that I'm going to take you in, you know to say make a plan? When Wang Chang and the others went in, how come you didn't see you ask them to make a plan? Zhang Wenwen said with an aggrieved face. That's not the same. Wang Chang died, and I'm not sad, but I don't want Lu Yang you to have any accidents. How can that licking dog be comparable to you? Lu Yang was happy and said, you're good at talking. Not bad for a green tea whore. Zhang Wenwen smiled and said, he, thanks for the compliment. As long as I can follow you, Lu Yang, you can call me anything. Let's not talk about calling me a green tea whore. If you just call me a dog, I'll agree, Lu Yang said. Alright, follow me into the supermarket. Don't worry, you won't be in danger following me. Belle nodded and said, aha, I'm just reminding you. Since you're so confident, I'll go in with you. The two men, and a white tiger, then walked inside the supermarket together. As expected, there were hundreds of walkers inside the supermarket. Also 2 Nod skeletons. That would be Wang Chang's 2 best buddies who were killed off. At this time those zombies saw Lu Yang. They came in, instantly issued a roar, directly pounced on Lu Yang and others. See this scene. Zhong Wenwen's entire body was stunned. That's hundreds of zombies pouncing at the same time. She as an ordinary girl, seeing this scene, of course, she was very scared. Unable to resist, he took Lu Yang's arm. Turning to Lu Yang, he said, Lu Yang, you must protect me. These zombies are so scary. If I'm not careful and get caught by them, I'm afraid that even my bones will be chewed up by them. I don't want to die. As long as you keep me safe, by the time we're safely out of here, I'll agree to whatever you want to do to me. Facing these hundreds of zombies, she was truly panicked. Moreover, the kind of character that this guy Lu Yang showed, in Zhong Wenwen's opinion, was cold and heartless. At any moment, he might abandon himself to be eaten by the zombies. So of course she's afraid. She was even afraid that Lu Yang was intentionally setting her up, entering inside the supermarket just to throw her to the zombies. Lu Yang ignored her. Instead, with a thought, a steel needle had levitated in front of him. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer, Lu Yang hadn't even started to act. Zhong Wenwen was really anxious now, hiding directly behind Lu Yang. He closed his eyes and curled up into a ball. This time Lu Yang waved his hand at the zombies in front of him. That one steel needle instantly turned into a stream of light and shot straight away. Shoo! Immediately after that the nearest zombie to Lu Yang was instantly shot in the head. Bang! With a crunching sound, that zombie's head instantly exploded into pieces, black blood splattering everywhere. After hearing this voice, Zhong Wenwen opened her eyes. All that could be seen was the black mist of blood that filled the air, and the corpse of the zombie that had fallen to the ground. Immediately after that the steel needles went off in a flurry and started going through the heads of one walker after another. Bang 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 bang! Countless zombies instantly fell to the ground. Less than 3 seconds. The entire supermarket, all the zombies were all shot in the head by Lu Yang. And that one steel needle flew back to Lu Yang's side once again, flashing with an appalling cold light. It spun rapidly in the air. It instantly shook off the zombie blood that had gotten on it. Lu Yang waved his hand, directly put the steel needle into the space, and Zhong Wenwen's entire body showed a surprised expression when she saw all the zombies fall to the ground. I can't help but exclaim, wonderful, wonderful, Lu Yang's husband is so handsome. You directly killed all these zombies. Your supernatural ability is also too fierce. Right, all of a sudden can shoot the zombies to death. This to the bed. You have to be gentle with me. You do not want to make me also to die. Oh. This Zhou Wenwen saw that Lu Yang's strength was so fierce, and taking out the zombies only required a single look, and was instantly and completely convinced by Lu Yang, and even started calling her husband. He couldn't wait to climb into Lu Yang's bed immediately now and consolidate this male-female relationship with him. After all, a super strong person like Lu Yang is definitely very sought after in the end times. As for Wang Chang's kind of trash alien, he is not even worthy to mention his shoes to Lu Yang. Wang Chang took 4 juniors. Together, they entered the middle of the supermarket. One zombie was not killed, and they also lost 2 juniors. People Lu Yang came in and didn't even need to move. Just a single look was all that was needed to finish off all the zombies. That's the gap. That's what's really powerful. Elegant and calm. Not like Wang Chang who was directly whisked around by zombies. The dog that runs away and loses. Where's the hint of a shifter? There's no telling what kind of shifter he's risen to. At first, Zhong Wenwen had also asked Wang Chang about his psychic abilities, but the other party just refused to say anything. It is estimated that it is a very garbage supernormal ability, even garbage to the point that he is difficult to speak. Otherwise with his character of love to show off have said it, so that everyone knows. Therefore, this time, the ability Lu Yang showed was compared to that punk Wang Chang. It made Lu Yang even more powerful. To say that in the beginning Zhong Wenwen only agreed to be good to Lu Yang and agreed to be Lu Yang's licking dog because she was afraid of death. But now, she had been bowled over by Lu Yang from the bottom of her heart. Such a powerful man. Following him is the best choice. Listening to the words of the other party Lu Yang just smiled and did not say anything. It was because he had received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 350 zombies this time, plus the 50 outside the supermarket, gaining a total of 40 attribute points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was very happy. 40 attribute points wasn't much, but it was considered almost double the attributes of an ordinary person. Save it for now and add more at once when you have more, he said to Wendy Chung. Alright, now start raiding the supermarket. Aha! Good hubby, Belle said very obediently. So Lu Yong walked into the supermarket. There is also a lot of food inside this big supermarket. Because of the hundreds of zombies guarding the area, ordinary survivors didn't dare to come in, and even if they were aliens, they had to weigh their options. Take Wang Chang for example. His skills weren't the powerful kind of combat skills, so it wasn't that easy to deal with walkers. So inside the supermarket, due to the large number of zombies, although it possessed very generous supplies, very few people dared to venture into it unless they were really hungry and couldn't take it anymore. Lu Yang was a harvest of those foods: bubbly, vacuum cupcakes, sakuma, vacuum chicken thighs, chocolates, candies, jellies, all taken away. Rice, corn, flour, pasta, and other staples, all taken. Black beans, green beans, soybeans, all kinds of beans, through and through. Clothes, toothpaste, soap, basin, towel, all kinds of household goods, pots and pans, all kinds of kitchen use. I'll take them all. Milk powder and other baby products, take it away. Most of the fruits and vegetables that are placed outside have already rotted, but the supermarket's freezer is estimated to still have a lot inside. So after Lu Yong collected the things above the shelves, it didn't take long for Lu Yong to have collected all the usable supplies that were placed outside inside the space. The entirety of Zhong Wenwen, who was following him, was surprised. What's going on here? Why are all these things gone with a wave of his hand? When Wang Chang and his little brother entered the supermarket, but they had to carry a backpack in, and when they went out the backpack was stuffed with food, and they each carried 2 boxes of instant noodles in their hands. Lu Yong, on the other hand, didn't need a backpack at all, didn't need a container for food at all. How did he manage to make food disappear out of thin air? At this moment, Zhong Wenwen felt that Lu Yong was simply a god. Each had a dumbfounded look on their faces. Lu Yang said to her, "The things outside have been collected. Let's go raid their warehouses now. There might be more supplies inside their warehouses than outside." Zhong Wenwen hurriedly nodded. Good husband. And so, Zhong Wenwen followed Lu Yong towards the warehouse area of the supermarket. There was quite a bit of food inside the warehouse area. Lu Yong first entered the grain warehouse and collected a dozen tons of rice and flour. He also went to the cold storage warehouse and collected more than 10 tons of apples and pears and other fruits, and potatoes and sweet potatoes and tomatoes and other fresh vegetables. This was followed by a trip to the clothing department's warehouse to collect a number of men's, women's, and children's clothing. Finally entered the march toward the freezer. The freezer is estimated to have quite a bit of fresh meat and frozen fish inside, and this was the only place inside the entire supermarket that Lu Yong hadn't explored yet. He said to Zhong Wenwen, "After searching this one freezer you can head to the next supermarket. Today's goal is to search 5 supermarkets." Zhong Wenwen followed behind Lu Yong and nodded with a submissive face. "Aha, whatever hubby says, raid 50 supermarkets and I'm willing to follow." So Lu Yong took her and opened the door to the freezer, and then the door just opened. Inside the freezer, there was an instant clacking sound. Lu Yong fixed his eyes on a zombie that had been frozen into an ice sculpture inside the freezer. Seeing Lu Yong, they came on the zombie that was frozen into an ice sculpture and went into a dormant state, unexpectedly reawakened. And once he started to move, the ice on his body started to make popping sounds. Immediately after that, the zombie surrounded by ice-covered body instantly rushed towards Lu Yong and the others. The speed was fast, much faster than the zombies outside. Ah! Zhong Wenwen let out a yell. Surprisingly, she was taken aback by the speed of the zombie. Those zombies outside Zhong Wenwen had also seen, but the speed, definitely not as fast as this zombie inside. As for Lu Yong, he didn't expect this last time to be so fast. A somewhat surprised expression also appeared on his face as he whispered, "How is this zombie so much faster than the others? Could it be a level 2 zombie? It's not right. I also saw it when Little White Tiger fought with the grade 2 zombies. It definitely wasn't this fast. It has already surpassed the level 2 zombie. Could it be a level 3 zombie? A level 3 zombie? That was an existence that Lu Yong hadn't even seen yet." Lu Yong just took a look and realized that this zombie's speed was at least 6 times that of an ordinary human. The counterpart would be a level 3 alien. It's probably a level 3 walker. Ow! The Little White Tiger let out a roar. The one walker that rushed straight at him, a front paw then slapped at the opponent, instantly sending him flying several meters. This high-ranking zombie reminded the Little White Tiger of the shame he felt when he, himself, was teased by that second-ranking zombie. Today she was going to find her dignity on this level 3 zombie. "Even though I'm a female, I'm the king of all beasts, the Little White Tiger. The dignity of a tiger will never be allowed to be trampled by a walker." Wearing the metal armor made by Lu Yong, Little White Tiger's confidence had increased so much at this time that she was not afraid in the slightest, even when facing a level 3 zombie. And that one level 3 zombie instantly let out a roar when he saw that the Little White Tiger was so courageous that he dared to launch an attack on himself. Roar! Bastard! Seek death! Hearing this, Lu Yang was taken aback. A level 3 zombie that can already talk? Have they evolved to such a high level of intelligence? Taking a closer look at this zombie, he realized that the other party's face was no longer grimacing like the other zombies, but instead showed a somewhat calm expression, and if he didn't look closely, he would even mistake it for a human. Immediately after that he saw the zombie rushing towards the Little White Tiger. Little White Tiger's degree of mutation should not be as high as this zombie's, at most it would be a grade 1 mutant. Facing a grade 3 zombie, Little White Tiger might have some advantages in terms of size and strength, but in terms of IQ, it is estimated that it is no match for this grade 3 zombie. As expected, this level 3 zombie would even use the ice in the freezer as a feint when launching an attack on Little White Tiger. It affected the Little White Tiger's field of vision, and then soundly punched the Little White Tiger in the face. Boom! The huge tiger head of the Little White Tiger was directly deflected to one side by his blow, and the level 3 zombie couldn't help but frown as he looked at his broken fist. This extremely humanized expression caught Lu Yang's attention again. Nice guy. This zombie's level of evolution is too high. It's even starting to be able to use facial expressions to express its inner emotions. The level 3 zombie was depressed. He punched the Little White Tiger's head, but he didn't expect his fist to break, and he even fractured some bones in his hand. Although he couldn't feel any pain, he understood that an injury like this was not something that would benefit him. The armor wrapped all over the opponent's body was too hard. It seems that if you want to do damage to your opponent, you can only do it to their eyes, nose, and other important parts that aren't encased in armor. Roar! Damn beasts! They can still wear armor. This zombie once again let out a roar. It charged at the Little White Tiger again. This time, he quickly approached the Little White Tiger by virtue of his flexible figure, and punched the tiger's head, but this punch did not use his full strength. It was only to influence the Little White Tiger's judgment, and in the next second, his other hand unexpectedly stretched out 2 fingers, and directly inserted them into the Little White Tiger's eyes. The Little White Tiger felt bad when he saw those 2 fingers and subconsciously closed his eyes, but she understood that with the power of a level 3 zombie, even if she closed her eyes would be plugged, just when she thought she was dead. Next, the level 3 zombie, however, had its entire body immobilized, unable to move a single bit more. The Little White Tiger opened his eyes to see that it was Lu Yang who had already wrapped the whole body of the zombie with a metal net. The zombie couldn't even move a finger at this point. He looked at the hard metal mesh on his body in shock, shouting angrily at Lu Yang. He said, "Roar! Damn human, did you do this?" Lu Yang walked towards this zombie with interest. Coming in front of the other party, he carefully observed him. The zombie was found to be still pale, and the pupils of his eyes were still glowing white, except that his face had more expression on it, as well as he had learned to speak. When you look closely, you can still tell that it doesn't look like an ordinary human. He did not answer the other party's question. Lu Yang pondered in his mind whether he should use zombie control and control him as a zombie puppet, or whether he should dissect his body to see if there are any changes in the internal structure. In the next second Lu Yang had made his decision. He had an extra long knife in his hand. It was a slash at this level 3 zombie. Brush! The zombie, from the top of its head, was directly cut in half by Lu Yang. The entire body split in 2. Starting at the top of the head, it was split in half down the middle of the body. The internal organs inside the body were directly scattered all over the place. The fishy odor also hit his nose. Belle let out a muffled scream at the sight, and looked directly away from her head to let out a paroxysm of dry heaves. The Little White Tiger also couldn't help but cover his pink nose with his huge furry tiger paw as he watched the scene. Still very human. Frowned. Lu Yang, however, observed the entrails with an interested face. The zombie's blood was black and its insides blackened. Your brain has gone black, and deep inside the brain was an extremely dark, gooey, elastic-looking mass. It was like a jelly-like orb. Lu Yang said in his heart. Higher-ranking zombies usually have zombie crystal cores. The crystal core inside the brain of this third-grade zombie is surprisingly still soft, like jelly. A pinch will break. It seems that if you want to form a real crystal core, you have to go up one level more. After checking the situation inside this zombie, Lu Yang shook his head with some disappointment. For someone who likes to read science fiction novels and watch sci-fi movies, it's almost common knowledge that zombies have crystals in their bodies, and the crystal core inside the zombie was the most valuable and precious thing he had on him. It contains powerful energy, very useful. Nowadays, in the body of a level 3 zombie, there is still no crystal core found. I should have known not to kill this walker and just control him and take him to the gate. He looked at the cooler again, found out that this originally held frozen meat. I didn't realize that all of it was eaten by this zombie. It's estimated that this walker has been trapped in here for over a month. Survive on a daily diet of frozen meat. When he finished eating the meat, he also upgraded himself to level 3. It then went dormant without food. Kind of a lucky walker too. Other meals don't have as much food to eat as he does. Guess it was his job to eat 24/7 for that past month. It's just a shame that this warehouse of frozen meat was spoiled for him. Lu Yang then said to Zhong Wenwen, who had already vomited all over the place. Alright, let's go. This supermarket has been scavenged. We are now starting to head to the next one. Zhong Wenwen wore a relieved expression when she heard this. She hadn't wanted to be here for a long time. After that zombie was cut in half, that foul, disgusting odor emanating from his hand filled the entire cramped freezer. It's disgusting, her mouth hurriedly said. Aha, okay, let's hurry up then. Hurry up and get out of here. I don't want to stay a minute longer. So Lu Yang took her, and the little white tiger, and walked out of this supermarket together. After going out, Zhong Wenwen said to Lu Yang, I know that there is another big supermarket not far away from here. When Wang Chang and the others were searching for food, they and I had already examined the terrain. That supermarket is even bigger than this one. But there are definitely more zombies. Wang Chang and the others didn't go after that supermarket because they were afraid of too many zombies. I can show you the way. It's less than 1 kilometer from here. They started to head to the next supermarket. Due to the close proximity, Lu Yang didn't use flight and instead let Zhong Wenwen lead the way. But not for long, just gone. A group of strong men suddenly appeared on the road in front of them. And when they saw Lu Yang, they had a bad smile on their faces and directly surrounded them. Zhong Wenwen also instantly blushed when she saw them. Obviously the survivors in this neighborhood have interacted and known each other. Zhong Wenwen and those strong men both recognized each other, only to see an obscenely strong man over there, over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging high on his body, looking like a black bear from afar. After he saw Zhong Wenwen, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, saying to Zhong Wenwen, Gu, isn't this the big school flower Zhong Wenwen? Where is your escort Wang Chang? He wasn't bitten to death by a zombie, was he? No one to protect you in the future can't be good. Why don't you simply follow me? From now on I'm responsible for protecting your safety. You need to be responsible for serving me behind the bed every night on the line. As soon as these words came out, those companions next to the burly man burst out laughing, each with an evil expression on their faces. Ha ha, this is a good proposal from Big Strong Brother, but this beauty looks like she's only a little over 1 meter 6. She's like a little chick in front of Big Strong Brother's 2 meter height. Can she stand up to Big Strong Brother's might? It won't be played to death in a few nights, right? That's right, he'd probably be killed alive in Brother Big Strong's bed at his size. Like Beauty and the Beast. Big Brother Zhuang, you have to be a little more compassionate. When you're tired of playing with it, you can cheapen it for us. Brother Zhuang, you have to give your little brothers some soup even if you eat meat. The one called Big Strong said with a smug expression on his face. Don't worry, brothers. Brother, which time I don't leave you a mouthful of soup, I'll get tired of playing with women like this for a week at most. I'm not going to be a licking dog like Wang Chang. But then again, you're a ruthless woman. Wang Chang licked you for so long, and you turned around and found a gigolo? You just dumped Wang Chang? Without Wang Chang's protection, do you think you can still be as smug as before? Let me tell you, not to mention that there is no Wang Chang. Even if Wang Chang is still around, I must get you today. But I've already joined the Mighty Tiger base. And our big brother Mighty Tiger is also a psychic, and more powerful than Wang Chang. Be a good boy and come with me. Kneel down for me, and I'll be gentle when I play with you at night. Listening to their words and looking at the evil expressions on their faces, Zhong Wenwen's entire body was scared and hid behind Lu Yang. At this time they also noticed Lu Yang. Turning to Lu Yang, he viciously threatened, Little white boy, hurry up and get out of the way. Take out all the food and supplies you have on you and hand them over to us as well. And the brothers will let you live. Otherwise, we will directly kill you and eat your meat. A light smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. It had been a long time since the outbreak of Armageddon that I had encountered someone who dared to talk to myself like that. He directly rushed towards the burly man with an arrow step, watching Lu Yang make a move. That burly man's entire body was taken aback. How did not expect to face so many people? Lu Yang still dared to make a move. Yet the next second, boom! Lu Yang kicked him in the stomach, and his entire body had flown out horizontally directly more than 10 meters away. Put! A large mouth of blood sprayed out. It was obvious that Lu Yang's kick had injured his internal organs. A shocked expression appeared on the burly man's face. He himself was a professional mercenary in the peace era. Even went to the top of a foreign battlefield for a few years. How could you not expect to be kicked off by a white boy? And such power is definitely something only an alien can have. The sidekicks saw Big Strong get kicked off. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of anger and directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang has a calm face and a kick to the head. Boom boom boom. Those juniors were kicked directly and flew directly in all directions. There were two juniors who might have a weaker physique themselves, but they were even directly kicked unconscious, as if they had already broken. A light kick to the gut? Is this guy still human? Those people covered their stomachs, and there was a look of fear on their faces. Even the way Dejuan looked at Lu Yang changed from contempt to fear. As a professional mercenary, he was able to see that killing aura in Lu Yang's eyes, and to have such a strong murderous aura on such a calm face was enough to show that this person was murderous. I'm afraid he's killed more people than he's ever killed on the battlefield himself. At this moment he was truly afraid. He covered his stomach and screamed at Lu Yang. Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, spare your life. It's us who have eyes and don't recognize Entei. Tai, we didn't realize that you are also a noble adept. If you had shown your identity earlier, we would have knelt down for you right away. Where would we have dared to offend you? As the saying goes, those who don't know don't sin. You can spare us this time. Lu Yang faced their pleas for mercy and didn't waver. Instead he let out a cold laugh. Said, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This sentence you all don't understand. No, it's not that you guys don't understand it. On the contrary, you guys actually understand it better than anyone else. You guys just hope that I don't understand it. After saying that, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce light. Immediately after, a dozen steel needles instantly flew towards those people's heads. Bang 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 bang. The sound of exploding heads kept ringing out. In less than a second, more than a dozen survivor strong men, all were killed by Lu Yang's headshot. Winnie Chung had originally thrown up once in the refrigerated warehouse of the supermarket. Now that she had seen a dozen people explode their heads so close, the strong smell of blood made her vomit again and again. At the same time she was very shocked in her heart at the ruthlessness of Lu Yang's methods. In the beginning, although Wang Chang and the other three people also died in Lu Yang, but it was Lu Yang did not stop the zombies, resulting in their deaths. To put it bluntly, it was the zombies which took them out. It was ultimately less shocking compared to this violent headshot now. Now these dozen people, but Lu Yang personally killed took out a dozen people and he didn't even blink. Too decisive, too dry. It's really murderous. Zhong Wenwen at this time was very glad that she did not continue to fight Lu Yang to the end. But after seeing Lu Yang and other threats, she directly kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. If he were to fight Lu Yang to the end, he might end up being fucked to death by Lu Yang as well. She didn't think that someone as ruthless as Lu Yang would not kill women. So at this time, after seeing Lu Yang kill a dozen people at once, Zhong Wenwen became even more obedient to Lu Yang. She had already made up her mind that no matter what kind of request Lu Yang made to her, she would not refuse. One doesn't want to die. Even if Lu Yang was a pervert and made some extremely perverted requests in bed, he himself would definitely try to fulfill them. After finishing off the dozen or so people, Lu Yang's face still had a calm expression. Turning to Zhong Wenwen, he said, keep taking me to that supermarket. Zhong Wenwen hurriedly nodded her head and said, okay. Lu Yang husband, you come with me. Under the leadership of Zhong Wenwen, Lu Yang and the little white tiger finally arrived at that one supermarket. This time Lu Yang walked directly inside the supermarket, and Zhong Wenwen didn't say anything else. Instead, she directly and stiffly followed behind Lu Yang, because she knew that Lu Yang was very strong. The zombies inside the supermarket would not harm Lu Yang even if there were more. As expected, as soon as he entered the supermarket there were hundreds of zombies, directly pouncing on Lu Yang. Lu Yang once again a look. A steel needle shot out. Bang bang bang. Countless crunching sounds rang out non-stop. In less than 2 seconds, all the zombies collapsed to the ground, completely losing their breath. Jiang Man Moon felt that this was all to be expected. By following Lu Yang's side, she felt that there was no enemy that Lu Yang could not defeat. She was still a bit panicked by the walkers she encountered inside the first supermarket, but the walkers inside the second supermarket, she had completely seen them as corpses. Any zombie in front of Lu Yang wouldn't survive more than 2 seconds, and after experiencing it for the first time, her mental capacity was much stronger, and seeing so many zombies getting their heads blown off, the strong fishy odor no longer made her dry heave. Facing the growth of this fourth schoolgirl, Lu Yang was also very satisfied. This woman has a good mental capacity. At that point, even if you see your own big raging wind, you can probably take it with gusto. Taking Zhong Wenwen and the little white tiger girls, they continued to scavenge for supplies inside the supermarket. Soon, all the supplies of the supermarket were loaded inside the storage space by Lu Yang. Immediately after that they started to head to the next supermarket, but this time Zhong Wenwen didn't know where the supermarket was, so Lu Yang took them into the air and started looking for it. The target was soon found. I have to say that the ability to fly with the metal controls works really well. Not only is it good for traveling, it's also good for finding targets. Immediately after that, Lu Yang took Zhong Wenwen to search all the 3 remaining supermarkets in this neighborhood. After scavenging a total of 5 supermarkets, Lu Yang's space already had a few hundred more tons of supplies inside. Now, it's time to go back, Lu Yang said to Zhong Wenwen. Very well, all the supermarkets within 10 kilometers of this vicinity have been searched by me. Now it's time to go back to my safe zone. Zhong Wenwen, as the 4th school beauty inside the school, are you mentally prepared? Li Mengyao, Li Mange, Wang Muling, have all been saved by me? Plus you just happen to be to the school flower flush. What kind of status you can obtain inside my safe zone depends on your performance tonight. Hearing this, Zhong Wenwen's face revealed a surprised expression. Unable to resist, she asked, Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling have all been found by you? Lu Yang said noncommittally. What, is it hard to find them with my strength? Zhong Wenwen hurriedly said. It's not difficult. Husband, you're the best. Don't worry. I will definitely use my whole body to serve you beautifully tonight. Although I haven't experienced it before, I've read a lot of novels and movies. I'm very good at it. Okay, next we go back to the safe zone. After saying that, Lu Yang directly took them into the air and flew back at supersonic speed. 11 Zhong reference chart. Soon Lu Yang brought Zhong Wenwen and the little white tiger, and together they returned to the middle of the villa area. As soon as they landed, the women instantly surrounded them. After all, although Lu Yang was very strong, he went out to look for supplies. After all, there would still be some dangers, and the women didn't know how strong Lu Yang was or how dangerous the dangers outside were, so they were always a little worried. Now seeing Lu Yang safely back, naturally all of them had a surprised expression on their faces and gathered around. And when they saw Zhong Wenwen next to Lu Yang, Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling, all 3 of them revealed shocked expressions. They called out in surprise, Wenwen Zhong, aren't you Wenwen Zhong? Zhong Wenwen was also very surprised to see the 3 schoolgirls. Lu Yang was right. The 4 schoolgirls. He had already gathered 3 of them, and he himself was the last one. I thought I was lying to myself, but it turned out to be true. She nodded to Li Mange and the girls and said, Hello, I'm Zhong Wenwen. I didn't realize that my sisters had already arrived here a long time ago, counting them all as my seniors, so I'll have to ask my seniors for more guidance in the future. Chen Tingxia said, Good guy. The 4 major school flowers have all been gathered by Lu Yang's husband. That's awesome. This Zhong Wenwen used to be known as the sexiest school flower. I didn't expect that the doomsday outbreak didn't starve her thin for more than a month. The great case in front of her chest is still so erect. And the most amazing thing is that her waist to hip ratio is even more bullish than all of us. This hip circumference should be over 100, right? Worthy of being the sexiest school beauty. Li Mengyao said, That's right. How exaggerated is a hip circumference of over 100? It's said that Kardashian, the socialite who travels among Western celebrities, has a hip circumference of 100 and something? Compared to her, this Zhong Wenwen is practically the same. Chen Ziyi said, Looks like Lu Yang is going to have a good time tonight. Lin Momo said to Zhong Wenwen, With such a good figure, I wonder how much attack speed will be added to Lu Yang. You have to be careful. Oh, if you can't hold it off then ask me for help. I can take your place. Moon Drunken Blue and the others also hurriedly said, I can also fill in for you. I'm an S-class alien powerhouse. If you can't take it anymore, let me take over. Me too. Me too. Better let me. I've been waiting for this for days. Seeing the impatient expressions of the crowd, Zhong Wenwen didn't need to think to know that these people, were really hungry. Still want to take your place? Nice try, she said in a serious manner. No need, no need. This kind of pain is better for me to bear by myself. Who doesn't know that things between men and women are just pain and pleasure? Besides, a man as powerful as Lu Yang's husband. Who doesn't like it? You guys don't want to steal my chance to communicate. I see that you guys are thirsty. Hearing Zhong Wenwen's words, the women revealed somewhat embarrassed expressions. It does seem a little too quick. It raised the alarm of the other side. What a blunder! What a blunder! The crowd suddenly changed into a smiling face and said to Zhong Wenwen, Alright, let's not talk about those then. Hurry up and go inside. It's now time to eat. Sister Wenwen has been wandering around in the post-apocalyptic world for so long. I'm afraid she's not well fed or warmly clothed. Right? Let me give you a taste of the fresh meal. We've improved our cooking skills this month. It will definitely be to your taste. Aha. Alright then. Thank you all sisters. Zhong Wenwen nodded obediently, then followed the crowd into the middle of the teacher's dormitory, the dining room table. Li Mengyao, Chen Lixia and the others brought out plate after plate of rice. Look at these hot, flavorful dishes. Zhong Wenwen's entire body was stunned. When he first followed Wang Chang, it could be said that he didn't worry about food. but what he could eat was basically snacks and the like. And he had never eaten a fresh meal like this. In the end, even the snacks were finished, so she forced Wang Chang and the others to venture into the supermarket. But she didn't expect to lose a lot of money, and 2 people died directly. Now that I see Liu Yang's women, I can actually eat so well. And piggybacking inside a campus with steel fences and steel mesh covers, it can be said that it is completely safe and there is no need to worry about zombies at all. This life is a little too cozy, isn't it? Zhong Wanwan asked with some surprise. This is chicken stewed mushrooms? My goodness. It's chicken. The stew smells so good. It's so delicious, and it's been so long since the end of the world broke out. And you can still eat fresh chicken and mushrooms. It's really great. Chen Ting said with a smile. Whenever come and try this beef stir fry with green peppers that I made. Saying that, he directly chucked a piece of beef to Zhong Wanwan. Zhong Wanwan craved a bite and a shocked expression appeared on her face. Speaking, she said, "Yummy. It's really delicious. I didn't realize that Sister Chen Ting's craftsmanship is so good. In the future, I'll have to learn more about how to cook from you. Sister Chen Ting, you must teach me well." Chen Ting smiled and nodded and said, "No problem, we're all going to be living together by then anyway, so you can join us, and since we're staying inside this safe zone, we actually don't usually have much to do. Cooking is one of the few hobbies we have." "Aha, then I'll thank you sisters in advance," Zhong Wanwan said very happily. It was a very satisfying meal to say the least. After eating, she touched her bulging belly. A cozy smile was all over his face. Said, "Delicious. Really delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a delicious meal. It feels like I ate a month's worth in one meal." Lin Mangyao cleaned up the dishes while saying to Zhong Wanwan, "Wanwan, you have to be careful. You've eaten so much. When you get to Liu Yang's room later, don't let Liu Yang make you spit out all the food you've eaten." Chen Ziyi also smiled and said, "I feel the same way. Before being made to fly up to the sky by Liu Yang, I suggest that you don't eat too much, otherwise it will be easy to have a diarrhea." Listening to Chen Ziyi's words, the other women also revealed a bad smile on their faces. Zhong Wanwan was still a bit unconvinced and said, "Haven't you guys heard of the saying that there is only a tired cow? This Liu Yang, even if his fighting ability is strong, it's not like his enhanced ability to communicate with women. Could he still get me killed?" The lady said, "You'll know when you get into his room, and 8th grade Gale is no joke. Even Lin Mo and the others, the official psychics, can't hold their own, not to mention you, an ordinary person, who hasn't awakened her powers or strengthened your body yet." Jiang Man Moon was still skeptical. She decided to take a good shower and later go inside Liu Yang's room to have a good chat with him to see if he was really that great. Evening. Liu Yang lay on his own bed and checked the substances he had obtained inside his space. Found a few hundred more tons after today's collection. So many supplies. And then these women around him now for 100 years won't be a problem. Not to mention the fact that there are survivors of Base 1 who plant crops, and when they have a harvest of their crops, 20% will be handed over to Liu Yang. By then, Liu Yang's supplies would be able to be endless. Not only will you not eat your old money, you will even have a balance. By then one would not have to worry about supplies at all. One wouldn't even have to collect them. Just when Liu Yang was thinking in his mind that the future would develop better and better and he could become a king in the midst of the end times, there was a knock on his room door. Dun 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 dun. Listening to this knock on the door, Liu Yang also brought his thoughts back. It didn't take much thought to realize that the person who came knocking on the door was definitely the 4th schoolgirl, Wendy Chung. As the last of the 4 major schoolgirls, Liu Yang was also 10 out of 10 for her, so Liu Yang called out to the door. "Very well, come in." Soon the door was pushed open. Zhong Wanwan, who had already changed into a set of flattering silk pajamas, walked into Liu Yang's room. Her face wore a shy expression, but there was longing in her eyes. After entering Liu Yang's safe zone, he realized how powerful a man Liu Yang was, how much food he had, and how many women he had. And if you want to stand out among these women yourself, you have to have some real skills. For Liu Yang himself, the value of these women is only to serve him, so he must try to serve Liu Yang well, so that he can reflect his own value, so that he can stand firm among these women. Otherwise, you could be out of the game if you're not careful. After all, the pressure of competition inside Liu Yang's safe zone was great. Not only were there the 4 school beauties, but there were also various alien beauties and even a dwarf princess. More women may be added later. Therefore it is necessary to take the initiative firmly and stand on your own feet to do so. Looking at the other party's pleasing expression, Liu Yang just smiled on his face. "A high school girl? When you get to my Liu Yang's room, don't you still have to smile at me like a licking dog?" Thinking back to when he was in the Peace Generation, he was played by that Chen Lixia fellow. It's like a tomcat and a boiling lamb. Liu Yang then felt like hitting himself hard in the face. Now the end times have broken out. He turned himself over to be the master. These women. Looking at himself is like looking at a diamond king kept licking at himself. It can really be said that the wind and water rotate. There is a saying that women are like gold in times of prosperity, and women are like dung in times of chaos. That's really good to say. End of the world outbreak of physical strength. Mental strength. Willpower are not superior to the woman. Will have to rely on men to survive. In the end, you will only become a man's subordinate. It's useless even if you're pretty. The 4 school beauties have now been gathered by me, Lu Yang, and each and every one of them pandered to themselves. This doomsday has simply created its own godlike life. After Zhang Wenwen walked into the room, she directly said to Lu Yang with a fawning face, "Hubby, tonight, the two of us will have a good exchange, and I'll definitely make every effort to serve you well." With a smile on his face, Lu Yang said to this 4th schoolgirl, "What, didn't you used to be quite aloof? When you were facing Wang Chang, weren't you towering over him, holding him in the palm of your hand, telling him to go east or west? Why did you become so submissive in my room?" Zhang Wenwen said to Lu Yang, "Hubby, how can that guy Wang Chang be compared to you? In front of you, he's nothing but an ass. I'm called discerning. I've seen that he doesn't have much of a future before. That's why I've always treated him as a spare tire. I've never let him win. But you're different. You are surely the most powerful and handsome man in this world. To be your woman is simply my good fortune. I can't wait to have children with you right now." Listening to Zhang Wenwen's words, Lu Yang directly laughed and said, "You're a straightforward enough woman." That line that used to circulate on the internet was right on the money. Ugly-looking people never know how proactive women can be in the presence of good-looking people. Just like Wenwen Zhong at this moment. In front of Wang Chang, she is a high goddess. No matter how Wang Chang attentive, she also always hold each other. The other wants to hold her hand cannot do. However, it was different in front of Lu Yang. This Zhong Wenwen couldn't wait to climb directly onto Lu Yang's body immediately. "Come on, let me see how good your skills really are." Lu Yang waved at Zhong Wenwen. That Zhong Wenwen, immediately as if she had received a great gift from heaven, pounced on Lu Yang. Her mouth was still saying, "Hubby, I'm going to be your woman today, pamper me well." At the same time, Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding, detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Obtaining the system reward. All attributes strengthened by 50 points. After hearing this tip, Lu Yang was very happy. Although he hadn't gained any new skills or an increase in his ability level, all of his attributes had gained 50 points of enhancement, which was good enough, because this means that all attributes have been enhanced by twice the attributes of an average person. A base attribute of 200 is equal to killing 2,000 zombies. Zhang Wenwen alone can stand up to 2,000 zombies. Since the other party had brought herself such a good reward, it was now time to reward her for the 8 magnitude Great Gale. Outside the door, Li Mengyao, Li Mange and the girls, listening to the inside of the room, then revealed a look of contempt. They said, "Good lord, how many boyfriends has this Zhong Wenwen had before? How come she's so experienced? It's completely different from how we used to act." Chen Ting also said, "That's right. Originally thought that this 4th school flower is a pure and innocent girl. Who knows that it is a slutty and wavy hoof? Even so active. Lu Yang can't help it." Chen Zi also said, "This doesn't look like a schoolgirl? If I didn't know, I would have thought she was a mechanic, but I also admire her. She is really loose. In front of others she's a high and mighty goddess. In front of Lu Yang she's a loose lady. Right?" Wang Muling also said, "I'm afraid that this is the talent type of player. Previously heard inside the school. She is the most good at raising fish a joke, and has never had a boyfriend. I did not expect to enter the Lu Yang's room inside so open. It is really a genius to be a bitch. Can't learn, can't learn." A few hours later, calm was restored inside the room. The two completed the exchange and got to know each other well. At this point, Zhong Wenwen was so tired that she was about to collapse. How could she not expect that this guy Lu Yang would be so powerful? His mouth mumbled something like, "It's really, really tiring. Feel like I'm going to lose consciousness. You guy really made me so tired." Seeing this look on the other party, Lu Yang instantly laughed. Said, "Isn't this normal? My physical quality has reached dozens of times that of an ordinary person. It's already very good that you can hold up." Zhong Wenwen said, "Still say it, not gentle at all. You really want me to die? I have to rest. I really can't top it. So tired and sleepy, my eyes can't open." Lu Yang said too, Okay, then I won't bother you. You hurry up and go to sleep." Just after those words Zhong Wenwen had closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Watching this 4th largest schoolgirl, lying quietly by her side, Lu Yang's face also showed a somewhat smug expression. This schoolgirl is a famous master of fish farming inside the school. Unfortunately, it was taken care of by itself the first time it saw itself. The master fish farmer is not enough for me. The master of open branches. A man just has to toughen up and never be a lickspittle. Otherwise your goddess will just show up in someone else's bed. Just compare it to that Wang Chang. I don't know how long I've been licking this clock one. From the peace era until the outbreak of the end times. Didn't even get a hair in the end. Let alone having any intimate behavior with Zhong Wanwan. She didn't even have to hold hands. It could be said that he was played by Zhong Wanwan, telling him to go east or west. But now what? Zhong Wanwan went to Lu Yang's bed and became Lu Yang, doing whatever she was told to do. Let her lie down. She would never dare to lie down. That's the difference between a tough guy and a dog licker. Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit. Licking dogs, on the other hand, don't even get to eat shit. Wang Chang had to know that his goddess had been played by himself for hours. Probably had to jump out of his coffin in anger. Thinking like this, Lu Yang's heart was also filled with a sense of superiority. This post-apocalyptic world had turned his life upside down, and the school goddesses who used to not even look at him were now grabbing one by one to climb into his bed. For himself, the end times were simply like a paradise. Cool. With a pleasant smile on his face, Lu Yang also slept contentedly. Day 2. Lu Yang woke up refreshed and gave birth to his iron male dog waist. As for Zhong Wanwan, due to being too tired last night, she was still in the middle of a deep sleep at this time. Looking at the other party's stunning sleeping face, Lu Yang directly reached out and pinched the other party's blown cheeks. Nah. Zhong Wanwan let out a murmuring sound. Her mouth slurred. Don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Let me sleep a little more. Last night exhausted me to death. My body now feels like it's going to fall apart. Somewhere is still a little hot and spicy. Don't toss me anymore. Lu Yang smiled and said, Okay, then you can sleep a little longer. I'm going to go eat breakfast. So Lu Yang climbed up on his own to wash his face and brush his teeth, then went out and prepared to go next door for breakfast. For her part, Belle lay down on the bed by herself and continued to sleep soundly. At the same time, the place where Lu Yang took out that group of survivors yesterday. Here comes another group of dusty, fierce-eyed survivors. An obscenely large bald man with a huge black dog in his hand. The black dog looked as big as a lion and weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds, and with long fangs showing directly out of his mouth. He looked like a saber-toothed tiger. The dog looks like a mutated dog, not a regular dog. Led by this huge mutated dog, that bald big man saw the corpses of those people who were killed by Lu Yang yesterday, as all the nearby zombies were killed by Lu Yang. So there's no sign of these bodies being eaten by walkers, but every body was killed by a headshot. Brains are running all over the place. Seeing this scene, the bald big man, his entire body revealed a shocked expression. This is, does Zhuang and them? I said, why did they go out searching for a supply and didn't come back for a whole day? But they were taken out? Who? How dare they take out members of my Green Dragon base? Lung. They all seem to have their heads blown off. I have a feeling they were sneak attacked and taken out with sniper rifles. Damn, these people don't talk about martial arts. It's probably because Brother Big Strong and the others searched for food and were backstabbed and then snatched the food away. The bald big man called Brother Lung nodded. It felt very reasonable. Da Zhuang and the others were not weak. All of them were strong and sturdy, and had experienced life and death killings of fierce men. Although it wasn't an alien, but with so many people, even if they encountered an alien, they wouldn't necessarily be able to finish them off that quickly without leaving even a single one alive. Woof woof. Just then, the black dog in the bald dragon's hand, however, barked a few times. The bald dragon asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Black skin, do you mean to say you smelled the other side? Wang Yan. The black dog barked twice more, and even nodded its head in an extremely humane manner. Obviously after this black dog mutated, not only did it get bigger and its teeth got longer, even its IQ got a boost and it was even able to understand human language. But this was normal. After all, the little white tiger was also much smarter than ordinary tigers after its mutation. It makes sense that dogs would be smarter than other dogs after mutating. After the bald dragon watched Black Tiger's performance, a sinister expression appeared on his face and said, very well, since we've already smelled the other party's odor, then, chase after him now. I'll let him know that our Green Dragon base's supplies are not something that can be robbed by anyone. And the people, too, are not something that can be killed by anyone. If we don't let him pay a small price, how can we still mix in this area from now on at Green Dragon Base? Brothers, don't you think so? Yes, boss is right. We all listen to Brother Lung. Chase him straight to his lair and make him pay. I don't know which of the surviving bases is ungrateful and dares to lay hands on the people of our Qinglong base, so let them know how powerful we are. Seeing that his brothers were so energized, the bald dragon also revealed an expression of relief. With so many good brothers, why worry about the great cause? He threw up his arms and shouted, very well, brothers, follow me, let's go get him now. So the big black dog led the way. The bald dragon and his brothers followed and began to hunt for the scent, looking for signs of the murderer. The people inside this base, following the trajectory of Liu Yang's and their movements began to track. It had to be said that the mutant dog's sense of smell was really sensitive. Liu Yang returned to his safe base by flying back. But this dog even can also from the air smell Liu Yang residual odor all the way to track. Along the way, the faces of the people inside that survivor base were all gloomy. Walked more than 10 kilometers and still haven't reached my destination. Along the way they encountered a few waves of walkers, but they took them out. It could be seen that the people inside this green dragon base still had strength, catching up on the road for over an hour. The crowd's clothes were starting to get soaked with sweat. One of the big men was a bit unable to hold back and directly spoke to the bald boss. Brother Long, we've been traveling for so long and still haven't arrived. Is there something wrong with your dog's sense of smell? Logically speaking, even if it's a survivor, the base wouldn't go out for more than 10 kilometers to collect supplies. After all, it was only the early days of the end times outbreak. A dozen kilometers is a long way for a survivor to travel. There are supermarkets and convenience stores closer by, so why go further afield to find food? So the big guy thought it was a little strange to be able to come this far to kill someone. Is it really just to cross the border? He's got that kind of effort. He's already done killing zombies himself in any random supermarket. After all, those dozen or so team members were killed by headshots. With this ability, wouldn't it be easy to blow up a zombie? So they found the whole thing very fishy and very strange. Was it because Dai Jiang had offended someone and that's why he was killed? However, after hearing the words of the team member, the bald dragon's face showed a look of disdain. Speaking, don't worry guys, my dog's nose is not wrong. Keep tracking and we'll definitely find him. Our green dragon base's people were killed. The other party will definitely have to pay. I don't care what his purpose is or what kind of person he is. Anyway, killing pays for killing. Otherwise, how can our green dragon base mix in this area in the future? Moreover, everything inside that supermarket was taken away. The other side's supplies are horribly plentiful now. Let's snatch them all back. It's enough to feed our base for a while. So this revenge is not without any benefits. It might be more than what we get from going to collect supplies. And maybe that guy has a beautiful woman by his side. When the time comes, we'll be in for a treat. As soon as they heard these words, those burly men immediately brightened up, and each of them revealed an excited expression. Beauty is good. Damn, that woman I picked up last time was too skinny to play with after only 2 weeks. The one I have is not bad, with a thin waist and big boobs and a nice ass. But unfortunately she used to be a wannabe with a flabby body. There's no feeling at all when you play with it. When the people next to him heard that big man's words, they immediately showed a face of teasing and said, "Ha ha, could it be that you can't do it and you're blaming others? Ha ha ha, golden needle mushroom. That's right, why don't you lend me your woman? And I'll let her experience what it means to be a fierce dragon out of the sea." "Fine, give me your woman to play with for a few days as well. Let's swap the two of us. Anyway, that lousy bitch has nothing new on her body except for her good figure. I don't know how many men have played with her." Okay, the two seemed to have reached a consensus, even high-fived each other. The other alien beside them showed an envious expression when he saw them playing like this. Damn, if I'd known you guys were still capable of this, I wouldn't have pushed so hard to get her killed back then. I don't even have the leverage to trade with you guys now. What are you afraid of? This time, the boss will take us to look for the guys who killed Big Strong, and we might be able to find dozens of beautiful women. By then, not to mention 1 per person or even 2 per person. There will be more than enough. That's true, it's so exciting to think about. Grabbing resources, grabbing women, grabbing territory. Our green dragon base is the best. Punch and Judy. The crowd was full of energy. I have to say, it's no wonder that bald dragons can be leaders. Still very comfortable with the whole inspiring your own men thing. Knowing what their favorite thing was, one sentence about grabbing women got everyone excited. And one of them was fighting. A female shifter member gave these excited men a look of contempt. She said, "Look at you guys, whenever you talk about women, you all show a mad dog-like expression. Men, even in the end times, they only think with their lower bodies. Big sister Red Bean, just don't talk about us. Big deal. If we meet a handsome guy later, we won't kill him and save him for you. That's right, Sister Hondo, your requirements are too high. Your vision is also high. You can't even look at so many men in our base. If we can meet some fresh meat male stars or something on this mission, we'll definitely leave it to you first." As a female ableist inside the Green Dragon base, Red Bean was not only pretty, but also very strong. But so far, no man has been able to have her eye, so she is still single at the moment. Others didn't know just how demanding he was and why so many men inside the base couldn't see it. But come to think of it, looking so pretty, having such a hot body, and being a powerful alien, in terms of combat power, It was estimated to be not much lower than the bald dragon. It's normal for a woman as good as this to be demanding. At the very least, it would have to be a fresh meat level male celebrity to be worthy of her. Hearing the words of the crowd, Red Bean nodded and stuck out his pink tongue and licked his seductive red lips quite a bit and said, "Good. If there's really a male star, save it for this lady. Ha ha ha, Sister Hongdo really is a person of nature. Don't worry, I'll find some handsome guys to take your yang and make up for your in this time. But Red Bean sister, you can collect a little force. Oh, male also cannot withstand your squeeze. Male stars to your bed. It is estimated that in a few days, Chen Guanxi can be sucked by you into Zhao Benshan." Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed, and the journey was filled with merriment. The laughter attracted a dozen zombies to gather around, but they were quickly taken out again by these powerful survivors. These 10 or so people were all ruthless. As long as they weren't surrounded by hundreds of zombies, a normal small group of zombies wouldn't be a problem for them at all. The crowd moved on. The bald dragon took the lead only to see the black dog that was bigger than a tiger in one hand and a machete that was more than a meter long in the other hand, searching for Lu Yang all the way. Behind him, his teammates had excited looks on their faces. The thought of being able to grab a woman was all of a sudden not exhausting. As for Lu Yang, at this moment, he was taking Little White Tiger and collecting supplies at a large shopping mall. He didn't know he was being watched. This large mall is very well stocked. There are 6 floors in total. -1st floor is still a hypermarket, and with those 5 floors upstairs, selling food and drink, entertainment and clothing, it's safe to say that every floor is well worth exploring. Lu Yang said to the Little White Tiger, "Let's start collecting supplies from the supermarket on the -1 floor, and after we finish searching the supermarket, we'll search the floors upstairs." Ow! The Little White Tiger nodded as he opened his mouth wide and wailed, respectfully following behind Lu Yang. So Lu Yang started heading straight for the supermarket. Inside the supermarket there were indeed a few hundred more walkers, and all these hundreds of zombies, surprisingly, started to collect food inside the supermarket. Even the packaged vacuumed food was nibbled by them. The top of the supermarket floor was a mess of discarded bags, and these zombies still seemed to be organized and disciplined, standing methodically in one place. And as soon as they saw Lu Yang and Little White Tiger come in, they didn't immediately pounce on them. Instead, they were waiting for some kind of order. Lu Yang looked over towards the zombies, a glimpse of a tall, strong walker with sharp eyes. This zombie, unlike the others, did not have a twisted and angry expression on its face, nor did it bare its teeth and ooze pitch-black drool. Instead, he was watching Lu Yang while Lu Yang was watching him. A puzzled and measuring look even appeared in his eyes. Ow! The Little White Tiger let out a roar at the zombie. Even her low IQ had already seen that something was not right with this zombie. At first, the Little White Tiger was crushed by the level 2 zombies above the IQ, all the while getting beaten up by a level 2 walker, which was still fresh in her mind. Meanwhile, the Little White Tiger had already confronted a level 3 zombie inside the last supermarket, and now the zombie in front of him seemed to be more powerful than even a level 3 zombie. This zombie in front of him was more different from the level 2 zombie again, more human-like, seemingly more calm and full of wisdom. Especially the pair of eyes that, although a little white, were already full of emotional color, and were even able to show looks of doubt and anger. That's something you don't see in other walkers' eyes. The other zombies would only be driven by instinct to attack living things. This zombie, on the other hand, would survey the enemy but would make a thought, and it was clear that his intelligence was higher than even a level 3 zombie. Ow! The Little White Tiger tilted its head and looked at Lu Yang, letting out a puzzled low growl at Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, although it is said that he looks strange and powerful, but it is only a level 4 zombie." Then Lu Yang said in his heart, "Other than the eyes of the level 4 zombie still have some whiteness, other than that, there is no difference with the real human beings anymore. It looks 10 points humanized and has the intelligence of an ordinary person. It's a pity that this is a male zombie. If it's a female zombie then, it's estimated that it's no different from a woman when you use it, and it's even possible that it's more enjoyable than an ordinary woman." Lu Yang also didn't expect that he had only encountered a level 3 zombie yesterday, but today he had encountered a level 4 zombie. It seems that zombies are evolving quickly, especially if there is enough food. Zombies are more likely to evolve, and with each level up, their intelligence improves dramatically. The level 3 zombies had begun to speak, and although they still stammered a bit, they were even able to have some basic communication with humans, and a level 4 zombie is even stronger. It may have been fully capable of communicating normally with humans. So, Lu Yang directly shouted to that zombie through the air, "Hey, kneel down and surrender if you don't want to die. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life." Roar! That level 4 zombie let out a fierce roar at Lu Yang. Then with his hoarse voice, he said to Lu Yang, "Arrogant human, How dare you tell our superiors what to do? Don't you know that we are the masters of the new era? He then swung his hand violently and ordered his superior next to him. Kill him. Roar! Those zombies received the order and instantly let out a deafening roar. The black pressurized group of zombies then all rushed towards Liu Yang. The little white tiger bared its teeth and let out a growl at them, all the while slightly bent on his back foot, ready to pounce. Liu Yang, however, touched the soft hair on the white tiger's head and said, "Little white tiger, don't get excited. With the master here, these zombies can't make any waves." When he finished speaking, he suddenly had a change in his eyes. A wave at the walkers. A steel needle appeared out of thin air. Then with a swoosh, it turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the zombies. Bang 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 bang. The violent headshots had been incessant. Instantly countless zombies fell down in response to the sound, and the fetid odor of zombie blood came out from inside the air. Within seconds, several hundred zombies were all skewered in an instant. Each one was killed by a headshot. Inside his mind, Liu Yang had received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for taking out 320 zombies and gaining 32 attribute points. After hearing this tip, Liu Yang's face revealed a satisfied expression. And when that level 4 zombie saw the scene, the whole thing was directly dumbfounded. From the moment Liu Yang came in, he could already tell that Liu Yang should also be a powerful alien master, and that huge white tiger above Liu Yang should also be a mutated white tiger. He thought that these one man and one tiger had some strength, but he didn't think that Liu Yang's strength was so strong. His own men were more than 300 zombies inside the supermarket, and they were all shot in the head in less than 3 seconds. How fast did that steel needle fly? This is unimaginable for you. That level 4 zombie had a high IQ. Seeing that he might not be able to beat Liu Yang, he instantly turned around and ran. However, on Liu Yang's face, there was a cold smile. One eye glanced over at the walker. The level 4 zombie that was still running at a rapid pace suddenly stopped in its tracks with a break. He then slowly turned around and walked step by step to Liu Yang's face. Zombie control. Even a level 4 zombie can be controlled instantly. It was a pity that the zombie controlled by Liu Yang had no thinking of its own. So trying to ask him some questions about the zombies, he couldn't get an answer. If only he could keep his own mind and intelligence while controlling it. So Liu Yang's mind had an idea. Soul control. Can it be used to control walkers? Does this zombie have a soul or not? He tried. A minute later, he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully casting soul control. The opponent has become your most valued servant. Hearing this tip, Liu Yang's face revealed a look of surprise. Sure enough, this soul control bull. A zombie after soul control is able to maintain its own intelligence. So Liu Yang asked to this level 4 zombie, "How long have you been inside this supermarket? Why are you the only one inside the entire supermarket who is a level 4? Liu Yang was curious about the conditions for the zombies to upgrade. Why is it that some walkers can go up to level 4 and others stay at level 1? Are there any requirements for them to upgrade? Liu Yang wanted to find the answer in this level 4 zombie. The level 4 zombie respectfully said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, from the moment I regained my intelligence, I realized that I have been staying in this supermarket. I should have never gone out from the beginning to the end. That is to say, I became a zombie inside the supermarket. And very coincidentally, when I turned into a zombie, I happened to be in the fresh food section of the supermarket, where there was a lot of meat, fish and other food. So after I turned into a zombie, I directly started eating the meat inside the supermarket. I turned into one of the strongest zombies, as well as the newest zombie upgraded to level 2. After I upgraded to level 2, ordinary zombies were no match for me. And when there was food, it was prioritized for me. That's why I was able to write it out and directly rise to level 4. For zombies to upgrade, besides talent, food is also important. Only with enough food is it possible to raise the zombie's level. Otherwise, a hungry zombie will only fall into dormancy. It will always be just one level." Hearing the words of this 4th level on, Liu Yang's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. Food is the very basics of dietary evolution, along with the talent to evolve. It seems that not all zombies are able to evolve to level 4. Liu Yang continued to ask, "Then what's the difference between your level 4 zombies and ordinary zombies, besides being more powerful? What else?" A level 4 zombie's base attributes have reached 8 times that of an ordinary human and an ordinary zombie, and can casually kill ordinary humans in seconds, as well as command zombies below level 3. Liu Yang nodded and said, "How many zombies can you order at the same time?" The level 4 zombie said, "With my current abilities, I can probably control 1,000 zombies, can order them to do anything, can assign them tasks." Hearing this reply, Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat shocked expression. A level 4 zombie could control 1,000 zombies, and if a level 4 zombie led 1,000 000 zombies to launch an attack on a base. An ordinary base would probably not be able to defend itself at all, unless there's an S-rank psychic sitting around. Moreover, the level of the alien could not be lower than level 3. Otherwise it would not be a match for a level 4 zombie at all. Zombies don't have psychic powers and psychics have psychic powers. That's the difference between the two that can level the gap by 1 level. But if it's higher than 2 levels, you can't say it's a steady diet of walkers. Hearing this zombie say that he could control so many ordinary zombies, Lu Yang instantly had an idea inside his mind. If you let the level 4 zombies go out every day to look for ordinary zombies, and bring those ordinary zombies back for yourself to kill, wouldn't that be a constant stream of skill points for yourself? I grass. When you think about it that way, a level 4 zombie is a points perpetual motion machine. It doesn't take much. Bring yourself back 1,000 walkers a day. That's 100 skill points. 100 points a day. 1,000 points for 10 days. 10,000 points for 100 days. With his own base attributes, it wouldn't take more than a few months before he was outright invincible. So Lu Yang said to this level 4 zombie, "Very well, next, you follow me. I'll have a mission to arrange for you when the time comes." "Yes, Lord Lu Yang." That level 4 zombie respectfully nodded and followed behind Lu Yang. Lu Yang then began to directly search up this supermarket. More than a month had passed and most of the supplies inside the supermarket had deteriorated. There are some packages of rice flour noodles, soaked noodles and such that are still edible. So Lu Yang put all these grains inside his storage space. There were also some one-package drinks, and Lu Yang took all of them as well. At the same time those living things, clothes, towels and so on, all were taken away by Lu Yang. It's just a pity that those meat resources have already been eaten up by the zombies inside this supermarket under the leadership of this municipal zombie. That's why Lu Yang collected the resources of the entire supermarket and found no edible meat. However, the meat Lu Yang used to collect was enough for him to eat for a long time. Lu Yang didn't care too much. After collecting the supplies from the supermarket, Lu Yang directly said to the zombies, "Very well, next we start collecting them all upstairs." "Ow!" The little white tiger barked and nodded obediently. The level 4 zombie also said respectfully, "Okay Lord Lu Yang." So Lu Yang took a tiger and a zombie and started walking upstairs. There's a lot of mall walker data upstairs too. It was because of this that the mall hadn't yet been patronized by the survivors of the neighborhood. With hundreds of zombies on each floor, it's not something an ordinary survivor can fight against. Even for survivors, the elite troops inside the base rarely dared to venture directly into the malls and hypermarkets. As expected, Lu Yang just entered the first floor. The zombies inside the first floor mall instantly discovered that Lu Yang directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Just as this level 4 zombie let out a roar at the zombies that were rushing towards him. Roar! Those zombies instantly turned pale. From a grimace they turned submissive, then stood still, one no longer moving. The level 4 zombie respectfully said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, these zombies have been controlled by me. They won't be able to do anything anymore and have become living targets. Next, you can finish them all off." Lu Yang nodded. Then with a look, a steel needle flew towards the zombies. Bang bang bang. After a few seconds, all of these hundreds of zombies were exploded by Lu Yang. And at the same time, Lu Yang received a prompt in his mind that the system rewarded him with skill points. Although without the control of this level 4 zombie, Lu Yang could still finish these zombies off. But this one performance of the level 4 zombie showed Lu Yang what he was capable of. It's really good for controlling normal zombies. From now on, you can brush up on your scores every day yourself. As soon as he thought of this, an excited expression appeared on Lu Yang's face. After the excitement, it was time to gather supplies. The first floor of the mall is mostly clothing stores, with only a few food and beverage outlets and a fried chicken and milk tea store. But unfortunately the food inside is spoiled and inedible. So Lu Yang directly started collecting costumes. This mall is considered to be a high-end mall, and the clothing stores in it are also high-end branded, with all kinds of designer clothes that are really nice. And one of the sexy lingerie stores caught Lu Yang's attention. It's full of all kinds of sexy lingerie and underwear. When he saw this store, Lu Yang's eyes immediately lit up and he directly walked in. Inside was an assortment of sexy lingerie, and they're all high-end brands that just seem to have great texture. Some are even lacy and sheer. This one just doesn't look very serious, but just what Lu Yang wanted. He picked up a set of underwear and carefully observed it. The style is very good. This set is suitable to be worn on Li Mingyao's body. Her petite figure coupled with a pair of proud greatness, together with this set of clothes, it's definitely a seductive attribute pulling full weight. Being able to add 20% to my attack speed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yang directly collected all these clothes into his space. Let the women have a good time tonight and let them pick what suits them best. Enjoy it for yourself when the time comes. You can hold a lingerie walk inside your own safe zone. Most of my own women have body ratings of 90 plus. No worse than those models. Lu Yang couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth at the thought of that feast for the eyes. After collecting this underwear store, Lu Yang continued to start heading to the next clothing store. Soon all the stores on the first floor were finished by Lu Yang. In addition to the clothing store, there was also a baby products store that gave Lu Yang a great harvest, which had a lot of baby clothes, baby milk powder, baby diapers and the like. These things can be very useful later. After all, Lu Yang awakened the many sons. Many fortunes system is destined to have children and grandchildren all over the place. This one baby store is not enough for him. Immediately after that, Lu Yang began to head to the second floor, and in the meantime, the outside of this mall, a dozen dusty survivors had arrived, led by a big bald man with a huge black dog in his hand. The big black dog stretched its neck and sniffed the air. Eventually with fierce eyes, it barked a few times at the inside of the mall. Woof woof woof. Are you saying that guy is in there? The bald big man asked a black dog with gloomy eyes. Woof woof. The black dog nodded affirmatively, then barked twice more. Good boy. The bald big man stroked the black dog's head, then with ruthless eyes, he spoke to the inside of the mall. Finally we've found it. These guys wouldn't be using this mall as a base, right? The other members next to him also had somewhat grave expressions on their faces. Using the entire mall as a base? Then I'm afraid the strength of this survivor base is not low, because the Green Dragon base merely used a villa neighborhood as a base. The villa neighborhood is sparsely populated inside, with few house multiples. They cleaned up the walkers very easily, but inside the mall is different. The mall is densely populated. The zombies are also densely populated. Are hundreds of zombies at the same time to launch an attack? Ordinary people are afraid to dare to go in. This existing base was able to clear the entire mall of zombies, which meant that they were, I'm afraid, stronger than the Green Dragon base. Those people have started to beat a retreat. They were the attacking side, but this one squad that came, although it was the elite inside the base, only came with a dozen people, on top of other people's turf, with only a dozen or so of their own people, facing hundreds or thousands of other people. How could they possibly beat them? A shifter said to the bald dragon, Brother Long, it seems that the strength of these guys is very strong. To be able to occupy the entire mall as a base, enough to show that their strength is not afraid of the zombie horde, and the mall is full of food. I'm afraid that they are at this time as strong and strong. We are just a dozen or so people, may not be their opponent. Another alien also said to Bald Dragon, that's right, Brother Dragon, let's think long term. The fact that the other party was able to take over an entire shopping mall means that the other party's strength isn't weak, and even the number of aliens is more than our base. Otherwise, there are at least 1,000 zombies inside the mall. An ordinary survivor base is no match for these 1,000 plus zombies, another alien said. Plus the fact that Big Strong and the others were all killed by headshots shows that the other party is not only strong, but their equipment isn't weak either. So I'm afraid they'll be in danger if they just go ahead and do it. Listening to the worried words of his brothers, the bald dragon himself was actually very worried, but have gone as far as 10 or 20 kilometers, and also have discovered the location of the other side. So just go back in the dust. Will not it be a lost cause? Then didn't Day Young and the others die in vain? Besides, if all the zombies inside this mall have been taken out by the other side, doesn't that mean that all the resources inside already belong to their base? I'm afraid there's enough for months if I can take possession of it. There is a saying that people die for money, birds die for food, and in the end times resources are the greatest wealth. This one mall food is worth the risk they take. The bald dragon said, brothers, we have come here, but if we go back empty-handed, are you willing to do so? Those who were killed were our good brothers. If we don't let them pay a little price, then how can we still mix with Green Dragon base in the future? Besides, the resources inside this entire mall are countless. If we can get our hands on it, we'll have nothing to worry about in the future. Moreover, even if he couldn't take them out, he still had to do some damage. The big deal was that a fire would burn down his base. In the post-apocalyptic world, the firefighting system doesn't necessarily still work. A random fire might be able to destroy the entire mall. We can't do it openly, but we can also do it secretly. We must make them pay. Hearing the bald dragon's words, the others were also galvanized. Yeah, the whole mall is 6 whole floors. There are countless resources in there. If you can grab all of them, you will really be able to eat and drink a lot. Why did Big Strong and the others go to the supermarket in the first place? Wasn't it because there was a shortage of food inside the base and they had no choice but to launch an attack on the supermarket? This mall has more resources than the inside of a supermarket. This is because in addition to the supermarket on the -1 floor, there are also many resources on the 5 floors above. Getting it all would be like being rich. The excitement on those people's faces showed as they spoke to the bald dragon. Then what do you say? Brother Dragon, you make a plan. We'll all listen to you. That's right. As long as Brother Long gives the order, we'll break through even if it's a mountain of daggers. Seeing that his brothers were so supportive of him, Bald Dragon was also very happy. He cocked his head and thought for a while, and finally said to Big Black Dog, "Go on. You go scout the way to see what's really going on inside." Woof! The Big Black Dog barked, then rushed straight up towards the inside of the mall. A few minutes later, the black dog quickly ran out from inside the mall with a somewhat panicked expression on its face. After coming to the Bald Dragon, he breathed heavily. Very humanely, he hid behind the Bald Dragon. The Bald Dragon saw this scene. It was a bit of a bad feeling. He squatted down and stroked the big black dog's head, soothing its panicked mood, and then asked to it, "So panicked. What's going on inside? Is it that the entire mall has been reduced to survivors and the base is full of people?" Woof woof woof. The big black dog barked several times and shook his head. Raising his forepaw, he showed the Bald Dragon the fresh, black zombie blood that covered his forepaw. The Bald Dragon frowned, understanding the meaning of the big black dog, said, "You mean to say that all the zombies on the inside floor of the mall were taken out? And they were just taken out? It's full of zombie corpses? Even the blood is still fresh?" Woof woof. The big black dog barked twice and nodded. Hearing this affirmative answer, a grave expression appeared on the Bald Dragon's face. All the walkers inside the entire first floor of the mall were taken out? And the big black dog upstairs didn't even dare go up to look. So maybe they were all taken out too. And it was just taken out. That would mean that this mall is not the current choice of base but that the group of survivors who took out Dejang just happened to be here? Thinking this way, Bald Dragon's face suddenly relaxed and said to the brothers next to him. According to Xiao Hei's observation, that group of people hid inside this mall and took out all the zombies on the first floor of the mall. There are hundreds of zombies on each floor inside the mall, and these hundreds of zombies must have weakened their combat power as well. And if they had hot weapons, the zombies upstairs would have flocked downstairs when they heard the sound. And it's highly likely that they'd had a fierce battle with thousands of zombies throughout the mall. Now is the time when they are weak. Brothers, we can take advantage of people's danger. The others also had excited expressions on their faces after hearing the Bald Dragon's words. You just fought with the zombies in the mall? That must have been heavily wounded. I'm afraid that they would have been exhausted and panting at this point. Moreover, they used firearms to shoot Big Strong's head off. And ammunition is the most scarce thing in the last days. After taking out all the zombies in this shopping mall, I'm afraid their ammo is almost depleted. Right? This is a great opportunity for us. This mall is so big, with so many superiors inside, even we don't dare to mess with it easily. Now that they've finished off the zombies, isn't it just right for us to go inside the mall and collect supplies? This is a snipe and a fisherman, right? Ha ha, we picked up a big bargain straight away. Brothers, let's go together. Avenge Dezhuang and the others. Grab resources, land, and women. From now on, this mall will be our sub-base. Punch punch punch. Everyone's faces were full of fight and they could hardly wait to rush inside the mall. As far as they were concerned, the men had taken out the walkers inside the mall and were at a lose-lose situation at this point. To go in now was to pick up a great bargain, and could directly scour the battlefield to loot resources. Grab this cleaned-out mall for your own turf. Very well, since everyone is so combative, then brothers follow my footsteps. Let's go together. With a wave of his big arm, the Bald Dragon directly walked at the front, holding a big black dog in his hand and rushed inside the mall. Lu Yang is in the middle of the mall at the moment and the little white tiger has finished scavenging the 5th floor. This scavenging could be said to be quite rewarding, allowing him to obtain quite a few supplies. His storage space was filled with quite a few more inside. Seeing the empty mall, and a level 4 walker and 2 level 3 walkers standing behind himself, Lu Yang's face also showed a satisfied expression. There was more food in the basement, so it raised a level 4 walker, but only 2 female level 3 walkers appeared on the 5 floors upstairs, which was enough to show that food was very important to the walkers' upgrades. These high-level zombies Lu Yan useful, so he didn't kill the ones above the 3rd level. Instead, they were all controlled with soul chains, ready to be used for their own purposes. Now that the mall had been scavenged, he spoke to the 3 walkers behind him. Come on, it's time for us to head back. Yes, Lord Lu Yang. The 3 zombies responded respectfully. The words spoken by the level 4 walker were much more fluent. The 2 female level 3 walkers stuttered a bit as they spoke. Obviously, their IQs were still a bit short compared to a level 4 zombie. But there's no denying that people are women. These 2 level 3 zombies had perfect figures, tall and plump. Their skin had no blood color, instead showing a unique snow-white beauty. From afar, these 2 level 3 zombies were no different from humans. Only when you look at them up close do you realize that their eyes are still a little white. Lu Yang was going to raise these 2 female zombies well, when they were raised to level 4. It might just work right out of the box. Zombies don't have body heat. I don't know how using it would be different from a normal human. It's really something to look forward to when you think about it. Liu Yang had just taken one white tiger and 3 zombies towards the first floor. And at this time, Bald Dragon had just walked inside the mall with his minions and had just entered the first floor. They then realized that the ground was full of zombie bodies. At the same time, black blood covered the entire ground, and a fetid and disgusting odor filled the air, causing people to cover their noses. So the ones that fell to the ground were zombies. But, from a distance, they were no different from humans. And the bald and strong people who were also humans saw this tragic scene as if they were like being in the middle of hell. Miserable, terrible, horrible. Strewn corpses fell to the ground, all the heads blown apart. You know they're zombies, but you can't help but associate them with humans when you see these headless bodies. Everyone frowned and covered their noses, feeling a little numb inside. And the more important point is that after walking for so long, you only see zombie corpses, not human corpses. That means they took out hundreds of walkers without losing a single person. This strength, with their imagination of the 2 defeats are a bit wrong. And right at this moment, Liu Yang with the zombie and the little white tiger also walked to the first floor. The 2 sides finally met once. Liu Yang sized up these people. Instantly, he locked his gaze on the bald dragon, and the black dog that the little white tiger saw let out a cry of rage. Ow roar! The dog was instantly scared to the point that its 4 legs went limp and it slumped to the ground. It whimpered in aggravation. The tiger's roar also startled the other survivors. Everyone had their eyes on Liu Yang and the others. There was a wary look all over his face. The bald dragon looked at Liu Yang, and a somewhat strange expression appeared on his entire face. A little scared, a little wary, and a little defiant. He was holding a black dog in his own hand, while someone else was followed by a huge white tiger. Above the aura, his own black dog was directly scared to pee by the barking of someone else's white tiger. That's a slap in the face. And there were only 4 people plus a tiger on the other side. So the zombies inside this mall couldn't have been taken out by him. This guy is probably here to pick up the slack as well. A dozen men plus a dog on your own side. In terms of strength, it was obvious that the people on their side were stronger. What gives his tiger the right to scare my dog? A furious expression appeared on the face of Bald Headstrong and he directly pointed at Liu Yang and said, "Kid, who are you? What are you guys doing in this mall? Which base are you guys from? Don't you know that this mall is our Green Dragon base's territory?" In fact, this mall was separated from the Green Dragon base by more than 10 kilometers, which was not considered their territory at all. But in order to put themselves on the moral upper hand, they naturally had to say so. It's called a division. Hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang's face revealed a light smile. Your turf? I also said that this entire city is my turf. Have you guys stood on my turf and paid the protection fee? An alien directly from the back of the bald dragon stood out and screamed at Liu Yang. So arrogant, how dare you talk to our dragon like this and say that the whole city is your territory? Who do you think you are? Do you have the strength? Let me see if your mouth is hard or your strength is hard. That big man said and drew out a machete and was ready to charge at Liu Yang. And just then, the black dog whispered a few times in the bald dragon's ear. Woof woof woof. The bald dragon's face instantly changed, quickly pulling back the alien. He didn't let him continue his actions. That alien said with some confusion, "Boss, don't stop me. If I don't cut him to death today, I'll call him father." His grandma, dare to talk to our boss like this? Think you're bullish. I'm most tired of seeing this kind of arrogant people. The bald dragon, however, shook his head at him without moving, then whispered, "Don't act rashly. Xiao He just told me that he was the one who took out De Zhuang and the others." That alien's face, which was still arrogant, instantly shriveled up. With panicked eyes, he asked the bald dragon, "What? That's him? But he doesn't have a gun in his hand either. Could it be that he killed all the zombies in this mall?" That burly man instantly took half a step back, his entire person completely abashed. Not a single living zombie has been seen inside this mall so far. Instead, there are hundreds of zombie corpses on the ground. And that's just one layer. That guy came down from upstairs. There were still 4 more floors upstairs. And if each floor was filled with hundreds of zombies, then there were nearly 2,000 zombies inside this mall. If all of them were taken out by the few of them, how strong must they be? Scared, scared, scared. Brother, I spoke too loudly just now. Don't be offended. The bald dragon said, "What are you afraid of? Look at your wimpy face." Since he used his firearm to blow the zombie's head off and doesn't have a gun in his hand right now, can't that mean that he's already run out of bullets? So he just threw them all away? Then wouldn't he be no threat to us? It's estimated that any random person could kill him right now. What the hell are you wimpy about? Boss has a point. Since this guy's ability is to kill zombies with hot weapons, and now that he doesn't have any hot weapons on him, isn't that the same as saying that he's just an ordinary person now? I'm an honorable speaker and I'm still afraid of him? Don't worry, boss. I'll finish him off. Listening to the bald dragon's words, That alien suddenly felt like he could do it again. Immediately took another step forward. This time he didn't have any nonsense. Instead he directly rushed towards Liu Yang as fast as he could. Raising his own machete, he was ready to slash down on Liu Yang's neck. The bald dragon at this moment looked at his companion with a grave expression on his face as he struck out at Liu Yang. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the Green Dragon base was not only because of his own overpowering strength, but also because his mind turned fast enough. How many bullets would Liu Yang need to kill more than 1,000 zombies if he was really using a hot weapon? Even if he's 100% shot, that's more than 1,000 bullets. Where's he gonna get all those bullets? Even if he could hold it, could he carry it? So there's definitely a problem here. The reason why he told his companion that Liu Yang was out of bullets was just to fool him into trying out Liu Yang's strength. As expected, when that alien came in front of Liu Yang, he picked up the machete and was about to cut into Liu Yang's body. Liu Yang merely gave him a look. That one male was instantly shaken. This icy cold eyes actually looked at his body tingling and goosebumps popped up. The murderous aura in those eyes seemed to have turned into substance, able to kill with his eyes. Next, bang! The alien's head exploded violently. It exploded into a mist of blood in the middle of the air. The people from Green Dragon Base were directly startled when they saw the scene. Holy shit! Headshot! There's a sniper! Hurry up and hide! Those people instantly dodged in a flash. Some hide behind pillars, some behind walls. One didn't even dare to utter a breath. An alien hid directly behind a pillar and called out to Liu Yang. Kid, have the guts to come out for a one-on-one fight? What kind of skill is it to let a sniper sneak up behind you? His words just fell. Bang! A loud bang came. Hiding behind a pillar he instantly exploded. Then on the pillar, a thumb-thick hole ran the length of the column. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even a 1-meter diameter circular pillar can be pierced? Is this still a sniper rifle? Even the anti-material sniper rifle Barrett can't do something like that, right? Everyone's faces had a look of fear on them. Now they were really scared. It didn't look like there were snipers, and it didn't seem like the other side was using firearms to attack. That's more like a 100% headshot power. Brother Long, what should we do? The opponent seems to be very strong. Why don't we have a chat with him? Let's leave this matter at that. Dejang was killed by him. Or maybe Dejang messed with someone first? There's no need to get into a big fight with such a powerful man over a dead man, is there? The people from the Green Dragon Base were truly scared out of their wits to fight now. They just wanted to hurry up and get out of here. That lanky, tall and handsome looking young man was indeed more terrifying than the demon god of hell in their opinion. Now it's not a question of whether or not you can fight. It's a question of whether or not you can save your life. Hiding behind a pillar all got a shot in the head. Such an alien ability was too bizarre and powerful. They were now scared out of their wits. At this time, the bald dragon was also scared pale. It's just that as the base boss he doesn't dare to show it. In fact, he now could not wait to immediately kneel in front of Liu Yang to lick his shoes and beg Liu Yang to spare him from death. Although he was scared to death in his heart, he pretended to be calm on the surface and said to the people next to him, "Brothers, we have already offended him to death a long time ago. In the last days, trying to rob other people's resources is tantamount to taking other people's lives. Do you think he will still let us go now? If we want to survive, we can only fight him." When the crowd heard the bald dragon's words, their faces were still fearful as they replied, "But brother dragon, how are we going to fight this? We don't even know how the other side blows people's heads off. We have to die even if we hide behind a pillar. Isn't this a case of dying as soon as we show our heads? Yes, brother Long, why don't we just surrender? Kneel on the ground and beg him. Maybe he'll spare our lives." These people have long since been dumbfounded. Thousands of walkers died inside the mall. The horror of having their companion's head blown off again right in front of their eyes was just too much of a shock. They no longer have any courage to resist. The bald dragon's voice became ferocious, reprimanding them. "It's already the end of the world. Don't you understand? Without the constraints of law and morality, it's either you die or I live. Surrender? Why should he accept your surrender? Only by fighting to the death can we have a chance of survival. There are more than a dozen of us here. He is only one person. If we all go together, he won't be able to react. Moreover, his headshot skill should have a cooldown time. It is impossible to use it infinitely. By then, we can take him out with a loss of 1 or 2 people at most. As long as we take it out, all the food inside this entire mall can be ours. If you want to run away, you can only die. How can you run faster than a bullet?" Hearing these words, the crowd felt a little bit of truth, and the glances they gave each other saw the determination in each other's eyes. In today's situation, running away would only get you killed one by the other side. It's better to fight to the death together. Even if the opponent's strength was strong, it was impossible to blow up so many people at the same time. Moreover, some of them were also exalted and understood that exalted's attacks had a cooldown. as it took mental energy and they had to wait for it to return, and it was impossible to send it out indefinitely, so together it's possible to spell each other out. Besides, long-distance attacking adepts often had poor melee combat abilities, and the most taboo thing was to be meleeed. It's like playing a game. If the top warrior was able to touch the shooter would definitely get seconded in one set. They nodded and said to the bald dragon, "Brother Long, then you tell us, when should we go on? As long as you give the order, we'll charge immediately." The bald dragon revealed a satisfied expression, then said, "On the count of 3, everyone will go together. Attack him from different directions. He definitely won't be able to react. 3, 2, 1. Everyone together. Brush up on." Those survivors who were hiding behind the bunker quickly rushed out and pounced on Lu Yang from all sides. Instantly, he began to draw his own weapon and launched an attack on Lu Yang. Yet halfway through the charge, they were surprised. After counting the numbers, dragon didn't even come rushing out. Looking back, what came into view was a back of the head that reflected the light. It was running wildly in the direction of the doorway at breakneck speed. They stopped in their tracks with a sharp break. Everyone was outright dumbfounded. "Holy shit, Lung sold us out. He told us to charge and ran away himself. Shit, bald dragon, you shall not die." In the face of the crowd's abuse, instead of stopping, the bald dragon ran faster and faster, and in an instant, he ran out several hundred meters, and he said without looking back, "Brothers, you hold on, go in peace. In the future, your wives and daughters, I'll help you guys take care of them, ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, those survivors became even more furious. "Fucking sold us out and want to fuck our wives and daughters? Doggone bald dragon." They looked angrily at the bald dragon's escaping smug figure. Yet it was at this time, bang! With a loud bang, the bald dragon that was running, the back of his spring-loaded and finished head, suddenly exploded. The running body, as if it hadn't reacted, generally continued to run for 3 or 4 steps before falling heavily to the ground. "Ha! Holy shit! Burst! Good death!" Those survivors reacted to the fact that this young man must have done all this. At the same time, they were even more shocked. The bald dragon had already run out several hundred meters away, and in the state of running at breakneck speed, so fast, even if it was a sniper rifle is not necessarily hit. But this young man blew the other man's head off with a single look. This strength is just too horrible, and there's still a fight to be had. Pa! A survivor's knees went weak and he fell straight to the ground. Turning to Lu Yang, he begged for forgiveness. "Handsome, you have the generosity to let us go. It's all because bald dragon told us to come. We are all under his compulsion. Pa pa pa." Everyone else also fell to their knees, begging for mercy nonstop to Lu Yang. "Yes, handsome, just let us go. We know we are wrong. As long as you let us go, we can do whatever you want us to do. From now on you are our big brother. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west." Lu Yang sneered and didn't say anything, just waved his hand elegantly. Bang bang bang. The sound of exploding heads was unrelenting. The dozen or so survivors kneeling on the ground instantly turned into headless corpses. The only remaining female survivor was shaking with fear. She was also a shifter though, and a powerful one known as Sister Red Bean. Even the bald dragon was polite to her, but now seeing all of his teammates around him being instantly shot in the head, Red Bean was really scared, practically pissing herself. Lu Yan looked at her and said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Sherry shook her head. With a shaky voice, she replied, "No, don't know, because you're a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Come back with me and give me babies. Do it or not." "I do, I'll do it," Red Bean said in a hurry. A large portion of the fear in his eyes dissipated as well. After hearing that Lu Yang didn't want to kill himself, but only wanted him to go back with him to have a child, Hongdo's entire body was quite relieved. In front of such a murderous and powerful person, it was already rare to be able to leave a small life behind, not to mention going back with him to have a child, even if it is to go back with him to be one of his dogs, wagging their tails at him every day. They are willing to anything to stay alive. As for dignity and all that, does dignity matter in front of life? And Lu Yang saw that Hongdo agreed in one bite. An appreciative look was thrown at him as well. In the end times, it's all about knowing what's going on. This woman is able to recognize her situation, just so much better than other women. Meanwhile she herself was a shifter, would be much more useful than any other ordinary woman. Lu Yang glanced at the other party and the basic information of the other party was displayed inside his mind. Name, Red Bean. Age, 22. Height, 1 meter 65. Weight, 55 kilograms. Bust, a pair of D+. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 96. Charge count, 0. After seeing this system tip, Lu Yang is also very satisfied. Whether it is the body score or appearance score has reached more than 90 points, and a pair of D+. Proud greatness. Liu Yang is also very like. That's how he liked it. The feeling that he couldn't master it even if he wanted to. So Liu Yang's icy voice also became a bit more moderate, and said to Hongdo, okay, don't be too nervous, since you have agreed to be my woman, I won't hurt you, and by following me, Liu Yang, you can just eat that and not suffer. I eat. I'll eat the bitter ones too, Red Bean said in a hurry, showing loyalty to Liu Yang tonight. Don't talk about suffering, you have to eat shit yourself, as long as you can live. What is there to let go of? Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this woman was really going. It is also really smart. A woman like that will make a good living, whether in the end times or the peaceful ones. He turned to Red Bean again and asked, where are you guys from? Why did you come to this mall? Did you happen to come here by chance? Or did you come specifically to find me? Red Bean replied, because yesterday, a member of our base inside, Big Strong, went to collect supplies with a dozen of his teammates, but they were all killed. So the base's boss, Bald Dragon, led his black dog to look for the murderer. That black dog followed the scent all the way here. After saying that, she pointed to the little black one, but found that at this time, the white tiger was gnawing at that little black, eating crunchy and fragrant, and had already eaten half of it. Looks like the rumor that dog meat can smell so good that it makes monks jump out of the walls is true. Even the little white tiger couldn't help himself and started eating it raw on the spot. Seeing that this little white tiger was so fierce, even Hongdo's face showed a somewhat fearful expression. Although he himself was a psychic, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be a match for this white tiger in a single fight. She said to Liu Yang, Lord Liu Yang, this white tiger of yours is fierce, and Liu Yang, after listening to Hongdo's words, had already realized that these alien powers were after him, because wasn't that guy called Big Strong, the one he killed yesterday? Because Big Strong was killed, the people from their base, in order to avenge his death, directly used this dog to smell the odor and find themselves. Liu Yang said to Hongdo, where is your base? Take me there. Since you guys have already come to my door, then I have to be courteous and go to your base to have some fun before I can do so. I just got base number 1. And now a base number 2 would be nice. I also don't know if there are many beautiful women inside your base. Much more, Lord Liu Yang. I'll take you now, Red Bean said, and was ready to head outside the mall. Liu Yang, on the other hand, followed behind with Little White Tiger and 3 high-level zombies. The little white tiger was still holding a dog's leg at this time, chewing on it in his mouth. She's much bigger than this black dog, and it's only 7 points of satiety to eat a whole black dog. It was also Liu Yang who had a lot of supplies to be able to afford such a huge big white tiger. If anyone else could tame this white tiger, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep it. After walking out of this mall, Liu Yang directly said to Hongdo, alright, you don't have to walk. Next we'll fly there. Ha, fly over? Red Bean froze, thinking she had heard wrong. Liu Yang nodded. A thought followed. Metal armor began to wrap around everyone to the body. Seeing the silver glittering armor Red Bean on his body, the whole person was taken aback. Ah, what is this thing? Why is my body encased in metal? Liu Yang said with a smile. No need to panic. This is the metal armor I made for you. It can protect you from getting hurt when flying supersonically. From now on, you point the direction and I will lead you to fly. After saying that, everyone's bodies had begun to slowly rise up into the air. Red Bean's entire body was trembling with fear. But still, she pointed her finger in the direction of a base. Although she was a psychic, his psychic ability was not strong. Flying in the air was something that one would not even dare to think about. Now that she saw herself slowly rising up in the air, even though Liu Yang had said there was no need to be alarmed, she still felt terrified. Didn't wait for her to come back to her senses. Her body had accelerated steeply. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky. That was the sonic boom sound when Liu Yang and the other speed broke through the sound barrier. In 10 seconds or so they had arrived over the Green Dragon base. Afterwards, Liu Yang directly brought Red Bean's people to the ground with a bang. The Green Dragon base, at this moment, only had 3 exalts left. Seeing Liu Yang and Hongdo and the others falling from the sky, these 3 exalts were taken aback. After seeing Red Bean's face clearly, they were even more taken aback. Directly to Red Bean, they asked, Sister Red Bean, why have you come back? Where are the others? Where is Brother Long? And who are these few next to you? At this time, Hongdo said to them, the bald dragon is dead. From today, this base belongs to our Lord Liu Yang. Any one of you who dares to disobey is looking for death. As soon as they heard those words, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of those 3 exalted, and then that shocked expression turned into anger. Pointing at Red Bean, he cursed, Red Bean, you bitch, dared to betray the base. How dare you betray Brother Long? You're the one who colluded with the other bases to take over our base this time, aren't you? Wait for Brother Long to come back and see if he doesn't want to kill you. Oh, I've long seen you as a bitch, taking advantage of Brother Long's absence from the base. You colluded with others to come up with a home stealing, didn't you? When Brother Lung comes back is the time of your death. At that time Brother Lung will definitely rape you first and then kill you. Maybe when Brother Long is done playing, he can still give us some soup.